Having traversed to the nefarious city known as Gotham, Duan, now a member of the Gotham Police Department, joins the effort to quell the insurrection at Arkham Asylum. The treacherous Joker ruthlessly decimates the police force, while Batman strives to thwart his devious machinations. At a critical juncture, Duan awakens to the Marvel superhero system. Loading novice gift pack 30. 50-100. Ding. Loading successful. The host has successfully obtained a 1-hour trial card for Iron Man's Mark 42 armor, with a power enhancement of 999. Now my turn, Joker. Chapter 1. The Mark 42 armor. The cacophony of gunfire echoed like a tempest in his ears as flames engulfed Arkham Asylum. Boom! The sudden, thunderous explosion reverberated deafeningly. In a daze, Duan was roused by the clamor, gradually regaining his senses as he opened his eyes wide. Why am I still alive? That how peculiar. He vividly recalled the events of the previous night, when he chose to leave from a building due to his company's bankruptcy. How is he still breathing? Duan struggled to rise from a pool of blood, surveying his surroundings, and was instantly taken aback. Before him lay a scene of utter chaos, the expansive courtyard alive with fierce gunfire. Could it be? I've crossed over. Suddenly, a wave of memories surged into his mind like a torrential flood. Gotham. The city of sin, Gotham. This was a world with ensleveled difficulty. The original owner of this body also bore the name Duan, a Chinese police officer in Gotham, who had just been inadvertently shot in the melee. The assailant was none other than Gotham's archvillain, the Joker, Jerome. His methods were exceptionally brutal. One could scarcely survive 3 seconds under his hand. Looking down, Duan noticed his police uniform was soaked with blood, yet the badge symbolizing the Gotham Police Department still gleamed brightly. Recalling his prior knowledge of Gotham City, Duan's realization dawned upon him. Gotham, with its simple folk, and Arkham, teeming with talented individuals. Just as Duan stood bewildered, he felt someone pushing him from behind. Lee, my heavens, you are still alive. Turning towards the voice, he saw a white police officer clad in the same Gotham police uniform. William, from his memories, Duan recognized him as his partner. I narrowly dodged a bullet and escaped death. Our situation is dire. The Joker has enslaved all the guards here with his laughing gas, and they possess astounding combat prowess. We are being driven back at every turn. The laughing gas. Truly troublesome. Duan had gleaned some understanding of the Joker through various media in his past life, but never did he imagine he would have to confront him directly. What a thrill! As the sounds of gunfire intensified, Duan's heart raced. Surveying the surroundings, he noted the ground littered with bodies in disarray. The rear courtyard of Arkham was now a tableau of tension. Peeking out from behind the wall, Duan and William caught a glimpse. Goodness! Batman is battling the Joker. Lee's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth agape, yet unable to produce a sound. Whoa! Batman's fist, cutting through the air, struck fiercely at the Joker's face. As the massive fist swung toward him like a sandbag, the Joker's expression shifted dramatically. He swiftly turned to barely evade the blow. In retaliation, he executed a fierce kick aimed at Batman's head. Unfazed, Batman raised his robust arm to absorb the formidable strike. In a swift motion, he pivoted his wrist, capturing the Joker's ankle. Startled, the Joker was abruptly slammed to the ground, lying flat on his back. I must ask, Bruce, does the Wayne family always exhibit such brutish behavior? Spare me your banter, Jerome. You will not escape from here today. Batman barked at the Joker sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Lee swiftly integrated himself into the police ranks, weapon drawn. Commissioner Gordon was leading his subordinates in a fierce battle against the enslaved guards. Amidst the chaos, relying on the memories of his host, Lee accurately dispatched several foes with his handgun. You shouldn't have come to ruin my performance, what a pity. The Joker cackled with a sharp, unsettling laugh, then pressed a concealed button hidden in his palm. Batman sensed the Joker's subtle movement and felt a wave of foreboding. Suddenly, a torrent of thick white goo erupted from the bushes behind the Joker, enveloping Batman instantly. Damn it! Batman shouted in fury, attempting to break free, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. The commotion drew the attention of Gordon and the others. The show must go on. Enjoy it to the fullest, my Bruce. The Joker's pale cheeks were stretched into a manic grin, his mouth slashed open like a grotesque smile. Incredulous. Batman had been subdued by the Joker. Gordon and the police were stunned, rushing over to assist. Bang! 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 Gordon fired several shots, but alas, they were all evaded by the Joker. With a wicked grin, the Joker tossed 3 rubber balls, which landed precisely at Gordon's feet. Watch out! Batman shouted frantically from the side. But it was too late. The 3 balls exploded simultaneously, releasing a dense cloud of green gas that enveloped Gordon and the police. It's hallucinogenic gas. In an instant, all the officers were rendered powerless. Lee was no exception. The hallucinogenic gas quickly ensnared him, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at his body. Gritting his teeth, Lee's crimson eyes locked onto the Joker ahead, his anger surging. The crowd erupted in cries of agony, the situation spiraling out of control. Lee felt dizzy and disoriented, on the brink of collapse. Ding! Conditions met. Host life is in jeopardy, successfully activating the illusory world system. The mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind, instantly reviving Lee's senses. Wow, is this the legendary golden finger essential for traversing worlds? The system's voice was like a refreshing rain, filling Lee with exhilaration. Loading beginner's gift package 30. 50. 100. Well, this is quite the fortunate turn of events. Ding. Loading successful. The host has successfully obtained an hour-long experience card for the Iron Man Mark 42 armor, eliminating life-threatening dangers and enhancing combat power by 999. Lee Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. Iron Man Tony Stark was his favorite Marvel hero, and today, the dream of donning the armored suit was simply exhilarating. Once his body had recovered, Lee Duan swiftly rose, his gaze piercing. Now, it's my turn. Joker. Gordon lay slumped on the ground, his eyes fixed on the Joker as he approached with a deliberate pace. On this stage, all lives are equal. You pitiful souls who have never tasted madness, allow me to unveil a new world for you. As his words faded, the Joker produced a large bottle filled with a vibrant green liquid. It's high-concentration acid. Some of the police officers began to scream in terror, struggling futilely as the toxic gas rendered them powerless. Why, dear Commissioner Gordon, this breathtaking performance is crafted just for you. The Joker taunted, standing in front of Gordon. As soon as he spoke, he tilted the bottle slowly. Beside him, Batman's eyes blazed red as he desperately attempted to break free from the sticky substance that bound him. A chilling laughter echoed from the Joker's lips, and everyone watched helplessly as the high-concentration acid was poised to pour down. In an instant, a golden laser shot towards the Joker, the overwhelming force propelling him 10 meters away. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock. From within the green gas, a striking suit of armor, resplendent in gold and crimson with sharp contours, emerged. All eyes were drawn to it. The technologically advanced patterns adorned the armor, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. With an imposing presence, Lee Duan donned the Mark 42 armor, raising his right hand with his palm directed at the fallen Joker. Once more, the ferocious energy coalesced, leaving the onlookers in awe. Chapter 2. The Marvelous Superstore. My goodness, this armor is simply magnificent. What an astounding laser weapon. The Gotham Police, previously engulfed in despair, were left in awe by the formidable steel suit donned by Lee Duan. The mysterious battle armor, paired with a clean and decisive combat style, was nothing short of astonishing. This individual undoubtedly epitomizes the aesthetic of violence. Commissioner Gordon, still reeling from shock while lying on the ground, witnessed the powerful armor with narrowed eyes. Beside him, Batman, ensnared by slime, felt a surge of suspicion towards the unexpected armored figure. Beneath his titanium alloy helmet, Lee Duan's eyes glinted with determination. I, Iron Man, shall take control of the situation from this moment forth. In the sin-ridden city of Gotham, the Joker posed an undeniable threat. It would be wise to eradicate him entirely to prevent future calamities. Empowered by the system, Lee Duan's decision-making became resolute. Beneath the elegant and resplendent suit, an aura of lethal intent radiated, like a rose's dagger. Lee Duan set his sights on the fallen Joker ahead. With a swift motion, he directed his palm towards the ground, unleashing a powerful propulsion from his hand. In the astonished gazes of onlookers, he transformed into a streak of gold and crimson, racing forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared next to the Joker. Sensing the impending doom, the incapacitated Joker's eyes flickered with alarm. In a sudden burst of desperation, he hurled a vial of corrosive acid at the golden-red figure. A mere parlor trick, Lee Duan retorted, swiftly aiming his palm at the incoming bottle. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from his hand, obliterating the vial into a fine mist. In one fluid motion, he advanced and lifted the Joker effortlessly with a single arm. Hey, my friend, I believe we can have a proper conversation. The Joker, trembling in midair, attempted to engage Lee Duan, all the while secretly preparing his laughing gas behind his back. Lee Duan, however, would not afford him any opportunity, well aware of the Joker's treachery. With a chilling smirk, the lights on his armor flared brightly. Boom! A robust beam of chaotic energy shot forth from the chest-mounted cannon of his suit, piercing through the Joker's body. The Joker did not even have the chance to utter a cry before being annihilated by Lee Duan. This shocking scene left all the police officers in utter disbelief. The infamous Joker, Jerome, who had unleashed terror upon Gotham, was slain by a mysterious figure clad in iron armor. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Batman, observing from the side, felt a complex array of emotions. His arch-nemesis had met his end, yet he could not muster any sense of joy. He sensed a deadly aura emanating from the enigmatic armor, curious about the identity of the formidable being within. Meanwhile, Duan, the architect of this extraordinary feat, quietly slipped away, leaving behind a majestic silhouette of gold and crimson vanishing amidst the smoke of Arkham Asylum. Following the Joker's demise, the chaos within Arkham was swiftly quelled through the combined efforts of Batman and the Gotham Police. As the officers prepared to return to the precinct, William was astonished to see Duan reappear beside him. Incredible! Justice has been served upon the Joker, Jerome. The enigmatic Iron Avenger has emerged in Arkham. Major media outlets and newspapers have been relentlessly reporting this explosive news, igniting a frenzy throughout Gotham. The announcement of the Joker's demise is destined to send shockwaves across the city. As this news spreads, the most nefarious factions within Gotham begin to stir. Criminals are concocting cruel atrocities, and the Joker's disciples from the Joker Gang are poised to create chaos. The fleeting presence of the mysterious Iron Avenger becomes the object of fervent pursuit among the offenders. Upon returning to the precinct, Duan eagerly activated the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully eliminating the Joker. Achievement Judgment of Justice unlocked. Reward: Mjolnir, the Hammer of Thor, with a power boost of 20 points. Mjolnir. Good heavens! Duan's heart soared with joy, evoking images of Thor from Marvel, a being of cataclysmic power, and he couldn't help but gasp in awe. Regaining his composure, Duan accessed his attributes page. Name: Duan. Age: 23. Strength: 26. Agility: 7. Defense: 3. Although Mjolnir granted a significant increase in strength, his other attributes remained woefully inadequate. Duan calmly assessed the situation. As he continued to browse, a highlighted section on the system page caught his eye, igniting a spark of excitement. Marvel Superstore? The host can purchase superhero abilities in the store using exchange points, which can be earned by completing system missions. The system seemed to sense Duan's curiosity and promptly clarified. Unable to contain his enthusiasm, he immediately opened the store. The various armors of Iron Man, Captain America's unparalleled physical prowess, Spider-Man's acrobatic agility, and the Green Giant's extraordinary abilities filled him with longing. He hastily opened the novice mission, eager to earn exchange points. Mission: Clash of Villains. Description: the violence in Gotham City is set to escalate. The host will receive corresponding rewards for each Gotham villain captured. Let me witness the madness of the evildoers within this den of iniquity. Duan's fighting spirit ignited, his gaze fierce and resolute. A new wave of challenges was at hand. Notifications flooded the precinct. Emergency alert! A violent crime has erupted at the Eastern Football Stadium on Street 23. Please dispatch police forces for immediate support. So soon. Truly, this is the spirited Gotham City. After a brief moment of jest, Duan, accompanied by his partner William, set out for the scene of the incident. The eastern section of Street 23 is home to Gotham's largest and most vibrant sports arena. The football matches held here are heavyweight contests, making it a common haunt for the affluent elite. Today coincidentally marks the weekend of the Starry Carnival night, with a throng of attendees creating a raucous atmosphere. However, the blissful revelry soon transforms into a panicked terror. An explosion from a bomb in the entrance corridor catches the crowd off guard, sending spectators and players alike into a state of chaos. The flames from the blast envelop one of the stadium's 3 exits. Consequently, nearly 60,000 attendees scramble towards the remaining 2 exits in a desperate bid for safety. The atmosphere of panic spread relentlessly, with no one caring about the unfolding events. They merely wished to escape this dreadful place. Boom, boom. 2 deafening explosions resounded as the remaining exits were engulfed in flames. The powerful shockwave sent the first wave of spectators soaring into the air, their escape routes now shrouded in fire. All 3 exits were thus consumed by the inferno. The arena was filled with a cacophony of screams intertwined with sobs, as the audience, once clinging to the hope of survival, now succumbed to despair. At that moment, 3 figures clad in full combat gear emerged amidst the crowd. Everyone dropped to the ground, covering their heads. The brazen command of the assailants echoed through the stadium. Chapter 3. Mjolnir. Following the incident at the football stadium, Gotham Police Department mobilized swiftly, surrounding the area with a tight perimeter. Unfortunately, all 3 entrances were engulfed in flames, leaving the officers with no choice but to wait. Inside a police vehicle, Duan suddenly had an epiphany and hurriedly exited the car. William, bewildered, was about to inquire, only to discover that Duan had vanished without a trace. Approaching a deserted stall selling masks, he casually grabbed one. He then cautiously made his way to an unoccupied phone booth nearby. With the entrances sealed off, he thought, why not just fly in? Duan recalled the exhilarating scenes from Marvel movies, where Thor wielded his hammer with breathtaking speed. and felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. "Mjolnir," he whispered with intention. No sooner had he spoken than a surge of lightning enveloped his hand, crackling with energy. Mjolnir manifested in his grasp, its silver body adorned with arcane runes, pulsating with formidable energy. The instant Mjolnir appeared, a torrent of power surged through Li Duan's body. "Mjolnir, proficiency level 10, let me test the might of this divine artifact." He tightened his muscles and began to swing the hammer. Whoosh! The high-speed arcs of Mjolnir left behind a trail of afterimages, stirring up a tempest. In the next moment, Li Duan hurled the hammer skyward, propelling himself into the air. "This is exhilarating," he thought, soaring through the sky and truly experiencing the sensation of being Thor. "Everyone down. Stop shouting." A gruff voice bellowed impatiently. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid gunfire struck fear into the hearts of all spectators as a figure emerged under the spotlight at the center of the field. Trembling, the audience turned their gaze toward the figure. Clad in red and black armor, with a high-tech monocle over his left eye, he wore a mocking expression. A .556 assault rifle rested on his shoulder as he disdainfully approached the huddled crowd. The marksman, Li Duan, crouched atop the stadium's high wall, couldn't help but gasp. Recognizing the distinctive attire, he quickly deduced that this was the notorious member of the Suicide Squad. His presence indicated that other members of the squad were likely nearby. Li Duan furrowed his brow in contemplation. Marksman, danger level, 3 stars, capture reward, 300 exchange points. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind. "The system is surprisingly self-aware, which is quite delightful," mused Li Duan as he listened to the system's introduction. His gaze was soon drawn to an individual below. Clad in black armor, with robust muscles, he resembled a ferocious beast. A rifle, equipped with a bayonet, was affixed to the man's left arm, currently aimed at the crouching audience. "Beast, danger level 2.5 stars, capture reward 150 points. My goodness, they are all members of the Suicide Squad." Li Duan couldn't help but exclaim. "Xiaofu, hurry up. These delicacies are simply too tempting." A formidable figure on the field shouted towards the death shooter. Upon hearing the voice, Li Duan looked over, and his pupils dilated in shock. "Oh my, it's the Shark King. Shark King, danger level 3.5 stars. Capture reward 500 exchange points." The imposing, half-shark physique of the Shark King offered a stunning visual impact, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. At that moment, he was gnawing on the corpses of the spectators who had perished in the explosion, blood splattering and staining the football field. Urged by the Shark King, the death shooter rolled his eyes, then nodded towards the beast. The two set off from their respective positions, weaving through the multitude of hostages. The beast diligently searched the crowd, referring to a photograph in his hand. Who were they looking for? Is it part of the Suicide Squad's mission? Li Duan was filled with confusion. After a period of searching, the flames at the entrance of the field, situated in the midst of the crowd, suddenly extinguished. The death shooter and his companions exchanged glances, immediately sensing trouble. First came silence, followed by a cacophony reminiscent of a raging tsunami. 60,000 hostages rose and rushed toward the exit, plunging the scene into chaos. At that moment, a large contingent of Gotham Police surged in through the exit, instantly altering the dynamics within the stadium. What on earth is that rascal Harley doing, allowing these police to enter? There is no time to dwell on that, Nanasai. Deal with those officers while I continue the search. The scent of blood is in the air. I am coming. No sooner had he spoken than the Shark King leaped, his massive frame crashing into the incoming police force. The death shooter and the beast scoured the tumultuous crowd. Not you, nor you. This guy is exceptionally hard to find. Cursing, he grabbed one person, only to toss them aside violently. In the midst of the chaos, a woman accidentally collided with the beast, who swiftly lifted her with one arm. Unable to locate his target, his fury ignited, and he intended to smash the woman brutally. Suddenly, a silver hammer descended from above, accompanied by the sound of rushing wind, crashing onto the beast's head and sending him sprawling to the ground. Li Duan landed alongside the hammer, catching the woman in his arms. "Are you all right?" he asked, donning a mask acquired from a street vendor, gently setting her down. "Who the hell are you to ambush me?" The beast snarled, slowly rising while twisting his neck in anger. Li Duan gestured, and the hammer flew back into his hand. "I am here to teach you a lesson. Who do you think you are to instruct me?" The beast's eyes glinted with menace as he raised the rifle on his left arm, aiming it at Li Duan. Bang, bang, bang. The barrage of bullets came rushing toward him, and Li Duan swiftly swung the Mjolnir in front of him, the whirling hammer deflecting every projectile. Witnessing the fierce battle unfold, the surrounding crowd hastily retreated, fleeing in a panic. Seeing Li Duan unscathed, the beast suddenly charged forward with astonishing speed, arriving at his side in an instant. The creature raised its left arm, glinting coldly, as the sharp dagger lunged menacingly toward Li Duan's neck. Clang! The sound of steel clashing echoed as Li Duan reacted just in time to raise his hammer and barely block the strike. Unexpectedly, the beast's right hand swung fiercely towards him, With a dull thud, Li Duan was forcefully knocked to the ground. Is that all you've got? Confidence can lead to a beating, you know, it mocked, sneering at the fallen Li Duan, with a fierce glint in its eyes. It lifted the dagger in its left arm, poised to stab him. Lying on the ground, Li Duan appeared unresponsive, moments away from being pierced. Thunder God S Hammer Proficiency 20, unlocking Thunder God S Power 10. The system's voice resonated in Li Duan's mind like a thunderclap. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, filled with fury and a surge of lightning. He sprang to his feet, the Mjlnir in his hand crackling with energy, and with a powerful swing, he struck the beast squarely on the jaw. An overwhelming force erupted, sending the creature flying dozens of meters away. Chapter 4. Batman is stealing my kill. Li Duan was momentarily taken aback by the decisive blow. Lowering his gaze to inspect himself, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Translucent lightning coiled around him like a slender serpent, emitting deep, resonant rumbles with each flicker, like a god of thunder descending upon the earth. He astonished all who beheld him. Wow, this is only the 10th level of thunder power, and it's already so formidable. If fully unleashed, could I not cleave Thanos in two? Beep. System notification. Thunder God S power increases with the host's proficiency in Mjlnir. So that is how it works. It seems I must diligently train with this artifact from Asgard. Moving to the beast's side, he bent down to inspect it, discovering that it had succumbed to unconsciousness. Beep. Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating the beast. Reward, 150 exchange points, defense boost 10. Nice. Not only did I acquire exchange points, but I also enhanced my fundamental attributes, a double victory. So this is what it feels like to be a superhero. It's quite delightful. Once I accumulate enough points, I must procure a set of permanent Iron Man armor to don. The thought of his Marvel idol, Tony Stark, made Li Duan chuckle to himself. Suddenly, something caught his eye. Leaning down again, he observed a photograph tucked at the beast's waist. The image depicted a strikingly beautiful woman with long golden hair, fair skin, and an alluring figure, though the photograph only captured her profile. Clearly, this woman was their target, someone whose significance warranted the reckless pursuit by the Suicide Squad. Roar. Just as he was lost in thought, a furious roar erupted ahead. Looking up, he was taken aback to see King Shark tearing through the Gotham Police who had come to provide reinforcements. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Duan's brows quivered slightly, and a fierce murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The hammer swung once more, whipping up a tempest, suddenly soaring into the air. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, he resembled a small mountain before ordinary humans. Moreover, this mountain was a brutal meat grinder with the body of a shark. In an instant, blood and flesh were scattered everywhere. No one could withstand the ferocity of this merciless killing machine. The police force found themselves utterly powerless against it. Ordinary bullets merely tickled its skin, as solid as tempered steel. The officers had no choice but to quickly disperse, surrounding the creature and bombarding it with rockets and turrets. Within moments, thick smoke billowed. What a troublesome adversary. This beast was as impenetrable as a tank. William, Li Duan's police partner, could not help but jest amidst the encirclement of the Shark King. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind surged before him. William's face turned pale as he opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. The colossal figure of the Shark King loomed before him, and his comrades only then realized the imminent danger, but it was too late. The gaping maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth, sent chills down his spine, and in the next heartbeat, William's head was severed from his body. Crash! A silver-white bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the Shark King's massive head with unerring precision, sending it crashing to the ground. As thunder roared, Li Duan descended, summoning the hammer back into his grasp. Drenched in electric energy, he resembled a superhero, exuding an aura of coolness. What a divine spectacle! This sudden turn of events left the police officers awestruck. Clad in a mask and radiating thunderous light, Li Duan appeared as though a deity had descended upon the earth. The officers could scarcely believe that this was the very individual who had donned an armored suit to vanquish the Joker at Arkham. The fallen Shark King, momentarily dazed, pushed itself up, vigorously shaking its head. Who dared to ambush me? It roared in fury. Clear out. Leave this to me. Li Duan commanded the surrounding officers as he perceived the giant preparing to unleash its wrath. Is it you, little ant? You thought you could revel in your moment of triumph while I took my eyes off you, you wretched fish. Oh, little creature. Your arrogance suggests your flesh must be quite fresh. Do you believe I will shatter your teeth? Incensed by Li Duan's taunts, the Shark King gritted its teeth, a cacophony echoing as it stomped heavily on the ground, unleashing a violent charge towards Li Duan. Its formidable fist hurtled towards his head with astonishing speed. Li Duan's pupils contracted in shock. The brute's velocity was unexpectedly swift. With no time to evade, he wielded the Mjolnir, as fierce lightning coiled around it. Bang! The fist and hammer collided violently, akin to a meteor striking the earth, unleashing a tumultuous shockwave. Both combatants were forced back 10 meters by the overwhelming force. Li Duan's expression shifted. His right hand's palm had been split, blood streaming forth. Truly, the core strength of the Suicide Squad was fearsome indeed. Li Duan licked the blood from his hands, the metallic scent only fueling the Shark King's battle fervor. Lifting his gaze, he found the colossal beast remarkably composed and unscathed. "Is that all you've got?" The Shark King taunted, flexing his wrist with a mocking demeanor. Noticing that Li Duan ignored him, he charged forward once more. Engaging him head-on would yield no advantage. It was imperative to identify his weaknesses. With keen observation, Li Duan grasped his hammer tightly. The sheer size and weight of the Shark King were indeed his vulnerabilities. He scrutinized the Shark King's physique intently. The knee. That would surely buckle under the force of my full strike. In the blink of an eye, the Shark King was upon him, unleashing a barrage of ferocious punches like a relentless tempest. Though Li Duan managed to deflect the onslaught with his hammer, the brute force still propelled him backward by several meters. Coughing up blood, his complexion pale, he thought. This creature is far too swift, a formidable challenge indeed. Li Duan narrowed his eyes, realizing he must devise an ingenious tactic. Intelligence triumphs over brute strength. A flicker of inspiration ignited in his mind. My teeth are quite sharp, and I promise not to cause you undue suffering, mocked the Shark King as he charged again. Take this, you foolish fish, Li Duan exclaimed. Seizing a fire extinguisher from a nearby officer, twisting the nozzle to deliver a precise spray into the Shark King's eyes. The granular mist enveloped his head, prompting a pained howl as he shielded his eyes. The moment had arrived. With a swift motion, Li Duan hurled the hammer, crackling with the might of thunder. The hammer struck the Shark King's right knee with unerring accuracy. Another anguished roar escaped the Shark King as he fell to one knee, clutching his eyes. Retrieving his hammer, Li Duan leapt into the air, electric arcs illuminating the surroundings as he channeled all the power of Thor into a devastating blow. With a resounding crash, the Shark King fell, the ground beneath him yielding to the impact. Finally exhaling a sigh of relief, Li Duan descended gently to the earth. Yet, upon closer inspection, he noticed the Shark King still writhing. This creature is indeed formidable. Before he could ponder further, a sleek black aircraft roared overhead. A Batmobile? Just as Li Duan stood in bewilderment, Batman descended from the sky clad in his iconic suit. With a powerful fist, he struck down upon the Shark King, rendering him unconscious at last. Wow, stealing my glory. Chapter 5. The Flash takes me as his apprentice at the East 23rd Street football field in Gotham City. Li Duan stood in astonishment as Batman secured the incapacitated Shark King with specialized handcuffs. Surrounding police officers leaped into the pit, working together to hoist the Shark King out. Has this man never seen Batman? His astonishment suggests he might be a fan. Observing Li Duan's frozen state, two officers began to converse. Wait. I fought the Shark King for ages, and he swoops in to steal my spotlight? Is there no justice? Li Duan interjected, unable to contain his frustration as he overheard their discussion. The two officers clearly struggled to comprehend his words. Li Duan felt a surge of frustration. His hard-earned 500 exchange points vanished in an instant due to Batman's intervention. Well, it's my own fault, he sighed, reflecting on his misfortune, akin to encountering a crow on a wedding day. Suddenly, a figure on the distant wall captured his attention. The Reaper? In his grasp was a woman, scaling the wall with the aid of ropes. This was Dyer. He had found his target. Li Duan cursed his luck, preparing to pursue with Mjolnir in hand. But by the time he looked up, the Reaper had already escaped over the wall. He couldn't let him get away. He had to act swiftly. Swift? Quicksilver. An idea flashed through his mind. If he exchanged for a Quicksilver experience card, he could certainly catch up with the Reaper. Without hesitation, he opened the Marvel Superstore. 100 points required? No matter, the Reaper is worth 300, a guaranteed profit. Ding. Host successfully exchanged for a Quicksilver experience card, valid for 24 hours, agility boost 999. The moment he activated the card, everything around him slowed dramatically, and a surge of powerful energy coursed through his body. This sensation was exhilarating. Li Duan gasped, then vanished in a blur, leaving only an afterimage. Batman, Bruce, who had just confined King Shark, turned to look for the figure wielding the hammer. Strange. Why does that person radiate such a familiar aura? He mused, observing Li Duan's fading silhouette. Li Duan darted through the crowd with astonishing speed, his velocity allowing him to act with impunity. This gentleman's hat is quite unique, though it doesn't suit him. Ah, perfect for this young chap. He swiftly transferred an older man's hat onto a young man's head. Well, this beauty is not only stunning but also has an exquisite figure. Midway, he abruptly slowed to appreciate the lovely lady. Upon closer inspection, he realized she was holding hands with a rather portly older gentleman, an old cow grazing on tender grass. Infuriating. After a few choice words, Li Duan unfastened the man's belt, removed his trousers, and placed them atop his head. A true masterpiece, ha ha ha. To everyone else, Li Duan appeared to be frozen in time as he moved at high speed. After his playful antics, he accelerated once more in pursuit of the Reaper. Effortlessly vaulting over the high wall he had just scaled, the scenery around him transformed rapidly, and in an instant, he found himself on 23rd Street. There, his gaze sharpened, instantly spotting the Reaper entering an alley with the hostage. Just then, a brilliant flash of gold and red appeared beside him, a figure shimmering within the light. A quick glance revealed, to his astonishment, that someone was keeping pace with his speed. Clad in a red suit with a lightning emblem, could it be the Flash, Barry Allen? You actually recognize me, Barry said, speeding up to Lee Duan's side. Wow, are you here to claim another head? What head? The Flash, Barry found himself somewhat bewildered. How could this individual move at such incredible speeds, akin to his own? Do you possess the Speed Force as well? He inquired. Not at all, came the reply. So how can you run so swiftly? Curious to know? Then come chase me. If you catch me, I shall reveal the secret. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lee Duan flashed a mischievous grin and accelerated, leaving Barry in his wake. Goodness, is he really challenging me to a race? Surely, he must be jesting, Barry thought as he observed Lee Duan's unshakable confidence. With determination surging within him, he gave it his all to pursue. Lee Duan was not merely boastful. He was acutely aware of the temporal dynamics at play in their world. At this moment, Barry Allen, the Flash, had only recently grasped the essence of the Speed Force, while his own experience with the Quicksilver card was drawn from the zenith of the Apocalyptian era. In terms of velocity, the Flash was still rather inexperienced. As expected, despite his utmost efforts, Barry could only catch a glimpse of Lee Duan's figure disappearing into the distance. After outpacing the Flash, Lee Duan swiftly approached Deadshot. In a state of hyperspeed, he delivered a powerful punch that felled Deadshot before the latter even realized he had been ambushed. Almost immediately, the familiar crack of thunder echoed through the alley as Lee Duan, wielding Thor's hammer, struck Deadshot with a decisive blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully defeating Deadshot. Reward, 300 exchange points, power boost, 20. What a relief. The absence of headhunters made the victory all the more enjoyable. Who are you calling a headhunter? Barry, transforming into his lightning-fast self, interjected with indignation. Why do you linger like a ghost? You promised that if I caught you, you would tell me why. Before Barry could finish his sentence, Lee Duan once again entered a state of high velocity, rushing to the side of the blonde woman who lay on the ground. Something felt amiss. Sensing an anomaly, Lee Duan exited his rapid state. Friend, do you realize how discourteous you are being? Barry continued to prattle on. Just as Lee Duan prepared to examine a photograph for reference, a military helicopter hovered above, kicking up a storm of debris. Looking up, he beheld a voluptuous, alluring woman on board, casting him a wicked smile. Harley Quinn? Why is she here? Suddenly, Lee Duan resumed his high-speed state, noticing that Harley was pressing a button on a remote control. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds reverberated as both Lee Duan and Barry sprang into action. The bombs buried beneath the ground were detonated by Harley, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that razed the entire alley. In less than a heartbeat, the duo managed to rescue the residents of the alley in a well-coordinated effort. They also saved the blonde woman and Deadshot. Standing amidst the brilliant flames, Lee Duan gazed at the blonde woman in his arms, his mind racing with questions. Now that they had located their target, why would they still intend to eliminate her? With narrowed eyes, he suddenly understood. They must have procured something of significance from her. As Barry set Deadshot down, he quietly approached Lee Duan. I humbly seek your mentorship. Could you teach me how to move as swiftly as you do? Chapter 6. An encounter with Catwoman. Hey buddy, teach me, and I shall undertake any task you desire. Apart from crime, Barry incessantly surrounded Lee Duan, eagerly speaking to him. Don't ignore me. See how sincere I am. Noticing that Lee Duan maintained a stoic expression, Barry became as restless as an ant on a hot pan, anxiously pacing about. If you truly want me to teach you, I fear I won't be able to impart much. The concept of super speed is something only those of the Lightning family truly comprehend. Lee Duan felt a wave of despair, realizing that this fellow was quite relentless. However, upon reflecting on some comic books he had perused before his arrival in this world, he thought perhaps he could indeed spin a tale. Given your persistence, I shall reluctantly oblige. Fantastic. I think I might just fall in love with you. Upon hearing Lee Duan's agreement, Barry's face lit up with joy, and he rushed forward to embrace Lee Duan with fervent kisses. Wait. First, help me get this criminal to jail, and then come back to this spot another day. After saying this, Lee Duan quietly whispered his address to Barry. No problem. I've got it covered. No sooner had he spoken than Barry transformed into a flash of lightning, lifting the defeated foe and vanishing from sight. Lee Duan shook his head with a gentle laugh, surprised by the antics of the Flash. All right, time to attend to more pressing matters. The blonde woman remained unconscious, so Lee Duan carefully lifted her from the ground. Well, the soft sensation in his hands caused his throat to constrict slightly. Let us head to my home to rest. It's safer there. The other members of the Suicide Squad haven't shown up yet, so we mustn't be careless. He spoke softly to the sleeping beauty in his arms. In an instant, the sound of wind signaled their disappearance. As the flames extinguished, 23rd Street gradually returned to tranquility amidst the thickening smoke. In a spacious room bathed in soft light, the blonde beauty began to awaken, slowly opening her eyes. The sudden brightness caused her to shield her gaze with a delicate hand. "Where am I?" she inquired, her cherry-red lips parting slightly. Sitting up, she noticed the absence of anyone else in the room. "Is anyone here?" Coming. Li Duan entered, carrying a glass of water. "I'm glad you're awake. Please rest here for now." He spoke gently to the fragile beauty with cascading golden locks on the bed. "I vaguely remember." "Oh, you saved me?" "Indeed. Do you recall now?" "Yes, but..." Suddenly, she seemed startled, hugging her legs and retreating. "They will find us here," she said, trembling, her delicate face evoking sympathy. "Do not worry. With me here, should they arrive, it will be their undoing," Li Duan assured her with a confident gaze. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "I am Anna Tompkins, a doctor in the city." "Anna, a lovely name." "I'm Li Duan." "So you're a doctor?" "Indeed. Otherwise they wouldn't be searching for me. Could you enlighten me on what exactly is happening?" During their conversation, Li Duan handed Anna the photograph he had retrieved. The thug mentioned that their leader requires a doctor capable of unraveling the Joker virus. "Leader?" Li Duan connected the dots, recalling Amanda Waller, the mastermind behind the Suicide Squad. This individual was indeed a formidable figure within Gotham's government. She unexpectedly fell victim to the Joker's virus. One must admit that the Clown Prince is indeed formidable. "Having previously worked at Arkham, they believe I possess the capability to create an antidote," Anna remarked, spreading her hands, astonished that her past employment would lead to such peril. "So it appears, their targets extend beyond just you." "Indeed, my aunt is still on the run, and I have no idea how she fares." "Is your aunt also a doctor at Arkham?" "Yes, she is the primary physician responsible for the Joker, named Leslie Tompkins." "Ah," Li Duan realized internally. "So you are the niece of Arkham's chief physician. No wonder the Suicide Squad seeks you out." Within Arkham, Leslie is quite renowned, having served as the Joker's doctor for years, and shares intricate ties with Commissioner Gordon. "Rest assured, you may recuperate here. Since I have the capability to rescue you from their clutches, I shall ensure they do not take you away again." Li Duan cast a resolute glance toward Anna, who felt a blush rise to her cheeks upon hearing this. "Thank you." Her soft voice was like a refreshing spring to Li Duan's ears. After Anna continued to rest, Li Duan chose not to intrude further. The addition of a beautiful guest in his home brought Li Duan great joy. This encounter instilled in him a renewed sense of anticipation for the world ahead. All of this was thanks to the system. If wielded wisely, love, wealth, and power would be at his fingertips. Countless superhero abilities rendered all of this a feasible reality. Imagining his future days, Li Duan couldn't help but smile foolishly. At that moment, peculiar sounds emanated from the neighboring house. Li Duan paused. Could there be a threat? Since his arrival in this realm, he hadn't yet paid a visit to his neighbors. Now seemed an opportune moment. With a mere thought, Quicksilver's ability surged forth, his form becoming a blur. There were still hours left on his Quicksilver experience card, so he intended to make the most of it. In an instant, Li Duan found himself at his neighbor's door. Just then, the strange sound ceased once more. It was truly baffling. The residences here are all self-built, typically 2 to 3 stories high, with private gardens surrounding them. With Quicksilver's speed, a quick exploration should go unnoticed. With this thought, Li Duan grinned mischievously, then entered high-speed mode, leaping over the garden and into the house. My heavens! What transpired here? Surveying the surroundings, the living room was in utter disarray, furniture toppled as if a thief had ransacked it. No. It was as if a terrorist had invaded. This is Gotham. Anything insane could occur. Holding this thought, Li Duan delved deeper. Upon reaching the staircase, he discovered several bodies of men clad in black uniforms sprawled across the hallway. Holy cow! Li Duan's expression turned astonished. This was no trivial matter. Caution was imperative. So he surged upward at breakneck speed to the second floor. Is someone in the bathroom? Hearing the sound of running water, Li Duan hurried to the bathroom door. The door stood ajar, a fragrant steam wafting forth. Li Duan cautiously peeked in to ascertain the situation. A delicate mist enveloped the bathroom, where a curvaceous silhouette flickered in and out of view. Crystal clear water cascaded over porcelain skin, revealing beneath a visage of exquisite beauty a figure of luscious proportions, with 2 fair and supple legs that ignited the imagination. Good gracious! A mere glance sent blood gushing from his nose, staining the entrance of the bathroom. Such a tantalizing scene was a first for Li Duan, who found himself utterly transfixed. His peripheral vision caught sight of garments hanging on the wall, and a sudden realization struck him. The iconic black leather attire, the petite cat ears, was this not the enchanting Catwoman of Gotham? Chapter 7. The takedown. Just as Li Duan was lost in thought, Catwoman within sensed a subtle disturbance outside the door. Who is it? A startled exclamation echoed, causing Li Duan to fall back onto the floor in shock. In the next instant, the bathroom lights abruptly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Li Duan quickly sensed something amiss and attempted to leap back, but it was regrettably too late. Thud! In the pitch blackness, Li Duan was forcefully brought down, his head striking the floor. Before he could even groan, Catwoman had locked her grip around his neck with ferocious tenacity. Feeling the soft warmth pressing against him, her voluptuous form was pressed tightly against his skin. Li Duan could distinctly sense that Catwoman was unclad. Good heavens, what a divine experience. He nearly succumbed to a loss of blood from the sheer excitement. Where did you come from? A sultry voice whispered near his ear, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance that filled the air. Let me explain. Humph. A chilling retort emerged from the darkness as Li Duan felt the pressure on his neck intensifying. No, she intends to snap my neck. Panic surged within him, prompting him to activate his Quicksilver ability. With a swift motion, he freed himself from beneath Catwoman. Thud! The sudden loss of support caused her to crash onto the floor, followed by a soft gasp. Li Duan, wide-eyed, yearned to glimpse the beauty, yet in the darkness, he could only discern the tantalizing outline of her form. You! Catwoman began to curse, but halted, realizing that this man was no ordinary individual. Who sent you? Sent me? I merely reside next door and came to see what was happening here. Came to see? Catwoman interjected, abruptly rising and attempting a sweeping kick to fell Li Duan. However, with his quicksilver speed, he effortlessly evaded her. The little feline stood in astonishment, pondering how this man could move so swiftly. Just as Catwoman prepared to engage Li Duan once more, a commotion echoed from downstairs. Who is in there? What is happening? A coarse voice called from below. Li Duan immediately recognized it as the patrolling officer, and unease washed over him. Hey, Selena. The police will be here shortly. Quickly put on your clothes, and I'll take you to my place to hide. Huh? How do you know my real name? Because just hurry and put on your clothes. Li Duan felt a twinge of embarrassment for inadvertently revealing Catwoman's true identity. In that instant, she donned her black leather ensemble. At this moment, the police below were already calling for reinforcements via the intercom, preparing to encircle the area. Let's hide at my place. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Duan scooped up Catwoman and dashed towards the stairs with remarkable speed. No. Who asked you to? Catwoman barely had time to voice her protest before Li Duan whisked her away. The officers at the entrance were reporting the situation into their radios when suddenly, a gust of wind whisked past. Did something just pass by? It turned out to be Li Duan speeding past with Catwoman in his arms. Having been captivated by the Catwoman character in comics from his previous life, he never imagined he would experience being tackled by her today. Holding the enchanting feline, Li Duan couldn't help but reminisce about the recent events. Put me down. Upon reaching his doorstep, Catwoman's playful admonition jolted Li Duan back to reality. Oh, my apologies. He hastily set her down just as police sirens began to blare outside. Let's go inside for now. I'll explain everything shortly. Humph. Catwoman shot a disgruntled glance at Li Duan before stepping into the house. Li Duan shrugged helplessly and then turned to survey the surroundings, following her inside. As soon as he stepped into the living room, he was taken aback by the sight before him. Anna was sitting on the couch, holding a cup of water, looking utterly bewildered and astonished at the sudden appearance of Catwoman. Upon noticing Li Duan entering behind her, her expression shifted to one of confusion. You actually know my real name. It seems the forces behind you are formidable. Speak. Who sent you? Catwoman demanded, hands on her hips, scrutinizing Li Duan. I truly have no ulterior motives. I merely heard some commotion next door and went to investigate, only to find you inside. Do you expect me to believe a rogue's words? And how did you move so swiftly? Rogue. Mr. Li, what on earth transpired between you two? Anna interjected, unable to endure the peculiar conversation any longer. Anna, let me explain. Just as Li Duan was about to defend himself, the doorbell rang. It must be the patrolling officers who had tracked them down. Catwoman quickly retreated to the bedroom. It's all right. Don't worry. I'll be back soon. After reassuring Anna, Li Duan stepped out to confront the police alone. Okay. Anna nodded gently, her curiosity piqued by the symphony of sirens outside. Leveraging his connections at the Gotham Police Department and his adept verbal skills, Li Duan soon managed to send the officers away. Upon returning to the living room, he found Catwoman and Anna seated on the couch, chatting and laughing. Seeing this scene made Li Duan break into a cold sweat. Surely, his carefully crafted persona wouldn't unravel. As he joined the conversation, he learned that Anna had assured Catwoman of her good intentions, which eased the latter's hostility towards Li Duan. Regarding how he knew Catwoman's real name, Li Duan resorted to fabricating a tale involving the Flash. The trio engaged in a candid discussion. So, my neighbor has been one of Penguin's henchmen all along. You only just found that out? Having lived next door for such an extended period. You were oblivious to the fact that it was a den of vice? Li Duan shook his head in resignation, as no recollection surfaced in his mind regarding this matter. You have eliminated them all. The penguin will not seek vengeance, will he? It is not as if I reside adjacent to them. Li Duan was quite incensed by the cunning and playful demeanor of Catwoman. I trust that Mr. Li will resolve these issues, Anna asserted with unwavering conviction. Her clear gaze fixed upon Li Duan. Rest assured, leave it to me. As night deepened, due to a lack of available rooms, Li Duan relinquished his accommodation to Catwoman and Anna, relegating himself to the sofa. Encountering two stunning women in a single day felt like reaching the pinnacle of his existence. However, he was likely to face even graver challenges ahead. By rescuing Anna, he had effectively drawn the ire of Amanda Waller. She and her suicide squad would undoubtedly not let him or Anna off easily. An ambush could occur at any moment. With this thought, Li Duan suddenly conceived an idea. What if I sought to collaborate with Amanda to assist her in creating an antidote? Chapter 8. In the role of a professor, dammit, I have a stiff neck. On his way to the police station, Li Duan grimaced, clutching his neck. He wondered if it was the result of Catwoman's twist from the previous night. But recalling the alluring experience filled him with a sense of fulfillment. Upon entering the station, all eyes turned toward him. Have I committed some grave offense? Li Duan was utterly perplexed. The disdainful glances directed at him made him feel like the center of a vortex, leaving him momentarily dazed. He hurried back to his station and inquired with William about the situation. Before William could respond, mocking voices erupted. Is our soft-skinned egg here? Ha ha ha, such audacity to return. How could this fellow escape from the scene if he weren't so thick-skinned? It was baffling how this coward managed to enter our precinct. In an instant, Li Duan found himself besieged by jeers and insults that threatened to engulf him. From their words, he gathered that during the support operation at the football field yesterday, his departure before entering was witnessed. Thus, they ridiculed him for abandoning the mission. Li Duan felt a surge of anger swelling within him. The sense of injustice lodged like a thorn in his throat. It was truly a comical yet tragic situation. He mused that the very hero they dubbed the Thunder God, the new star of Gotham, who single-handedly annihilated a trio from the Suicide Squad, was none other than himself. On second thought, it was unavoidable. His identity could not yet be revealed. An entire cadre of criminals was watching him, and public exposure would bring nothing but peril. Just as Li Duan endeavored to console himself, attempting to become immunized against the station's scorn, Gordon arrived. It was a rare occurrence for the chief to visit the precinct personally. William, astonished, whispered to the weary Gordon. Li Duan also lifted his gaze. Gentlemen, the troublesome task has returned. This time we shall decide by vote as we have in the past. Excellent. We already have a suitable candidate. Let that coward witness the true face of Gotham. Once Gordon notified his subordinates, the crowd began to stir, casting malevolent glances toward the table occupied by Li Duan and William. As anticipated, Li Duan and his companion were unanimously chosen to undertake this daunting task. On the way, Li Duan sat in the passenger seat, propping his chin against the window, his expression clouded with worry. Was this task truly that formidable? Indeed, it ranks among the most challenging assignments we face each month. So, what exactly are we supposed to do? Have you forgotten? Our precinct has been tasked by the Tax Bureau to regularly urge FIC Company regarding their tax obligations. Oh, such a matter exists? That company is notorious for its tax evasion, yet due to its substantial wealth, it has managed to bribe most of the city's councilors, allowing it to act with impunity. I see. It must be most satisfying to teach such arrogant individuals a lesson. Enough of that. If even Commissioner Gordon couldn't succeed, what makes you think we can? William cast a disdainful glance at Li Duan. The humiliation Li Duan's previous cowardice had brought upon him as his partner left William feeling somewhat irked. Sensing William's displeasure, Li Duan could only shrug helplessly. Since everyone has such high hopes for us, let us wait and see. The two soon arrived at the headquarters of the company. I genuinely wish to witness just how audacious they are. They strode directly inside. May I ask if you have an appointment? The receptionist, clad in a red uniform, inquired of them. No. If not, before she could finish her sentence, Li Duan revealed his Gotham Police badge. This scene caught the attention of a figure within the lobby. Subsequently, the two naturally proceeded to the elevator, at which point the figure approached and joined them. Does the position of a police officer still hold any weight in Gotham? It merely sustains a horde of urban parasites. Upon hearing this mocking voice, Li Duan turned to glance back. It was a middle-aged man in a red suit. His hair slicked back to a shine, a sardonic smile adorning his face. Li Duan mused, what foolish dog is this, and chose to ignore him, only for the man to press further. Such parasites ought to have vanished long ago, relying solely on superheroes, a bunch of spineless fools. Oh, without us, you might have met your demise long ago. What can a group of worthless individuals accomplish? The man, sensing Li Duan's defiance, grew more animated. You. Just as Li Duan was about to retort with sharp words, William forcefully pulled him out of the elevator. We've arrived, let us go. In the blink of an eye, the two found themselves seated across from the company's CEO. Esteemed officers, what brings you to our modest establishment? We are here to urge you to settle your taxes, of course. Stop dawdling and pay up. We are pressed for time. Li Duan, growing impatient with the CEO's sarcastic demeanor, spoke curtly. The CEO was a corpulent man, weighing over 200 pounds, with layers of fat on his face resembling a stack of sweet donuts. Someone, serve our guests some coffee. The CEO bellowed, and a servant approached, pouring 2 cups of coffee at the table of Li Duan and William. Before the imposing desk of their superior sat a cup, while he leisurely added sugar to his own drink. In stark contrast, Li Duan and his companions found themselves devoid of sugar. Out of sugar? Oh, I neglected to mention that this sugar is of the finest quality, sourced from the French royal family. I presume it is beyond your means, he declared, indulging in his coffee with a self-satisfied demeanor. Witnessing the superior's infuriating expression, Li Duan nearly stood up to spill the coffee upon his corpulent visage. Beside him, William pressed his arm against Li Duan, urging him to remain calm, emphasizing the importance of the matter at hand. Li Duan pursed his lips, conceding, "All right. Just don't provoke me further. If you fail to comply, we shall resort to legal measures." Legal measures? You dare speak to me of law? The superior guffawed, his jowls quivering with mirth. The majority of council members heed my commands. I am the law here. Li Duan was rendered momentarily speechless by his audacity. The man was utterly unreasonable, and he prepared to respond accordingly. With a surge of anger, he accessed the system. Observing that he possessed 350 exchange points, now was the time to utilize them. Ding. 200 exchange points redeemed successfully. Acquire Professor Experience card, usable 4 times. Li Duan smirked coldly, his demeanor transforming entirely, a chilling aura prompting the superior to sense a shift in power. With a mere thought, the professor's mind control ability manifested. Prepare 2 cups of coffee with sugar, and present them to us, he commanded. Immediately, the superior sprang to his feet, complying with Li Duan's orders. Diligently pouring coffee and adding sugar, his previous bravado dissipating in an instant. William and the nearby servant stood in stunned silence, bewildered by the turn of events. Had the world turned upside down? The superior, now seemingly subservient to Li Duan, bore an expression of utter obedience. Satisfied with the coffee, Li Duan's eyes gleamed with an inner light. You are willing to pay taxes, are you not? Yes, yes, the superior affirmed. Taking the document from Li Duan's hand and beginning to sign it, William's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he were witnessing a miracle. Is the sun rising in the west? Chapter 9, Promotion to Deputy Police Chief at the top floor office of the Fight Company headquarters. The rotund superior hastily inscribed his name upon the agreement on the expansive oval table. Li Duan reclined comfortably, his feet perched upon the table, savoring the coffee poured for him by the very man who had once looked down upon him. Might as well sign off on the next few years as well, Li Duan suggested, lifting his gaze to the superior, whose eyes now glimmered with golden light as his mind control took effect once more. Oh, of course, yes. The superior nodded vigorously, his consciousness fully ensnared by Li Duan's influence. He was signing a document committing to the voluntary payment of all taxes, with the understanding that failure to comply would result in the confiscation of his entire estate. Once the control was lifted, the superior would likely be infuriated beyond measure. A triumphant smirk graced Li Duan's face. Still feeling arrogant, are we? Beside him, William wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could such a law-defying, arrogant tycoon suddenly become compliant with Li Duan's commands? His gaze towards Li Duan gradually transformed. Moments later, after all the agreements had been signed, the executive was visibly drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Well done, Li Duan remarked with a self-satisfied smile as he collected all the agreements, preparing to depart with William. Halfway through, he thought, I cannot let him off so easily. Thus, he turned around once more, entering the elevator. William was burdened with a large bag, which turned out to be the executive's entire collection of exquisite French royal sugar. Why has he suddenly been so generous as to give us all his sugar? Li Duan mused. Perhaps he has come to his senses, his mind previously clouded by greed? With that thought, Li Duan couldn't help but chuckle. It was indeed refreshing to teach such an arrogant fellow a lesson. Upon arriving in the lobby, he glanced up to see a middle-aged man in a red uniform reprimanding the staff. As it turned out, he was the lobby manager, which explained his haughty demeanor. Oh, it is that foolish dog. Let's see how I deal with him. Li Duan's eyes sparkled with mischief as he activated the professor's abilities once more. Suddenly, the man's demeanor shifted dramatically. To the astonishment of all the employees, he dropped to the floor and began to shout, I am a foolish dog. I am a foolish dog. Woof, woof, woof. This outburst sent the staff into fits of laughter, and Li Duan and William joined in, doubled over with mirth. Quick, record this. The manager's true colors are finally revealed. Come and see. It seemed that the employees had often been bullied by this man, and they were thoroughly entertained. Once outside, Li Duan and William hurried to their vehicle. What could not have been accomplished even by Gordon had been effortlessly achieved by the two of them. and they had resolved the matter for years to come. Lee, how did you manage that? By understanding the opponent's weaknesses, one can achieve such feats. Lee Duan began to fabricate a serious explanation. As the effects of the mind control wore off, the executive sat vacantly on the sofa, his inner turmoil raging. Quickly, find out everything about that officer named Lee. I want all his information. Yes. His eyes glinted with malice as he crushed his coffee cup in his hand. Just wait. In the lobby, the man sprawled on the ground drew the attention of all the employees. Suddenly ceasing his barking, he looked up and felt utterly humiliated. What are you staring at? Do you want to quit? Get back to work. He immediately sprang to his feet, shouting in anger. The employees, stifling their laughter, returned to their posts. Back at Gotham Police Station, Lee Duan returned triumphantly with the agreements in hand. He held his head high as he entered the superintendent's office, where Gordon was engaged in conversation with the superintendent. Behold, this is the 5-year tax agreement voluntarily signed by the CEO of Fit Company. With astonished expressions, the two men watched as Lee Duan placed the document firmly on the desk. Is this for real? They picked up the agreement for a meticulous examination, their faces reflecting shock. This task had never been accomplished before. It had been languishing as a burdensome task at the precinct. And today, it had been resolved. Not only that, but it was a 5-year agreement. Whether it was Director Gordon or the police chief, neither could fathom the situation. Whose idea was this? You too. It was him. I merely lent a hand. William gestured towards Lee Duan, who too was in awe of Lee's extraordinary performance today. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. You too. Come with me. Gordon directly draped an arm around Lee Duan and William, ushering them into the police station's hall. Attention, everyone. These two young officers have accomplished remarkable feats. Not only did they secure a voluntary agreement from FIC, but it's a commitment for 5 years. Gordon proclaimed excitedly to all the officers. Initially, there was a sense of confusion among the crowd, but upon witnessing Gordon personally congratulating Lee Duan, the reality set in. Suddenly, the entire assembly rose to their feet in fervent applause, the sound akin to a roaring tsunami. I hereby declare these two as the officers of the month, Gordon continued. Then turned to face Lee Duan. Lee Duan, momentarily taken aback by the honor, found himself at a loss for words. Listen up. Lee Duan will henceforth serve as the deputy chief. All of you are to show him due respect. Director, our precinct must have capable individuals like you to assist in governance. You must fulfill your duties diligently. Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations. Upon returning to his post, Lee Duan noticed a shift in the demeanor of the surrounding officers who had previously looked down upon him. While they had yet to reach the level of admiration, they could not deny Lee Duan's exceptional abilities. Unexpectedly, after merely borrowing the professor's prowess to complete a task, he found himself elevated to the position of deputy chief. Lee Duan felt a surge of joy, but the weight of responsibility soon came knocking. Lee, come here for a moment. The chief called out to Lee Duan from the hall. Not daring to delay, Lee hurried over. Their chief, a shrewd middle-aged man named Clay, had devoted himself to the Gotham Police Department, which was why Director Gordon placed such trust in him. Chief, is there a new assignment? Lee, from now on, your tasks will involve significant cases. Are you prepared to serve as my deputy? Upon hearing Clay's words, Lee Duan's interest peaked. He had been lamenting the lack of villains to apprehend. Certainly, I am ready. Well then, take a look at these, Clay said, handing him a hefty stack of documents. Dozens of doctors? Moreover, each of the abducted physicians was among the city's elite. Do you have any leads? Lee Duan pondered over the materials in his hands. It appeared that Waller, unable to locate Anna, had turned his attention to other doctors in the city. Their target was quite clear. All that remained was to compile a list of the remaining prominent physicians and stake out in advance to uncover who was orchestrating these events from the shadows. Lee Duan did not intend to disclose the matter concerning Waller and the Joker virus. I shall assign you a team. This case is now in your hands. Chapter 10. 1 against 3 in the West District of Gotham's 73rd Street. A large private hospital became the backdrop for a covert hunt. Bang, bang, bang. A torrential downpour of bullets riddled a wall, transforming it into a sieve. Rick Flag advanced, raising his leg to deliver a powerful kick, causing the entire wall to collapse with a thunderous roar, dust and debris scattering into the air. Finding you is as easy as pie, isn't it? Ha ha ha. Before the meeting, the wall crumbled, and Rick smiled leisurely. He then stepped forward, only to discover that the person he sought was not inside. Hurry up, Rick. We don't have much time. Understood, he coldly replied to the voice coming through the intercom, but his expression suddenly turned rigid. Once I find you, you'll experience the sensation of being flayed alive. Meanwhile, Boomerang Captain George was counting heads. Before him stood a row of doctors clad in white coats, all of whom had been abducted from this private hospital. He, along with Rick Flag, the Vengeful Demon, and Katana, had formed a 4-member suicide squad under Amanda Waller's orders to seize the doctors. How many are there? 17 in total. The numbers check out. It's time for us to leave, the vengeful demon Chato remarked, glancing at the lineup of doctors. What on earth is Rick doing? Boomerang George snapped impatiently. Turning to face the hospital, a series of gunshots erupted like firecrackers. It's the Ratcatcher. She is here on orders from Harley Quinn to cause chaos. The woman known as Katana folded her arms. Rick 1T let her get away. Those lunatics. We'll depart in 5 minutes, if Rick doesn't show up. He can find his own way back, Boomerang declared, beginning to herd the doctors onto a large truck parked by the roadside. Clang. The truck doors locked, and the three prepared to board. Wait. Katana suddenly turned to look inside the hospital. At that moment, a window shattered, glass cascading like petals from a heavenly bloom. Through the broken window, Rick could be seen being slammed against the wall by a silver hammer, his expression one of agony. What is happening? Aren't he those Harley S people? Who is that masked man? It seems we need to head back. What a nuisance, Lee remarked as he obtained a list and address. Swinging Thor's hammer and racing to the scene. However, the hospital was empty, save for Rick, who was venting his frustration at being unable to locate the Ratcatcher. Lee wasted no words, swinging his hammer with ferocity. Rick was struck by Lee's surprise attack and embedded into the wall, bloodied and battered. Rick flag. Danger level 3 stars. Capture reward 300 exchange points. With a flick of his wrist, Thor's hammer returned to his grasp. The wall, weakened by Lee's powerful strike, was on the verge of collapse, and before Lee could step forward to finish him off, it came crashing down. Clouds of dust enveloped him, and he retreated swiftly. Ugh. He tore off his mask and began to brush off the dust. The whereabouts of the abducted doctors were unknown, but since Rick had not yet left, it indicated trouble was brewing. Narrowing his eyes, he suddenly noticed a white boomerang slicing through the haze, hurtling toward him. Reacting swiftly, Lee rolled away, channeling the power of Thor. With a thunderous crack, a bolt of lightning accurately struck the returning boomerang, reducing it to mere powder. Kid, state your name. As the dust settled, the 4 members of the Suicide Squad revealed themselves. Captain Boomerang. Threat level 3 stars, capture reward 300 points. Vengeful Demon, threat level 3.5 stars, capture reward 500 points. Katana, threat level 2.5 stars, capture reward 150 points. The system's voice echoed in Lee Duan's mind, his gaze sharpened, exuding an aura of lethal intent. After a brief silence, his lips moved slightly. I am your father. With a fleeting glance at Captain Boomerang, Lee Duan unleashed a torrent of invective. Captain Boomerang, George, raised his brows in astonishment, swiftly igniting with fury. You little brat. Are you tired of living? With that, the trio of Boomerang assailants charged toward Lee Duan in unison. Facing 3 adversaries at once, how exhilarating. A smirk danced upon Lee Duan's lips as he swung the Thunder God's hammer, its cold gleam flashing ominously. The 4 engaged in a fierce clash. The very structure of the hospital trembling on the brink of collapse. Having narrowly evaded a barrage of boomerangs, Lee Duan was met head-on by a lethal strike from a katana. Clang. With just enough time to raise his hammer, he collided with the katana, sparks flying in a brilliant display. The force of the impact sent Lee Duan stumbling back, only to be engulfed by a wave of searing flames that surged forth. With no time for astonishment, he swung his hammer, conjuring a wind barrier that repelled the flames. Indeed, facing 3 adversaries proved challenging. Although he appeared to be at a disadvantage, an exhilarating thrill surged within him. Harnessing the sheer might of the moment, Lee Duan hurled the thunder hammer with fervor, unleashing a tempest of lightning. The flames spewed by the vengeful demon were swiftly dispersed, allowing a figure to emerge amidst the chaos. Gripping his hammer tightly, Lee Duan began to spin, bringing the weapon crashing down upon the trio. Boom. The forceful impact sent the 3 reeling backward, arcs of electricity striking the katana-wielding Kunoichi, who then coughed blood as she collided with the wall. Where have you taken the doctors from here? Lee Duan bellowed at the 3. They exchanged glances, nodding in unison. The vengeful demon stepped forward, unleashing another torrent of scorching flames. Lee Duan had no choice but to raise his hammer in defense. Catching a glimpse of Boomerang carrying Rick and retreating with the katana, trying to escape, he thundered, transforming into a silver streak in an attempt to pursue them, only to be thwarted by the demon erecting a wall of fire. The flickering tongues of flame relentlessly licked the hospital walls, threatening to reduce the place to ashes in mere moments. The temperature was rising alarmingly. Lee Duan sensed impending doom at this rate. Not only would he fail to catch them, but he would also risk being buried beneath the rubble. A flicker of inspiration sparked in his mind. The professor's abilities remained viable for 2 more uses, perfectly suited for the situation at hand. Regaining his composure, he began to manipulate his thoughts. The vengeful demon, Chato, was preparing to conclude his business when suddenly, an unseen force immobilized him. Lee Duan's consciousness infiltrated his subconscious, memories cascading forth in vivid sequences. Betrayal by gang members. The demon's possession, the accidental incineration of innocence, Li Duan delicately attuned to the profound emotions buried deep within Chato's memory. He sensed the relentless quest for redemption within him, a wellspring of guilt coursing through his being. With this realization, Li Duan commenced the implantation of his control within Chato's subconscious. Only by ensuring that evil receives its due punishment can one attain redemption. Do not remain lost, Chato. Heed my command. Li Duan's voice reverberated in Chato's mind. The roaring firewall swiftly contracted, leaving only a tumultuous wave of air. Calm and composed, Li Duan approached Chato. Take me to where those doctors are. Yes. Chapter 11. The nemesis of evil on the spacious street. A silver-white lightning bolt struck down. A searing flame followed, crashing to the ground. Li Duan, adorned with a mask and wielding the hammer of Thor, appeared, with the vengeful demon materializing behind him. Scanning his surroundings, he found only the mottled bloodstains on the ground. Li Duan advanced to inspect, confirming the marks were indeed left by the injured Rick. Damn it, they've escaped. Li Duan pounded his chest in frustration, feeling he was just a hair's breadth away from success. However, he quickly reassured himself that he had the demon Chato under his control. What intelligence was beyond his reach? With that thought, Li Duan resolutely decided to take the demon directly to the Gotham Police Department. Upon returning to the precinct, Li Duan proclaimed his true identity and claimed to have captured the vengeful demon Chato. Instantly, a complex array of expressions crossed the faces of those present. You apprehended one of the core forces of the Suicide Squad all by yourself? As detectives, the disparity in their accomplishments was palpable. Soon after, Li Duan was rewarded with a precious 500 exchange points from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully capturing the third Gotham villain, achieving the title Nemesis of Evil. Reward: Wolverine's regenerative ability, currently at development level 10, to be enhanced with the host's training. The system's voice rang like celestial music, revitalizing the weary Li Duan. Wow. Wolverine's regenerative ability, though currently at level 10, has immense potential for growth. While reveling in his fortune, Li Duan nearly forgot the demon Chato seated before him, whom he was interrogating. Where did Waller order you to take these doctors? To the secret laboratory of the Gotham Northern government. However, the vengeful demon admitted that if Waller changed the location on a whim, he was unaware of the doctor's whereabouts, which were under the control of Captain Boomerang, George. Li Duan crossed his legs and continued his inquiry. Where is Waller's headquarters? At the Seaside Building on 24th Street in the East District. After being brainwashed by Li Duan's abilities, the demon subconsciously trusted him, treating him as his master. Li Duan nodded slightly, and then turned to exit the interrogation room. William, take a team to the Northern District. Yes. After assigning the tasks, Li Duan placed his hands on his hips, deep in thought. Recalling a previous notion, he devised a more intriguing plan. Help? Human blood is still so delectable. I'm nearly dying for it. Come on, come on. On the television, footage of the football field incident played. King Shark was wreaking havoc at the entrance, painting the scene in a gruesome hue. At that moment, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and the silver hammer struck King Shark down with fury. The Thunder God, Gotham's new star, the savior. There is hope. All the victims gazed at the enigmatic figure adorned with a white mask, wielding a silver hammer, who raised his arm in jubilant celebration. Anna, seated before the television, recognized the familiar silhouette in the arena, her crimson lips curling into a slight smile. Memories flooded back to the alley on 23rd Street, where Li Duan had arrived just in time to rescue her from the clutches of a deadly marksman. A faint blush crept upon her fair cheeks. Anna? What? Why are you back? Just as Anna was lost in her reverie, Li Duan's voice jolted her awake. I returned to ask you something. All right, go ahead. With her sparkling eyes fixed intently on Li Duan, she pondered whether he might have feelings for her. Do you possess any knowledge on how to create an antidote for the Joker virus? Li Duan looked at her with hopeful anticipation. If he could master the antidote, it would mean seizing the very lifeblood of Waller. Oh, it's about the antidote. Anna shook her head, feeling somewhat foolish for her earlier assumptions. I have studied under my aunt and can assist you, but currently, I lack the materials to produce it. Well, I shall procure them. An idea struck Li Duan. Wasn't there still the Flash, Barry? Ah, as expected of you, securing the supplies so swiftly. Li Duan stood at the doorway, amused by the thought of having the illustrious Flash deliver goods for him. Buddy, I've got the medicine. When will you be free to teach me how to enhance my speed? Barry, hands on his hips, handed a bag of pharmaceuticals to Li Duan. Well, next time for sure. Next time. Li Duan replied with a goofy grin as he retreated into the house. With the materials in hand, Anna busily set to work on the antidote, and soon, her efforts bore fruit. In the bustling district of East District, 24th Street, towering skyscrapers stood testament to Gotham's opulence. Yet the city's essence remained indelible. Beneath the overpass, 3 thugs were harassing a disheveled old man. Old man, hand over that thing you just had, or you'll be answering for it here. The leader, sporting green hair and clad in leather with an assortment of iron rings and piercings, exuded an air of seasoned delinquency. I don't know. Don't play dumb with me. Do you think we three are blind? As he spoke, he lunged at the elderly man, forcefully snatching a bag of coins hidden beneath the old man's clothing. The bag fell to the ground with a sharp clink. Well, what did I say? This old geezer is clearly a wealthy one. You can't do this. That's money for my wife's medical treatment. Who the hell cares about that? The thug shoved the old man aside, who fell heavily to the ground. Do you want to know my name in this area? Who doesn't T know me? Who has T heard of me? As he bragged, his two lackeys exchanged glances, accustomed to their boss's habitual boasting after every robbery. Batman, Superman, even that newly emerged Thor were all once my underlings. The more he spoke, the more animated he became, spittle flying in all directions. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind him. Boss. Two young thugs tugged at his clothing, signaling him that someone had arrived. What do you want? Don't you see I'm? As he turned, a formidable figure stood before him, causing his previous bravado to vanish entirely. You don't think that by masquerading as some sort of thunder god, I will be intimidated by you. The leader of the thugs spoke tremulously, his gaze fixed on the mysterious man clad in a white mask. Didn't you claim I was your defeated subordinate? A mocking voice emanated from beneath the mask, followed by a surge of thunderous energy and an aura of murderous intent. The thugs flanking him took off in terror, not daring to look back. This left their leader paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot. With a swift motion, Duan delivered a decisive punch, rendering him unconscious, and promptly reclaimed the bag of coins to return to the elder, turning to regard the fallen thug. A sly glint sparkled in his eyes. With a mere thought, the thug's eyes snapped open, as Duan had fully taken control of him. The final lesson in wielding his powers must be utilized wisely. Chapter 12. Toying with the Dark Overlord at the Hyben Building on East District 24th Street. The grand and elegant lobby bustled with business personnel, a cacophony of activity filling the air. At that moment, a conspicuous man, whistling nonchalantly, swaggered into the scene. Clad in an eclectic outfit of leather jacket and pants, topped with a striking green hat, he strode forward, oblivious to those around him. The iron chains adorning his attire clinking with each step. Before long, he had captured the attention of everyone present, however. Their gaze was first drawn to the white mask adorning his face. Was this not the mask of the recently renowned mysterious thunder god? Could it be that he was indeed the one? Surely, he was not here to apprehend terrorists. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd, as the mysterious thunder god's appearance instilled fear of hidden criminals lurking nearby. In truth, this man was merely a street thug controlled by Duan through his mastery of powers. Duan had commanded him to don his mask, creating a diversion. The purpose of this ruse was to facilitate his approach to Amanda Waller and execute his next plan. Indeed, such ostentation soon attracted the attention of the lobby's security. Hey, kid, this is not a place for you. One guard barked. I'm looking for someone. Who? Amanda Waller. The masked man's words momentarily stunned a few guards. There's no one by that name here. You need to leave at once. Tell her I have the antidote she seeks. Upon hearing this, the guards exchanged glances, compelled to consult their superiors via radio. Moments later, their demeanor shifted dramatically. All right, sir, please follow us. Their previous hostility evaporated, replaced by an unexpectedly gentle tone. This left Duan, controlling the masked thug, feeling particularly exasperated. Navigating through the throngs of people, they took the elevator, the escorting guards changing shifts several times along the way. They arrived at the top floor, where the bright and elegantly simple decor of the hall instantly captivated Duan. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows was a striking woman, unmistakably the formidable Amanda Waller, the government's appointed authority over medhumans and the founder of the Suicide Squad. As a prominent figure within the eye of heaven, she is a woman capable of giving even Batman a headache. Hey, Amanda Waller, I presume you have heard of me. Duan proclaimed as he boldly seated himself in front of Waller's desk, controlling the thugs with a mere gesture. Waller turned her head at the sound, scrutinizing the somewhat arrogant and enigmatic man before her. You are the one who has persistently thwarted my plans? It seems I have successfully captured your attention. Which is quite an honor, Duan replied with a sly smile, standing at the riverbank. The incident at the football field, where he single-handedly annihilated her trio, along with his audacious escape from the hospital, had undoubtedly placed this mysterious masked man at the top of Waller's kill list. Since you know of me, our conversation becomes uncomplicated. I am here to negotiate a deal. Oh, Waller's eyes glimmered with interest. What kind of deal do you propose? From what I gather, you are not long for this world, are you? Upon hearing this, Waller's expression darkened immediately, yet she quickly feigned composure. The Joker virus will rend your insides within a week, and today marks the last of your 2 days. If that is all you have come to say, I suspect you won't be leaving here alive. Do not be hasty. I wish to inform you that I possess the antidote you seek. Waller's demeanor shifted as she could no longer remain seated, her excitement palpable. How can I trust that you are not deceiving me? Do you recall the Arkham doctor you sent King Shark to apprehend at the football field? Upon hearing Lee Duan mention Anna, Waller's realization dawned. So it was he who had abducted her. She created the antidote? Lee Duan beamed. Indeed, I have brought it with me. Are you not concerned I might kill you for it? King Shark was no match for me. Do you truly believe you can take my life? Waller smirked at the audacious, self-assured man before her. You certainly exude confidence. Let us engage in a straightforward exchange. I will give you the antidote. And you will release those doctors. How does that sound? Lee Duan, maintaining his composure, responded calmly. That is quite agreeable. With that, Waller picked up the phone and began issuing commands to her subordinates. As she made the call, Lee Duan swiftly contacted William and the others stationed outside the secret laboratory in the North District. I have released the individuals. May I receive the antidote now? Waller grinned wickedly at the enigmatic man before her. Lee, a total of over 40 doctors have been released. William's voice echoed from Lee Duan's phone. Lee Duan nodded slightly, and then commanded the thug to retrieve a vial of green liquid from his clothing and present it to her. Upon receiving the antidote, Waller visibly relaxed, finding the direct acquisition of the cure far more satisfying than ordering those inept doctors around. However, her joy was short-lived. What I have provided is merely an antidote to extend your life by 1 day. Waller's expression shifted instantly upon hearing those words. You dare to toy with me? She seethed, raising her handgun to the man's head. Pulling the trigger would be futile, for the true me is not present here. After the petty thug removed his mask, he gazed at Waller with a mischievous grin. This is merely a small-time thug under my control. You. What a clever ruse. It appears I have underestimated you. Waller gradually lowered her gun, her heart brimming with a desire to see Lee Duan suffer 1,000 tortures. Let us strike a bargain, she proposed, suppressing her fury as she took a seat once more. Release your hold on the vengeful demon Chato, and I shall divulge the remaining locations of the antidote. Upon hearing this, Waller fell silent, contemplating the proposition. It struck a nerve, testing her limits. Yet in comparison to eradicating the Joker virus, everything else seemed trivial. Very well, I accept your terms. With that, she permanently dismantled the control system of the demon Chato on the computer before her, observing Waller's actions from a distance. Lee Duan exhaled in relief, subsequently lifting the control he had over the thug. Where am I? How did I end up here? The thug looked around in bewilderment. Waller, noticing his confusion, slowly raised her weapon, her voice low and threatening. Where is it? The moment he awoke to find the black woman pointing a gun at him, he was paralyzed with fear. Please don't kill me. He told me to inform you that the antidote is in the lobby on the first floor of this building. Waller regarded the now visibly shaken thug, her emotions tangled. He possessed the ability to command lightning and manipulate minds. Indeed, he was formidable. However, he had provoked her ire. Waller turned to gaze out the window, her eyes ablaze with anger, her mind fixating on that white mask. Chapter 13. The return of Harley Quinn after toying with the formidable villain at Waller's base. Lee Duan made his way directly back to the police station. Each member of the Suicide Squad bore a chip embedded in their heads, devices that could be detonated at Waller's command. This was precisely why even a ruthless creature like King Shark had to obey her. As a clandestine government operative organization, the members of the Suicide Squad previously captured by Lee Duan would inevitably be reassigned back under Waller's command. However, the vengeful demon Chato was different. Once freed from his chip, he would no longer be under Waller's control, and he could serve Lee Duan instead. Your chip has been removed from Waller's grasp. You are no longer under her influence, nor are you a member of the Suicide Squad. Chato remained unperturbed upon learning he was no longer part of the Suicide Squad. He was merely seeking redemption. You will be detained here and, if necessary, serve the Gotham Police Department. Understood. Perhaps here I shall find true absolution. Watching his earnest demeanor, Lee Duan smiled faintly. I am curious how Waller fell victim to the Joker virus. It was Harley, after the news of the Joker's demise spread. She devised a scheme to escape from prison. Chato began to recall the events involving Harley Quinn and Waller from some time ago, when she infiltrated Waller's base, injected her with the virus, and extracted a portion of the control devices from the members of the Suicide Squad. Harley and the members who escaped alongside her formed a new faction, initiating a confrontation against Waller and the Eye of Heaven. After listening to Chato's recollections, Lee Duan was reminded of a scene from the alley on Street 23. At that moment, he had just captured Deathstroke when Harley Quinn activated the bombs preemptively installed in the alley from the helicopter. The ferocious firepower was evidently aimed at annihilating everyone. Indeed, the Joker's death was not the conclusion. His madness and pathology lingered in the world. Lee Duan could not help but lament. The fervent criminal desires in this city of vice had been ignited, and more evildoers would undoubtedly emerge in his sight. There was much to be done ahead. Li Duan stretched his body as he exited the cell where Chato was detained, and then walked into the police station's hall. Just as he intended to return to his post, he felt the intensity of numerous burning gazes surrounding him. Thus, he inquired of his companion William, "William, what is happening? Why is everyone staring at me?" "You successfully persuaded Waller to release all the top-tier doctors. This news has spread throughout the precinct." As expected. When the officers in the hall saw Li Duan return to his post, a thunderous applause erupted. "Li Duan, our eternal idol. You are our hero." Compliments poured in, and Li Duan awkwardly scratched his head. Subsequently, he was summoned to the chief's office. At that moment, a figure in the hall silently fixated on him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in their eyes. Justice League Watchtower. The 7 superheroes of the Justice League gathered in the conference hall, the situation having escalated beyond expectations. Batman, Bruce Wayne, rested his hands on the table, deep in thought. Superman then spoke. "The Joker's death has plunged Gotham into a state of madness. The situation is spiraling out of control. It is time to extinguish their criminal fervor." Wonder Woman, seated beside Superman, softly interjected. "I have already investigated several key areas where the crime rate is skyrocketing." Cyborg projected a data map in the hall, with red dots indicating the regions of heightened criminal activity. Batman narrowed his eyes as he gazed at one of the red dots. "Look there." The others followed Batman's pointing finger towards a location on the map. It was an abandoned amusement park, previously a hub of the Joker's activities. "It's the Joker's gang. How have they resurfaced?" Aquaman responded to Flash's inquiry. "Harley Quinn is behind this. She seems to have escaped Amanda Waller's control." Batman stroked his chin and added, "Along with her, several formidable individuals were released from the Suicide Squad, including Frost." Cyborg displayed the roster of Harley's team. Harley Quinn, Frost, Enchantress, Ratcatcher, Thinker, Peacemaker, and Bloodsport. These individuals, now free from control, are bound to wreak havoc. Cyborg continued, "We must proceed with caution. A meticulously orchestrated crime may soon unfold." Batman slowly turned his neck, stating, "We must be prepared. Steal bones, retrieve all surveillance footage, investigate the whereabouts of these individuals, and maintain constant vigilance." "No problem." Batman gazed at the 3 projections before him, as several familiar locations came into view. A figure suddenly emerged in his mind's eye from the depths of his recollection. "I am quite curious about the origins of the enigmatic figure clad in a white mask." Batman abruptly shifted the conversation to this mysterious individual. Possessing the ability to manipulate thunder and lightning, and displaying astonishing speed, this solitary figure had taken on multiple members of the Suicide Squad, showcasing formidable strength. Recently, he had appeared frequently in Gotham, thwarting several of Waller's covert operations, inevitably drawing the attention of the Eye of Heaven. The motives behind this individual's actions remain unclear and warrant further observation. The heroes began to discuss the enigmatic figure with the white mask. Meanwhile, the Flash, Barry, felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing them mention Li Duan, yet he was eager to disclose Li Duan's true identity. However, the two had made a pact to keep Li Duan's real identity under wraps. Batman sensed an underlying intuition and fell into deep contemplation once more. The mysterious individual in the white mask and the one who had shot the Joker in Arkham might indeed be the same person. As twilight descended, a shroud of darkness enveloped Metropolis. Tonight, Li Duan finally arranged to meet the Flash, Barry, determined to fulfill their prior agreement. Barry sped towards Li Duan's vicinity, a flurry of sparks flying in his wake. "Oh no, it's pitch dark. How am I supposed to find him?" Surrounded by a maze of residences, locating Li Duan proved to be no easy task. Frustrated, Barry leaned against a lamppost, his head hanging low. "Barry? Buddy, I finally found you." A familiar voice cut through the darkness, and Barry, upon seeing Li Duan, exclaimed with excitement. In a world where the Flash, Barry Allen, was considered a formidable force, his prowess had only grown since joining the Justice League. Li Duan would not dismiss such an excellent ally presenting himself. Thus, by assisting him in overcoming the challenge of enhancing his speed, Barry could become his partner. Li Duan recounted to Barry the methods he had gleaned from the comics regarding how the Flash could enhance his velocity in the realm of ultra-high-speed travel over vast distances. There comes a critical moment when the body's rapid motion depletes all internal fuel, leading to severe muscular injury, a phenomenon referred to as hitting the wall. Li Duan conveyed to Barry the strategies depicted in the comics for surmounting this physiological limitation. Upon hearing this, the Flash experienced a moment of clarity. "Lee, from now on, you are my elder brother. I, Barry Allen, am at your service." Chapter 14. A daring rescue of Batman under the cloak of night. The city's neon lights cast a hazy, vibrant veil over Metropolis. Just as Li Duan was preparing to head home, he received an urgent phone call. The outskirts of the West District? What could possibly happen in such a desolate place? A wave of confusion washed over him as he hesitated. The eyewitness on the line provided a more detailed description. Twin ponytails, tall and alluring, clad in stockings with beautiful legs, wielding a baseball bat? Li Duan's confusion deepened. Surely this fellow wasn't drunkenly indulging in some sort of game? Suddenly, a gunshot echoed from the phone, followed by the faint sound of footsteps. Hello? Hello? No matter how fervently Li Duan called out, there was no response from the other end. It seemed that something unfortunate had occurred, causing him to sigh deeply. The night in Gotham undeniably revealed the fangs of a city rife with sin. In the shadows, all manner of evil roamed freely. This feeling of helplessness weighed heavily on his steps as he continued his journey home, pondering the description of the figure conveyed by the person on the call. Gradually, the outline of that figure became clearer in his mind, and Li Duan furrowed his brows, suddenly realizing. Harley Quinn. In the quiet outskirts of the West District, the glow of street lamps illuminated a group of heavily armed figures. How audacious they were to dare ambush our armory. A gang of thugs rushed towards a warehouse, equipped with various weapons. They were under the command of the Penguin, and that very warehouse served as his munitions storage. Under the cover of darkness, the gang stealthily infiltrated the now-occupied warehouse. Who are you? Do you not know this is the Penguin's warehouse? The gang leader called out. But no one replied from the shadows. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams erupted from behind, prompting him to turn swiftly. Damn it! In the wake of his exclamation, a barrage of gunfire shattered the previously serene atmosphere. Illuminated by the gunfire, one could glimpse Harley Quinn brandishing a baseball bat, wreaking havoc among the gangsters. The muscle-bound man, known as the Peacekeeper, seized a Gatling gun, unleashing a torrent of bullets that caused heavy casualties among the thugs. In the vast warehouse, gunfire flickered incessantly, forcing the gangsters to temporarily retreat. However, the respite was short-lived. As the moonlight bathed the scene, a figure emerged slowly from the warehouse. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets whizzed toward that figure, and then an astonishing sight unfolded. With a mere wave of their arm, a chilling blast emanated, freezing the incoming bullets into solid ice that fell to the ground. The Frost Killer. Some among the gang recognized this former member of the Suicide Squad, the life-energy-absorbing scientist. Caitlin. Before the gang could react, the figure swung her arm once more. Suddenly, dozens of ice spikes formed before her and shot forth towards the gangsters. In an instant, chaos ensued as flesh and blood flew, compelling the gang to flee in terror. Caitlin, stand down. We have more pressing matters, urged the Peacekeeper, Christopher. None of these treasures can be left behind. Ha! Harley Quinn cackled gleefully at the array of weapons within the warehouse. Just as they were about to methodically relocate the munitions, footsteps abruptly echoed from above. Who is it? Instantly, Harley's team fell silent, straining to listen to the sounds from the rooftop. The witch, John Mayan, glinted with green light in her eyes, her lips curling slightly. Batman. No sooner had the words left her mouth than a dark shadow surged through the window. Harley and her companions quickly armed themselves, fixating on the darkness within the depths of the warehouse. Taste the bullets. Harley raised her weapon and unleashed a barrage of gunfire into the shadows. In the blink of an eye, sharp bat-shaped projectiles soared through the dense hail of bullets towards Harley and her companions. The Frost Killer narrowed his eyes, exhaling a chilling breath that froze the incoming bat projectiles into solid ice. Suddenly, Batman emerged from the dark shadows with remarkable speed, launching a fierce punch aimed at Harley Quinn. With a clang, the Peacekeeper reacted swiftly, stepping forward to absorb the impact of Batman's powerful blows with his armored steel gauntlets. Batman glanced to the side and leapt backward just as several ice blades, formed from frost, came crashing down, barely evading the lethal assault. However, just as he regained his footing, a menacing baseball bat swung toward him, propelled by a fierce gust. With a resounding thud, Batman met the bat with his own fist, forcefully deflecting it away. Harley Quinn stumbled under the weight of Batman's strikes, and when she looked up again, he had vanished from sight. In an instant, Batman appeared like a specter behind the Frost Killer, delivering a sweeping kick that sent him sprawling. Just as Batman raised his massive fist, poised to knock the Frost Killer unconscious, the witch unleashed a deadly glare, her eyes emitting two beams of green light. The eerie green rays struck Batman's helmet, instantly disorienting him, causing his legs to weaken and him to kneel on the ground. Seeing Batman incapacitated, Harley and the Peacekeeper rushed forward, ready to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, thunder roared and lightning flashed. With a deafening crash, a massive bolt of lightning cleaved the warehouse ceiling, and a figure descended from above. The blinding light illuminated the entire warehouse as if it were daytime, startling Harley and the others. With crackling electricity surrounding him, Li Duan wielded a silver hammer, bringing it crashing down from above. Bang! The Frost Killer's pupils dilated as he quickly conjured a thick wall of ice to block Li Duan's assault. The furious lightning struck the ice wall, sending shards flying, threatening to shatter it. The Frost Killer scoffed, waving his hands as dozens of ice blades sprouted from the wall. shooting toward Li Duan behind it. Li Duan raised an eyebrow, deftly evading the icy barrage, then descended to the ground, seizing Batman and leaping backward. Upon seeing Batman rescued, the Peacekeeper immediately pursued. At that moment, the siren grasped him, shaking her head to signal him to remain calm. The silvery moonlight streamed through the gaping hole in the ceiling, dispelling the previous darkness of the warehouse. Li Duan, still wearing his white mask, gazed intently at Harley and the others. Harley Quinn, danger level 3 stars, capture reward 300 exchange points. Peacekeeper, danger level 3 stars, capture reward 300 exchange points. Frost Killer, danger level 3, 5 stars, capture reward 500 exchange points. Enchantress, danger level 4 stars, capture reward 800 exchange points. All formidable foes. Li Duan's throat tightened, the intimidating presence of Harley and her companions causing him to hesitate. But after a moment's reflection, he remembered he had strong allies by his side, and thus turned to assist Batman in rising to his feet. Suddenly, the latter sprang to his feet, and with a single punch, he knocked Li Duan to the ground amidst his astonished gaze. Chapter 15, The Great Battle with Batman. As Batman rose, he delivered a powerful blow to Li Duan, sending him flying several meters away. This scene left Harley Quinn and her companions in shock. What was happening? A betrayal within their ranks? The witch beside them whispered something to Harley and the others, prompting them to break into sinister laughter. With the force of a rock, Batman's fist landed squarely on Li Duan's face, shattering the mask at the corner of his mouth. Blood seeped from the white mask as Li Duan struggled to rise, a flurry of expletives racing through his mind. What was going on? He had just risked his life to save Batman, yet here he was, being assaulted. Fortunately, enhanced by the system, Li Duan possessed remarkable resilience, and with Wolverine's regenerative abilities at 10, these minor injuries were trivial. Brushing the dust off himself, Li Duan regained his composure. He turned to glance at Harley and the others, and the witch flashed him a beguiling smile. A sudden realization dawned upon him. Batman was under the enchantment of the alluring witch. This was a troublesome predicament. Beep, beep, from a distance. The sound of a horn echoed as a truck with flashing lights approached the warehouse, driven by none other than Harley's accomplice, the Ratcatcher. Upon seeing that the Ratcatcher was in position, Harley and the others immediately began moving the packaged weapons towards the exit to make their escape. Stop right there, Li Duan roared, swinging his hammer as he prepared to pursue them, but was met by a sudden gust of wind from behind. Batman lunged at him with a flurry of relentless strikes. Li Duan was forced to halt and turn to defend himself, helplessly watching as Harley and her companions boarded the vehicle. Goodbye? Ha! Harley Quinn's laughter echoed in the air, leaving two figures colliding fiercely within the warehouse. Faced with Batman's relentless barrage, Li Duan's fury boiled within him as he raised his hammer in a powerful response. Wake up, Bruce. A blinding flash of lightning erupted from the God of Thunder's hammer as Li Duan swung it forcefully towards Batman. The latter, agile as ever, evaded the strike and charged again. Suddenly, several grappling hooks shot from Batman's utility belt, ensnaring Li Duan's feet with precision. Damn it! Li Duan shouted as Batman yanked him forward, sending him crashing to the ground. Batman immediately pinned him down, unleashing a storm of punches. Li Duan's pupils dilated in panic, but he summoned the hammer in his hand, unleashing a surge of formidable thunderous power. Congratulations, host. The proficiency of the God of Thunder's hammer has surpassed 50. Unlocking 30 of the God of Thunder's power. The system's voice rang in his mind, but Li Duan had no time to revel in the news. The violent lightning coalesced around the hammer, and in the next moment, he unleashed it towards Batman. My apologies. Boom. The dazzling lightning illuminated the warehouse, akin to daylight. The resounding thunder struck Batman, sending him hurtling backward. Li Duan struggled to his feet, a wave of unbearable pain radiating from his back. What should he do now? Was he to abandon Batman and chase after Harley Quinn and the others alone? As Li Duan gazed at the fallen Batman before him, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, the Batman slowly propped himself up from the ground. Li Duan, feeling a surge of anxiety, thought to himself, "Here we go again. Hey, buddy, what happened?" Batman inquired, rubbing his head and speaking with some effort. "My goodness, you've finally regained consciousness. You fell victim to the witch's enchantment and fought me fiercely." What? Batman strained to recall, and indeed, he had been engaged in battle with Harley Quinn and others. Then, it seemed he had drifted into a dream where the Joker, Jerome, had returned, wielding a hammer in a fierce struggle against him. With a sudden clarity, he remembered being struck by the witch's green light, realizing he had been ensnared by an illusion. "Is that so? Are you all right?" Li Duan inquired. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine." Li Duan twisted his neck, reflecting on the irony that it was Batman who had been knocked down. With the adversaries having fled, he felt at a loss as to where to pursue them. With a sigh, he turned to leave. "Wait." Batman suddenly called out to Li Duan. "Could you share your story with me?" Li Duan was momentarily taken aback, wondering if Batman intended to investigate him. Did he hold a grudge for that last blow? I'm just an ordinary citizen, nothing of significance to tell, he replied. Then can you tell me the purpose behind your actions? Purpose? Li Duan pondered. Certainly he couldn't divulge the details of his system tasks. The aim is to eradicate the evils plaguing this city. Yes, that's it. With a fleeting glance, he forced a smile. Were you the one who killed the Joker in Arkham? Batman seized the opportunity to finally voice a question that had lingered on his mind. Hearing this, Li Duan felt a jolt of surprise. He hadn't expected Batman to recognize him. However, he chose not to reveal too much, merely offering a faint smile before swinging his hammer and soaring into the air. At that moment, Batman had already arrived at his conclusion. We shall meet again. Feeling a tinge of disappointment at his inability to pursue, Li Duan returned home alone. Upon reaching his doorstep, he looked up to find Anna preparing to leave. Anna? Are you leaving? Li Duan's sudden appearance startled her. Yes, now that you have dealt with Waller, I think it's time for me to depart as well. She stepped closer to Li Duan. Thank you for your care these past days. As she placed her hands on his shoulders and gently kissed him. An unexpected wave of happiness surged within Li Duan, making his heart race with elation. After a moment, Anna released him and turned to leave, leaving Li Duan standing there. Stunned, watching her silhouette gradually fade into the inky night, he felt a profound sadness wash over him. A thought flickered in his mind, and with newfound determination, he nodded resolutely. He then dashed after her. Wait, Anna. HM? What is it? She responded as he intercepted her. I want to take you somewhere. With that, Li Duan extended his arms, enveloping her in an embrace that caught Anna off guard, quickening her heartbeat. In the next instant, Thor's hammer appeared in Li Duan's grasp, and together they soared into the sky. Beneath the clear night sky, the moon hung like a flawless orb of jade, with wispy clouds adorning its expanse. Two figures raced through the heavens, weaving through the gossamer mist. Li Duan cradled Anna as they ascended to the pinnacle of Gotham's tallest skyscraper. Gazing down at the vibrant neon lights that illuminated the city, he marveled at the unexpected beauty of Gotham's nocturnal landscape. Anna lay peacefully in his embrace, basking in his warmth, her heart swelling with a sense of security that coaxed a gentle smile from her lips. With the enchanting beauty in his arms and the splendor of the bustling night below, Li Duan felt a surge of poignant reflection. It was difficult to fathom that such a dazzling and lively place was, in fact, a den of iniquity. Chapter 16, The God of Deceit. Loki. After a night of romance, Li Duan reluctantly escorted Anna back to her home. With Waller having secured the antidote, he was relieved that Anna would no longer be troubled. However, his mind was preoccupied with the antics of the Joker's gang. Having seized a significant cache of weapons, they were undoubtedly plotting a grand criminal scheme. Gotham was poised to be engulfed once more in chaos, as the flames of wickedness were reignited. This cursed city was destined to undergo another tumultuous trial. As the day began with his usual routine, Li Duan took a bite of bread while clutching a bottle of milk. He strode purposefully across the bustling street towards the Gotham Police Department. Suddenly, something caught his peripheral vision, prompting him to pause and look back. To his surprise, it was a ragged little girl, her eyes glistening as she gazed longingly at the bread in his hand. Sighing with resignation, he thought to himself, what can I do? I am but a kind-hearted soul. He tore off half of his bread and extended it toward the girl. Her large, innocent eyes sparkled with purity, revealing that she was not the typical downtrodden child one might expect. This piqued Li Duan's caution, yet he dismissed his concerns, gently ruffling the girl's hair before entering the precinct. After he stepped inside, the little girl quickly devoured the bread, a faint smile gracing her lips as she turned and slipped into a nearby sewer. Once inside the police station, Li Duan made his way to his desk, only to find William beaming at him with an exuberant smile, sending a shiver down his spine. This fellow's smiles rarely heralded good news. True to form, he was soon summoned by the chief. Li, there's a task here that everyone voted for you to undertake. Take a look. The chief's expression was a curious blend of exasperation and schadenfreude. Accepting the document, Li's eyes widened as he read aloud, Gotham Talent Academy? Invitation to a public law education lecture? His bewilderment was palpable, prompting the chief to offer a reassuring pat on his shoulder. This task isn't particularly difficult, but it is somewhat peculiar. Somewhat peculiar? You'll understand once you go. After all, it was a collective decision, so you cannot blame me. Li Duan rolled his eyes in response to the chief's gleeful attempt to shift the blame, contemplating the apprehension his colleagues displayed towards this assignment. An ominous premonition washed over him. May I request that my partner William accompany me? Approved. Li Duan wore a mischievous grin, pondering how he could possibly endure the suffering alone. I still do not comprehend why you have involved me in this, he mused. Oh, come now. We are partners in this endeavor. It would be rather lonely to undertake such a task alone. Despite Li Duan's explanations, William maintained a look of discontent. The two arrived at the entrance of the school, where the vintage gates exuded an air of opulence. After pausing to observe, Li Duan noted the exquisite decorations within, confirming that it was indeed an institution of nobility. Gotham Academy of Talents. What a splendid name, he reflected as he gazed at the grand lettering on the door, which evoked thoughts of another place. A veritable haven of talent, Arkham. He could not suppress a chuckle at the thought, hoping the inhabitants would not be of the same ilk. "Good day, are you Officer Lee?" inquired a young man who appeared to be a teacher. "Indeed," came the reply. "Please follow me." The pair followed the seemingly youthful instructor into the school. Throughout the journey, Li Duan's curiosity led him to observe every detail of the establishment. Upon completing the tour, he could only express one sentiment. This place resembled a garden of aristocracy. With such exquisite decor, the proprietor must possess considerable wealth. Indeed, quite affluent, though perhaps not entirely reputable. "What do you mean by that? Are you not aware? The major shareholder here is none other than the notorious crime lord, Penguin." Li Duan was taken aback by William's revelation. It appeared that the school's glamorous facade belied a more sinister reality. A school established by criminals inviting police officers to conduct legal lectures? What manner of operation was this? A large question mark loomed over Li Duan's expression. Soon, the lecture commenced, and after a round of applause, Li Duan was invited to the stage as the keynote speaker. "Good day, students. I am a first-class investigator from the Gotham Police Department. My name is..." Having recited his pre-prepared speech with composure, he then realized he had insufficient material left. "Oh dear, I've written too little. I must improvise." The audience was composed largely of teenagers, most of whom listened quietly, alleviating some of the anxiety for Li Duan, who was speaking for the first time. However, there was an exception, a seemingly restless boy who displayed an unmistakable air of disdain toward Li Duan. When confronted with evil, we must be courageous, employing our intellect to outsmart them, Li Duan continued, maintaining his composure while feeling increasingly nervous within as he gazed at the several hundred students before him. "You're talking nonsense." Suddenly, a voice boomed from the crowd, drawing the attention of every individual present. It was the same unruly boy, standing up with evident agitation. "You speak of bravery. I see Gotham's police as the most cowardly of all, utterly useless, merely fodder for criminals." His declaration incited uproarious laughter from the audience, leaving Li Duan momentarily speechless and the atmosphere awkwardly tense. "Dear student, one must not speak so recklessly, as a police officer. I assure you that Gotham's law enforcement is indeed valiant." "Nonsense. You are nothing but a bunch of timid wretches lacking even a fraction of my courage." The boy pointed accusingly at Li Duan, and to his astonishment, an enthusiastic round of applause erupted from the crowd. Li Duan stood frozen, incredulous that these individuals were applauding him. Glancing at William seated below, he noticed the young man with one hand pressed against his forehead, bearing an expression that seemed to say, "I knew it would come to this." The atmosphere swiftly became tumultuous as the boy prepared to unleash another tirade against Li Duan. Although Li Duan felt a surge of anger, he maintained an air of calm. "Since you claim we're not as bold as you, how about a little game? Are you brave enough to join me?" "Why would I hesitate?" replied the boy, striding confidently to the podium amidst a wave of enthusiastic applause. An amused smirk crossed Li Duan's face. His thoughts danced with mischief. "System, exchange for the Loki Ability Experience Card." Ding. "You have spent 200 points to acquire the Loki Ability Experience Card, valid for 24 hours. With a glint of amusement in his eyes, Li Duan addressed the boy. "Shall we wager? What shall we stake?" "I'll make a funny face, and if you don't get scared, you win. If I frighten you, I win. Should you prevail, I will immediately concede that the Gotham police are cowards and leave. If I win, however, you must apologize to me." Laughter erupted from the audience. It was as if he were merely a jester, attempting to frighten a child with a silly face. William, however, looked on with concern, wondering what Li Duan was up to. "Do you take me for a child of 3? The boy scoffed. "Does that mean you're afraid?" "Bah, I fear nothing. I accept your challenge." Chapter 17. The Master of Illusion. The crowd below soon became intrigued by Li Duan's proposed game, finding it far more engaging than the tedious speeches that preceded it. Even those who merely wished to observe felt that Li Duan was treating the matter lightly, as if they were mere toddlers. Is he serious? Does he think we're 3 years old? Fear not. Soon he will admit the Gotham police are a bunch of fools and skulk away in shame. Disregarding the murmurs from the audience, Li Duan concentrated solely on how to teach the boy a lesson without drawing too much attention. On stage, seeing the boy ready, he activated Loki's illusionary powers with a mischievous grin. "I'm starting now. Quit talking, just get on with it." Li Duan made a token gesture of a funny face. Moments passed, yet the stage remained silent. "What is this? Is that all you've got? Just leave." With no reaction from the boy, the audience began to boo. "Wait. Look at him." Once again, the audience focused on the boy, and William, too, raised his gaze, astonished. Suddenly, the boy sank to his knees, tears welling in his eyes. "Mommy, I don't want to play anymore. I want to go home. Stumbling to his feet, he cried out and dashed from the venue. Everyone was left in stunned silence. Had he truly been frightened to tears? Where had that bravado gone? Faces exchanged incredulous glances, all eyes now fixated on Li Duan. This police officer had managed to frighten a young man to tears with nothing more than a silly face. The raucous atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a palpable fear of Li Duan. Who exactly was this formidable figure? In truth, the boy who had just run out crying was merely a projection conjured by Li Duan for the audience. The real boy was kneeling on the stage, his expression vacant and his eyes hollow, utterly petrified. He trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of fainting. Li Duan had summoned his deepest fears, enveloping him in the very shadows he dreaded. He appeared profoundly frightened, yet Li Duan let out a cold snort before deciding to pull the boy from his terror. Still feeling smug, he gazed at the boy with an air of triumph. Once the boy regained his senses and looked at this man before him, all traces of his earlier disdain had vanished, leaving only terror in its wake. Upon turning to see how humiliating his predicament was on stage, he hastily rose and fled. In reality, the crowd below could not perceive the true state of the boy. Li Duan turned to face the audience, a slight smile gracing his lips. It was evident to all that the boy was not as courageous as he had claimed. Although the students below remained somewhat unconvinced, they found themselves speechless. With a hint of pride, Li Duan concluded his speech and was subsequently invited to the principal's office alongside William. "Li, what exactly did you do to that boy?" the principal inquired. "As you can see, I merely made a grimace," Li Duan replied innocently, spreading his hands. At that moment, the principal entered the room. "Are you two officers quite comfortable?" he asked kindly, extending his hand to greet Li Duan and William. "Your school is so splendid. The investors must be quite generous," Li Duan remarked, clearly probing for information. The principal, slyly evasive, responded, "Our school is relatively new, hence its pristine appearance, offering no further insight." Li Duan thought to himself how this old fox was protective of his interests, suspecting that the Penguin had issued specific instructions. As a private school backed by gang investments, Li Duan felt a burgeoning curiosity to investigate this place further. If it was not merely a front for money laundering, then darker dealings were surely afoot. However, he had no immediate means to proceed, contemplating that he would have another opportunity to conduct his inquiry. The three continued their polite exchange when suddenly the principal produced a bag, claiming it to be a small gift for Li Duan and William. "Ah, this old fellow is clearly following the Penguin's orders to bribe us," Li Duan thought, his eyes glinting as he pushed back a portion of the gift that William had begun to accept. "There is no need for such gestures, principal. It is our honor to be invited here." Li Duan cheerfully declined the offering, while William looked on in confusion. What is he doing? Why refuse a gift that is offered freely? The principal attempted to persuade Li Duan to accept once more, but at that moment, a man whispered something in his ear. The principal's expression shifted slightly, yet he quickly masked it. Li Duan noted this subtle change, and thus leveraged the police summons to excuse himself and William. Once outside the principal's office, William wore a disgruntled expression as he glared at Li Duan. "I accompanied you on this trip with no compensation, and you refused to accept the kind gift they offered. Just take it for me," William continuously lamented, while Li remained quietly by his side. Suddenly, a man accompanied by a group of researchers caught his attention. The figure seemed vaguely familiar. Li strained to recall. Tall and slender, with a penchant for hats. He was a Caucasian. Connecting the dots, he realized they were in the territory of the Penguin. A sudden epiphany struck him. The Riddler. What was he doing here? Li quickly pulled William behind a wall to observe, as the Riddler and his entourage made their way directly into the principal's office. It appeared that this school indeed harbored dark secrets. Li pondered thoughtfully, yet now was not the moment for a thorough investigation. After some contemplation, he decided to accompany William back to the police station. On their way, Li couldn't help but jest. "This school must have invited us just to mock us." That boy seemed deliberately placed. "You guessed right. He invites us each year, and every time, the attending officers leave seething with frustration. I finally managed to teach them a lesson." Upon reaching the police station, Li's gaze fell upon the little homeless girl from that morning. Hesitating for a moment, he resolved to approach her alone. The street was bustling with traffic, forcing him to observe the girl from across the road. She stood motionless, her wide eyes fixed on him, gesturing as if she had something to convey. It seemed she had a message for me." After a moment's hesitation, Li crossed the busy street towards her. However, upon arriving at her previous location, he discovered she had vanished. Looking up, he noticed her hurriedly turning into an alleyway, prompting him to follow swiftly. As he turned the corner into the alley, he found the girl waiting for him ahead. In an instant, a chill crept down his spine. Bang! Suddenly, he was struck hard on the head, and darkness enveloped him. Chapter 18, The Sorcery of Soul Control. 1 kilometer away from Gotham's police station. In an abandoned factory, a conspiracy was being meticulously orchestrated. Harley Quinn leaned against a pillar, a baseball bat resting on her shoulder, pouting. Beside her lay Li, bound tightly and unconscious on the ground. Does this dimwit really have the capacity to assist us in our scheme? She mused. Rest assured, Harley, the rat-catcher replied, removing his mask with a serious expression. According to my investigations, he holds a significant position in the police station, making him an ideal candidate for our plan. But he truly appears to be a complete fool, Harley remarked playfully, nudging the seemingly lifelessly with her bat. Enough of the games. It's time to get down to business. With my enchantment, he will undoubtedly obey our commands. The enchanting sorceress approached with a bewitching gait, accompanied by the little girl Lee had been searching for. Her lively eyes shimmered with an eerie green light, both strange and alluring. At that moment, Lee, lying on the ground, felt a slight movement in his throat. I still do not comprehend, with over 100 of us and an arsenal of newly acquired weapons. Why not simply eradicate that wretched police station? You fool. A large-scale assault on the Gotham Police Precinct would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Justice League, and you would be left to face the consequences. The middle-aged man, his head adorned with tubes, was unmistakably the former member of the Suicide Squad, known as the Thinker. A discreet rescue of the demon is essential to ensure our subsequent plans remain undisturbed. Frost Killer, leaning against the wall, concurred with the Thinker's assessment. After listening to their conversation, Harley Quinn could only shrug, impatiently waving her bat as she wandered off. The witch, kneeling beside Lee Duan, began to chant incomprehensible incantations. A green light emanated from her hands, transforming into an ethereal mist that gradually enveloped the space. Under the watchful gaze of the little girl, the green mist coiled around Lee Duan's head, and suddenly his eyes sprang wide open. The once pitch-black orbs now harbored a hint of malevolence, with a flicker of green barely perceptible at their depths. Obey my command. Return to the Gotham Police Precinct and liberate the demon from its cell. Yes. Lee Duan replied with the deference of a servant. Flanagan, the matter of the demon's escape is entrusted to you. Rest assured. I have thoroughly mapped the sewers surrounding the Gotham Police Station. Once the demon emerges from its cell, everything will proceed smoothly. The rat-catcher thumped his chest, viewing Gotham's sewers as a labyrinthine network. Harley and the others untied Lee Duan, watching as he returned to his normal state and headed back toward the precinct. Once out of the witch's sight, Lee Duan suddenly exhaled as if releasing a long-held breath. Maintaining this facade is exhausting. This performance could surely earn an Oscar. He chuckled mockingly. Do they truly believe me to be a simpleton? Or am I merely too youthful? The plan is commendable, yet alas, they lack fortune. Who could have anticipated their misjudgment? I am, after all, the embodiment of the trickster god Loki. From the moment I encountered the little girl, I discerned the subtle hints. Her once bright eyes now bore a barely noticeable green glimmer, evidently under the witch's enchantment. To approach Harley and the others, I feigned innocence and followed them. In truth, the heavy blow to the back of my head had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience for my now extraordinary body. During my time at the factory, I feigned unconsciousness and gleaned a wealth of information. To convince the witch and her companions that I was indeed under her spell, I subtly employed Loki's illusions, creating a diversion that made them perceive me as thoroughly controlled. After rescuing the demon, it seemed they had further plans, Lee Duan pondered as he walked. Perhaps I could turn the tables, allowing the demon to act as my undercover operative among them, as it now fully obeyed my commands. With this thought, Lee Duan smirked cunningly and strode directly into the precinct. Hey Lee, where have you been? I just went across the street for a cup of coffee. What's up? Another job? Lee Duan casually fabricated an excuse to deflect William's inquiry. It pertains to a case that occurred last night on the outskirts of West District. A witness has come forward to report. Upon hearing about the incident at the Penguin's Armory in the outskirts of Xiqing District, Lee Duan immediately understood that it was the work of Harley and her cohorts. While I have heard of this case, I am currently preoccupied with more pressing matters. So you may carry on with your tasks. Lee Duan sensed that the enchantress was utilizing her powers to observe him, and he could not afford to reveal his true intentions. Thus, he refrained from further conversation with William, keeping his head down as he made his way to the cell. Upon his arrival, the two prison guards greeted him warmly. Lee Duan paused to engage in casual conversation with them. In reality, this was merely an illusion he had conjured. The true Lee Duan had already arrived at the cell where the demon Chado was imprisoned. Chado, I require your assistance, he said. The demon sat up from the bed, a look of confusion on his face as he regarded Lee Duan. Subsequently, Lee Duan whispered the details of his plan into Chado's ear. No problem, the demon replied. Seeing that the demon was agreeable, Lee Duan swiftly unlocked his shackles and, under the guise of his illusion, led him to the back entrance of the police station. Once there, Lee Duan feigned being under the control of the witch, prompting the demon to lift the manhole cover ahead. As expected, the rat-catcher awaited him below. Chado glanced back at Lee Duan, who remained in place, before he disappeared into the depths. Lee Duan lingered until he sensed the witch's gaze had shifted away from him. Then he sprang into action. He lifted the manhole cover and decisively leaped down. Good heavens, what an awful stench. I must take 3 baths upon my return, he lamented, following the traces left by the demon. Just wait until I catch you all. Within the police station, the illusion Li Duan had cast after exchanging pleasantries with the 2 guards dissipated in an instant. One guard, upon turning around, noticed Li Duan had vanished without a trace. Feeling a twinge of unease, as they patrolled to the demon's cell and saw him still lying on the bed, their suspicions were quelled. Clearly, this was yet another illusion crafted by Li Duan using Loki's powers, albeit one with a time constraint. As long as Li Duan completed his task before the illusion faded and returned with the demon, everything would remain seamless. After a period of stealthy navigation underground, Li Duan felt as though he would soon become a desiccated corpse due to the stench. Fortunately, the signal had finally ceased. Cautiously lifting the manhole cover, he quickly emerged into the light, feeling rejuvenated. Upon looking up, he realized he was in an abandoned amusement park, once the classic criminal lair of the clown Jerome. It appeared that Harley and her gang had made this their base as well. After surveying his surroundings, Li Duan swiftly infiltrated the area. Chapter 19, Surprise or Shock. This was an unprecedented surprise party. Harley Quinn erupted into laughter, dancing with wild abandon. Her alluring figure and provocative attire captivating the attention of the members of the Joker's gang behind her. In this very place, where we once languished in captivity, a rebirth was imminent. Demon, join us. We shall offer you true redemption. The enchantress endeavored to persuade the recently escaped demon. We are a team, a perfect team. The peacemaker interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to convince the demon. The demon nodded, indicating his willingness to join them. So what is our plan? He inquired slowly, lifting his head. At that moment, Li Duan, who was hiding behind the carousel at a distance, was listening intently. He held his breath, afraid to make a sound. The purpose of this outing was to uncover their plan. Success was within reach, and he could not afford to be discovered. Of course, we seek revenge on Amanda. She must die, no matter what. The thinker emerged slowly from the ranks of the clown gang, responding to the demon's inquiry. However, revenge is not our ultimate goal. Wait. The javelin seemed to sense something and quickly interrupted the thinker. Everyone turned in the direction of his pointing finger, which happened to be where Li Duan was located. Upon noticing this, the Frost Killer immediately activated his abilities, and in an instant, a chilling frost rose from beneath Li Duan's feet. Oh no, have I been discovered? By the time Li Duan realized it, it was already too late. His lower body and hands were frozen and immobile. A sense of dread washed over him. This was going to be serious trouble. Who would have thought that a mere police officer would have the audacity to trail them here? The witch looked at Li Duan, now encased in ice with only his head exposed, and scoffed. Despair engulfed him as he scanned his surroundings. About 100 members of the clown gang surrounded him with weapons drawn. Today, there was no escape. You've got some guts. The peacekeeper, a muscular man, stepped forward to size up Li Duan, then mocked. What a brave little fellow you are. Li Duan thought to himself, well, of course. I'm incredibly brave. Once I get out of here, you will be the first to be apprehended. Let us get rid of him. Demon, burn him, Harley exclaimed, brandishing a baseball bat as she stepped forward. Indeed, the demon nodded and approached Li Duan, while the others stepped back a few paces. Burning an ice pop is quite amusing. Such a death would be too lenient for this guy. However, I do admire his courage in flying into the fire. Li Duan cast a desperate glance at the demon, silently pleading for help. Yet, the latter remained expressionless, seemingly intent on incinerating him. Delicious barbecue, I assure you. My skills are top-notch, the demon remarked coldly, causing Li Duan's face to drain of color, his heart sinking. You. In a moment of despair, Li Duan instinctively struggled. But alas, the searing flames had already erupted, the scorching heat enveloping him. Harley and the others burst into laughter, applauding as they watched Li Duan engulfed in flames. Suddenly, the demon's expression shifted, leading to an astonishing action. He abruptly turned, hurling 2 fiery orbs towards Harley and the others. Are you insane? Stop, the witch shouted, then waved her hand to conjure a green mist that enveloped the incoming fireballs. The others were taken aback, bewildered by the demon's sudden change. Demon, do you truly wish to oppose us? The irate javelin yelled. As the green mist spread, a figure emerged beside the demon. Li Duan donned his white mask and changed from his police uniform into his civilian attire. The demon had merely manipulated the flames to liberate Li Duan from his icy prison. Once freed, Li Duan stretched his limbs, radiating an air of triumph and confidence. Surprised? Today is the day I shall capture you all. With ire blazing in his eyes, he summoned the hammer of Thor into his grasp, vowing to apprehend them without exception. At his command, the demon nodded silently, and flames engulfed him, swiftly morphing into fireballs that hurtled towards Harley and the others. The Frost Assassin, seeing the demon's fierce onslaught, ceased to hold back. Dozens of sharp ice blades crystallized instantly, darting forth to collide violently with the incoming fireballs. The clash of these two forces unleashed a tremendous shockwave that swept through the air. The witch advanced, releasing a green mist that coalesced into a protective barrier, absorbing the brunt of the impact. The peacekeeper, with remarkable speed, evaded the violent shockwave, ghosting closer to the demon. Have you lost your mind? Stop this at once. A colossal fist, accompanied by a sonic boom, barreled towards the demon's head. Clash. A silver hammer materialized, deflecting the strike just in time. Your opponent is me, proclaimed Duan, his white-masked visage re-emerging. You again. How persistent you are, the peacekeeper remarked, recognizing the familiar mask and recalling the events in the Penguin's armory. It was unfortunate not to have captured you then, but it is not too late now. With a thunderous roar, Duan unleashed his full might, unlocking 30 of Thor's power, thereby doubling his combat capabilities. The hammer, crackling with electricity, descended with a powerful force, conjuring a massive serpent of lightning that surged towards the peacekeeper. Reacting swiftly, the peacekeeper jumped back, narrowly evading the assault. Suddenly, 2 small missiles ejected from his battle suit, aimed directly at Duan. Unfazed, Duan swung his hammer, releasing 2 bolts of lightning that obliterated the missiles. However, the ensuing explosion released a noxious gas that enveloped Duan, obscuring his vision. Caught off guard, Duan floundered in the thick haze. The peacekeeper smirked triumphantly, transforming his form to materialize directly before the blinded Duan. His battle suit revealed a razor-sharp blade, and with a steely gaze, he plunged it towards Duan, shrouded in the toxic gas. Meanwhile, the demon hurled immense fireballs, clashing with the frost assassin's icy blades. Each collision of the fiery and frigid energies erupted in violent explosions, scorching the air into a vacuum. The frost assassin, with a glint of cunning in her eyes, suddenly stomped the ground, sending a wave of chilling air stealthily towards the demon. The demon, keenly perceptive, sensed the encroaching cold beneath him and leapt aside just in time. Yet, he was unprepared for the alluring witch, who appeared like a shadow at his back. Before he could react, a torrent of green energy enveloped him. The witch employed her soul-controlling sorcery once more, attempting to enslave the demon. Dare to betray us? Then you shall become my servant. As the demonic entity was on the verge of being enveloped by the arcane energy, a brilliant flash surged forth, encasing the demon within. In the astonished gaze of the witch, both the demon and the flash vanished without a trace. Chapter 20. Illusory Sorcery, the Abandoned Amusement Park. The peacekeeper plunged his blade forcefully into the swirling mist, yet the anticipated spectacle of blood gushing forth did not materialize. Just as he furrowed his brow in confusion, the mist began to dissipate gradually. The peacekeeper stood dumbfounded, hastily wiping his eyes. What was happening? Emerging from the fog were 5 figures, all masked versions of Duan. This left him utterly bewildered. Could this man truly create duplicates? The 5 Duan smiled serenely, and in unison, they charged forward. Each wielded a gleaming silver thunderhammer, and in the next instant, they crashed down upon their opponent. With a wealth of combat experience, the peacekeeper swiftly retrieved a shield from his combat suit. As the formidable assault loomed overhead, he raised the alloy shield, unyielding and invincible. Alas, these Duans were mere illusions. The anticipated onslaught never came, leaving the peacekeeper once again in a state of bafflement, rooted to the spot. Surprised, are you? Here I am. Suddenly, a rush of wind surged past him. Turning around, he beheld a cataclysm of thunder transforming into a colossal wave, which engulfed the peacekeeper entirely. He barely had time to emit a cry before being hurled to the ground. His combat suit charred to a crisp. At this moment, the real Duan slowly revealed himself, a mischievous grin adorning his face. The moment he released the mist, Duan's illusionary array had been activated. Although Loki's combat prowess paled in comparison to his brother Thor as the god of mischief, his magical abilities were unparalleled in the realm of Asgard. With mere illusions, he could sit back and observe, leading his foes to engage in a futile struggle against the air, ultimately securing an effortless victory. After incapacitating the peacekeeper, Duan cast his gaze towards the other side of the battlefield. The witch and her companions stared in astonishment at the figure standing beside the demon. The Flash. Barry Allen. What was he doing here? Could it be that the Justice League had arrived? Harley Quinn gasped, covering her mouth. Upon hearing this, the witch and her companions trembled. If the Justice League had united, their escape would be impossible. The Flash was an ally Duan had contacted prior to infiltrating this place. The situation had taken a delicate turn. We retreat. Joan, it's up to you. Yes, replied the Enchantress. After acknowledging the Thinker's command, she immediately removed the ring from her finger. Instantly, her eyes glowed with an eerie green light, and her golden hair transformed into a raven hue. Reciting an arcane incantation, a massive surge of energy began to unfurl. Duan was taken aback. Was she preparing to make a grand escape? Barry, stop her. The Flash's eyes gleamed with intensity as he transformed into a streak of light, darting in front of the witch. He delivered a powerful punch to her face, which she took without flinching. The Flash sensed something was amiss. Half of the witch's face had already been distorted from the blow. Unexpectedly, she twisted her neck, her skin resembling pliable clay as it restored to its original position. Unscathed. In the next moment, the witch and Harley, along with the others, vanished into a shroud of green mist. The smoke spread, and their forms gradually dissipated. Duan realized that the moment the witch removed her ring, the enchantment had already commenced. The three of them were long since enveloped by the sorcery. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire rained down from within the green haze. The Flash, moving at lightning speed, manifested as a wall of light, deflecting every bullet. The demon sensed the witch and her companions attempting to flee and unleashed a torrent of flames that surged towards them. Unexpectedly, the searing fire vanished the instant it entered the green mist, only to erupt suddenly from behind Duan and his companions. "Look out! Be careful!" The Flash shouted at Duan, but alas, it was too late. The roaring flames swiftly engulfed Duan. The demon turned to see this and was immediately stricken with terror. "Master!" he cried, rushing into the inferno to rescue Duan. At that moment, the peacekeeper, lying unconscious on the ground, was abruptly dragged into the smoke by a powerful arm. The witch assisted the newly awakened peacekeeper, hastily leading everyone away. The Flash's sudden appearance had taken them by surprise. Their true fear lay with the Justice League. Once surrounded by the entirety of the League, their fate would only lead back to imprisonment. Who was that man in the white mask? Everything went awry upon his arrival. The Javelin grumbled as he ran, ruining my surprise party. Everyone remained calm. Even without the demon's assistance, our plan remains unchanged. The Thinker's words served as a fortifying tonic for the group. Suddenly, the witch cast a suspicious glance at the silent peacekeeper beside her. "Are you all right?" The peacekeeper murmured, lowering his head in contemplation. Then, with a sudden jolt, he looked up, wielding a thunder hammer. Duan. The violent thunder struck the unprepared witch, sending her flying several meters away, where she skidded along the ground before losing consciousness. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What just happened? Where did he come from? What about the peacekeeper? Duan smirked. Having anticipated the witch would seize the opportunity to rescue the peacekeeper, he had cleverly conjured illusions of himself engulfed in flames while transforming into the peacekeeper lying on the ground. All of this had been meticulously orchestrated by Duan. "It seems your sorcery is slightly inferior to my illusions." The Frost Killer, witnessing this, turned bloodshot with rage, and after a furious roar, conjured an ice blade, preparing to confront Duan. At that moment, the Thinker quickly restrained him. "We must flee. It's a trap designed to delay us." With that, he activated the helmet atop his head. Duan wasted no time, swinging his hammer to summon the storm once more. Before he could unleash the thunderous strike, his head suddenly throbbed violently. Duan immediately felt darkness enveloping him, a splitting headache overwhelming his senses. The Thinker's gaze was frigid as the machinery on his head whirred to life. Harley lifted the witch onto her back, and the group began to retreat gradually under Duan's watchful eye. Moments later, the Flash and the demon finally caught up to them. Duan was found lying on the ground, clutching his head in agony. "Brother, what has happened to you? Have you fallen victim to the mental assault of the Thinker?" The demon inquired incredulously. The old man's psychic attacks could overwhelm even Superman, though their effective range was limited. Duan, grimacing against the pain, struggled to rise. "I will be fine shortly, but regrettably, they have escaped." He managed to stand upright. Wolverine's regenerative abilities were already at work. It would not be long before he fully recovered. However, the immediate priority was to return to the police station. If it were discovered that he had released the demon without authorization, it would spell considerable trouble. After expressing his gratitude to the Flash, Duan detained the Peacemaker and returned to the precinct alongside the demon. Unfortunately, they were ultimately too late. The illusion he had cast to impersonate the demon had dissipated, and he was reported by a guard for stealing the keys to the cell. As Duan entered the precinct with the Peacemaker and the demon, a figure stood waiting in the lobby. Director Gordon. Duan felt a sinking sensation. Chapter 21. The Reckoning. Taking a prisoner without authorization was tantamount to aiding a jailbreak. A serious offense indeed. Duan's actions concerning the demon had inadvertently drawn the ire of Director Gordon, renowned in the Gotham Police Department for his unwavering sense of justice and impartiality. Duan had evidently resigned himself to his fate. Given the gravity of the situation, even his position as deputy commissioner would not shield him from repercussions. Fortunately, his successful capture of the Peacemaker somewhat mitigated his transgressions. Consequently, after a scathing reprimand from Gordon, his punishment was reduced to a 2-month suspension, and he retained his position as deputy commissioner, given his commendable work ethic and capabilities. As evening fell, the sunset painted Gotham in hues of splendor. In the East District, after leaving the precinct, Duan arranged to dine with Anna. Following their meal, the two strolled along the coastal highway. Li Duan gazed at the tranquil sea, his eyes filled with melancholy. After apprehending the peacemaker, his system points had risen to 750. Still a distance from redeeming the permanent Iron Man suit. Capturing Harley Quinn and her associates would not only allow for the acquisition of the armored suit, but perhaps also redeem him enough to return to his duties at the precinct. Lee, are you still brooding over the suspension? Anna inquired. Do not fret. It is merely 2 months. I shall accompany you through this. Her golden locks shimmered in the sunset, exuding elegance and charm. Thank you, Anna. Li Duan turned to gently embrace her, feeling a wave of joy and relaxation wash over him. Lee, I am to attend a gala tonight hosted by Master Wang. Would you care to join me? Bruce's gala? Do you know him? I have heard of him, Li Duan replied, brushing the back of his head, nearly revealing Batman's identity. The city's elite and dignitaries will be in attendance. My aunt is unable to make it, so I am attending in her stead. Anna continued to elaborate on the gala. If you wish to come along, you are welcome to join me. Her sparkling eyes looked at Li Duan with anticipation. Li Duan smiled faintly, brushing aside the strands of hair that had fallen onto her collarbone. With a gentle gaze, he spoke, Then allow me to be your dance partner this evening. After a brief farewell to Anna, Li Duan sensed that this soiree would be anything but ordinary. The city's elite had all been invited. Would Amanda Waller also be in attendance? His thoughts wandered, recalling the plans mentioned by Harley Quinn and others. Revenge against Amanda. Suddenly enlightened, he realized that tonight was their moment for retribution. With this thought in mind, Li Duan did not hesitate to don his white mask, a manifestation of the Thunder God. It was time to meet you, Batman. At Wayne Manor, Batman was preparing for the evening's festivities, adjusting his tie before the mirror. In the full-length mirror, Master Bruce appeared vibrant and energetic, a stark contrast to the fierce and solitary Batman. After Alfred, the loyal butler, adjusted his collar, he departed to ready the sports car for the gala. Bruce was left alone in the room. The wind rustled outside, causing the curtains to sway gently. As he gazed into the mirror, Bruce began to ponder the events that transpired that night at the Penguin's armory. There was that familiar silhouette again. The white mask and the silver thunderhammer. Who could it be? Just as he was lost in thought, he noticed an unexpected figure reflected in the mirror. Bruce's pupils widened, and upon regaining his composure, he saw the enigmatic man in the white mask. Who are you? Trespassing in a private residence is quite rude. Do you believe I wouldn't eliminate you on the spot? Master Bruce, have you truly forgotten me? Li Duan replied with a serene smile, then casually took a seat on the nearby sofa. Why would I remember you, you peculiar individual? You may not recall, but what about Batman? Upon hearing this, Bruce's expression shifted dramatically. This man knew he was Batman. Were you not curious about my story? Li Duan continued, removing his mask. He then revealed that he was the deputy commissioner of the Gotham Police Department and shared the details of his time travel experience with Bruce. Initially, Bruce was skeptical. The concept of time travel seemed far-fetched to him. Yet, considering the extraordinary happenings in Gotham, he began to reconsider. To validate his claims, Li Duan even disclosed the true identities of Superman, Wonder Woman, and other superheroes. At last, Bruce fully believed Li Duan's words. So, it was you who killed the Joker that day, Bruce stated, a complex expression crossing his face. Indeed, it was I, Li Duan confirmed. How do you possess such extraordinary powers? Bruce inquired, stroking his chin. Ah well. Li Duan hesitated, realizing Bruce was intent on probing deeper. My abilities are quite versatile, yet also unstable. They change from time to time. He chuckled softly, hoping Bruce would accept this explanation. To be honest, your suit is indeed impressive, Bruce acknowledged with a slight nod. To his surprise, Batman was admiring Iron Man's armor. Li Duan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This was quite amusing. However, the matter at hand was urgent. Are you hosting a gala tonight? Indeed, it occurs biannually. So, have you invited Amanda Waller? Naturally. As a high-ranking government official, she will undoubtedly make an appearance. Li Duanjia smiled knowingly. What is it? I took a considerable risk to ascertain that Harley and her associates plan to eliminate Amanda. What? It appears to be scheduled for tonight at your banquet. Li Duanjie conveyed his judgment to Bruce, who furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. It seems tonight is destined to be a sleepless one. Bruce rose and spoke slowly. Join me. Be prepared to lie in wait. Seeing Bruce extend the invitation, Li Duanjie smiled in agreement. Your attire is quite extravagant. Well, I have no choice, young master. I am merely a police officer, Li Duanjie replied with a shrug. Bruce chuckled at this and promptly instructed his butler Alfred to provide Li Duanjie with the finest suit available. The young master certainly knows how to indulge. Li Duanjie joyfully donned the designer ensemble and, accompanied by Bruce in his LaFerrari, made their way to the banquet hotel. Do you have books about this world in your realm? Bruce inquired as he navigated the supercar. Indeed, I am actually a longtime fan of yours. Li Duanjie replied from the passenger seat, engaging in animated conversation. So, does that mean you can foresee the future? I only recall a few major events. And this may simply be one of many parallel universes. I cannot say for certain. Bruce was deeply intrigued by Li Duanjie's original Earth. As their discussion continued, they arrived at the hotel for the banquet. Upon exiting the vehicle, Li Duanjie spotted a familiar figure. The Penguin. Chapter 22. Becoming a guest of the Wayne family at the banquet, Gotham's elite gathered in droves. Such extravagant celebrations are periodically hosted within the upper echelons of Gotham. Li Duanjie rarely experienced such a lavish lifestyle, rendering him somewhat out of place. Contemplating the potential carnage should Harley Quinn and her crew decide to strike here tonight. He felt a thrill, yet he resolved to capture them all this time. There would be no escape. Amidst the throng, Li Duanjie followed closely behind Bruce as they entered the Grand Hall. Was that the Penguin I just saw? Li Duanjie attempted to discreetly inquire of Bruce. But the latter seemed not to hear. Excuse me. As he prepared to tug at Bruce's sleeve, the latter had already moved swiftly away to converse with various officials. With a resigned shrug, Li Duanjie scanned his surroundings. Despite the presence of Gotham's powerful figures, including national dignitaries, he recognized none of them and felt like an outsider. He ambled towards a table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies and vibrant champagne, as his mouth watered in anticipation of indulging. His peripheral vision caught sight of an alluring figure. Li Duanjie, you truly made it. Anna, I apologize for not finding you sooner. The crowd is overwhelming. Dressed in a white gown adorned with glimmering jewels, Anna captivated him. No worries, I am simply delighted that you could come. The two exchanged warm smiles. The banquet had yet to truly commence when Bruce took to the stage to deliver his speech. There may be danger lurking later on. I shall protect you. Li Duan whispered discreetly into Anna's ear. What? How could there be danger here? They are here to assassinate Amanda Waller, and we must be wary of that lunatic. Harley Quinn. Li Duan's expression turned grave. Tonight was a prime opportunity to capture Harley Quinn and her accomplices. There could be no room for negligence. Are you going to face them alone? Certainly not. I have allies. Just as the two were engaged in their hushed conversation, Bruce concluded his speech to thunderous applause from the guests. Li Duan could no longer resist the temptation of the delectable dishes before him. As he prepared to indulge, an unfamiliar man approached. Who raised such an ill-mannered person? How could one behave so rudely at a banquet? The man sported a slick hairstyle and donned a white suit. Mocking Li Duan, Li Duan set down his spoon and turned to glance at him. What? Aren't these delicacies meant to be savored? Someone like you. A country bumpkin who cannot even wield a knife and fork. How would you comprehend etiquette? The man halted his derision mid-sentence as he noticed Anna beside Li Duan. His demeanor shifting. Ah, so you are a friend of our dear Anna. The man leaned in, attempting to shake Anna's hand. Anna merely cast a disinterested glance. Choosing to ignore him, the man appeared somewhat awkward, feigning composure. I never expected you to associate with such a lowly friend, Anna. What are you talking about? Li Duan is far more refined than you, Anna retorted, glaring at him. Upon witnessing Anna's irritation, Li Duan's anger surged. Just as he prepared to confront the man, several burly figures appeared at his side. What? You, a crude country bumpkin, wish to make a move? It would be wise for you to leave. This is no place for you. The man continued to taunt loudly. The surrounding crowd was drawn to the spectacle, laughter echoing all around. Indeed, this person hardly resembles nobility. Could he be a relative of some high-ranking official? Impossible. I know all the relatives of the prominent officials, and none match this character. Listen to me. This fellow must be a vagrant who snuck in. His clothing is likely stolen. That makes sense. Such a person ought to be expelled swiftly. As the din of jeers intensified, Li Duan felt a headache brewing. Do you hear that? Everyone is fed up with your peasant antics. It would be wise for you to leave. The man, with an insufferable smirk, declared. Just as Li Duan was about to argue further, a figure swiftly maneuvered through the crowd, arriving promptly before him. Seeing it was Master Bruce, the man immediately bowed and ingratiated himself. Master Bruce, look at that country bumpkin causing a disturbance. You arrived just in time to have him removed. Upon hearing this, Bruce shot him a cold glare. Oh, I wonder who dares to lay a finger on my guest today. Bruce placed his hands on Li Duan's shoulders, looking down disdainfully at the man in the white suit. Upon uttering these words, the crowd surrounding the scene erupted into fervent discussion, the atmosphere growing increasingly raucous. What? Do not jest, young master. This fellow merely intruded to partake in the refreshments. I shall state this once. Mr. Li is my esteemed guest. He is, in fact, a distinguished guest of the Wayne family, Bruce declared with unwavering composure. The onlookers, immediately cowed, dared not speak further, though their disdain for Li Duan remained palpable. Young master, one cannot associate with such a vulgar individual. I believe you should not be present at this soiree. I implore you to vacate the premises, lest I be compelled to escort you out myself. Bruce's countenance turned grave as he glared at the man in the suit. The suited man found himself at a loss for words, for everyone present feared the wealthy Bruce. Soon, he could only retreat from the gathering, gritting his teeth in defeat. With the suited man chastised and leaving the event, the surrounding nobles lost their previous haughtiness, their gazes towards Li Duan transforming altogether. Quite remarkable indeed. To achieve the status of a guest of the Wayne family at such a young age. Indeed, it is said that great figures often remain understated. Mr. Li, please pardon the antics of these individuals, Bruce said. No, I apologize for causing you any inconvenience, Li Duan replied graciously. Nearby, Anna stood in astonishment. When had he become a guest of the Wayne family? Her admiration for Li Duan grew, and she smiled softly at his profile. And who might this be? Bruce inquired. This is my friend, Anna. Anna and Bruce exchanged a handshake. I am here on behalf of my Aunt Leslie. Leslie? Ah, so she is your aunt, Bruce recalled. Recognizing Leslie as an acquaintance of Batman, just as Bruce and Li Duan were engrossed in conversation, Alfred approached the trio. Young Master, Amanda Waller did not attend the gathering. What? Li Duan and Bruce exchanged worried glances. This was troubling. Either she had been intercepted on the way, or something had transpired at the base. Li Duan hastily bid farewell to Anna and hurriedly followed Bruce outside. As Bruce and Li Duan rushed from the banquet, a figure leaning on a cane approached Anna. Penguin. Greetings, young Anna, he smirked as he drew near. Who are you? Chapter 23. Transformation into Doctor Strange in the serene night sky. A sudden gust of wind howled. A fierce gale swept across the ground, a shadow descending from above. A massive warplane emerged from the cloak of night, landing steadily before Batman and Li Duan. The Bat Lane. Let us proceed to Amanda Waller's central base. Batman beckoned Li Duan. Nodding in agreement, Li Duan felt a surge of excitement. Never imagining he would one day board the Batplane alongside Batman. Once aboard, they swiftly departed for Amanda Waller's central base. For turbines whirred into action, unleashing tremendous power. In the blink of an eye, the colossal aircraft melded into the inky blackness of the night. The secret base of the Star Country Intelligence Organization loomed. Its pentagonal structure exuding formidable defenses. Towering walls, as usual, were patrolled by searchlights scanning the surroundings. The base was ablaze with light. Yet not a whisper of sound could be heard. The Batlane circled low, gradually aligning itself with the landing platform below. Batman, his brow furrowed and expression grave, occupied the cockpit. The aerial sentinels had yet to provide any indication of activity, suggesting they had been compromised long ago. Batman spoke heavily. Li Duan gazed out the window, surveying the chaos within the base. The two descended from the aircraft and made their way directly into the main building. Inside the hall, bodies lay strewn across the floor. Blood splattered the walls, a gruesome sight to behold. Li Duan knelt, using 2 fingers to gauge the temperature of one of the fallen. They must have just departed moments ago, he deduced, rising slowly. Suddenly, the corpse on the ground lunged, seizing Li Duan's legs with a fierce grip. What the? A zombie? Li Duan exclaimed, startled, and struggled to free himself from the corpse's grasp. Wait. At that moment, Batman swiftly approached and crouched beside the body. He is still alive. You should have mentioned that sooner. You nearly gave me a heart attack, Li Duan retorted, returning to the man's side. Quick, head to the laboratory on the 5th floor. The man shouted with all his strength, before collapsing back to the ground. Li Duan exchanged a glance with Batman and nodded. They hastened towards the 5th floor. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of their hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Along the way, heaps of researchers lay scattered, lifeless in the hall. Li Duan felt a deep sense of revulsion towards the Joker and his accomplices, a band of lunatics. There was no time for sorrow or shock as they swiftly entered the laboratory. The laboratory was illuminated by flashing red alert lights, casting an eerie glow over the blood-soaked walls. Where is it? Up ahead. They pressed on, reaching the innermost depths of the laboratory. Suddenly, a familiar voice pierced through the air. There, in a chamber deep within the lab, Amanda Waller was bound to a massive missile. The countdown timer behind her indicated that it was about to detonate. Li Duan and Batman raced to her side, only to find Amanda battered and unconscious. The timer ticked ominously. 30. 29. 28. Time slipped away inexorably. Batman swiftly produced a batarang, freeing Amanda from her restraints. What do we do? This situation doesn't seem easily solvable, he queried. Leave it to me, Li Duan proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. System, exchange for Doctor Strange experience card. Ding. You have successfully exchanged 200 points for the Doctor Strange experience card, valid for 24 hours. Upon confirming the exchange, Li Duan felt a surge of power coursing through him. A formidable energy flowed from his hands, and his eyes shone with a golden light, filled with countless gears inscribed with runes that began to turn slowly. 4, 3, 2, 1. Hurry, Batman shouted. Li Duan's right hand traced circles before him, while his left pointed at the colossal missile. 10. Detonate. At the critical moment, a portal to the skies was opened. A powerful suction drew the missile inside. Boom. As the explosion ensued, the portal barely closed. Yet, the tremendous shockwave instantly flattened the entire laboratory. Everything was reduced to dust in an instant, and no one could survive this calamity. Silence reigned beneath the ashes. Above, on the top floor of the base, 3 figures tumbled out from the portal. Exhilaration. Duan cheered as he landed on the ground, his heart racing. Initially, to evade the impending danger, he had opened another portal leading to the outside. In a flash, the 3 were transported here. "Wake up, Amanda Waller." Batman vigorously shook Amanda's shoulder. After a moment, she gradually regained consciousness. Upon opening her eyes, 2 familiar figures came into view, one in a white mask and the other in a black mask. "Why are you here? Why not us?" "Waller, I am the benefactor who saved you twice," Duan said with a smug grin as he leaned down towards her. "I may not care if I die, but the entire world will be annihilated by Harley and her crew." "What did you say? Please elaborate," Batman inquired, gently lowering Amanda to lean against the wall. "They not only disabled the control chips of all the Suicide Squad members but also seized the chip implanting system. Why would they do such a thing? The system they took, combined with the Thinker's mental helmet, can control all the inmates of Belle Reve," Amanda exclaimed in terror. "Belle Reve? Their true aim is to release the prisoners there and control them." Batman realized that the situation had spiraled out of control. If they hurried, perhaps they could still prevent the disaster. After Duan spoke, he rose, ready to carve out another portal. "Wait." Amanda struggled to her feet and spoke with effort. "Batman, it is time to summon the Justice League." Amanda fixed her determined gaze upon Batman. The latter's eyes flickered before he slowly nodded. "Belle Reve Prison, Dreamland Prison. Ha ha." A maniacal laughter echoed through the desolate prison hall. Harley Quinn moved the warden's corpse aside and began to doodle a pattern on the ground with his blood. The real party was just beginning. Meanwhile, deep within the prison, a group of ruthless criminals was being released. As Deadshot stepped out of the prison gates, he felt invigorated. No longer would he heed Amanda's orders. She was probably obliterated into dust by now. Captain Boomerang strolled out from the side. Behind him loomed a massive figure, dragging heavy footsteps as it approached the crowd. "I'm so hungry. What happened to the guards? Did you kill them all?" King Shark opened his gaping maw, eyes gleaming with ferocity. "Hey folks, congratulations on your rebirth." A shadow emerged from the darkness, leading a throng of inmates. Bloody Revolution. Chapter 24, The Suicide Squad Meets the Justice League. Belle Reve Prison, Dreamland Prison. The colossal prison, perched upon the waterfall, dispelled the tranquility of yesteryears. At this moment, all the most notorious criminals were liberated by Harley and her companions, including the remaining members of the Suicide Squad. They deactivated the explosive chips embedded in their heads, and the exhilaration of newfound freedom coursed through their veins. "Listen to me. We are a team, as we have always been, and now our bond is even stronger," declared the Thinker, standing at the center of the crowd. "What once confined us were cages and prisons. Now, nothing can hinder our path." Upon hearing these words, the inmates erupted in joyous celebration. "Our purpose in releasing everyone is to forge a greater unity." As the Thinker spoke, he discreetly activated the helmet upon his head. The witch, noticing this, immediately understood and employed her sorcery to obscure their vision. She swiftly installed control chips in the heads of all the prisoners, except for those in the Suicide Squad. Observing the witch's gestures, the Thinker's lips curled into a smirk as he activated his powers. A wave of translucent energy rapidly spread, causing every chip to flicker as if receiving a signal. A glint of red illuminated the pupils of the convicts, clearly indicating that the thousands of criminals present were now under the Thinker's control. "We shall become the most formidable army, sweeping away all obstacles." After proclaiming this, the Thinker gestured to Harley, instructing her to distribute weapons to the prisoners. With a wave of her hand, everyone from the Joker's gang brought forth an array of firearms. Once armed, the inmates instantly grew restless. "Can we leave this cursed place already? I can hardly tolerate it any longer," grumbled Captain Boomerang, squatting on the ground. "So, what is our plan next?" asked Killer Croc, scratching his head in confusion. "Of course, we shall welcome the madness." "Ha ha," cackled Harley Quinn. Just as the Suicide Squad was deliberating, a swirling portal suddenly manifested above them. Abruptly, a bolt of lightning surged forth, followed closely by a towering figure. The Flash. "Superman, cease your reckless actions," thundered Superman, unleashing twin beams of laser from his eyes. Witnessing the oncoming torrent of energy, the Thinker's pupils dilated in shock. The Enchantress waved her hands, enveloping the Thinker in a swirl of green energy. By the time Superman's assault descended, the Thinker had already been transported to another location. The remaining heroes of the Justice League emerged from the portal, with Duan being the last to appear before the Suicide Squad. "The Justice League? You honor us greatly, and we shall not disappoint you." Captain Boomerang sneered, pointing at Duan. "It is fate that brings us together, since we are so destined. Let us capture you all today." Duan's gaze hardened with a palpable aura of menace as he coldly declared. A fierce battle was imminent. the Thinker. Upon seeing the Justice League arrive, displayed not a shred of surprise but rather a hint of exhilaration. You have come at the perfect time. Let us tear them apart. With the command of the Thinker, all the prisoners surged forward in a united assault. Bang, bang, bang. Thousands of bullets rained down like a tempest upon Duan and his companions. In the face of this overwhelming onslaught, Duan gallantly led the charge. He swiftly gestured with his hands before him, and a colossal portal rapidly materialized. The relentless bullets were drawn into the portal. Observing Duan's bravery, Superman felt a surge of admiration within. Other heroes from the Justice League joined the fray. Wonder Woman suddenly stomped the ground, leaping high into the air, and then came crashing down upon Killer Croc with tremendous force. Boom! The powerful impact struck Killer Croc's raised arms, causing his feet to sink into the earth. With a deafening roar, Killer Croc retaliated, forcefully flinging Wonder Woman away with his mighty arms. Bang! 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 With heavy footsteps, Killer Croc swung his massive fists at Wonder Woman. Clang! The immense force collided with her divine bracers, causing a surge of energy to retract momentarily. However, to Killer Croc's astonishment, the energy rebounded back upon him. He was sent flying into the throng of prisoners. Seeing Killer Croc falter against Wonder Woman, the recently freed beast roared and charged forth. Meanwhile, Superman took to the skies, unleashing twin beams of laser energy towards the Thinker. At that moment, Frostbite appeared, conjuring an ice wall right before the Thinker. The fury-infused lasers were reflected back by the ice barrier, hurtling towards Superman himself. Quick on his feet, Superman evaded the ricocheting energy. Yet, before he could regain his balance, a chilling wave enveloped him. Reacting swiftly, he turned to dodge the icy assault, then surged towards Frostbite with explosive speed. Noticing Superman's failure to reach the Thinker, Green Lantern Hal Jordan's ring blazed with light. In the next instant, a radiant green beam shot forth towards the Thinker's location. Suddenly sensing danger nearby, Hal conjured a shield of green light to protect himself. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, nearly toppling Hal in midair. It was the Bloody Sport, who had ambushed him with a grenade launcher. Hal's eyes blazed with determination as the energy from his ring flared, and he engaged in combat with his assailant. Meanwhile, the Flash faced off against his old adversary, Captain Boomerang. Before either could strike, they exchanged a barrage of taunts. Hey, little Flash, it's an insult to my reputation that they would send me to deal with you. I'm quite curious how you managed to be taken in by them. You pathetic excuse for a warrior. They mocked each other, yet the Flash clearly held the upper hand. After deftly dodging several lethal boomerangs, he delivered a lightning-fast punch that sent Captain Boomerang flying several meters away. Seeing his opponent so easily dispatched, the Flash smirked in disdain. In an instant, another threat loomed. A shadow darted across the wall and then lunged toward the spot where the Flash had just been. He narrowly avoided the strike and turned to find it was Black Spider. The individual possesses remarkable martial prowess, making it quite challenging to subdue him in a short span of time. Meanwhile, Batman engages in fierce combat with King Shark. The latter's massive physique is truly formidable, yet Batman remains undaunted. Numerous sharp batarangs strike King Shark's colossal frame, causing a torrent of blood to flow. Enraged, King Shark leaps ferociously, his enormous jaws lunging towards Batman. The battle between Cyborg and Polka Dot Man is the most intense, with an array of explosives hurled from Polka Dot Man's hands. Cyborg activates his devastating plasma cannon, and amidst their exchanges, the very prison teeters on the brink of collapse. Chapter 25. Teasing the sorceress in the prison hall, fierce battles rage in every corner. The heroes of the Justice League showcase their unique abilities against a horde of inmates and the entire Suicide Squad. This scene is a revelation for Duan. Witnessing such a grand spectacle is a fulfillment of a lifetime, though he certainly does not wish for his end to come just yet. Boom. The shockwave from a violent explosion leaves Aquaman momentarily disoriented. As he shakes his head to regain focus, a glint of cold steel targets his throat. How dare you ambush me? He bellows, raising his trident to parry the swift strike of the samurai's blade. Upon closer inspection, the samurai swiftly retreats into the shadows. A true ninja. Such petty tricks cannot harm me. Barely has he uttered these words when another precise slash is aimed at the back of his neck. Aquaman swiftly pivots, unleashing a surge of oceanic energy from his trident. Clang. The sound of blade meeting trident reverberates through the air. Is that so? The samurai emerges from the shadows, her form clad in a snug uniform that accentuates her graceful physique, the blade in her hand gleaming ominously. Why were you recruited into the Suicide Squad by Amanda? Mind your own business. It seems we cannot engage in a civil conversation. I have come to kill you. The last one who uttered such words has grass 3 meters high on their grave, Aquaman quips with a hint of amusement, deftly wielding his trident to counter every lethal strike from the samurai. You think you can kill me with this? Just as Aquaman perceives the samurai as no threat, another figure swiftly appears, turning the tide into a 2-on-1 confrontation. Hey, Flag, Do you and your bodyguard only rely on ambushes? Aquaman barely dodges a rocket fired by Flag, mocking him. On Aquaman's other side, Duan, donning a white mask, is embroiled in combat with 3 adversaries: Vixen, Deadshot, and Enchantress. Are you all planning to attack together, or one by one? Duan casually spreads his hands. You little brat, you're getting too cocky. Vixen's temper erupts, producing several sharp blades in her hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rapid-fire assault is relentless. Duan's lips curl into a smirk, his disdain evident. The power of Doctor Strange. Activate. Golden gears inscribed with runes begin to turn slowly around his eyes. In the next moment, Duan drew the 3 individuals into a mysterious realm. The blades of gunfire that flew towards him vanished into thin air, only to reappear moments later behind him, striking nothing but emptiness. This display left the trio on the opposite side utterly bewildered. What was this fellow capable of? The spear, unable to fathom Duan's abilities, was momentarily engulfed in impotent fury. The witch raised an eyebrow, recalling how Duan had used illusions to ambush her. Be cautious, he is not easily dealt with. That guy? I find that hard to believe. The spear, with a fiery temper, could hardly contain herself before Deathshot and the witch could utter a word. She charged towards Duan. The sharp blades danced nimbly in her hands, and in the next instant, they were unleashed upon Duan like a hail of arrows. Yet, he stood still, a peculiar smile gracing his face. Allow me to demonstrate what true magic is. With that, he spread his arms wide, allowing the blades to pierce his body without inflicting a single wound. This scene left the spear in stunned disbelief. I refuse to believe this. With a swift turn, she retrieved a blade from the ground and thrust it fiercely towards Duan's form. However, no matter how she attacked him, he resembled an ever-shifting wave, absorbing all her assaults. Soon, the spear found herself panting for breath. Observing her distress, Duan smirked disdainfully. Now it is my turn. As soon as the words left his lips, he transformed, rising several hundred meters into the air before the astonished gazes of the 3. At this moment, the spear appeared as insignificant as an ant before him. Eliminating you will be child's play. With that, his colossal form descended like a mountain crashing down. In an instant, it morphed into a torrent, sweeping forth with the ferocity of a flood bursting its banks. In that fleeting moment, the spear was engulfed, lost to sight. How about you two? Who else wishes to challenge me? Duan materialized like a specter behind the witch and Deathshot. Both of them trembled as if jolted by an electric shock. When they turned around, they found no one there. This fellow has drawn us into a realm of his own creation, where he reigns like a god. What shall we do now? Deathshot furrowed his brow, perplexed by the enigmatic situation. A glint of resolve flashed in the witch's eyes. In the next instant, golden threads danced, her attire billowed, and a surging energy enveloped her. In the blink of an eye, the alluring witch with green hair and red eyes underwent a complete transformation. Duan sensed impending danger. Was she unleashing her ultimate move? He mused that this time, he could not allow her to escape. Thus, he conjured thousands of clones, each wielding a thunderous hammer. The sound of thunder reverberated through the skies as countless bolts of lightning descended like an army charging down. Deathshot stood frozen, his scalp prickling at the overwhelming force above. What kind of divine battle is this? Suddenly, 2 beams of crimson light shot forth from the witch's eyes, piercing the heavens. When the fierce army of thunder descended, both the witch and Deathshot emerged unscathed. As they looked up again, they found themselves back in the original prison hall. Meanwhile, Duan, standing before them, emitted a muffled grunt and staggered back a few steps. What an extraordinary witch capable of forcefully shattering Doctor Strange's barrier. Duan's face was etched with disbelief. You little rascal, it seems you have no tricks left now? Seeing Duan injured, Deathshot seized the opportunity to raise his rifle and aimed it at him. Several bullets were stealthily fired, poised to pierce through Duan's body. Just then, the bullets inexplicably curved, altering their trajectory and targeting Deathshot instead. Deathshot was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Duan chuckled softly, clutching 2 golden gears inscribed with runes, as the powers of Doctor Strange manifested once more. The witch abruptly shoved Deathshot aside, unleashing a torrent of green energy that enveloped the incoming bullets. In the next instant, only the corroded remnants remained. Last time you got the better of me. But this time, I shall not let you escape. Sister, what do you mean by little rascal? Deception is a valid tactic in battle. Duan responded with a disdainful smile to the witch's insults. Her expression shifted to one of fury, and she began to chant a series of incantations. Observing this, Duan spun the rune gears in his hands, swiftly absorbing the surrounding energy. The witch's eyes widened in realization as thousands of demons and monsters materialized, encircling Duan. He understood these were illusions. As long as he remained steadfast and untempted, he could break the spell. With a shift in his gaze, he conjured several clones to remain in place, while his true self swiftly approached the witch. Behold my weapon vanishing spell. In an instant, Duan stood before the witch. pointing his finger, and a flash of golden light erupted. The witch was taken aback, realizing her illusions had failed to ensnare him. The next moment, an absurd turn of events unfolded. The magic cast by Duan struck the witch directly, yet nothing happened. The air fell silent. Suddenly, the witch's green robe and all that lay beneath it vanished without a trace. Her face flushed crimson as she let out a piercing scream. Her fair and voluptuous form was laid bare before Duan. Chapter 26. System. Quickly save me. Duan stared at the scene before him, blinking in disbelief. As two streams of blood flowed from his nose, the witch, realizing Duan was staring at her exposed body, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment. She hurriedly released green energy to cover herself and retaliated with a slap that sent Duan flying. He was violently hurled back several meters by the overwhelming force of her witchcraft. Is such ferocity truly necessary? Duan exclaimed. Meanwhile, the various battles within the prison were gradually becoming clearer. Under Superman's formidable onslaught, Frost Killer began to falter, retreating repeatedly. The life force he relied on was being overexerted, and his body could no longer withstand the strain. It wouldn't be long before he exposed his vulnerabilities under Superman's relentless assault. The clash between the Flash and Black Spider, along with Captain Boomerang, remained fiercely contested. Black Spider's exceptional agility and reflexes posed a significant challenge for the Flash. During the battle, the high-speed moving Flash encountered the wall effect that Duan had mentioned. Seizing this opportunity, the Flash surged forward, breaking through his limits. Observing the suddenly accelerating Flash, Black Spider wore a look of astonishment. The Flash, now experiencing an explosive burst of speed, truly grasped the essence of superspeed. With an overwhelming surge of confidence, he unleashed a flurry of rapid punches that caught the Black Spider completely off guard. The most pronounced clash occurred between Wonder Woman and Killer Croc, where the steadfast power of the Divine Bowl remained unscathed against Killer Croc's full-force strike. In retaliation, Wonder Woman delivered a powerful blow that sent Killer Croc plunging into the ground, howling in agony. The beast, overestimating his capabilities, leaped at Wonder Woman, only to be seized by the ankle and thrown with a dizzying 360-degree toss. Seizing the opportunity, Wonder Woman soared into the air, delivering a series of punches that thoroughly vanquished him. Meanwhile, the brutal Bloodsport had caught Green Lantern Hal off guard with a sudden barrage of tear gas rounds. Witnessing Green Lantern curled up on the ground, clutching his head, Bloodsport grinned maliciously. The opportunity had presented itself. He swiftly retrieved the grenade launcher that had been knocked from his grasp and unleashed a volley of grenades toward Green Lantern. The explosive sounds echoed thunderously, shaking the very foundations of the prison. However, Bloodsport tilted his head in confusion at the absence of any sound. Had he been reduced to ashes? As the smoke dissipated, astonishment washed over his face, for Green Lantern had conjured a shield from his emerald energy, rendering the grenade onslaught utterly ineffective. The robust energy of the Green Lantern quickly subdued Bloodsport, leaving him in a dire state. In a different confrontation, Aquaman found himself encircled by Rick Flag and his bodyguard, Katana. Yet, he navigated the situation with ease, gradually intensifying his offensive and gaining the upper hand. The most intense battle raged between Polka Dot Man and Cyborg, as both exchanged blows, reducing the prison to ruins. However, in terms of firepower, none could rival Cyborg's plasma cannon. As expected, the overwhelming bombardment from the plasma cannon left Polka Dot Man grievously injured. At the center of the fray, Batman engaged in a fierce struggle with King Shark. Batman had ensnared King Shark's legs with durable black ropes, leaving the hulking brute unable to move, resorting to wild bites in a futile attempt to break free. Yet, the strength of those ropes exceeded all expectations. Batman, if you dare let me go, King Shark roared. You truly are a dreamer. There is no escape for you today. After subduing King Shark, Batman surveyed his surroundings, noting that the scales of victory were tipping increasingly in his favor. Superman soared into the fray, delivering a punch of such ferocity that it shattered the ice while shielding the Thinker. Surrender the chip controller, or release your hold on these prisoners, he demanded. Do you really believe everyone will obediently comply with your orders? The Thinker cunningly retorted. Then you may test that theory. With that, two scorching beams of laser erupted from Superman's eyes, aimed directly at the Thinker. Just then, Enchantress arrived just in time. Her green mystical energy swept in, bizarrely redirecting the laser's trajectory. Realizing his attack had failed, Superman shifted his form, intent on delivering a decisive blow to the Thinker, only to be met with a psychic shockwave that left him reeling in pain. Superman! Wonder Woman cried out in alarm, rushing to his side just in time to catch him as he began to fall. The noble heroes, your time is running out. The Thinker, utilizing his helmet, transmitted words to everyone present. The prison fell into a profound silence. What is this fellow up to? The Flash appeared perplexed. I have activated the chips of all the inmates here. In less than a minute, you shall witness an unprecedented display of fireworks. The moment the thinker uttered these words, chaos erupted within the prison. Thousands of inmates were destined to meet their demise in a minute's time. The prisoners unleashed a torrent of curses, and in their frenzy, they began to assault one another. Some frantically attempted to trigger their own explosive devices, while others recklessly lunged at the Justice League heroes, seeking mutual destruction. Undoubtedly, the center of attention was the instigator, the thinker. Observing the surrounding inmates erupting in fury, he remained unperturbed and exchanged a glance with the sorceress. In the next instant, a thick green mist enveloped the entire prison. Once the green fog dissipated, all members of the Suicide Squad had vanished, save for the unfortunate Spear, who was dragged into a strange dimension by Duan and left behind. How could one allow such a prize to slip away? Duan looked up and beheld a scene reminiscent of hell itself. As the frenzied inmates realized their impending doom, they erupted into absolute chaos. The Justice League heroes found themselves in a precarious situation. Batman had just sent one inmate flying with a punch when another wave of reckless individuals charged at him. Superman, under the protection of Wonder Woman, regrouped with the other heroes. What shall we do? Shall we pursue them or remain to deal with these ruffians? Aquaman, clutching his trident, posed the question. Splitting our forces seems the wisest choice, Steel said, firing tranquilizer darts at the frenzied inmates. I believe I can handle it. Just as the heroes were at a loss, Duan stepped forward. Are you certain? Absolutely, trust me. Duan confidently patted his chest. I believe in you. I also believe in you. Batman and the Flash were the first to endorse Duan. The other heroes looked on in astonishment. When had this fellow earned their trust? Leave it to me. They haven't gotten far, and we can still catch them. The heroes exchanged glances, uncertain. Should we truly entrust it to him? Duan, seemingly unremarkable, appeared remarkably dependable in this dire moment. Superman began to regard Duan with a subtly different expression. Very well, let us pursue. With that, the heroes set off in pursuit of the fleeing Suicide Squad. Duan watched their retreating figures, his gaze complex and his heart filled with confusion. It's over. I've overdone the bravado. System, quickly save me. Chapter 27. Ascending to the role of Prison King. Reeve Prison, Dreamland Prison. Upon receiving the news of death, a cacophony of uproar immediately filled the prison. The restlessness of the 1,000 inmates was nothing short of earth-shattering. Some inmates, desperate to disable the chips in their heads, began to violently crash their skulls against the walls. Most of the prisoners erupted into a violent melee, blood spilling everywhere. Duan brandished his thunderhammer, hovering in midair as he observed the chaotic scene below. System, save me, he implored. How can I assist you? The system finally responded, sensing Duan's despair. Is there a way to ensure these prisoners do not perish? Based on your current IQ analysis, you merely need, what, a day to devise a solution? Duan gazed in silence at the tumult below, realizing that the system was unreliable. He had to rely on himself. Can everyone quiet down and listen to me? Duan shouted to the crowd of over 1,000. Unfortunately, his pleas fell on deaf ears. The cacophony was infuriating, making it impossible to concentrate. For heaven's sake, settle down. I have a way to save you. Duan bellowed in anger, capturing the attention of the entire assembly. Who the hell are you? Stop your incessant rambling. A prisoner retorted, pointing disdainfully at Duan. Duan twisted his neck, his fury surging, thunder crackling around him. Still dare to talk back? With a deafening clap of thunder, a mighty bolt of lightning struck with precision. The man was instantly blasted into unconsciousness, causing the remaining prisoners to hesitate in their unruly behavior. Observing the fallen prisoner, Duan's eyes narrowed. I have it. A plan began to form in his mind. System, open the Marvel Superstore. Exchange for the experience card. Magneto. Safety reminder. Simultaneous use of 2 experience cards may lead to bodily overload. Proceed at your own risk. Oh, I almost forgot I still possess Doctor Strange's abilities. Duan furrowed his brow, pondering his next move. He glanced at the eager faces of the prisoners, all looking to him for guidance, with mere seconds remaining before the chip would explode. His heart was torn. Though these individuals had committed heinous acts, it was not for a mere thinker to decide their fate. With resolve, he declared, System, proceed with the exchange for the Magneto experience card. Ding. You have successfully exchanged 200 points for the Magneto experience card. Upon hearing the successful exchange, Duan wasted no time activating the ability. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy coursed through his body, akin to an ascension. However, instead of feeling exhilarated by this immense energy, he was engulfed in agony, his eyes bloodshot, and blood trickling from his mouth and nose, teetering on the brink of madness. A muffled groan escaped him as he extended his arms. Regardless of the cost, I will save these people. With that, a formidable electromagnetic energy began to coalesce in his palms. In the blink of an eye, this resplendent energy transformed into a colossal sphere. The prisoners below widened their eyes in awe, fixated on Duan, who was now enshrouded in lightning, his hair dancing wildly. In that moment, to the 1,000 prisoners, Duan appeared as their savior. In an instant, he hurled the energy sphere toward the center of the prison. Boom. With a resounding explosion, the energy sphere detonated. A vast and undulating electromagnetic shockwave engulfed the entire prison. Initially startled, the inmates instinctively covered their heads, only to find the energy wave merely traversing through their bodies. Contrary to expectations, the anticipated explosion of countless heads did not occur. Triumphantly, Duan raised his arms in celebration, having harnessed the electromagnetic interference capabilities of the magneto to render all chips ineffective, successfully saving all the prisoners. As the countdown in their heads ceased, the inmates erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a raging torrent. Duan, watching the jubilant crowd below, felt his vision blur. Suddenly, his head grew heavy, and he lost consciousness, plummeting from midair. The prisoners below, witnessing his fall, rushed forward, and several burly men extended their arms to catch him. In the depths of Belle Reve prison, while the hall echoed with jubilant cheers in the wake of crisis averted, the corridor on the lower level remained eerily empty. The rhythmic sound of high heels clicking against the floor echoed slowly. The enchanting Harley Quinn sauntered gracefully deeper into the prison shadows. Her sultry figure and alluring curves gradually faded into the darkness. This place is utterly dreadful, yet I find it delightful, Harley mused, her smile suddenly freezing. How dare they exclude me from the party? That thinker knows how to command, but if I'm deceived, I shall surely bite off his ear. Harley rambled her way to the entrance of a prison cell, fumbling to switch on the light beside her. With a flick, the room was instantly illuminated, the bright light blinding her momentarily. Inside the cage, a man bound by various instruments and tightly secured began to slowly open his eyes. Is it Amanda Waller? Certainly not, my dear Black King Maxwell. A dark smile crept across the man's lips as he beheld the jester before him. Just you? Indeed. Savor your freedom. With those words, Harley produced a remote control, gradually unlocking the high-tech prison. The man's expression brightened. Justice League, we are to meet again. Duan struggled to open his eyes. In his line of sight, several hulking figures surrounded him. What the hell? What do you want? I'm still processing everything. Instinctively, he shielded himself and recoiled. Big brother. From now on, you are our big brother. Yes, you saved us. You are our big brother. You are far better than that old coot in a helmet. Clearly, the large man referred to the thinker. Overwhelmed with warmth, Duan realized the inmates were expressing their gratitude towards him. Today, your lives are spared, and it shall not be determined by the thinker. Upon hearing this, a thunderous cheer erupted from the surrounding 1,000 inmates. Subsequently, Duan returned all the prisoners to their cells. Surprisingly, these inmates willingly submitted to being confined again, seeing Duan as a divine savior. Afterward, Duan departed from Belle Reve, carrying the unconscious spear he had subdued, making his way back to Gotham Police headquarters. Gotham Police interrogation room. Duan crossed his arms, gazing solemnly at the specially designed shackles that bound the spear, his expression grave. Moments later, William approached with a thick stack of money. Here, this is your bounty. Duan glanced at it, and promptly tucked the notes into his pocket. Although his face remained impassive, he was elated within. Having transitioned from being suspended to a bounty hunter, capturing this high-profile criminal filled him with immense joy. Chapter 28. I am invited to join the Justice League the following day. The Flash called Duan. The heroes of the Justice League had pursued the Thinker and his cohorts after cornering them at Belle Reve, but ultimately failed to apprehend them. Distressed by the news, Duan urged William to extract the Peacemaker and the spear for interrogation. Outside the interrogation room, Duan peered through the glass. Observing the spear's stubborn refusal to divulge any information, his eyes ablaze with fury. Rolling up his sleeves, he entered the room. Hey, do you think we won't dare to touch you? He shouted, pointing at the spear. Come on, if you have the guts. The spear regarded Duan with disdain. The more Duan thought about it, the angrier he became, rushing forward to grab the spear by the collar and lift him off the ground. You bastard. Go ahead and hit me. Why don't you strike? Seeing this, William immediately intervened, forcibly pulling Duan back. Lee, you're not a police officer now. You can't touch him, he whispered in his ear. Duan, still seething, trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. I should have turned him into a punching bag outside. All right, let's step outside for now. You continue, William insisted, dragging Duan out of the interrogation room. Why are you still so impulsive? Impulsive? You have no idea how urgent this is. Duan thought of the Thinker and his associates, each one more dangerous than the last. Left unchecked, who knew what reckless actions they might undertake? If their next move remained unknown, Gotham and even the nation would be in peril. Okay, but let the official police handle the interrogation. You need to rest, William said as he escorted Duan out of the precinct. Observing Duan's troubled expression, William shook his head and sighed. Brother, we're waiting for your return. Hearing this, Duan felt his anger subside gradually. His suspension was a consequence of his own actions, and he had no one to blame but himself. Now, he could only rely on his colleagues to extract the Thinker's next plan from the Spear and the Peacemaker. Burdened with worry, Li Duan returned home alone. With a heavy heart, he walked with his head down, occasionally kicking small stones out of his path. He sensed that significant events were on the horizon. He was certain that the Thinker would orchestrate something monumental. As he approached his doorstep, he looked up to find a sleek black luxury sports car parked right in front of his house. Who has the audacity to block my door? He shrugged dismissively, lacking the mood to concern himself with such matters, and turned to enter his home. Upon stepping inside, he realized that a guest awaited him. Bruce? Last time you intruded upon my estate, consider this my repayment. That man, Bruce, was seated on the living room sofa, seemingly awaiting Li Duan's arrival for quite some time. How did you find my home? Li Duan inquired. Well, just as Batman was about to respond, a figure emerged from the kitchen. Perfect timing. I just prepared some fruit. The Flash, Barry Allen, appeared, carrying a platter of fruit. Oh, it's you. You truly have no reservations, Barry. Haha, of course not. Li Duan took a seat opposite Bruce. After a few pleasantries, they delved into the main topic. Are you interested in joining the Justice League? Li Duan was taken aback by Batman's question, his fruit dropping to the floor. Me? Indeed, Batman affirmed. The Flash nodded enthusiastically from the side. If possible, I would certainly like to join you. Splendid. The Flash exclaimed, his joy palpable at Li Duan's affirmative response. However, there are certain procedures to follow. Procedures? More than half of the team must agree before you can officially join, Batman stated earnestly. Come, let us head to the Justice League watchtower. Yes, let us go? Li Duan, still bewildered, was pulled up by the Flash. What a surreal experience. Gazing at the two superheroes before him, Li Duan felt utterly lost. Am I dreaming? I've been invited by Batman to join the League. Subsequently, he settled into the back seat of a sleek black sports car. Remarkably, the four wheels transformed into jet turbines. With a powerful thrust emanating from beneath, the car soared into the air. I can't believe this vehicle can fly. Li Duan marveled at Batman's extravagant gadgets. The black vehicle darted through the sky, heading towards the Justice League's headquarters. Upon his first arrival at the Hall of Justice, Li Duan was filled with excitement. He glanced around, astonished to witness the scenes he had only ever seen in comics now unfolding before his very eyes. Hey, Li, hurry up. The Flash called out. I'm coming. The three boarded the elevator leading to the watchtower. In mere moments, they reached the summit. The vast, dark cosmos visible through the windows exuded an air of majesty and mystery. Li Duan gazed curiously at the solar system outside, unable to suppress a secret smile at the sight of space. Inside the watchtower's conference hall, Cyborg and Green Lantern were utilizing satellite systems to comprehensively search for the whereabouts of the Thinker and others. Wonder Woman and Superman engaged in conversation, while Aquaman was nearby, working on his physique. Folks, we have guests, Batman announced with a smile. Ah, young brother, you've arrived, Aquaman exclaimed, lifting Li Duan with a hearty grin. The other heroes smiled warmly. Barry and I both agree on Li Duan joining us. What do you think? Batman proposed. The heroes exchanged glances, and Li Duan felt a bit awkward. For our young brother to join, he must first spar with me. Huh? Spar with you? The Flash was taken aback to see Aquaman eager to challenge Li Duan. He felt a surge of excitement. That won't do. Since Arthur wishes to spar with me, I shall oblige. Li Duan smiled and shook hands with Aquaman. The moment their hands clasped, a contest of strength commenced. This fellow has an impressive grip, Li Duan mused internally, feeling as though his hand might dislocate. Though he maintained a facade of calm, he secretly acknowledged that without the enhancement from his system, his hand would have been rendered useless by now. I believe this will be an interesting exchange, Green Lantern Hal remarked as he stepped forward. Indeed, it's a good idea to follow through with the process, Superman concurred. With unanimous agreement, Aquaman declared, all right then, my young friend. Leading Li Duan to the training hall of the watchtower. Upon entering, Li Duan was astonished by the spacious hall filled with various combat robots and an array of weapons that dazzled his senses. Let's establish some rules. No abilities allowed. Purely physical combat. How does that sound? Li Duan chuckled at the proposition. Of course, he replied, though anxiety gripped him at the thought of facing Aquaman in a purely physical bout. Isn't that tantamount to courting disaster? Chapter 29. A Date with Wonder Woman. Li Duan scrutinized Aquaman Arthur's physique, broad shoulders, powerful arms, and well-defined muscles. Goodness. Engaging in hand-to-hand combat with him could be perilous. Recalling his knowledge of Aquaman from previous lives, he knew the man was impervious to blades and bullets alike. No way. System, grant me the physique of Captain America. Apologies. The system has detected that your body is at risk of catastrophic failure due to overuse of abilities. Safety protocols have now been activated. Li Duan wore a puzzled expression. Catastrophic failure? It appeared this was no trivial matter. He was truly facing a raw physical confrontation. Are you ready, my friend? Aquaman asked, limbering up with eager anticipation. Let us do this. Li Duan steeled himself. After all, with his body tempered by Thor's power and augmented by Wolverine's passive abilities, he believed he could hold his own. Suddenly, as he contemplated his approach, a fist the size of a sandbag struck him squarely in the face. He felt himself propelled backward, only to be seized by the neck and slammed downwards. Boom. The impact resonated through him, making him grimace in pain. Goodness, this fellow is serious. Don't hold back, my friend, Aquaman called as he charged again. Delivering a flurry of powerful punches, Li Duan reacted swiftly, rolling on the floor to narrowly evade the blows. Glancing back at the ground, he was shocked to see 2 deep craters left by the strikes. If that had landed on me, I would have been utterly crushed. Before Li Duan could regain his footing, Aquaman surged forward once more, unleashing a tempest of blows that struck with the force of a storm. Li Duan raised his eyebrows in alarm, heart racing, and executed a series of backward flips to escape. The harnessing of Thor's power had indeed enhanced his agility. In a previous life, I had trained with a martial arts troupe for several years, honing my skills in evasion. As Aquaman observed his fists repeatedly striking air, he began to reconsider. This young man possessed some remarkable abilities. His demeanor grew increasingly serious. Suddenly, he stomped the ground and propelled himself forward with great speed. In the blink of an eye, Li Duan was unable to evade and took a solid punch to the gut, sending him reeling. Clutching his abdomen, he fell to one knee, feeling as though he might collapse at any moment. Arthur, this has gone on long enough, exclaimed the Flash, appearing urgently before Aquaman. No. The duel is not over. We cannot simply call a halt. Li Duan struggled to rise, forcing himself to articulate, I can still fight. Aquaman regarded Li Duan's determination with newfound respect. All right, my brother, I shall now truly unleash my strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a fierce gust of wind from his punch surged forward, more powerful than before, creating waves of energy. Li Duan's gaze sharpened. Memories of his martial training flooded back to him, sinking his shoulders, pivoting his hips, tucking his chin, and drawing in his abdomen. The images of his past training felt as vivid as yesterday. With a series of deft maneuvers, he artfully evaded Aquaman's relentless strikes. Frustration mounted for Aquaman as he found himself unable to land a blow on Li Duan. Li Duan's brow arched slightly. The moment he had been waiting for had arrived. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he deliberately exposed a vulnerability. Observing the opening in Li Duan's defense, Aquaman lunged forward with a heavy punch. However, in his haste, he failed to notice Li Duan's right foot sweeping toward him. The kick landed cleanly, causing Aquaman to miss entirely and crash heavily to the ground. The Flash, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but rise to applaud. Brotherly, you have quite the skill. Focused, Li Duan capitalized on Aquaman's fall and swiftly applied a naked chokehold. Regrettably, Aquaman's formidable size made it exceedingly difficult for Li Duan to maintain his grip on the beast. With a roar, Aquaman forcefully hurled Li Duan away. Just as a heavy punch was poised to strike Li Duan's forehead, Aquaman halted his descending fist. Well done, brother. Your technique is commendable. I welcome you to join us. A smile graced Aquaman's face as he pulled Li Duan to his feet. Li Duan, taken aback by this unexpected praise, realized that had Aquaman not restrained himself, his life would likely have been forfeit. In truth, Li Duan had the chance to knock Aquaman unconscious during the choke, yet he refrained, a fact Aquaman noted with approval. Recognizing the young man's understanding of interpersonal dynamics, this was why, upon rising, Aquaman refrained from delivering a final blow. Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations, brotherly. The Flash beamed at Li Duan's acknowledgement by Aquaman. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Cyborg wore a troubled expression. There are no leads. What if they discover our presence? Absolutely not. That tracker is no larger than a speck of dust and cannot be detected. Cyborg was confident in the tracker he had secretly implanted within Polka Dot Man. Could it have possibly malfunctioned? Green Lantern questioned, a look of uncertainty crossing his face. No, it is not so easily disrupted. According to current analysis, either the Dot Man has been killed, or they have entered a peculiar space. Killed? That seems improbable. It would be akin to slaying the horse after it has ceased to be useful. I find that highly unlikely. Thus, the most plausible scenario is that just as Steelbone was in the midst of analysis, Aquaman, accompanied by Li Duan, slowly emerged from the training room. How is it? Batman inquired. I wholeheartedly support the inclusion of our young friend, Aquaman exclaimed, patting Li Duan on the shoulder with a robust smile. That is splendid. So, from now on, wait, I haven't agreed yet. Wonder Woman interjected at that moment. Diana, do you have any reservations? Indeed, I do. He must pass my test. Joining the Justice League is not a trivial matter. Wonder Woman approached Li Duan, scrutinizing him from head to toe. Are you willing to accept my challenge, Li Duan? Of course, I have no objections. In the bustling heart of Metropolis, within a minimalist Chinese restaurant, Li Duan was enjoying a sumptuous meal with Wonder Woman. "So your test is simply to treat you to a grand feast?" Li Duan asked, somewhat perplexed by the casually dressed heroine before him. She gently tossed her hair aside and then stood up. "Of course, there is more. I also need to bend down and reach for the farthest dish to serve myself." Li Duan gulped, his gaze inadvertently drawn to the neckline of her attire. The sight of her ample bosom and flawless skin was undeniably captivating. "And there is certainly more to it," she added, returning to her seat. Li Duan shook his head, striving to regain his composure. Was it possible that he was to spend an entire day on a date with her? Soon enough, he confirmed this notion in his mind, as after their meal, the heroine requested him to take her shopping. Dining, shopping, was a movie screening next on the agenda? What sort of trial was this? Chapter 30. Encountering the Frost Killer again on the eastern coastal shores of Metropolis. The afternoon sea breeze was gentle and inviting, while the golden sands gleamed enticingly. The picturesque scenery rendered this seaside resort a dazzling gem along the eastern coastline. After Li Duan subtly confirmed with Wonder Woman that he was indeed on a date with her, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. It was an extraordinary experience to be accompanying a female superior, who just so happened to be a formidable superheroine. In that moment, Li Duan found himself at a loss. Should he envy his fortune or bemoan it? After all, the woman beside him, aside from her esteemed identity, was also a stunning beauty. With her graceful and statuesque figure, delicate and refined features, and an aura befitting a goddess, she nearly rendered Li Duan breathless. Yet, Li Duan was no fool. He understood that Wonder Woman was testing him. Since it was a challenge, he knew he must not indulge in fanciful thoughts. Nevertheless, his experiences that day could easily fill several volumes of romantic literature. Is this the place? As Li Duan remained lost in his reverie, Wonder Woman suddenly turned her head to ask, Oh yes. He quickly snapped back to reality, guiding her to the picturesque seaside resort before them. Upon seeing the seaside beach, the heroine was instantly transported back to the past. Li Duan cast a sidelong glance at the slightly dazed heroine, his heart brimming with delight. He had anticipated that this place would evoke her memories. After all, the Wonder Woman hails from the Amazonian island, making this location the closest to her childhood. "Diana, allow me to take you to a special place." Oh. The two arrived at an archery range within the resort. The equipment consisted of compound bows and straw targets, both professional and nostalgic, perfectly suiting the heroine's preferences. Observing her excitement, Li Duan was reassured that his intuition had not failed him. Horseback riding and archery. Was this not the very essence of an Amazonian warrior's childhood? He couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Surely this would earn him a place in the Justice League. Shall we engage in a friendly competition? What? Us? The heroine's sudden challenge caught Li Duan off guard. Glancing down, he realized she had already taken up her bow and arrow, and he understood that it was a contest of archery. His eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed the arrows were made of metal. A smile crept onto his face. He still had time left on his Magneto experience card. Thus, they began to compare their archery skills. It must be said, the warrior truly lived up to her reputation, her movements fluid and precise as she drew the bowstring effortlessly, scoring 10 consecutive bullseyes. The owner nearby was left in shock, exclaiming, "What kind of sorcery is this?" The target was a staggering 70 meters away, a distance only the most elite marksman could hope to hit consistently. Moreover, the bows and arrows provided were not of the highest standard. "Your turn," the goddess said, gazing at Li Duan with a hint of ease. He nodded slightly, then mimicked the heroine's movements to draw the bow and nock an arrow. In truth, Li Duan was a complete novice, lacking even the basic stance for archery. Nevertheless, having observed the heroine, he executed the motions with surprising finesse. As he released the first arrow, it flew like lightning, landing solidly in the bullseye 70 meters away. "Wow, are you two part of the national team?" the owner asked, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. The heroine also appeared somewhat astonished. This young man was more than he seemed. Li Duan maintained a facade of calm, yet internally, he was laughing uncontrollably. Magneto's abilities were truly remarkable. With a subtle shift of thought, he guided the arrowhead directly to the bullseye. Was this not simple? Under the watchful eyes of the owner and the heroine, Li Duan consecutively shot 9 arrows, each finding its mark. The heroine sensed that Li Duan was not an ordinary individual. She noticed his technique was somewhat unrefined. Yet, how could he still be so accurate? Was he perhaps a rare archery prodigy? She mused that with proper training, this young man could become extraordinary. The final arrow was released with great speed, and Li Duan focused intently. It landed in the 9 ring. He had deliberately controlled this last shot to fall short of the bullseye, not wanting to incite competition with the heroine. The heroine's face lit up with delight, while the owner pondered the true identities of these remarkable individuals. "I underestimated you. I did not realize you possess such exceptional talent." "Too kind," Li Duan replied modestly. "Shall we go for a swim?" That sounds like a splendid idea." The heroine's sudden mention of swimming brought Li Duan joy. In his mind, Li Duan could not help but conjure images of the female warrior's exquisite figure. Hey, don't get distracted. Quickly, take a look at how this swimsuit suits me. Upon lifting his gaze, Li Duan noticed that they had already arrived at the swimwear boutique. Clad in a delightful short dress adorned with lace in shades of white and pink, complemented by her alluring curves, Li Duan nearly lost his composure. It looks splendid. But something feels amiss, he remarked, attempting to maintain his composure. Hearing this, the female warrior retreated to the fitting room once more. Moments later, she emerged in another ensemble. What about this one? As Li Duan's eyes roamed, his heart raced uncontrollably. The black bikini against her fair skin was an absolute spectacle. Quite nice. But it still feels like something is lacking, he deftly suggested. Very well, the female warrior replied, disappearing into the fitting room again. Thus, under Li Duan's gentle coaxing, she tried on several outfits, allowing him to indulge his eyes in sheer delight. You little lecher, are you playing with me? She teased. I'm innocent. In fact, that last outfit was the finest, Li Duan exclaimed, feeling the pinch of her grasp on his ear. Really? Absolutely. All right then, let's go swimming. As dusk settled, the sun cast a golden hue upon the sea. Li Duan reclined on a sun lounger, sipping champagne and reveling in the picturesque scene, utterly content. Beside him was the enchanting female warrior, and after a day of playful antics, they finally took a moment to rest. Li Duan couldn't help but reflect on his past life, realizing he had never experienced such joy until now. With that thought, he lifted his gaze skyward. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, something peculiar caught his attention. Springing to his feet, Li Duan peered towards a private villa by the shore. The female warrior, startled, also stood to look. A kilometer away, within the villa, something seemed to be unfolding. What is wrong, Li? She inquired. I see a familiar figure. Who is it? It appears to be the Frost Assassin. Li Duan pondered, intrigued by her presence. The female warrior's eyes sparkled with determination. Now is the opportune moment to capture her. With that, they quickly rose, preparing to change their attire before investigating further. Meanwhile, inside the villa, a beautifully cobbled path led to the house, and unbeknownst to all, several icy footprints had formed along the way. Inside, Professor Stowe was instructing his precious grandson in Spanish. Watching his grandson recite with such charm brought a smile of contentment to the old professor's face. Suddenly, the smile vanished. In the reflection of the mirror, a figure with a chilling smile emerged slowly. The professor instinctively shielded his grandson behind him. Who are you? Me? I was once your student, but today, I am not here for a lesson. I can give you whatever you desire. You merely need to accompany me, Professor Stowe. Chapter 31. Backlash. Li Duan and the female warrior reached the villa's entrance at lightning speed. They stared at the icy footprints on the ground and exchanged knowing glances. It's definitely her. Their expressions grew serious. This time, she must not escape. Entering the villa's garden, Li Duan signaled for the female warrior to take separate paths. She stealthily entered the house, ascending the stairs to investigate. Circumventing the garden, he made his way to the backyard. As dusk fell, the lights surrounding the house gradually flickered to life. Li Duan donned a mask, cautiously inching along the wall towards the rear yard. His ears twitched at the distant roar of engines, growing louder with each passing moment. Peering ahead, his pupils dilated slightly, and his brows furrowed. In the dim light, he beheld the Frost Assassin and the polka dot man abducting an elderly gentleman. What should be done about this little rascal? Never mind. This is beyond the scope of our plan. As the polka dot man responded to the Frost Assassin's inquiries, he shoved the bound Professor Stowe into a helicopter. Wait. Let me say one last word to my grandson. What nonsense is that? Let him speak. The Frost Assassin gestured for the polka dot man to halt, signaling him to release the professor. The polka dot man cast a glance at her, smirked, and relinquished the professor. The elderly man swiftly crouched beside his grandson. Observing the old professor and his grandchild, the icy demeanor of the Frost Assassin gradually softened. Suddenly, thunder rumbled across the night sky. A blinding bolt of lightning struck directly, hitting the helicopter's rotor with unerring precision. In an instant, smoke began to emanate from the damaged rotor. The Frost Assassin turned to witness the scene, her expression shifting dramatically. Surrender without resistance. Li Duan descended from the heavens, cloaked in lightning, as he swung his thunder hammer down upon the two adversaries. An explosive chill erupted, freezing the surroundings in an instant. Realizing the imminent danger, Li Duan swiftly altered his trajectory, descending towards the two hostages. You truly are a persistent specter, the Frost Assassin exclaimed angrily, unleashing a barrage of ice shards. Li Duan spun around, steadying himself while shielding the professor and his grandson behind him. He then swung his hammer, as the robust lightning transformed into a colossal serpent, devouring the incoming ice shards. Just as he neutralized the Frost Assassin's lethal assault, the polka dot man unexpectedly produced a rocket launcher, aiming a missile directly at Li Duan. Professor Stowe, seeing the missile approach, was momentarily paralyzed, holding his grandson tightly. Afraid to breathe, Li Duan's gaze sharpened as he activated his magnetic powers. In an instant, the missile, under the incredulous gaze of the polka dot man, began to pivot, aiming back at its original wielder. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the backyard in flames. Just as Li Duan intended to turn and urge the professor and his grandson to flee, he found, to his astonishment, that they had already been encased in ice by the frost assassin. With a chilling laugh, she unleashed another wave of frost. Sensing the impending peril, Li Duan had no time to swing his thunder hammer, as frost swiftly enveloped his surroundings. Thick ice walls rapidly encased him, forming a circular ice prison that sealed him completely. Seeing Li Duan trapped, the frost assassin triumphantly waved her hand, preparing to abduct the hostages. In that moment, a figure leaped down from the shattered glass above. The frost assassin looked up suddenly, her cold aura surging once more. Wonder Woman flung her lasso of truth, expertly binding the frost assassin's hands. Before she could wield her powers, the frost assassin was subdued, with a sharp tug, followed by a powerful punch. She sent the frost assassin flying several meters away. Furrowing her brow, Wonder Woman turned to the two hostages encased in ice. A solution to thaw them must be devised. With a fleeting glance, she resolved to take them away first. At that moment, a flashbang unexpectedly soared towards them. The blinding light erupted instantly, forcing the heroine to halt and shield her eyes. When she opened them again, she discovered that the hostages had already been seized by the dotted figure. "Stop!" she bellowed, swiftly changing her stance and charging forward. The dotted figure, noticing her approach, retrieved a multitude of small balls from his waist and hurled them towards her. The volley of dotted balls descended upon her like celestial blossoms. The heroine deftly maneuvered, evading every one of them. Meanwhile, Li Duan, trapped behind a hemispherical ice wall, was in a state of utter despair. "Why is this ice wall so impenetrable?" he exclaimed, swinging his hammer crackling with lightning against the wall with ferocity, unleashing a storm of ice shards. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded little result. The wall stood as firm as a fortress, unyielding to his assault. Li Duan's face flushed with frustration as he attempted to harness the powers of Magneto. Ding! System notification. Apologies, your Magneto experience card has expired. Ability lost. Damn it! Li Duan seethed in impotent fury. I refuse to believe I cannot break you. With that, all the power of Thor surged forth within him. A tempest of wrathful lightning unleashed. The ferocity of the lightning poured forth like a flood breaking through a dam. With each swing of Li Duan's hammer, the thunderous might bombarded the ice wall relentlessly. Boom! The explosion resonated throughout the courtyard, shattering the hemispherical ice structure into fragments. Cloaked in lightning, Li Duan soared into the air, but to his dismay, he could not locate the frost assassin. Suddenly, a chill enveloped him from behind. Reacting swiftly, he swung his hammer backward with all his might. Clang! The frost assassin conjured an ice wall just in time to deflect the blow, then summoned a barrage of ice spikes that rained down upon Li Duan like a tempest. "You reckless fool," she sneered, her gaze icy. "You are the one who underestimates your limits." Thunder roared from Li Duan's form in response. With a mighty swing, he obliterated everything in his path, leaving nothing intact. The frost assassin let out a grunt, hurtling backward. Just as Li Duan prepared to pursue, he heard the heroine's voice behind him. Turning around, he saw the dotted figure aiming a rifle at the boy's head. "If you don't want to see his head explode, you'd best remain perfectly still." The dotted figure threatened the superheroine. Li Duan furrowed his brow, and lightning flickered around him as he prepared to subdue the dotted figure in a flash. Suddenly, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "What is happening? Why is my body like this?" System notification. The host has excessively released the power of Thor. Exceeding bodily limits. Current meridians are severed. Further use of abilities may result in bodily explosion. Wang Defa. Li Duan's pupils dilated in shock, his meridians severed. He had suffered a backlash. This was dire trouble. Just as he lamented his fate, footsteps echoed behind him, and a wave of cold crept up from his lower body, rendering him immobile. In the blink of an eye, he was frozen into a statue, with only his head protruding from the ice. The Frost Killer approached Li Duan, his gaze filled with disdain and malice. "Still arrogant, are you?" Chapter 32. Exchange of lives in the villa's backyard. A fierce battle raged on. Li Duan. The female warrior noticed that Li Duan was ensnared by the Frost Killer and immediately turned to assist. The Frost Killer cast a cold glance at her, releasing a chilling aura from his body once more. In the blink of an eye, the Wonder Woman charged forward, wielding her divine sword, its blade glinting coldly as she aimed for the Frost Killer's throat. To her surprise, the Frost Killer merely smirked, allowing the sword to come at him. As anticipated, the blade pierced his throat, yet it did not yield a single drop of blood, nor did his body show any signs of movement. Moments later, his skin gradually revealed a frigid hue. It turned out that the Frost Killer had briefly created a clone using his icy powers, realizing the peril too late. The female warrior found her sword lodged in the throat of the clone, the rapidly solidifying cold locking the blade in place. The real Frost Killer emerged from the side, unleashing a barrage of sharp ice spikes directed at her. Unable to withdraw her sword, the female warrior was forced to retreat, only to find the polka dot man stealthily advancing from behind. The situation shifted dramatically as Duan, frozen in place, struggled to free his mouth from the icy restraints. "Be careful," he cried out desperately. The female warrior, startled by his warning, swiftly turned to look. The polka dot man unleashed a multitude of polka dot balls towards her back, leaving her with no time to evade. Raising her hands, the goddess prepared to deflect the onslaught with her divine bracers. However, she was unprepared for the transformation that would occur upon contact. Dozens of polka dot balls instantly morphed into hand grenades, which, in the astonished gaze of the female warrior, erupted with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The deafening sound accompanied by a blinding flash engulfed her entirely. Duan ceased his frantic shouting, his mouth agape, yet no sound emerged. The polka dot man erupted in laughter, only to be struck by a sudden fear that drained the color from his face. In an astonishing display, the female warrior leaped from the inferno, exclaiming, "How is this possible?" In the midst of the polka dot man's disbelief, the sharp blade descended mercilessly. Suddenly, an icy chill enveloped the air. The female warrior sensed the escalating cold around her, but it was too late to evade. In the frigid wind, she was frozen into a statue, crashing to the ground. "This aircraft appears to be out of commission. Do you have any others?" "Of course, we have various models," responded the polka dot man as he tossed a polka dot ball into the open ground. Predictably, he conjured yet another helicopter from the ball. At this moment, both Duan and the female warrior stood frozen in place, resembling ice sculptures. "Get away, you little brat." The polka dot man shoved the professor's young grandson aside, then hoisted the frozen stot into the cabin. "Caitlin, eradicate them." The polka dot man made a slicing gesture across his throat, his cold gaze shifting towards Duan and the female warrior. The Frost assassin hesitated for a moment, her expression slightly shifting. "Never mind. Let them witness the fruition of our plan." With that, she revealed a sinister smile. As she turned aboard the aircraft, suddenly, her body trembled violently as if struck by an electric shock. "What is wrong?" "I have drawn too much cold energy. The life force I absorbed is insufficient," she gasped, clutching her chest. The polka dot man appeared somewhat bewildered. The Frost assassin, with a sidelong glance, noticed a small boy standing still and crying. "Ah, is that not a spirited little fellow?" With that, she strode over to the boy, her eyes glinting with malice and a wicked smirk gracing her lips. "Such a vibrant aura of life. It has been far too long since I absorbed something like this." Seeing the Frost assassin poised to drain his grandson's life force, Professor Stowe's eyes turned crimson with desperation, wishing to intervene but feeling powerless. Would he really have to watch helplessly as his grandson was drained of life? Wait. The Frost assassin tilted her head, catching sight of Duan. "What? Do you still have something to say? Spare him in exchange for my life force." Duan's gaze was resolute, his expression earnest. The Wonder Woman beside him gasped, her eyes wide with astonishment. "Oh, you would trade your life for a mere child?" "Indeed. Please fulfill this final wish of mine." Duan's demeanor was focused, unwavering in his resolve. "Ha." The Frost assassin laughed heartily at his words. The Wonder Woman, trapped in ice, struggled desperately, her gaze filled with complexity. On the plane, Professor Stowe, observing that his grandson still had a flicker of life, felt his expression soften. "Then I shall grant your wish. Your life force is far richer than that of the little one." With that, she slowly approached Duan, arms outstretched, and then inhaled deeply. A stream of pure energy began to flow from Duan's 7 orifices, forming a current that the Frost assassin drew into her mouth. The Wonder Woman watched in horror as Duan's complexion gradually paled and his limbs withered. Tears began to well in her eyes. "Wow, your life energy is indeed remarkable." As the Frost assassin turned to leave, Duan resembled a lifeless husk, swaying precariously. The roar of the helicopter's propellers thundered, gradually disappearing into the inky night sky. The little boy, seeing the helicopter fade into the distance, immediately dashed back into the house. His grandfather, Professor Stowe, had instructed him before leaving to retrieve the secret weapon they had kept hidden. This weapon was specifically designed to combat superhumans like the Frost assassin, capable of generating antimatter to disperse and disintegrate energy. Before Caitlin became the Frost assassin, she was a researcher under Professor Stowe. The technology they were studying at that time was precisely this. Later, Caitlin was assigned to the polar branch of the Star Laboratory, where she was subsequently sabotaged and inadvertently acquired the ability for eternal frost. No one expected that she, who was part of the department combating superhumans, would become one herself. Fearing that the Frost assassin would come after him, the professor decided to conceal the instruments. to ensure that the weapon was safely entrusted to the Justice League. He preferred to be captured rather than risk exposing the weapon. Now, it was time for it to see the light of day once more. The young boy hoisted the enormous device onto his shoulder, stumbling as he made his way to Wonder Woman, with his small eyes darting about. He activated the instrument as instructed by his grandfather. Instantly, a dark energy filled the entire barrel, which he then aimed at the frozen Wonder Woman. After a brilliant flash of light, the ice enveloping her was swiftly consumed by antimatter. In a mere breath, she was liberated from her icy prison. "Li Duan!" she exclaimed, rushing to his side, her eyes brimming with despair as she beheld his lifeless form. The young boy, still carrying the device, approached unsteadily. "Sister, Grandpa sent me to give this to you." As she accepted the instrument from the boy, her expression turned complex. "Let us return. It's not safe here." With that, she slung the device behind her and signaled for the boy to follow. Gently, she lifted Li Duan's body and began to exit the villa. Chapter 33. Rebirth. After calamity. In a haze of consciousness, Li Duan felt an overwhelming heaviness, as if he were sinking into a swamp. Faint memories surged from the depths of his mind. In the darkness, the Frost Killer approached him, wearing an eerie smile. A jolt coursed through him. And then he lost all sensation in his body. Time slipped away, until a marvelous energy surged from his heart to his limbs. In mere seconds, his injured meridians healed entirely. Gradually, he regained sensation in his body and felt as though he were submerged in water. As his awareness sharpened, a resounding voice echoed in his mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully unlocking the Narrow Escape achievement. Such a thing exists. Achievement reward. Wolverine's healing ability increased to 30. Body defense and resistance to damage doubled. How delightful. The adage survival from great peril brings great fortune holds true indeed." He attempted to open his eyes, and bright light pierced his vision. Gazing at the unfamiliar ceiling and surveying his surroundings, he was taken aback. His body was covered in apparatuses, and he found himself submerged in a container resembling a bathtub, surrounded by a pungent nutrient solution. Turning his head toward the window, he was captivated by the profound vista of outer space. "So, I am within the watchtower of the Justice League. It seems Diana saved me." Hearing voices outside the door, he strained to listen. How is the situation? Having already sustained severe injuries, the life energy absorbed by the Frost Killer was the last straw. Steele looked at Wonder Woman, whose eyes were progressively moistening, and slowly shook his head. "If I hadn't proposed the trial, he wouldn't he have?" Sighing, they stood at the doorway, lamenting over Li Duan's fate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted in the room. The two exchanged glances before rushing inside. You have awakened," Steele exclaimed, astonishment filling his eyes as he beheld Li Duan, whose body had returned to its former state. Wonder Woman covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Li Duan offered a faint smile. "Rest assured, I am fine." A slightly hoarse voice indicated that full recovery had yet to be achieved. The valiant heroine, Diana, swiftly stepped forward, forcefully burying Li Duan's head into her chest. "Thank heavens, you have survived." Although darkness enveloped him, Li Duan wore a face of sheer contentment, relishing this sudden surge of happiness. As he felt the softness against his face, color returned to his pale visage. Nearby, Cyborg observed the data displayed on the instruments, silently forming a perplexed expression. Is this truly human? The readings indicated that Li Duan's body possessed a hardness beyond that of an ordinary human. Furthermore, the vitality radiating from him was so potent that it caused the instruments to register off the charts. All indicators pointed to Li Duan's extraordinary physical prowess. That boy. He is unharmed and currently resting at Bruce's home. Upon hearing that the young boy was safe, a sense of relief washed over Li Duan. However, the Frost Reaper and their lingering troubles remained unresolved. Just as Li Duan prepared to inquire further, a knock echoed at the door. "Brotherly, you're alive." In the blink of an eye, the Flash appeared before Li Duan, eager to embrace him with fervent kisses, only to be promptly intercepted by Diana. Following closely behind, the other members of the Justice League entered the room in succession. "It's good to see you awake. To survive such grievous injuries, you truly are remarkable." "Indeed. I have always believed he could work miracles." Bruce nodded in acknowledgement. "Now that we are all here, let us officially welcome Li Duan to the Justice League." Superman initiated applause, and the heroes of the League joined in, cheering for Li Duan. Initially taken aback, Li Duan felt a swell of excitement within him. He had not anticipated that, after all the trials and tribulations, he would eventually become part of the League. His heart rejoiced, but gradually he regained his composure. "What about the Thinkers?" he inquired seriously. "We are still investigating," Bruce replied with a grave expression. "They have abducted Professor Stott, likely seeking some intelligence he possesses." "Intelligence?" Cyborg's focus sharpened as he spoke of the elderly professor, whose background was anything but ordinary. Over the years, he had participated in countless secret projects, and it was possible that the Thinkers had targeted one of those covert initiatives. My goodness, they have set their sights on the eye of heaven. The Flash expressed his astonishment. Given their current capabilities, how audacious to brazenly abduct a research professor from the eye of heaven. If this isn't mere arrogance, then their plot is quite significant. The heroes grew solemn in response. I believe we shall have answers soon enough, Superman remarked thoughtfully. Gotham Police Department. Hey buddy. Tonight promises an abundance of beautiful women. As if that has anything to do with you, another retorted. Indeed. Everyone attending the Chief's birthday party tonight belongs to the upper echelons. How could we, mere lowly fish, possibly catch their eye? Can you not speak with a bit more pride? That is the reality. You are already aware that we have been summoned by the director. To phrase it eloquently, we are invited to a joint banquet. To put it bluntly, we are simply serving as free security. Should anything go awry tonight, do not expect to return to work the following day. A few prison guards huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Meanwhile, the peacekeeper within the cell was cautiously eavesdropping, despite the cumbersome shackles that hindered his movement. However, peering out to listen was still within his capabilities. The director? Upon reflection, tonight marks the birthday celebration of Commissioner Gordon from the Gotham Police Department. This implies that a substantial number of officers will be attending, leaving the security here exceedingly vulnerable. A subtle smile crept upon his lips at this realization. He lifted his gaze towards the opposite cell, where the demon Chato sat on the bed, eyes closed in repose. Once the guards briefly departed, the peacekeeper's eyes sparkled as he slowly maneuvered toward the bars. Hey, Chato. Upon hearing his name, the demon slowly opened his eyes. Christopher? Indeed. It is I. Have you heard? They are heading to Gordon's banquet tonight. I am aware. Don't you have any thoughts on the matter? Thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? No. I mean, are you genuinely foolish, or merely pretending? This is the perfect opportunity to escape. The peacekeeper gazed at the composed demon in bewilderment. Chapter 34. Capturing the enigmatic female thief? In the hotel lobby of Gordon's birthday gala, the dim lighting cast a sophisticated ambience throughout the elegant hall, accentuating the festive atmosphere. Gordon stood amidst a gathering of Gotham's elite, a rare smile illuminating his face. Recently, Gotham's crime-related mortality rate had plummeted to its lowest in history. As the commissioner of the Gotham Police Department, tonight was not merely his birthday celebration. It was a grand event for all of Gotham. Could it be that this city of sin was on the cusp of breaking free from its cursed mire? Amidst the throng, Duan donned the exquisite suit gifted by Bruce, weaving through the crowd towards the banquet. He had only just returned home from the watchtower upon receiving Gordon's invitation. To think that a former officer, recently dismissed, would be invited by the commissioner was both surprising and heartwarming. Though still recovering, he felt compelled to attend the gala in formal attire. Such a splendid affair rekindled within him the unique allure of Gotham. Since his dismissal, he had transitioned from initial despondency to a newfound sense of liberation. Gradually, Duan began to perceive bounty hunting as the vocation best suited for him within this city. As he pondered, thoughts of Gotham's underworld surfaced. Following the demise of the Joker, Gotham had witnessed a frenzied resurgence of criminal elements. However, as time progressed, this madness began to subside. The absence of the Joker, Jerome, had diminished the impetus for crime in this city, which was a principal reason for the recent decline in the crime-related mortality rate. Reflecting on this, Duan could not help but marvel at how unforeseen events had unfolded. Finally, having navigated through the crowd, he arrived at the banquet hall. The first to greet him was his old partner, William. Lee, you actually made it. On the occasion of the director's birthday, could I possibly refrain from attending? You have finally found some respite, unlike us, who are perpetually besieged by troubles. Huh. Duan chuckled bitterly, realizing that misfortunes had been relentless for him, and he had scarcely enjoyed a moment of tranquility. After exchanging pleasantries, Duan spotted Director Gordon in the grand hall. Ah, it's you. Wishing you a prosperous birthday, Director. Duan exclaimed. Haha, even without a position, you are this courteous? I am not being courteous, but rather expressing the respect due to our esteemed director. Duan replied with eloquence. Just then, accompanied by the rhythmic click of high heels against the polished floor, a graceful figure approached. Her striking crimson hair cascaded like a waterfall, framing a face so exquisitely chiseled it seemed sculpted. Clad in a sleek black gown, her curvaceous form was accentuated beautifully. With each step, her porcelain thighs tantalizingly revealed themselves, captivating Duan's attention and causing his throat to constrict slightly. She was truly a vision of ethereal beauty. Father, I apologize for my tardiness. The enchanting lady smiled at Gordon, prompting Duan's curiosity to stir. Allow me to introduce you. This is our precinct's youngest deputy inspector. Duan, Gordon said with a proud smile as he introduced his daughter, Barbara. Hello, I am Barbara Gordon. Haha, your father speaks too highly of me, Duan said, extending his hand for a handshake, realizing with a start that he was in the presence of Batgirl. The tender softness of her hand, coupled with her alluring fragrance, nearly caused him to lose his composure, compelling him to shake his head and regain his focus. As he observed her alluring figure, Duan recalled the tales of Batgirl. In the comics, Barbara had been paralyzed after being shot in the lower body by the Joker. Yet here she stood before him in perfect health, suggesting that his actions had altered the course of fate by vanquishing the Joker. Did this mean he was her savior? However, she would surely not accept such an improving narrative. Lee? A familiar voice broke through his reverie, drawing his gaze from Barbara's captivating form. Bruce? It was none other than Batman. As Gotham's wealthiest citizen and a close ally of Director Gordon, Bruce was naturally present at the soiree. I knew you would come. How is your recovery progressing? Nearly complete, Duan replied confidently, patting his chest. That is good to hear. Bruce glanced around before leaning in closer to Duan. Victor has uncovered several of Professor Stott's previous secret research locations. We shall investigate for clues tomorrow morning. Batman whispered, and Duan nodded in acknowledgement. He had not anticipated that after joining the Justice League, tasks would arrive so swiftly. Once the festivities commenced, Duan, as usual, immersed himself in the culinary delights. Such exquisite fare would be a shame to waste. Just as he was slicing into a piece of cake, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of something unusual. Turning, he noticed a figure sneaking away with an object, quietly making their way towards the exit. Is there a thief among us? Duan furrowed his brow and promptly moved to the spot where the figure had been. Upon observing a wealthy lady engaged in animated conversation with others, a figure of dubious intent hastily exited the vicinity. Madam, you might want to check if anything is amiss, I informed her, startled by my presence. She began rummaging through her luxurious handbag. Oh no, my necklace is gone, she exclaimed, her voice rising in disbelief. That necklace was worth millions. What a predicament. Rest assured, I shall retrieve that thief at once, I declared before dashing outside. How audacious to steal right under my nose. After a day of rest, my body felt slightly sluggish, and this was a perfect opportunity to stretch my limbs. I ventured into a dim alley behind the hotel. Suddenly, I spotted a figure darting swiftly through the shadows. Attempting to flee, I donned my mask, quickening my pace with a surge of energy, and vanished from sight. The narrow alley proved unexpectedly agile for the shadowy figure, leaping deftly between the walls. I squinted, pondering how skilled today as thieves had become. Yet, before me, you were still unseasoned. With a flash of lightning, the alley was illuminated, revealing me behind the figure. Still trying to escape, I leaped forward, tackling the figure midair. To my astonishment, a soft gasp escaped her lips, causing my eyes to widen. Was it a woman? In a swift motion, she exerted her strength, pinning me down, and we both tumbled heavily to the ground. Thud. Pain radiated through my back, though it dissipated almost as quickly as it came. An intoxicating fragrance enveloped me. The alluring woman atop me had a figure that was undeniably captivating. I could distinctly feel the contours of her body pressing against mine, igniting a rush of sensations. My hands, inadvertently trapped beneath her thighs, felt the smoothness of her skin, stirring a visceral reaction within me. Chapter 35. An encounter with the Batwoman under the night sky. Gotham donned its vibrant neon attire. In stark contrast to the silence that once accompanied the arrival of dusk, Gotham now flourished with a reduced crime rate, showcasing its prosperity. The city thrived amidst the lights and revelry. Yet, within its vast expanse, shadows lingered in corners untouched by the gaze of society. In the pitch-black alley, two figures lay intertwined on the ground. Still resisting, are we? You are quite firmly in my grasp, the graceful woman perched upon me remarked. A hint of pride in her voice. What a bold declaration, given your current predicament, I retorted. Do you really wish to test me? I could easily subdue you before taking you to the police. She scoffed at my words. Oh, I see you possess quite the audacity, I challenged. Then with a powerful thrust of my legs, I propelled her off me, swiftly regaining my stance. You have some skill, but before me, you might want to tread carefully. Aren't you quite the formidable opponent? Let us see what you're made of. As soon as the words left his lips, Duan felt a powerful gust of wind rush past him, and before he knew it, he was knocked to the ground with a swift kick. The impact of his head hitting the ground sent a jolt of pain through him, leaving him startled. This individual was remarkably swift. Raising his head once more, he was met with another fierce kick. This time, Duan was prepared. His eyes narrowed as he deftly grasped the slender leg before him. You're being a scoundrel, he exclaimed. How am I being a scoundrel? Duan, with an innocent expression, attempted to explain, but the woman merely scoffed before launching another powerful kick to his face. Once again, he fell to the ground, realizing he had been toyed with at her whim. I won't go easy on you anymore. You? Do you really think I need your mercy? Duan, listening to her mocking tone, maintained a stoic expression. With a flick of his wrist, thunder rumbled, and a gleaming silver hammer materialized. In an instant, the alley illuminated as bright as day. Red hair? Black bat suit? A white mask? You must be Batgirl? Are you the one Bruce mentioned? Both were taken aback, bewildered by the turn of events. Barbara? You know me? We just met at the gala. You're that officer. Lee Duan. How come? I spotted a suspicious figure at the gala and decided to follow. It was at this moment they realized it was all a misunderstanding. They removed their masks and exchanged smiles. After all the commotion, it turned out to be a blunder, allowing the real thief to escape. Are you all right? I heard you're still recovering. I may have been a bit too rough. I'm fine, Lee Duan thought. Having gained quite a bit from being kicked by her, what a fortunate turn of events. Let us go. I'll buy you a drink as an apology. Outside the gala hotel, Gordon, having indulged in a few rounds of drinks, was slightly tipsy. With the event concluded, he planned to take Bruce's sports car home after seeing off the last esteemed guest. Don't let my age fool you. I can handle my drink. Of course. Even now, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for you to find your way back alone? Alfred teased as he supported him. I appreciate your assistance, after all. One can defy many things, but age is not one of them, Gordon replied with a wry smile as he settled into Bruce's black McLaren. Suddenly, a text on his phone caught his eye, and his expression shifted dramatically. Red Hood? How have they resurfaced? Upon hearing this, Bruce, at the wheel, narrowed his eyes. What has happened? A witness reported seeing Harley Quinn leading a group of Red Hoods attacking a mob's arms depot. Gordon regained his composure and responded to Bruce. These individuals just won't fade away, but it seems like a vendetta between gangs. After finishing his statement, Gordon slumped into the back seat, drifting off to sleep. A flicker of unease crossed Bruce's gaze. Things might not be as straightforward as they appeared. The vibrant lights danced through the window, casting a kaleidoscope of colors onto the table where Lee Duan and Batgirl Barbara sat, sharing drinks in a quaint tavern. I had heard of your exploits before. Single-handedly repelling a suicide squad. That was some time ago, hardly worth mentioning. Furthermore, you successfully rescued thousands of prisoners from a crisis involving brain chips at Belle Reef. Upon hearing this, Lee Duan chuckled. You know about that too? I learned of it from Bruce. At the time, I thought you were remarkable. Barbara, with her sparkling eyes, watched as Lee Duan's face turned crimson. It was merely luck. Unfortunately, the thinkers managed to escape from Belle Reef. Lee Duan lifted his glass, swirled its contents, and promptly drained it. Those rascals are exceedingly cunning. No wonder you all struggled. Observing Lee Duan down his drink, Barbara took his cup and refilled it from the decanter. I haven't congratulated you on successfully joining the Justice League. Consider this drink my toast to you. Saying this, she sipped her freshly poured wine. An act that made Lee Duan gulp. After all, it was the very cup he had used. Wasn't he that akin to an indirect kiss? Whether I join or not is irrelevant. My sole aim is to apprehend these villains. You truly are a commendable officer, Barbara remarked. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of enchantment. Lee Duan glanced at her, feeling a rush of heat. She was indeed a vision of beauty. However, your demeanor today is rather brazen. Barbara leaned forward, her voluptuous figure swaying enticingly before him. Lee Duan's throat constricted, feigning calmness. How much of an advantage have you taken of me in that alley? Upon witnessing Barbara's playful gaze, Lee Duan's face reddened, momentarily at a loss for words. Ha ha ha. I was merely jesting. Don't be so tense. Barbara returned to her seat, amused by Lee Duan's bashful expression. Here, finish this drink. Consider it my company. As Lee Duan looked at the glass of red wine she offered, he realized he was on the verge of inebriation. In an effort to display his gentlemanly demeanor, he readily accepted another glass of high-proof whiskey. He feared becoming intoxicated right here. Your drinking capacity seems commendable. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Barbara declared as she poured herself a generous glass. Lee Duan furrowed his brow. Continuing to drink like this could lead to trouble. It was late at night, and with just the two of them, he could already envision the tantalizing scenarios that might unfold. Stop. I apologize, but I can't drink anymore. Why not? We have a mission tomorrow. Lee Duan remained relatively sober, recalling the task Batman had entrusted to him for the following morning. What a disappointment. This is something you owe me. All right. Lee Duan wiped his brow, nearly losing control while drinking with such a stunning beauty. Chapter 36. Gotham Police Headquarters under attack. In Star City, at the secret research base of the Eye in the Sky, Lee Duan shook his head, attempting to dispel the drowsiness and the dizziness from the alcohol. He lifted his gaze to examine the dilapidated structure before him. Bruce landed the Batplane smoothly, and the two of them exited the cockpit. Is this the place? Indeed. After Victor hacked into the Eye in the Sky, we discovered Professor Stott had participated in a secret research project here, observing the outdated facilities. It seemed they had been abandoned for decades. Lee Duan stepped forward to the entrance of the building, brushing off the dust on the door and reflecting on its age. It is precisely due to its antiquity that an investigation is warranted. As the two engaged in conversation, they leisurely entered the edifice. The thinker was apprehended when this place was first activated, and he was still youthful at that time. Are you suggesting that the young man may have gleaned some intelligence regarding this research? The likelihood is substantial. The esteemed Professor Stowe, who occupied his thoughts, must have been involved in complex undertakings. As Li Duan ambled, he abruptly halted, grimacing at the laboratory rife with cobwebs. Bruce, however, paid no heed to such trivialities and strode boldly inside. Li Duan, his lips pursed in displeasure, reluctantly followed suit. The laboratory had long been cleared out. Although cloaked in dust from years of neglect, it was evident that all documents had been incinerated prior to abandonment. After such a prolonged period of disuse, uncovering anything would prove challenging. Li Duan toyed with the vessel. No, the more time passes, the more details people tend to overlook. Batman, with a keen eye, detected something and began to sift through the cobwebs, entering a chamber reminiscent of a cold storage unit. Noticing this, Li Duan hurriedly followed. They may have destroyed documents and removed materials, yet they overlooked the remnants of experiments once conducted here. After a moment, Bruce reached into a large container filled with greenish waste. Li Duan, overwhelmed by the foul odor, quickly covered his nose, pondering how relentless Batman truly was. The privileged heir, when donned in the bat suit, engaged in the most unsavory of tasks. When Batman withdrew his hand, a look of delight crossed his face. What have you discovered? This container was not meant to hold water. A sudden silence enveloped the air. Li Duan's expression darkened. Is this the conclusion after all this time? Wait. Batman's gaze shifted, as if he had stumbled upon something significant. He picked up a sign obscured by dust on the floor. Experiment sample number 22, fragment. What is this? It appears to be something that was originally contained within this vessel, perhaps a shard of some peculiar stone, as indicated by the inscription on the sign. With a serious demeanor, Batman pocketed the sign. It will be analyzed by Victor later. The two continued to roam the room. Li Duan felt a hint of fatigue. The anxieties of the previous night, concerning what might unfold today, had robbed him of sleep. Yet, thanks to the regenerative capabilities bestowed by Wolverine 30, his physical vitality had visibly strengthened. He approached a corner, gazing at a towering pile of test tubes, lost in contemplation. Leaning down, he scrutinized the tubes, which were markedly different from the ordinary. They were adorned with an array of peculiar miniature instruments. Look at this. He picked up a tube and handed it to Batman, who accepted it with a look of curiosity. He had encountered such tubes before. These test tubes are exceedingly rare on a global scale. Unless designed to contain extremely volatile energy reagents, Batman began, but was cut short by a noise emanating from his utility belt. Pressing a button, a holographic projection of steel appeared before them. Bruce, Li Duan, hurry to Gotham Police Department. What has transpired? It has come under attack. What? Li Duan exclaimed in astonishment. Could it be that they intended to abduct the peace envoy and the javelin? A moment's reflection revealed the truth. Their target was the demon. By the time Li Duan wielded the Thor's hammer and arrived at the scene, the Gotham Police Department was already engulfed in flames. Harley Quinn, accompanied by a horde of red-hooded robbers armed with heavy weaponry, was mercilessly slaughtering the police force. His brow furrowed in urgency as he descended hastily. Upon raising his gaze, he beheld the chaos within the precinct, where casualties were already mounting. Infuriated, he let out a roar and descended into the air, with lightning crackling around him. He swung his hammer down fiercely towards Harley Quinn on the ground. Boom! Thunder transformed into arcs of electricity that spread in all directions. As Li Duan's ferocious strike was barely intercepted by Killer Croc. Surprise! Harley Quinn snickered, peeking out from behind him. Li Duan staggered back, focusing his eyes. And to his astonishment, several nefarious figures stood beside Harley Quinn. Killer Croc, Enchantress, King Shark, Deadshot, Polka Dot Man, and the Demon. Li Duan was taken aback. How could the Demon be allied with them? Hadn't he reformed and distanced himself from the Suicide Squad? Confusion etched across Li Duan's face until he noticed a shadow emerging from the opposite side. Alert! Maxwell, danger level 4 stars. Capture reward 900 points. The Black King. Maxwell. Cold sweat pooled on Li Duan's brow. This individual possessed formidable mind control abilities. Just as Li Duan began to feel cornered, Superman and Wonder Woman descended from the sky. The Flash and Green Lantern appeared simultaneously, while the Batplane emerged from the clouds above. The Justice League had assembled. Maxwell. I never anticipated your release, Superman declared. It signifies that this world is in dire need of me. Do you truly believe it can be saved by those hollow elites? Maxwell scoffed, his eyes filled with provocation as he regarded Superman. Li Duan observed, noting the blood staining Maxwell's nose, a clear indication that he had utilized his powers. So, you have taken control of the demon, he surmised. Give it up, Superman. This is not worth your sacrifice. Silence. Superman roared, then soared into the air. Chato, now. At his command, the demon trembled, and searing flames rapidly erupted. Li Duan and the others promptly leaped aside as the Flash darted through the inferno, bolting forward. Green Lantern conjured a protective barrier of green energy to shield against the flames. Meanwhile, in the sky, the Batplane launched 2 missiles with precision towards Maxwell and his cohorts. Sensing the incoming missiles, Enchantress cast a malevolent glance and unleashed a wave of green energy that enveloped the projectiles. With a tremor, she redirected their trajectory towards the Batlane above. Wonder Woman leapt into action, throwing her lasso of truth to ensnare the missiles tightly, then swung them back toward Enchantress. Boom! The deafening explosion resonated, accompanied by a surge of flames. As the smoke began to clear, the demon stood before the witch. Having absorbed the explosion, Wonder Woman bit her lip, her gaze fierce and determined. Lee Duan remained vigilant, keeping an eye on the battle ahead while swiftly retreating into the police station. Gazing upon the chaotic scene, Lee Duan felt a weight in his heart. Suddenly, his pupils widened in shock as he recognized the lifeless body on the ground. It was none other than the Peace Messenger. Chapter 37. The Wrath of the Superman. Outside Gotham Police Department, fierce flames continued to rage uncontrollably, while the demon, under the influence of Maxwell, unleashed torrents of fire upon the Justice League heroes. The Green Lantern released a vast surge of emerald energy, colliding with the oncoming inferno. The searing flames clashed against the rich green energy, creating a fierce standoff between red and green. Several heroes of the Justice League ignited with indomitable fighting spirit and launched themselves into action. The Flash, with a spark in his eyes, unleashed a burst of lightning beneath his feet, racing forward with blinding speed. Enchantress, her blood-red eyes glimmering, sensed the Flash's movement and immediately enveloped the surroundings in a shroud of green mist. The thick green fog quickly spread, enveloping the Suicide Squad and others within its grasp. The Flash darted through the towering wall of fire, his focus unwavering as he charged directly at Maxwell. As he stepped into the hazy mist, a wave of dizziness washed over him, though it was not debilitating. Soon, his target came into view, and the Flash unleashed his utmost speed, delivering a thunderous punch accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. Clang! To his astonishment, Maxwell calmly raised his hands to block the powerful blow. Then, he swiftly drew a golden lasso from his waist and lashed out at the Flash. Reacting swiftly, the Flash evaded the attack with ease due to his incredible speed. He halted, furrowing his brow in realization. No, we have fallen under the witch's spell. He suddenly understood that the figure he had just attacked was not Maxwell, but Wonder Woman. Moreover, Wonder Woman had succumbed to the green mist and was also affected by the witch's enchantment. Realizing this, the Flash rushed towards Diana, who was aimlessly striking amidst the fog. "Diana, wake up," he called out, dodging the swings of her lasso as he approached her. Meanwhile, high above, Batman soared down from the clouds, his cape unfurling behind him. Deathstroke immediately locked onto his target in the sky. Bang! Bang! 2 precise bullets hurtled towards Batman's head. Unfazed, Batman deftly maneuvered, allowing the bullets to strike his forehead without penetrating, merely sparking and deflecting off his armor. Deathstroke squinted, his mechanical visor allowing him to see that Batman was clad in a formidable black steel suit. The impenetrable armor enveloped Batman's form, its sharp contours lending him an imposing stature. Just as Deathstroke was taken aback, Batman descended swiftly. He delivered a heavy punch that made Deathstroke's pupils quiver, forcing him to roll backward just in time. Batman crashed into the ground with tremendous force, creating a deep crater as dirt flew into the air. Seeing his attack evaded, Batman's eyes gleamed with intensity as he surged forward. At that moment, Superman traversed the green mist, tirelessly searching for Maxwell's whereabouts. "I advise you to cease your actions at once or bear the consequences. You remain as naive as ever, Superman." Upon hearing Mark's voice from behind, Superman immediately turned around and unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike sent ripples through the air, yet it regrettably met only the intangible mist. Rage would only render one more reckless. Mark's voice echoed once again, igniting Superman's fury. "Show yourself," he bellowed, subsequently firing a laser beam into the shrouded haze. It was evident that Mark had thoroughly provoked Superman. Watching the enraged Superman, Mark, hidden in the shadows, smirked cunningly. "Let your fury blaze," he taunted, as blood trickled from his nose, signifying yet another utilization of his powers. In that moment, Superman's eyes, filled with wrath, began to perceive multiple figures materializing before him. Zod, Brainiac, Darkseid. He screamed in near madness, striking at the air before him. The onlookers were taken aback by Superman's erratic behavior. Batman turned his head, his expression turning grave. An ominous realization dawned upon him. Superman was under Maxwell's control. In his fury, Superman was beset by illusions of various villains. With a thunderous roar, he blinded himself with rage. Gradually, his gaze shifted towards the Justice League. "Prepare to meet your demise." The rampaging laser beams shot forth once more, but this time, the targets were not the Suicide Squad, but rather the heroes of the Justice League. Inside the precinct, Lee Duan approached the motionless body of the Peacemaker on the ground. Could he be dead? He pondered, gently prodding him only to confirm the absence of any response. No breath, no heartbeat. What a ruthless betrayal, Li Duan lamented, contemplating the cold-heartedness of those who discarded him without a second thought. Lost in thought, his peripheral vision caught another figure. He swiftly turned to approach. Javelin. You're still alive? He exclaimed, filled with urgency. Wait for me. I will avenge you all. He shouted, his chest a gruesome sight. It appeared he had barely survived after being abandoned by the suicide squad. Noticing that Javelin still had the strength to speak, Li Duan's expression softened. Hold on. We will give you the chance for vengeance. Suddenly, outside, the cry of Wonder Woman pierced the air, causing Li Duan to raise an eyebrow. What is happening? Is there infighting? Without time to ponder further, he dashed outside. The scene that unfolded before him left Li Duan in sheer disbelief. Superman, transformed in temperament, relentlessly unleashed laser beams upon the heroes, while Wonder Woman struggled behind him, tightly binding him with her lasso of truth. Yet, the enraged Superman was not one to be subdued so easily. With a swift turn, he sent Wonder Woman crashing to the ground with a single punch. Li Duan's eyes widened in disbelief. Who could withstand Superman's rampage? Looking up, he realized the Suicide Squad had already seized the opportunity to flee. This is intolerable, he thought frantically. He had to find a way to subdue Superman. If he continued this way, everyone would perish. Who could possibly stand against the wrathful Superman? As Li Duan was lost in thought, the Flash suddenly burst forth from the side, forcefully pushing him aside. In the blink of an eye, Superman appeared where Li Duan had just been, delivering a powerful punch that created a massive crater in the ground. Wow, Li Duan exclaimed in shock. He doesn't hit the villains this hard, yet he strikes his own comrades with such ferocity. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Li Duan. If Superman was consumed by fury, then let the even angrier Hulk subdue him. Ding. The host has successfully spent 300 points to exchange for the Hulk experience card, allowing 3 transformations. Everyone, stand back. Let me take control of him. Li Duan shouted to the other heroes. They were taken aback, after all. This was an enraged Superman. Can you handle it? They wondered. Suddenly, Li Duan's form began to swell, quickly reaching a height of 3 meters. His massive physique, astonishingly muscular body, and vibrant green skin made him resemble an unstoppable, ferocious beast. The other heroes were momentarily stunned. What kind of creature is this? Chapter 38, Hulk vs. Superman. The heroes of the Justice League were awestruck by the sight before them. The enormous, robust green giant was engaged in close combat with the furious Superman. Each clash of their fists echoed like meteors colliding, sending shockwaves that overturned everything on the street, creating a tempest that even rattled the very fabric of space. The visceral impact of their blows ignited a thrill in the onlookers, leaving them breathless with excitement. Soon, a crowd of spectators gathered outside Gotham Police headquarters. Wow, Superman battling the Green Giant. This is divine combat. Unbelievable. This Green Giant is incredibly formidable. Come on, Superman. Show him what you've got. This earth-shattering brawl caused a tremendous stir, with some bystanders even pulling out their phones to live-stream the event. The Flash, Barry, watched in rapt fascination, even applauding. Go for it, brotherly. What are you cheering for? We need to help restrain Superman. Wonder Woman shot him a disapproving glance, her anxiety rising as she observed the fierce battle. Both combatants were their allies, and they couldn't afford to be injured. With that thought, Wonder Woman leaped into action, ready to join the fray. Wait, Diana. Batman rushed forward, but he was too late to stop her. As she entered the fray, she unleashed her lasso of truth, aiming to bind Superman, but he swiftly retaliated, kicking her back to the ground. Batman dashed over to catch her. Trust in Li Duan, he urged. Yet, Wonder Woman remained worried. The ferocity of the battle made it difficult for anyone else to intervene. Thus, everyone could only quietly observe this protracted conflict. Though transformed into the Hulk, Li Duan possessed the earth-shattering power of the true Hulk, his mind increasingly consumed by rage. As his rationality diminished, his attacks became reckless. He seized Superman, who was attempting to regain distance, and slammed him ruthlessly into the ground before Superman could even react. The Hulk swung his colossal fists with terrifying fury, delivering thunderous blows that echoed like a relentless storm. The ground trembled beneath the force of each impact, clouds of dust enveloping the street. As the smoke thickened, the outcome of the battle remained shrouded in uncertainty. Onlookers eagerly awaited to see which side would falter first. When the haze finally dissipated, a massive green figure was hurled backward, crashing onto the street and skidding for several meters before coming to a halt. Li Duan. The heroes of the Justice League cried in unison. Yet, within moments, their composure returned. The Green Giant propped himself up with his hands and gradually rose to his feet. Astonishingly, the gaping wounds upon his body healed at an astonishingly visible rate, leaving everyone in stunned disbelief. What manner of creature is this? Transformed into the Hulk. Li Duan's physical abilities had reached their zenith, and his regenerative powers were momentarily amplified. He cracked his thick neck and let out a fierce roar, charging once more at the blood-red-eyed Superman. The two titans collided with ferocity, the shockwave radiating outward. Superman tensed his arms and unleashed a powerful punch aimed at the Hulk's shoulder. The terrifying force created a dent in the Hulk's shoulder, driving him into the ground. Yet, to Superman's astonishment, the creature before him remained unfazed, its wounded shoulder miraculously restored in the blink of an eye. Just as Superman was taken aback, the giant roared, grasped Superman, and delivered a formidable headbutt. The impact resonated, a sound both striking and resonant. The tremendous force struck Superman's head, leaving him dazed and unsteady. Seizing the moment, the Hulk lunged forward, poised to deliver a finishing blow, only for Superman to channel his strength and fire two searing laser beams. As the scorching lasers threatened to pierce him, the Hulk unleashed another thunderous roar. In an instant, a tempest of lightning erupted from his formidable form, enveloping the surroundings in a blinding radiance. The ferocious electrical storm consumed the incoming lasers entirely, and the unleashed bolts of lightning wreaked havoc in every direction. Imbued with earth-shattering power that sent chills down spines, Batman and the others stood in disbelief, while Green Lantern soared into action, utilizing his energy to shield the group from the chaos, narrowly averting disaster. As the thunderous light dimmed, the spectators began to comprehend the tides of battle. The Hulk raised his fist high, delivering a devastating blow that sent Superman crashing to the ground. The sound of his fall resonated through the air, plunging everyone into silence. Superman had been defeated. The internet erupted in a frenzy as viewers witnessed the event unfold. How is this possible? This being has actually bested Superman? No. I refuse to believe it. How could my invincible icon be vanquished? A wave of admirers flocked to Li Duan, now transformed into the Hulk. 666. The Hulk is an eternal deity. The heroes gazed at the fallen Superman, disbelief etched on their faces, and after exchanging glances, they rushed forward. Exhausted, the Hulk collapsed, gradually transforming back into Li Duan. Upon awakening, Li Duan found himself within the confines of the Justice League's watchtower. As he felt the aches throughout his body, he struggled to rise. How is Bruce? How is Superman? He inquired of Batman, hastily climbing down from the bed. He's fine, but still unconscious, Batman replied, turning to lead him to the room where Superman was resting. As they entered, the assembled heroes turned their heads toward Li Duan. "What's up, everyone?" he asked. "You're incredible, my friend. You are the first to have single-handedly defeated Superman." Aquaman and the Flash exclaimed, surrounding Li Duan with admiration. Feeling awkward under their gaze, Li Duan scratched the back of his head. Reflecting on the situation, he realized that with Wolverine's regenerative abilities combined with Thor's divine strength, this version of the Hulk was indeed a monstrous force. Yet, it was fortunate that Superman had lost his rationality. Otherwise, the outcome could have been uncertain. "What is Superman's condition?" he asked. "Rest assured, he possesses an indomitable physique. Once he awakens from his slumber, he will be fine," Cyborg replied with ease. "The most pressing concern now is to uncover the intentions of the Thinker and Maxwell," Batman stated gravely. "Indeed, if we do not thwart them soon, it may be too late," he continued. "What about Green Arrow?" Li Duan suddenly recalled finding the severely injured hero at the police station. "I have brought him here, but he remains unconscious," came the response. "Take me to him immediately," Li Duan urged. The group moved to another room where Green Arrow was submerged in a nutrient solution. Li Duan rushed forward and vigorously shook him by the shoulders. The assembled heroes exchanged glances, unsure of what would happen next. After a moment, Li Duan managed to rouse Green Arrow. "Now, I offer you an opportunity for revenge. Tell us what Maxwell and his associates are planning," he whispered urgently. Upon hearing Maxwell's name, a fierce anger ignited in Green Arrow's eyes. Chapter 39, The Annihilation Project in the Justice League Watchtower. The heroes encircled Green Arrow, their expressions filled with anticipation. Currently, he was the only one who could reveal Maxwell's plans, having narrowly escaped a fate worse than death at the Gotham Police Station. Green Arrow was seething with rage, longing to exact vengeance upon Maxwell and his cohorts. "Share with us their plan. This is your final chance for revenge," Li Duan urged, lowering his voice. With fury blazing in his eyes, Green Arrow nodded in agreement upon hearing Li Duan's promise of revenge. "They intend to restart the Annihilation Reagent project." "The Annihilation Reagent?" The heroes exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the term. "It is a long-buried secret research initiative of the Eye of the Sky, long abandoned years ago." Green Arrow elaborated. "The project was not abandoned due to failure in research, but rather because the Dark Heart was shattered and lost, resulting in a lack of essential materials." "The Dark Heart?" Batman exclaimed, astonished. "This plan involves using the Dark Heart as a material. The Heart of Darkness, it is a sealed stone, containing the malevolent entity known as the Executioner of God, a formidable villain named Eclipsed. This endows the Heart of Darkness with immensely potent dark energy, however. It is said that those who wield it ultimately become possessed by Eclipsed. The group of scientists led by Professor Stowe harnessed the dark energy of the Heart of Darkness as a catalyst to create the Oblivion Serum, which significantly enhances superhuman abilities. Li Duan suddenly realized that the Suicide Squad's abduction of Professor Stowe was aimed at acquiring the technology to produce the Oblivion Serum. Bullseye then recalled the intelligence shared by the thinker Clive. That old fool Clive promised that once the Oblivion Serum was developed, we would become the super army tasked with cleansing the world. The heroes of the Justice League gasped in shock. If they succeeded in creating the Oblivion Serum, the Suicide Squad would become a dire threat, plunging the world back into darkness. The chaos we caused at Belle Reve was merely a ruse to release the Black King. Maxwell, who is the key to discovering the whereabouts of the final shard of the Heart of Darkness. After Bullseye spoke, everyone fell into deep contemplation. It is likely that the Thinker and his companions are already en route to seize the shard of the Heart of Darkness. If we do not intervene in time, the consequences could be catastrophic. We must reach the shard before they do and seize the Heart of Darkness to thwart their plans. However, we have no knowledge of its location. There is a way, since this is a secret project of the Eye of Heaven, that individual must know something. Li Duan's eyes glinted mischievously as he spoke slowly. Gotham, East District, 24th Street, Seaside Building. The Batwing activated its cloaking mechanism as it navigated through the clouds. Swiftly arriving above the designated location, Li Duan nodded towards Batman, signaling his trust. He then donned his mask and leaped from the cockpit, transforming into the God of Thunder. The strong winds rushed towards him as he soared through the air, wielding Mjolnir and gliding at high speed. As the building loomed closer, a smile crept upon his lips. Amanda Waller, we meet again. He flew to the top floor of the building and, without hesitation, crashed through the window. Amanda Waller, seated by the window sipping coffee, instantly jolted as if struck by lightning. What the hell? She exclaimed, watching the shards of glass rain down upon her like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. Li Duan emerged from the cascading shards, swiftly carrying Amanda Waller away. The fallen glass tinkled as it struck the chair she had just vacated. Look, I've saved you once again. This makes it the third time, Li Duan said, setting Amanda Waller down with a teasing tone. You. Her face turned pale, ready to unleash a torrent of curses, but Li Duan's next words left her momentarily speechless. What do you think would happen if Maxwell knew you were here? Li Duan grinned wickedly, fully aware that Amanda Waller feared Maxwell the most, for it was she who had him imprisoned in Belle Reve, and he was the one who most wanted to kill her. At that moment, the guards, alerted by the commotion, burst through the door. Their rifles immediately trained on Li Duan. Noticing this, Waller raised her hand slightly, signaling them to stand down. Speak, what do you want from me? It's quite simple. I wish for you to divulge certain information. Li Duan began to pace within his room, hands clasped behind his back. After the Heart of Darkness shattered, aside from Maxwell, who else knows the whereabouts of the fragments? At this revelation, Waller was taken aback, realizing that the Justice League had become fully aware of the Thinker's plans. Perhaps that individual knows about the Heart of Darkness, but his fate remains uncertain. Who? Li Duan inquired. Maxwell secretly orchestrated an assault on the Oblivion Laboratory from within the prison, using the chess club. Waller's mind began to drift into memories. The only member of the chess club capable of locating the fragments would likely be the nefarious Samaritan, Zviad. Li Duan narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Could this man be deceiving me? Observing his hesitation, Waller promptly retrieved all the data on Zviad from her computer. Li Duan swiftly forwarded the information to Cyborg. You wouldn't want Maxwell to restart the Oblivion project, would you? Rest assured, I have no reason to deceive you. Li Duan cast one last glance at her before leaping out of the window. Amanda watched his departing figure, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. Before summoning her subordinates inside, she removed her jacket and handed it to one of them. Analyze the fingerprints. Yes, even if you've joined the Justice League. Don't think for a moment that I am powerless against you. On the way back to the watchtower, the system suddenly chimed. Ding. Detecting that the host's world is about to enter a major event, the system has automatically activated the Dark Nemesis mode. Li Duan was perplexed. What is this mode? Dark Nemesis mode. In this mode, for each evil force the host defeats, progress will accumulate on a progress bar. Once the progress bar reaches a specific stage, special rewards will be granted. Isn't this akin to a dungeon? Li Duan pondered. Note, in this mode, a certain number of exchange points can be earned daily. Upon hearing this, Li Duan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Daily benefits? Let's take off. At the Justice League watchtower, upon receiving the data, Cyborg immediately utilized his advanced systems to investigate. Moments later, Zviad's identity and detailed information were unveiled. It appeared he had distanced himself from the chess club for many years and was currently leading a gang in Texas. Excellent. Since he is still alive, we must ascertain the whereabouts of the Heart of Darkness fragments from him. The The group, upon clarifying the clue, wore expressions of delight. Chapter 40. You struck first in the mountainous region of Texas. A sweltering heat swept in from the west, rendering the roadside devoid of any vegetation. An off-road vehicle sped along the desolate road, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust. This place is a veritable wasteland. Had it not been for Barry pulling me along, I doubt I would ever have set foot in such a locale. Weren't you the one clamoring to come out for some fun? Is this my fault? We're almost there. Just bear with it a little longer. With a look of helplessness, Duan reassured Aquaman and the Flash in the vehicle. He had lost count of how many times he had uttered this phrase. The trio had formed a task force to venture into Texas in search of the nefarious Samaritan. Zvi. Blinding sunlight continuously hindered their vision, and as he surveyed the surroundings, all he could see was a vast expanse. The scorching heat stirred up clouds of yellow sand, and Duan wiped the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. Suddenly, at the end of his line of sight, a building emerged. Brothers, we have arrived at our destination. A gust of hot wind swept by as Aquaman disdainfully exited the SUV. I swear I'm returning to Atlantis this weekend. He then grumbled as he followed Duan and the Flash into a quaint tavern. Upon entering, they were immediately enveloped in darkness, a refreshing chill greeting them. Surveying the surroundings, the atmosphere was tranquil, dim, cool, and relaxing. The refreshing sensation that enveloped them instantly alleviated their earlier irritability. It was truly an oasis amidst the desert. The trio settled at the front counter. Hello, may we have some drinks? Get my brothers and me 3 large ones to quench our thirst. Aquaman boomed cheerfully. His boisterous voice quickly drew the attention of the other patrons. Duan discreetly lowered his cowboy hat and subtly gestured to Aquaman to keep a low profile. According to Steele's intel, this was a gang's arms transit point under Zvi's control. They would surely uncover their leader's whereabouts here. Here you go, gentlemen. Your 3 glasses of brandy. Duan accepted the drinks, scrutinizing the tavern owner before him. A stout, honest middle-aged man, he sported a peculiar little instrument at his waist. Could this man truly be responsible for the arms transit? Doubts began to creep into Duan's mind. Regardless, there was no time for hesitation. He had to ask, Hey, boss, do you need anything else? Have you seen this man? Duan inquired, holding up a photograph of Zvi. Upon seeing the picture, the owner's face turned a ghastly white, his lips quivering slightly. Speak up. Aquaman interjected loudly, noticing the owner's hesitance, causing all the patrons to turn their heads toward them. The owner stammered, retreating a few steps. Duan's brows furrowed slightly, sensing trouble. In a split second, the owner swiftly grabbed something from beneath the table and fired a bullet directly at Duan. The Flash's pupils dilated, and in an instant, a surge of electricity enveloped him as he effortlessly caught the bullet with a flick of his hand. The owner's expression morphed into one of confusion. Where the hell did my bullet go? Duan remained seated, unperturbed, displaying no signs of fear. At that moment, all the patrons in the tavern silently stood up. Sensing the precarious situation, Aquaman swiftly downed his drink. We mean no trouble. We merely wish to speak with your boss, Duan calmly stated, pouring the contents of his full glass down his throat before continuing. We are here on urgent business. His exterior was composed and icy, yet internally, he felt a fracture forming. Damn, what a strong drink. My throat. The owner, seemingly ignoring Duan's words, aimed at his head and unleashed a rapid 3-shot burst. Bang, bang, bang. The Flash once again demonstrated his prowess, effortlessly intercepting 3 bullets mid-flight. The boss, utterly bewildered, lifted his gun in disbelief, wondering, didn't I load bullets? At that moment, Aquaman, unable to contain himself, sprang up and seized the boss by the neck, lifting both him and the gun high. Speak, or face your demise. Faced with Aquaman's fierce demeanor, the boss was instantly terrified. Suddenly, someone in the tavern slammed the table and shouted, seeking death? Let us go. Everyone grabbed their weapons and surged forward. Duan turned around, astonished. We merely came to ask a question. Why the hostility? Gunfire erupted swiftly in their direction. The Flash, upon witnessing this, smirked derisively and unleashed his speed. In the nick of time, a streak of yellow lightning flashed by. Moments later, he casually swept away all the bullets from his palm. The onlookers were dumbfounded. What just happened? Were they impervious to bullets? The patrons exchanged bewildered glances, then discarded their firearms, scrambling to retrieve axes and large knives from beneath the tables. There are only 3 of them. We have 30. No matter their divine status, they shall not leave here alive today. Charge! A man bellowed, prompting the burly men behind him to rush forth. Duan, sensing the chaos, stepped forward in an attempt to clarify. Everyone, please remain calm. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely wish to inquire about someone. But before he could finish, the horde of brutes charged in with their gleaming weapons. Realizing explanation was futile, Duan sighed, thinking, you initiated this. He then turned and gestured, be mindful of your strength. Do not kill them all. with an exasperated expression. He returned to his position at the front desk. Rest assured, I only strike, not kill. In an instant, Aquaman released the boss, twisted his ankle, and then unleashed a powerful punch that sent a charging patron flying 10 meters away, under the astonished gaze of the tavern owner. Aquaman dispatched the remaining knife wielders with effortless strikes, sending them crashing about the room. The tavern was filled with anguished cries, and the Flash shook his head at the scene. Is this truly all? 30 men are no match for me. With that, Aquaman grasped the man who had shouted earlier. I was wrong, great warrior. Spare me. The man pleaded as Aquaman held him like a mere chicken, begging for mercy. With a cold huff, Aquaman casually tossed him towards the front desk, the force embedding half of his body into the table, merging him with the structure. The boss, witnessing the spectacle, curled up on the ground, trembling like a leaf. Hey, do you wish to join him? Duan lifted his hat, a playful glint in his eye. Please, spare me. I will divulge everything. The boss knelt, incessantly pleading. This is merely a small outpost of our Bullhorn gang. Our leader owns a bar in San Antonio, and he appears there every weekend night. You can wait for him there. Duan's eyes flickered slightly, contemplating that he should not be deceived by them. Very well, I shall grant you a reprieve. Should you dare to deceive us, you are fully aware of the consequences. With a cold chuckle, Duan delivered another punch to the man on the table, rendering him unconscious once more. Chapter 41. A lack of diligence in San Antonio, Texas. The night was enveloped in a vibrant cacophony, with dazzling neon lights adorning the streets. Duan and his companions had arrived here following the information provided by the tavern owner. Lifting his gaze to the sign above, a smile of delight graced Duan's face. This was indeed the place, a bar of exceptional quality for humans. As they stepped inside, they were immediately greeted by a boisterous melody, the mingled sense of smoke and alcohol enveloping them. Duan felt momentarily dizzy, but quickly made his way to the bar alongside Aquaman and the Flash. In an instant, the trio was captivated by the alluring barmaid. Clad in a black and white lace-made outfit that accentuated her curvaceous figure, coupled with her delicate features, she was a veritable paragon of beauty. Seated at the bar, they stared unabashedly. Indeed, gentlemen's tastes were synchronously aligned. The barmaid, feeling their gaze, blushed with a hint of shyness, her eyes glistening with a touch of vulnerability. Clearing his throat, Duan broke the awkward silence. 3 shots of tequila, please. They were there on a mission, and could not allow such trivial temptations to distract them. However, barely 3 seconds had passed when his gaze was drawn to an even more enticing figure. Across the bar, a row of exquisite beauties caught his eye, their fair legs clad in enticing black stockings and charming short skirts proving irresistible. Once again, their gazes unified. Hey, we have a mission, remember? Let us not lose our focus, Duan chided himself, shaking his head vigorously to regain his composure. Yet, he had to admit, despite its mediocre cleanliness, the caliber of patrons at this bar was undeniably high. He glanced sideways, and to his dismay, Aquaman had vanished. Looking up, he was astonished to see him engaging in jovial conversation with a group of beauties across the bar. Goodness, he is remarkably swift, Duan sighed. A mix of exasperation and amusement washing over him as he observed Aquaman reveling in the company of several lovely ladies. We arrived here so early. We must find our target tonight, Duan asserted resolutely, the urgency of their mission weighing heavily upon him. Just as he turned to caution the Flash against emulating Arthur, he noticed the Flash was also missing. Upon further inspection, he found him on the opposite side of the bar, sharing drinks and laughter with a charming woman. You two truly are a reflection of your true selves, Duan sighed once more. Yet, he mused, were it not for their pressing mission, he might well have joined them in their merriment. Alas, the task at hand was of paramount importance. Rubbing his eyes, he began to observe his surroundings. The bar remained dimly lit, with vibrant laser lights sweeping across the room. Duan focused intently, noting that the bar was nearly filled with patrons, a balanced mix of men and women. Suddenly, he found something peculiar. Most of the male patrons exhibited unusually secretive behavior. They refrained from joining the dance floor and showed little interest in approaching the beautiful women. Upon this realization, Duan suddenly grasped the situation, pondering whether these individuals had been orchestrated by Zvi to ambush them. Reflecting on this, he feared that Zvi was already aware of their intent to seek him out. The more he contemplated, the more dire the situation appeared. He might have fallen into a trap. First, they would employ alluring women to entice him, then intoxicate him thoroughly, and subsequently ensnare him all at once. Stroking his chin, Duan observed the remarkable synergy between Aquaman and the Flash, further solidifying his suspicions. He resolved that Zvi must be confronted tonight. With this thought, Duan hastily rose, only to be interrupted by the sudden entrance of a burly man. Turning his gaze, he saw the man brandishing a rifle, shouting fervently, "The target has fled. Everyone, come out and pursue." Target? Duan looked at the man with a puzzled expression. Following the man's shout, A significant number of male patrons in the bar sprang to their feet, drawing their weapons and rushing outside. Li Duan narrowed his eyes, perplexed by the unfolding situation, and followed suit into the night. Outside, a black sedan sped past, while the armed patrons unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the vehicle. The thunderous gunfire battered the car's doors, causing them to splinter, while a figure in the backseat ducked to evade the onslaught of bullets. In an instant, Li Duan caught a glimpse of the person's face. Comparing it to Zvi's photograph, he confirmed his identity. It turned out that his earlier suspicions had been incorrect. These individuals were also there to confront Zvi. The difference was that they were embroiled in a feud among gangs. As Zvi's black sedan sped away, the gang members hastily pursued it. Realizing the urgency, Li Duan understood he needed to locate Zvi before they did. He rushed back to the bar, forcibly dragging out the two individuals engrossed in conversation with a woman. "Barry, it's up to you now, hurry and chase. Arthur and I will be there shortly." The Flash nodded in response and immediately accelerated into action. Li Duan exchanged a glance with Aquaman, and the two quickly followed suit. Under the pitch-black night sky, Li Duan wielded Thor's hammer, racing towards the Flash's location. Amidst flashes of lightning, he descended into a damp alleyway, where he found the Flash had already captured Zvi. Aquaman closely followed, positioning himself at the alley's entrance to intercept the pursuing gang members. "I haven't wronged you. Why am I being apprehended?" Zvi, dressed in a tailored suit that hinted at his former life as a top-tier agent, protested. "All you need to do is provide us with a specific piece of information." Li Duan, donning a white mask, approached him slowly. Upon seeing Li Duan, Zvi instinctively recoiled, prompting the Flash to tighten his grip. "What are you afraid of?" Li Duan inquired. "Of course, I'm scared. A mob of people is chasing me with the intent to harm. You're keeping me here. Isn't that a death sentence?" Upon hearing this, Li Duan and the Flash exchanged glances, deciding it was prudent to relocate him to a safer location. "By the way, how does a gang leader like you end up being hunted by so many?" "Well, one must always pay for their misdeeds," Zvi replied, bearing an expression that conveyed his disillusionment with the world. "What exactly do you want me to tell you? You were once a significant member of the Shogi Association, and you must surely know the whereabouts of the shards of the Dark Heart. Tell us where they are, and we shall allow you to leave," Li Duan stated bluntly. Upon realizing they had come to inquire about the shards of the Dark Heart, Zvi wore a knowing expression. "Truly, you are the Dark King, causing such distress for your League of Justice." "Indeed, I do know, but what? I have a condition. You must ensure my safe passage out of the city. Do you take us for your lackeys?" Li Duan's anger flared as he seized V from the ground. "If I perish, you will watch helplessly as Maxwell acquires the shards of the Dark Heart, and it will be you who trembles in fear." Chapter 42. The Negativity Woman. "Very well. I agree. Escorting you out of this city is hardly a challenge," Li Duan scoffed. "Those gang members may be easy to deal with, but who else have you angered? Do you think Mark would be oblivious to your attempt to find me?" At this, Li Duan was suddenly taken aback. He made a valid point. All former members of the Shogi Association had long been marked for assassination by the Dark King Mark, and soon I would encounter the assassins he dispatched. As Zvi spoke, several figures appeared ahead. Li Duan and the Flash reacted swiftly, positioning Zvi behind them. "Hey Zvi, you have nowhere to run. Libel, do you wish to kill me? You are still too inexperienced." Upon hearing the voice ahead, Zvi stepped forward defiantly. "You wretched little brat. Daring to sell us counterfeit goods. If you don't deliver the goods today, you shall not leave here alive." The man referred to as Libel emerged from the shadows, fully armed and accompanied by a gang of henchmen. "You dare to sell fake drugs to others. You truly deserve to die," Li Duan remarked mockingly at Zvi. "Do not dwell on such trivialities. Regardless, you must ensure my safety. If I die, the whereabouts of the Dark Heart will perish along with me." Seeing the overwhelming number of adversaries, Zvi trembled and hid behind the Flash. "Barry, take him away first. I shall meet you at the border with Arthur." Hearing this, the Flash nodded and, with a burst of speed, whisked Zvi away from Libel and his men in an instant. Did something just fly by? Libel turned to glance behind him, and when he looked forward again, he realized Zvi had vanished, leaving only a mysterious figure wearing a white mask. It must have been he who concealed Zvi. Libel concluded. "Hey, buddy, lend him to us for now, and we shall return him to you for you to do with as you please." Li Duan felt a twinge of sympathy for these individuals. Gang transactions typically demanded integrity. Yet who could have known that Zvi would resort to selling counterfeit goods? "Who do you think you are? Hand him over, and I might consider allowing you to keep your life intact," Libel threatened, lifting his chin. "Then there is nothing left to discuss." Seeing that the other party had no intention of relenting, Li Duan could only shrug helplessly. "Boys, take him down." Yes, a torrential barrage of gunfire erupted, and in an instant, the relentless bullets would transform Li Duan into a sieve. Li Duan let out a cold laugh before swinging the thunder hammer with remarkable speed, effortlessly deflecting all the bullets aimed at him. This fellow is extraordinary. Gather around, everyone. Upon witnessing Li Duan's ease in repelling the bullets, Lieber thought to himself that he was yet another superhuman. At his command, his subordinates promptly produced dozens of rocket launchers, dramatically amplifying their firepower. Is such brutality really necessary? Li Duan shook his head. If they were determined to leave no survivors, he would not hold back. With that, he faced the barrage of rockets approaching him. With a furious swing of the thunder hammer, thunder roared deafeningly. The blinding lightning instantaneously enveloped the entire alley. Several mighty bolts of thunder struck forth, obliterating all the rockets in an explosive display. Boom. The violent explosion wreaked havoc, sending Lieber and his crew sprawling to the ground. As the smoke cleared, Li Duan had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Aquaman had just dispatched several overconfident gangsters when another group arrived, clamoring for Zvi's life. How many foes has this man attracted? When would it end? Just as he was feeling a throbbing headache, a bolt of lightning struck down. Turning to look, he realized it was Li Duan. Arthur, leave at once and head to the northern border to meet with Barry. At the northern border of San Antonio, Texas, Zvi was jolted awake by the Flash, who had just placed him down and was vigorously slapping his face. Due to the incredible speed, Zvi had fainted during their swift journey. Have we arrived? You are far too fast. As Zvi stood up, he confirmed they were indeed at the northern border. The cold expanse of the desert night was stark, and he peered down the road. There, my men have come to retrieve me. He spotted several vehicles with flashing lights parked on the roadside and couldn't help but shout with joy. You must wait here, my two companions. Before he could finish, Zvi swiftly produced a syringe from his pocket and jabbed it into the Flash's arm. You. The Flash had no time to react due to their proximity. After being ambushed by Zvi, he instantly felt weak and collapsed to the ground. This little injection poses no real threat to you, but it should ensure you sleep for several hours. Zvi chuckled wickedly, turning toward the road. When Li Duan and Aquaman arrived, the only figure at the border was the Flash, lying on the ground. Li Duan hurried over to check. Discovering that the Flash was merely in a brief stupor, his expression slightly relaxed. Dare to toy with us? Just you wait, Li Duan roared, instructing Aquaman to carry the Flash away while he continued the pursuit of Zvi. As long as I desire to capture you, there is no escape. With that, Li Duan swung the thunder hammer and soared into the air. On the desolate road of the desert, several black cars sped away from Texas. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the night sky. Inside the car, Zvi was bragging to his subordinates about how he had escaped from the clutches of countless foes when a noise erupted from the roof. His face turned ashen, and without hesitation, he flung open the car door and leapt out. As he leaped down, the entire vehicle was cleaved in two and subsequently erupted into a fireball that rolled violently. After rolling a few times on the highway, Zvi managed to rise. But upon focusing his gaze, he was instantly struck with terror. The negative woman. He watched as that familiar, graceful figure slowly approached him, his heart racing in panic. Zvia? It has been a long time, the woman remarked, clad in a form-fitting purple uniform, her lustrous black hair captivating under the moonlight. Did Mark send you? She continued. You ought to know, the king will not allow traitors to live. We have been utilized by him for so long, and you still cannot see the truth? Utilized? Only the weak are exploited. If you would grant me mercy, I would comply with your every demand. Zvi realized he was truly trapped with no means of escape. Prepare to meet your end, the negative woman whispered, her eyes glinting with malice. A powerful aura erupted from her, and two violet energy spheres suddenly manifested in her hands, which she swiftly hurled towards Zvi. The ferocious negative energy obliterated everything in its vicinity. Seeing her task complete, the negative woman wore a satisfied expression and turned to depart. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something strange. Upon looking back, she was astonished to find Zvi unscathed on the opposite side. How is this possible? She exclaimed, her face betraying disbelief. Upon closer inspection, she noticed another figure beside him. A white mask? Chapter 43, The Incarnation of Illusion. In the desolate western Texas border, a chaotic scene unfolded on the barren highway, where several black cars bore witness to a ghastly accident. Beneath the night sky, the chilling wind pierced through, and yellow dust swirled around. I will hold you accountable for all the misdeeds you've committed, Li Duan stated with a piercing gaze, his aura brimming with menace. I was wrong, great hero. I shall reveal to you the location of the dark heart fragments. Zvi trembled as he leaned close to Li Duan, whispering the whereabouts of the dark heart. Upon hearing this, Li Duan finally exhaled in relief. The next step was to deal with the current adversary. Hey, are you two so arrogant as to disregard my presence? The negative woman seethed, witnessing Li Duan and Zvi ignore her entirely, her fury boiling over. In the next moment, she swiftly unraveled the white bandages wrapped around her hands, unleashing a potent wave of negative radiation. I've told you everything. You must ensure I remain unharmed. Considering your newfound awareness, I shall save you once more, Li Duan replied, stepping forward, his hands crackling with tempestuous energy, exuding an imposing presence. You will regret opposing me today. Oh, is that so? Regret killing you? Li Duan retorted disdainfully, readying his thunderous hammer. Both adversaries surged forward simultaneously. One wielded raging silver lightning while the other emanated highly corrosive negative energy. In the next instant, the two forces collided fiercely upon the desolate highway. Boom! A violent explosion erupted at the point of impact, rippling shockwaves radiating outward. The tumultuous energy cascaded downward, tearing the highway apart beneath them. In a fleeting moment, both sides entered a standoff, each refusing to yield. This opponent is far more formidable than I anticipated. It is truly incredible that Maxivial possesses such a follower. Li Duanjian furrowed his brows, astonished that the usually unstoppable power of Thor encountered a formidable adversary today. Before him, the negative woman wore a chilling and fearsome smile. And with a sudden surge of strength, the energy in her hands multiplied several times over. The unexpectedly intensified assault caught Li Duanjian off guard. In the next moment, to his astonishment, the overwhelming thunder could not withstand the ferocity of the negative energy, ultimately being eroded away. Observing this, Li Duanjian raised an eyebrow. He swiftly executed a backflip, narrowly evading the oncoming negative energy. The 30 units of Thor's power seemed somewhat strained. It was clear that I would need to harness an even more formidable energy to contend with her. System, exchange for the illusory vision experience card. Ding. Exchange successful. Your illusory vision ability is now activated for 24 hours. The free points acquired today were perfectly utilized for this exchange. With a mere thought, Li Duanjian's form transformed. Draped in a crimson cloak, his skin melded with vibranium, and a radiant light emanated from his forehead. The negative woman glanced up, questioning if this fellow was perhaps Digoth, capable of changing forms. Li Duanjian, inspecting his new physique, felt a robust surge of energy continuously flowing forth from his brow. The Mind Stone truly lived up to its reputation as one of the Infinity Stones. Concentrating his thoughts at his forehead, a golden energy beam shot forth from the Mind Stone. The negative woman's pupils dilated in shock as she once again concentrated negative energy in her hands, unleashing it. The two forces collided fiercely, one golden, the other black, reminiscent of night and dawn. Boom! In an instant, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted, engulfing everything around them. While the entire roadway was violently upheaved, Zvi, hiding in the distance, gaped in astonishment at the celestial battle unfolding before him. Just as he was captivated by the scene, a stone flung from the energy vortex plummeted from the sky, striking him squarely in the face. Damn! He exclaimed, collapsing unconscious. Transformed into illusory vision, Li Duanjian now possessed an array of extraordinary abilities. In mere breaths, the various capability metrics of his opponent materialized before him. With a relaxed smile, he hardened his gaze, amplifying the energy of the Mind Stone severfold. Unsurprisingly, even the formidable erosion ability of the negative energy couldn't withstand the might of the Infinity Stone. A golden radiance swiftly enveloped the entire area, and upon witnessing her assault falter, the negative woman retreated in disarray. Li Duanjian raised his eyes and decisively surged forward to pursue. Suddenly, the negative woman halted, her hands grasping forward, causing everything around them to tremble violently. Li Duanjian tilted his head, pondering what trickery this might be. In an instant, the negative woman bellowed, commanding the massive stones and several black vehicles surrounding them. Under her mental control, the dense mass of stones and cars floated upward, and in the next moment, they hurtled towards Li Duanjian in the air. As the colossal objects descended upon him, he felt a moment of shock, realizing he would soon be encircled. Accompanied by a cacophony of violent collisions, the massive objects converged, enveloping Li Duanjian within. Kid, come back in a few years after honing your skills to challenge me. The negative woman scoffed disdainfully. Then, with a sudden leap, she soared into the air, her gaze sweeping across the surroundings before finally fixating on a distant stone. No one is here to save you now, is there? Just as the negative woman prepared to swoop down and claim Zvi's life, a mocking voice unexpectedly echoed behind her. You don't truly believe that such trivial and despicable tactics could ensnare me, do you? Li Duan emerged directly from the massive spherical object hovering in the air, possessing the ability to alter his own density at will, allowing him to disregard any obstacles. Before the negative woman could react, a brilliant golden light enveloped them in the blink of an eye. In the next moment, her eyes blazed with fury, and a sinister black energy erupted from her being like a torrential flood. The inky darkness surged skyward, and to Li Duan's astonishment, it coalesced into a monstrous entity of pure energy. The creature opened its gaping, obsidian maw, poised to devour Li Duan's golden rays. Is such a maneuver even possible? Li Duan squinted. This opponent was indeed formidable, and lingering in battle was not an option. He needed a swift resolution. Resolving this in his mind, the mind gem at his brow radiated with resplendent light, while the hammer of Thor reappeared in his grasp. Experience my unique technique. Li Duan roared, swinging the hammer as numerous bolts of thunder crashed down, followed closely by a dazzling beam of golden light. The two energies fused with tremendous force. A cacophony of thunder and brilliance engulfing the dark creature in an instant. The negative woman, at the heart of the beast, revealed her true malevolence. Flailing her arms as the monstrous entity opened its fearsome jaws, attempting to consume the onslaught. The combined power of the mind gem and the might of Thor contained energy capable of obliterating worlds. Could she possibly withstand it? As expected, the beast offered no resistance against the energy surge and was swiftly dispersed. The negative woman's face twisted in frustration before she was ultimately submerged in the golden light. Chapter 44. Disaster looms when tranquility returned. The negative woman lay unconscious on the ground. Ding. Dark enemy progress bar 7. Li Duan raised an eyebrow and smiled. Not expecting such a minuscule increase after such a fierce battle. He looked up and then soared towards a large stone ahead. Come forth, you owe me a life. Li Duan landed steadily beside Zvi, who trembled upon seeing him and began to retreat. What have you done to Barry? I didn't harm him. That injection was merely a potent anesthetic to render him unconscious. If all goes well, he should have awakened by now. Li Duan paused momentarily, ultimately choosing to trust him. How could the Heart of Darkness be in Alaska? Please believe me, when the Chess Society disbanded, I distinctly heard them planning to hide the shards of the Heart of Darkness in the Taki Mountains of Alaska. Is that truly the case? I swear it's the absolute truth. Li Duan contemplated for a moment before slowly nodding. When Aquaman returned, the Flash had already regained consciousness and was physically unharmed. Alaska? That desolate place? Who knows? He doesn't seem like he is deceiving me, and at this point, I have no choice but to believe him. Subsequently, Li Duan sent a communication request to Steelbone. Li, where are you? As we journey back, we have successfully uncovered the whereabouts of the fragments of the Heart of Darkness. Splendid news. Return swiftly. Everyone awaits your arrival. After hanging up, Li Duan's eyes reflected a myriad of emotions. What's wrong? It's nothing, merely a feeling that Steelbone is acting rather peculiarly today. Instead of directly inquiring about the fragments, he insists on my immediate return. My instincts tell me there is something amiss. Aquaman bid farewell, wishing to return to Atlantis, while Li Duan, accompanied by the Flash, hastened back to Gotham. By the time they reached Gotham, dawn had already broken, casting a faint light upon the city. He had intended to make a brief stop at home, but a phone call abruptly extinguished that thought. William? What is happening? Why are you calling me at such an early hour? Li Duan, where are you? Hurry to the capital to offer support. Harley Quinn has taken a large group and seized the entire building. What? With a gasp, Li Duan wasted no time and, alongside the Flash, rushed towards the capital. Had Harley Quinn lost her mind? Seizing the capital? Did she not fear the Justice League? The Capitol building was now enveloped by all available forces of the Gotham Police Department, with Commissioner Gordon persistently warning Harley Quinn and her cohorts against any rash actions. Upon arriving at the Capitol, Li Duan, filled with questions, quickly donned his mask and silently employed his phasing ability to penetrate the walls within. The scene was chaotic, with several officials already down, having been shot. Inside the building, dozens of Red Hood operatives were armed and holding government officials and legislators hostage. Li Duan pondered. How dare they act with such audacity? He leapt forward, swiftly dispatching the terrorists with a few well-placed strikes and subsequently dismantled their weapons. Beep. Progress bar for Dark Nemesis. 1. The system's voice echoed once more, and as Li Duan surveyed his surroundings, a complex expression crossed his face. Where were Batman and the others in providing support? Could they still be asleep amidst such turmoil? As he pondered, he heard sounds of a struggle from above and rushed up the stairs in haste. Atop the Capitol, the Flash effortlessly evaded the rapid fire from Deadshot and Harley Quinn. Noticing that his bullets failed to inflict harm, Deadshot's expression darkened as he brandished a grenade launcher. Let us see how you handle this. Boom. The explosion reverberated, shaking the entire building. Ha ha ha, how delightful. Harley Quinn continued to fire through the smoke created by the explosion, laughing maniacally. However, as the smoke began to clear, her laughter abruptly ceased. A golden energy shield enveloped the Flash, rendering him impervious to the blast, while Li Duan, adorned in a white mask, stood beside him in silence. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Deadshot and Harley Quinn, startled, immediately turned to leap off the building to glide away. Unfortunately, in Li Duan's eyes, they were still far too slow. A flash of golden light streaked past, and both were forcefully hurled to the ground. Boom. Thinking of escape? A jest indeed. Li Duan scoffed, delivering 2 heavy punches that rendered them unconscious. Beep. Progress bar. 2. Current progress. 10. 5 remaining for the next reward. After resolving the situation, Li Duan felt a sense of unease. How could these two dare to assault the Congress with a band of ineffectual lackeys? It appeared to be an act of sheer folly. Upon further contemplation, Duan realized that Maximilian must have exerted control over them, issuing orders to eliminate the weak. Just as he was deep in thought, the Flash suddenly patted his shoulder. Turning around, he saw two familiar figures emerging from behind the balcony door. Flag, Samurai? It's been a while, Flag greeted with a smile. Are you here to deliver your head? Certainly not. I come bearing unfortunate news, Flag replied. At this, Duan's expression shifted. What bad news? The Justice League's watchtower has been seized by Maximilian, and the superheroes within have become his thralls. Impossible. Why should I believe you? Utter nonsense. Duan and the Flash retorted loudly. Then tell me, why has the Congress been overrun, and where is Batman, the vigilante of Gotham? Hearing this, Duan fell silent. I have defected from Maximilian and his ilk. I refuse to be manipulated like a marionette. I merely came to alert you, believe it or not. Duan hesitated, as the Mind Stone detected no deceit in his words. This meant that the watchtower's fall was indeed true, and the heroes were all under control. If that were the case, the situation was dire. The Flash, visibly shaken, exclaimed, I don't believe you. You're lying. With that, he sprinted away at lightning speed. Barry. Duan shouted anxiously, but he could not stop him. Huh, another one has gone mad. Returning to your base now is a death sentence, Flag sneered. Duan suddenly recalled the peculiar behavior of Cyborg that morning. It seemed he was indeed under control, luring them back for a trap. And you? Now it's just you left. Do you still intend to resist Maximilian, who has dominated much of the League? Duan's expression turned serious, his gaze resolute. Much of the League? When have I ever feared? Such bravado from a mere boy, Flag scoffed. Since you refuse to believe, you should watch closely what unfolds next. With a confident smile, Duan soared from the building under the watchful eyes of Flag and Samurai. Chapter 45. The Secret Base, the Hall of Justice. Once pristine and majestic, now lay in disarray. Piles of weaponry cluttered the space, strewn haphazardly across every corner of the hall, transforming it into a dark armory of nefarious forces. The agents of the Eye in the Sky had morphed into a gang of thugs donned in red hoods, indulging in drunken revelry, gambling, and even defacing the walls with graffiti proclaiming the Justice League as nonsense. Meanwhile, Green Lantern, situated in the conference room, remained oblivious to the chaos, quietly organizing the documents before him. Only by adhering to the King's will can one embrace peace. A peculiar crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes as he murmured incoherently. In his hands, he meticulously organized the files pertaining to the bodies of all the villains stored here. At that moment, a golden lightning bolt streaked across outside the hall. The Flash rushed to the scene, and upon seeing it, he was rendered speechless. The sight of the Hall of Justice was utterly appalling. Once a sacred symbol of unity where superheroes stood together against evil, it now faced such disgrace. The Flash was consumed by fury, his head spinning in rage. How dare they turn this place into such a mess? With that thought, he transformed into the Flash, darting past the guards in red hoods and swiftly entering the internal conference room. Hey, Al, how can you remain so nonchalant at a time like this? Have you seen what is happening outside? The Flash exclaimed as he stepped into the conference room, finding Green Lantern alone, sifting through documents. Green Lantern slowly turned, a flicker of emotion stirring in his vacant gaze. Hey, old Hal, I'm talking to you. Don't pretend you can't hear me. The Flash approached him, shaking his shoulder and raising his voice. Kill Kid Flash, capture the White Mask. What did you say? Green Lantern murmured, lowering his head, only to suddenly lift it, his ring emitting a beam of green light aimed directly at the Flash's throat. The Flash reacted swiftly, dodging effortlessly with a burst of speed. A cold sweat broke out as he realized Hal was actually attacking him. Once bitten by a snake, one becomes wary of ropes. Ever since being ambushed by Zvi last night, he had become adept at anticipating such sneak attacks. Yet, he never imagined that the one betraying him would be his once trusted ally. Hey, Hal, what is going on with you? Only by adhering to the King's will can one embrace peace. Kill Kid Flash, capture the White Mask. Still in a state of confusion, the Flash watched as Green Lantern summoned his power, conjuring a long-handled battle axe from green energy. Without hesitation, he swung it down toward the Flash. Startled, the Flash spun away at lightning speed. Hey, Hal, what's wrong with you? Snap out of it. The Flash attempted to free him from whatever mental control he was under, but to no avail. Boom. The Flash barely evaded another strike, his face clouded with concern. Just then, the elevator door leading to the watchtower slowly opened. Emerging from within was a familiar, imposing figure, Superman. Upon seeing Superman, the Flash sighed in relief, thinking that he would surely be able to awaken Hal from his stupor. However, as he focused, he noticed that the once kind and gentle Superman wore a strange smile. It's over. Clark has also been controlled. There is truly no hope left. The Flash was filled with despair, sensing the impending doom of the world. In the next moment, Superman's gaze fixed on him, unleashing two searing beams of laser. The powerful lasers capable of tearing through anything approached the Flash in an instant, ready to pierce him through. Just as he was about to be struck, a burst of golden laser shot from behind, intercepting Superman's attack head-on. Brotherly, the Flash glanced back to see Lee Duan, cloaked in a crimson cape, gliding towards him like a specter. Barry, this place is far too perilous. We are currently their primary targets for capture. We must make our escape swiftly. Lee Duan remarked with a weary expression. With our current capabilities, we cannot yet sever their control, but time is on our side. A solution will eventually present itself. All right. I shall heed your counsel. Upon hearing Lee Duan's advice, the Flash finally relinquished his fixation. Thinking of fleeing? How naive, Superman sneered. Then, with a sudden forceful stomp, unleashed an invisible power that surged towards Lee Duan and himself with devastating might. Lee Duan furrowed his brow, promptly enhancing his own density to its maximum. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself forward, shielding his body with both hands while bracing against the impending assault. A resounding clang echoed as metal clashed, and as the violent shockwave dissipated, Lee Duan remained unscathed. Vibranium truly deserves its title as the hardest material on Earth, Lee Duan mused internally. The combat prowess of Vision ranks among the most formidable even within the Marvel Universe, and here, he showed no signs of inferiority against Superman. Observing that his attack had been met head-on, Superman's eyes turned icy, and a palpable aura of malice enveloped the air. The first time witnessing Superman's murderous intent, Lee Duan and his companion could not help but draw in a sharp breath. We must retreat. There is still time to escape. No sooner had he spoken than the two of them bolted away, not daring to look back. Superman, noticing their flight, pursued them relentlessly, with Green Lantern close behind. Stop. Stop. Let us take a breather. Lee Duan hastily halted, leaning against a tree, panting for breath. After their frantic flight, they had finally evaded Superman. What should we do next? At this rate, we can only watch the Oblivion Project unfold. The Flash lamented, his brow knitted in distress. Fear not. The ship will right itself when it reaches the bridge, Lee Duan replied, gritting his teeth and standing tall. Where are we now? Ah, my secret base. In the midst of their escape, Lee Duan paid little heed to his surroundings, thus following the Flash into the wilderness. A secret base. I never imagined you would have one. It must be quite impressive. Indeed, it is rather spacious. Would you care to take a look? All right, let us seek refuge there. The two continued their relentless journey, traversing through dense forests until a secluded villa came into view. Is this truly the secret base you spoke of? Yes, splendid. I assent it. Lee Duan stared in bewilderment at the diminutive thatched hut before him, falling into silence. Is this what you consider large? It's quite nice, really. The house is surrounded by gardens, and there are birds singing. How delightful. The Flash exclaimed mid-sentence as a sparrow chirped merrily overhead. Look, isn't it adorable? He pointed at the seemingly harmless little creature. Suddenly, with a plop, a mass of white droppings fell from the sky, landing squarely on his forehead. Damn. What an ill-mannered little bird. Doesn't it know not to drop things from above? If I catch it. Chapter 46. The divine armor descends. A light rain began to fall in the forest, and amidst the misty haze, the thatched hut swayed alone in solitude. No. Even at your young age, you still allow rain to leak in? Inside the room, Lee Duan sat upright, carefully avoiding the persistent drips of rainwater falling beside him. It seems I must make do for now, as returning to Gotham is no longer an option. I can only bide my time here. Observing the Flash lounging nonchalantly on the ground, Lee Duan wore an expression of utter despondency. No, I must return at least once. Where to? The Watchtower. What purpose does your return serve? It's currently under the control of Mark. Wouldn't going back be tantamount to courting death? Perhaps, but there is something I must retrieve. For it alone can alter the course of our predicament. Lee Duan's gaze was resolute and unwavering. The Justice League Watchtower. Seizing the opportunity before Vision's experience time expired, Lee Duan effortlessly traversed through any object, returning to the Watchtower's interior. Upon entering the main hall, he was unexpectedly greeted by an eerie silence. So quiet? Lee Duan narrowed his eyes, his demeanor tense, every pore on his body alert to potential threats. Could they have anticipated my return and set a trap for an ambush? With each step, Lee Duan's mind raced with speculations about what might transpire next. After cautiously advancing for some time, he discovered that he was utterly alone. Hello? Is anyone there? He called out, but received no response. Hello? It is I, Lee Duan. I have returned. He shouted again, yet silence continued to reign. Maxine is truly a fool. He paused, glancing around, but after a moment, the stillness persisted. Well, no one here. But he is indeed a fool for allowing me to return so easily. Mid-sentence, Lee Duan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Not a soul in sight. Could it be that they have already departed for Alaska in search of the fragments of the Heart of Darkness? This is dire. Lee Duan hastened his pace. For if he did not hurry, he would miss them. He rushed to Cyborg's laboratory, recalling that Professor Stone's antimatter weapon was stored there. This item was crucial. Its existence alone could thwart the Oblivion plan. Upon stepping into the lab, a beam of blue light unexpectedly shot towards him, scanning back and forth like a sweeping motion. This is bad. Is it some sort of security system? Li Duan realized too late, but after a moment, there was no alarm. Instead, a holographic projection appeared in the room. Cyborg. It turned out to be an intelligent projection that Cyborg had installed in advance, which activated upon scanning Li Duan. Hey, buddy. If you are seeing this footage, it means an emergency situation has arisen within our ranks. Truly, this fellow is exceedingly astute. No wonder he is Cyborg. Li Duan marveled. To assist you in resolving this crisis, I have prepared numerous supplies in advance, stored at. Supplies. How splendid. I was in dire need of those. Hey, Cyborg. What about that weapon? I am currently searching for it, and have found the following results for you. Li Duan looked up to see the walls of the room slowly opening, revealing an array of bizarre and varied equipment. What is this? He focused, bewildered to find Superman's underwear among the items. Various styles and colors adorned with phrases such as extraordinary toughness and indestructible, explicitly designed for superheroes. It turns out even Superman requires a change of his outer garments. Li Duan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Upon turning around, he found no trace of the antimatter weapon. Steelbone, search keywords, Professor Stowe. Apologies, no results found. After Li Duan frantically attempted several times with no success, it became evident that misfortune had indeed befallen him. He was certain that the weapon had been taken away by Mark and his companions, plunging him into deeper trouble. With a heavy heart, he exited the laboratory and made his way to the hall, once a place for superheroes to confer and deliberate. It had now devolved into a lair for villains, leaving him with a profound sense of sorrow. He clasped his head and howled at the sky, attempting to release his pent-up emotions. Suddenly, his gaze froze upon the ceiling. There, suspended in the very center of the hall, was the antimatter weapon, its small light still aglow. Who had hung it there as a nightlight? However, he could think of little else. With a face full of joy, Li Duan soared upward and effortlessly retrieved it. Finally, he had leverage. The next steps rested upon you. He gently patted the weapon and murmured. Above the vast sea of clouds, a private jet emblazoned with the emblem of the Eye of Heaven sped by. What? You didn't kill him? You dare return without completing your mission? Inside the cabin, the thinker berated the returning anti-gravity woman. That's enough. She is my subordinate. If the mission was not completed, it is I who shall reprimand her. Sitting across from him, Maxwell elegantly swirled the red wine in his glass. It was supposed to be an easy resolution, yet unexpectedly, a man donned in a white mask emerged and thwarted their plans. A white mask? Maxwell's eyes widened momentarily before a faint smile graced his lips. It seems there are still those unwilling to relent. Let them witness the grand gift I have prepared for this world. In a factory on the outskirts of Metropolis. Are you certain there are supplies here? There is no mistake. If Steelbone indicated it, it must be correct. Li Duan and the Flash followed the projection's guidance and arrived at this location, thinking it preferable to avoid returning to the Flash's dilapidated abode. As they entered the warehouse and surveyed the area, they found it utterly bare. This doesn't seem right. It should be here. Look over there. Following the Flash's, Li Duan spotted a figure approaching. Alfred? It was none other than Batman's butler, Alfred. The two hurried forward. Alfred, how did you end up here? After Bruce was compromised, he activated the emergency plan and notified me to await your arrival here. Wonderful. Rest assured. Follow me. Soon. The three reached the depths of the warehouse, where Alfred gently pressed a button on the remote control. With a sudden whoosh, the floor sprang open, revealing a vast storage room that slowly ascended via a lift. Li Duan's face was a tapestry of astonishment. A sleek batplane, the second iteration, emerged from below, causing both Li Duan and the Flash to gulp in awe. Alongside the rise of various high-tech weapons, divine armaments descended from the heavens. Truly, it is the manifestation of superpowers. The two individuals could not help but express their awe. Onward to Alaska, Li Duan's eyes gleamed with fervor, his combat spirit unwavering. Chapter 47. The pinnacle of martial arts showdown in the town of Talkeetna, Alaska, a private jet was stationed on the outskirts, seamlessly blending into the surrounding desolation while in stealth mode. Inside the cabin, Steelbone observed the screen before him, the red light in his mechanical left eye illuminating. Target acquired, he reported coldly. Oh, lock onto its location, Maxwell commanded, extinguishing the cigar in his hand. Lock successful. The target is located at McKinley Church. On the screen, two red dots flickered continuously within a church at the base of Mount McKinley. Your Majesty, allow me to go. This time, I shall surely. Negative woman cast a glance at the screen before approaching Maxwell with a request. No, I have other tasks for you. There are individuals more suited to deal with these two nuisances, Maxwell replied with a sinister smile. At McKinley Church in Talkeetna, Li Duan and Lightning Man hurriedly approached from outside, passing through a throng of worshippers as they made their way into the church. Brother, what exactly are we doing here? Shoo, keep your voice down. According to Zvi's recollections, the bishop here once witnessed the sealing of the shards of the Dark Heart. So we have come to gather some intelligence, Li Duan whispered into Lightning Man's ear. The latter nodded silently, a look of vague understanding on his face. Please, gentlemen, halt. Kindly present your church credentials, a young male parishioner stationed at the entrance addressed Li Duan and his companion. Church credentials? What is that? Lightning Man replied, bewildered. Li Duan, with fluid grace, retrieved 2 documents bearing special seals from his pocket, briefly displaying them before promptly stowing them away. So can we enter now? Yes, you may. The ceremony has commenced. Please proceed to the prayer area and take your seats, the young parishioner indicated, stepping aside. With a perplexed look, Lightning Man followed Li Duan into the church. Brother, how did you come by those credentials? Nothing much. I exchanged 2 bottles of wine with a passerby across the street. Everyone here is essentially a parishioner, Li Duan replied with a confident smile as they settled into their seats. The solemn atmosphere within the church commanded respect, while the purple incense exuded an elegant and refreshing fragrance that was intoxicating. At that moment, a choral ritual was underway, with all the parishioners fervently engaged in prayer. Li Duan looked up to see the white-haired, blue-eyed bishop, as described by Zvi, resounding with chants from the altar. It's not the right time to interrupt them. Let us wait for a moment, Li Duan whispered to Lightning Man. The melodious chants rose and fell rhythmically, the prayers of the parishioners echoing in the ears of the two. The gentle rustling sounds lulled them into a sense of drowsiness, and Li Duan, with a look of resignation, remarked, this is even more soporific than attending a class. Before long, in such a hypnotic environment, the two could no longer resist the urge to doze off. Fatigue from the journey suddenly washed over him, and his head grew heavy, causing him to succumb to sleep. After an indeterminate period, Li Duan gradually awakened from his drowsy slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find himself bound tightly. What on earth? He exclaimed, bewildered at how a simple nap had led to such a predicament. A closer inspection revealed that he was still within the church, now eerily empty. To his astonishment, a figure was approaching him, and it was none other than Bruce. Li Duan's eyes mirrored the essence of Batman, filled with confusion. Hey, Bruce, why have you bound me? Where's Barry? What happened to everyone in the church? He fired off 3 questions in rapid succession, hoping Batman would provide some clarity. However, Batman remained silent. Hastening his approach instead, it dawned on Li Duan that he had been ensnared by Mark. An unsettling realization struck him. If Mark had sent Bruce, it indicated that his whereabouts were already compromised. The mission to locate Bishop McKinley remained unfinished, complicating matters further. As Batman stood before Li Duan, his gaze icy, he raised an arm, preparing to hoist Li Duan from the ground. Startled, Li Duan's pupils dilated as he fiercely kicked out, propelling himself backward. Batman, caught off guard, soon felt a surge of anger rise within him. Bruce, you wouldn't dare engage in a brawl with me here, would you? Li Duan retreated, speaking cautiously. Come quietly with me, or I will knock you out and take you by force. You may choose. I choose the third option. There is no third option. The third option is that I will pummel you into submission, and then I shall make my escape. No sooner had Li Duan finished speaking than a surge of electricity coursed through his body, instantly reducing the bat-like ropes binding him to mere fragments. Futile, Batman retorted coldly, charging forward in the next moment. His massive fist, slicing through the air, aimed for Li Duan's face. Reacting swiftly, Li Duan evaded, gathering thunderous energy in his hands, and retaliated with a powerful punch. Batman barely raised his arm in time to absorb the blow, only to discover that his suit was insulated, rendering him impervious to Li Duan's electric prowess. Damn, you must have been preparing for this encounter all along, Li Duan exclaimed, hastily retreating. It was clear that his current power, merely at 30 of Thor's might, was insufficient to inflict harm. Narrowing his eyes, he devised a strategy. System. Exchange for Captain America's experience card. Ding. Exchange successful. Your experience duration is 24 hours. In an instant, Li Duan felt a subtle transformation within his body. Brimming with newfound strength, and a vibranium shield appeared in his grasp. The clash between 2 non-superpowered human heroes was thrilling to contemplate. A slight smile crept across Li Duan's lips. If Bruce was a master of martial arts, proficient in 127 disciplines from around the world, then he would soon test the limits of Bruce's true capabilities. With that, he dashed towards Batman. The two collided fiercely, their fists howling through the air, each strike lethal. You stand no chance against me, Batman taunted after barely dodging 3 of Li Duan's consecutive punches. You remain as stubborn as ever, Li Duan remarked with a teasing smile. Suddenly, his opponent executed a swift spinning kick aimed directly at Li Duan's temple. Naturally, Li Duan was not easily struck, with an extraordinary twist of his head. He deftly evaded the attack. He then raised the shield in his right hand and forcefully propelled it toward his adversary's chest. Batman, sensing the imminent danger, quickly retreated, and the shield scraped across his front, creating a blinding spark, yet it did not inflict any harm. I must concede that you possess some skill, but defeating me is merely a matter of time. Oh, is that so? Then I shall get serious. Duan shouted, lunging forward with fervor. He unleashed a series of kicks, complemented by the relentless flailing of his shield, forcing Batman to retreat repeatedly. Chapter 48. The seal is broken, transformed into Captain America. Duan executed a series of clean and precise kicks, driving Batman back. A confident smile graced Duan's lips. The combination of Captain America's martial prowess and his own formidable physique rendered him nearly invincible. The Dark Knight, renowned for his combat skills, could hardly have anticipated being overpowered today. Duan smirked again. Batman's expression grew serious as he struggled to regain his footing. Rarely did he find himself at a disadvantage in martial confrontations. Encountering a formidable opponent today left him questioning his assessment of Duan. With a steely gaze, he charged forward once more, their figures colliding with great force. With a gust of wind at his feet, Batman swiftly closed the distance to Duan, then unleashed a powerful horizontal strike aimed at Duan's temple. Recognizing the ferocity of the attack, Duan raised his left arm to barely deflect it. However, unbeknownst to him, Batman's suit was equipped with a subtle array of sharp blades. When their arms met, a deep gash opened on Duan's left arm, blood spurting forth immediately. Duan's expression shifted, his teeth clenched in pain. He then raised his vibranium shield, bringing it down forcefully onto Batman's shoulder. Batman evaded by twisting away and retaliated with a kick to Duan's chest, sending him flying. A cry escaped Duan as he hurtled backward, crashing into a row of wooden church benches, shattering them to splinters. This adversary has begun to take things seriously, struggling to rise from the debris. Duan felt Wolverine's healing abilities kick in, and his wounds gradually began to mend. It is time to end this battle, Bruce, Duan declared with fierce determination. He leaped over the chairs, launching himself into another confrontation with Batman. As he landed and rolled, he suddenly noticed several bat-shaped projectiles hurtling toward him. Reacting swiftly, he raised his shield to block them all. Your hidden weapons are ineffective against me. Before Duan could finish his statement, his pupils dilated in shock as the bat projectiles detonated upon hitting the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Caught off guard, he was sent flying, his body battered and bruised. Batman let out a cold laugh and seized the moment to pursue him, his fist roaring through the air as he descended with powerful strikes. Even amidst such a violent explosion, the healing factor of Wolverine kicked in again, allowing Duan to maintain a clear consciousness despite the severe impact. As Batman's offensive approached, Duan remained unperturbed, ready to withstand the force of the impending blow. A dull thud resonated as he absorbed a powerful punch to his chest, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Batman's wrist and, exerting all his strength, hurled him backward with great force. Thud. Batman was sent crashing to the ground by Duan's counterattack, only to be met with a fierce strike from a shield that followed closely behind, causing him to succumb in defeat. Phew. At last, it was resolved. This adversary was truly resilient. Duan gazed at the fallen Batman, exhaling softly in relief. With Barry's whereabouts unknown and his own presence undoubtedly exposed, the situation was dire. Duan composed himself, analyzing the circumstances, and resolved that finding the bishop to ascertain the precise location of the Dark Heart fragment was paramount. Upon exiting the church, he found that the once crowded streets had become desolate, save for a solitary figure lingering ahead. Hurrying forward, Duan discerned it was indeed the bishop. Bishop, I am a member of the Justice League. After sharing the unfolding events with him, he inquired about the whereabouts of the Dark Heart fragment. When the sun sets upon the pinnacle, darkness shall once again shroud the earth, the bishop spoke cryptically. Duan's eyes glimmered with understanding. The pinnacle must refer to Mount McKinley. When the sun descends, does this imply that nightfall is necessary for visibility? After a moment's contemplation, he gradually grasped that the reference was to the western side of the mountain, where the sun sets. Why speak in such riddles? It is merely the western slope of the peak. Duan found himself at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Ahem, you may not comprehend. The bishop coughed lightly, speaking softly. Forgive my interruption, but have you seen my friend clad in red, who seems to carry lightning with him? Oh, he departed with a lady in armor wielding a whip. Wonder Woman? Duan realized, understanding that Mark had not only dispatched Bruce but also Diana. It would prove challenging to locate Barry at this juncture. Thus, seizing the Dark Heart atop the mountain was of utmost importance. He nodded resolutely, summoning Mjolnir without hesitation, and soared towards the western face of Mount McKinley. The bishop watched Duan's departing figure, his eyes betraying little emotion. Having served as a bishop for most of his life, he had encountered many superheroes. However, he was more concerned about who would compensate for the damages within the church. On the western slope of Mount McKinley, figures stood resolutely against the biting wind and snow, led by Maxwell and the Thinker. Behind them were Superman, Steel, Green Lantern, Negative Woman, Frost Killer, Enchantress, Vengeful Demon, Killer Croc, and King Shark. Maxwell clutched a peculiar instrument, striding directly to the edge of the desolate mountaintop. Ding, ding, ding. As the device emitted a red glow and sound, a slight smile crept across Maxwell's lips. He knew this marked the location sealing the dark heart. Let this ancient power return to the world, he muttered to himself, then used the instrument to inscribe a formation beneath his feet, the erratic lines weaving into obscure runes. As the final stroke was completed, the entire rune array began to rotate slowly, a subtle energy gradually seeping upward from the depths of the earth. The ground fissured, revealing dark cracks from which a sense of a seal being lifted could faintly be felt. The white-haired Thinker observed the unfolding scene with an uncontainable smile. For the heart of darkness was within reach, and the long-conceived plot was merely awaiting a favorable turn of events. Once he obtained the shard of the Heart of Darkness and concocted the obliteration reagent, he would forge an unparalleled superhuman legion. At that moment, no one would be able to thwart his ambition of world domination. As the cracks multiplied and the ground trembled violently, the crowd stumbled and fell. Maxwell, unfazed, plunged the instrument into the center of the array and pressed the button atop it. A beam of black light instantly emanated from the device. Quick to react, Maxwell deftly produced a prepared container to enclose the black luminescence. Moments later, within the transparent vial, a gem, entirely black and no larger than a fingernail, floated serenely. Turning to face the crowd with a sinister grin, Maxwell reveled in their celebration of the Heart of Darkness shard's reemergence, while the Thinker broke into a cold sweat. For he noticed the presence of Superman, Green Lantern, Steel, and Negative Woman silently standing behind Maxwell. Maxwell, were we not to restart the obliteration plan together? Chapter 49. Maxwell's Conspiracy. The towering and steep McKinley snow-capped mountains stretched endlessly, their imposing ridges daunting to behold. Amidst the white-clad foothills, a figure dashed like the wind. Thunder rumbled in its wake as it sped towards the western summit. Duan wielded Mjolnir, racing relentlessly to the peak, sensing that the situation was escalating perilously. Suddenly, a commotion arose behind him. Glancing back, he saw several military fighter jets from the Sky Eye Coalition soaring through the clouds toward him. What was happening? Suspending in midair, he scrutinized the aircraft, only to discover that their pilots were a cadre of Red Hoods. These fiends were truly tenacious. Duan grimaced, the crackling energy of thunder emanating from him, a palpable aura of murderous intent enveloping him. If they wish to kill him, then let them come and try. Beneath the clouds, dozens of fighter jets danced through the sky, their concentrated firepower cascading upon Duan like a torrential downpour. His brows furrowed as he swung his hammer, unleashing a burst of speed to navigate the snowy peaks, narrowly evading the onslaught of fire. A fierce aerial chase ensued, with both sides engaged in a perilous pursuit, where a moment's carelessness could lead to a collision with the jagged mountains. The fighter jets, cold and relentless as hunters, unleashed a barrage of tracking missiles that honed in on Duan's figure. Turning to assess the danger, he realized the peril he faced, swiftly pivoting to evade a jutting rock formation ahead. In an instant, the sound of an explosion echoed behind him. Surely one of the jets had met its demise. Amidst this frenzied escape, a thought crystallized in his mind. With an unwavering determination, he propelled himself to the utmost limits of his speed, charging fiercely towards the towering peak ahead. Behind him, a multitude of missiles and dozens of fighter jets relentlessly pursued. In the blink of an eye, he found himself before the sheer cliff face, nearly vertical, standing defiantly in his path. A faint smile graced his lips as he abruptly faced the pursuing army. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the mountainside, the force shattered the rock, creating numerous fissures. Harnessing this rebound, he reached the pinnacle of his speed, swiftly darting past the advancing missile barrage and plunging straight towards the formation of fighter jets behind him. Boom, boom, boom. The missiles collided with the mountainside, unleashing a cataclysmic force that shook the very earth. Unfazed by the earth-shattering explosions behind him, he fixed his steely gaze upon the group of fighter jets before him. So eager to chase me? Allow me to present you with a grand gift. As he spoke, a blinding radiance erupted from his being, the power of the thunder god coalescing within his hammer, which he then unleashed with tremendous force. Countless bolts of domineering lightning burst forth like blossoms, rapidly spreading in all directions. The pilots, donned in their crimson hoods, were thrown into a panic by the onslaught of the tempestuous storm. Despite their agile maneuvers to evade, the fighter jets could not escape the fate of being obliterated by the lightning storm. As the thunderous cacophony subsided, tranquility returned to the snow-capped peaks. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your mastery of the Thunder God's hammer has reached 70, and the power of the Thunder God has increased to 50. The system's voice resonated in his mind, igniting a surge of elation within him. This would mark a qualitative leap in his abilities. Ding. The progress bar for the dark adversary has reached 15. Currently loading phase treasure box 708599. 100 loaded successfully. The treasure box has been issued. Please check, host. A treasure box? Open it immediately. His eyes sparkled at the prospect of rewards. This system truly cherished its master. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the Magneto helmet. The Magneto helmet. What a momentous acquisition. Reflecting on the fact that thinkers like Maximilian were all psychics, a sly smile crept across his face. The only fear he had was now vanquished. He felt invincible. On the western flank of Mount McKinley, Maximilian scrutinized the Heart of Darkness, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Maximilian, do you intend to hoard the Heart of Darkness for yourself? Hoard. I merely wish to utilize it to its fullest potential. The Heart of Darkness can only fulfill its true purpose in my hands. Observing the smug and scornful smile on Maximilian's face, the thinker realized he had been outmaneuvered. The members of the Suicide Squad stood in stunned silence, anger surging within them. All their efforts to locate the Heart of Darkness had culminated in being outplayed by Maximilian. You are aware of the Heart of Darkness's significance to the Annihilation Plan. Once the Annihilation Plan is reinstated, we can forge an unprecedented superhuman legion. A superhuman legion? Apologies. But I happen to have one at my disposal. With that, Maximilian waved his hand lightly. 5 figures emerged behind him. Superman, Green Lantern, Cyborg, Negative Woman, and the Demon of Vengeance. Aside from the Negative Woman and the Demon, the remaining 3 were originally the pinnacle of the Justice League's power, now all manipulated by their abilities. The quintet formed a team that was indeed unparalleled, which is why Mark felt emboldened to challenge the Thinker. You, the Thinker, gazing at Mark's 5 formidable henchmen, felt beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. At this moment, in the Suicide Squad, only Frost Killer, Enchantress, Killer Croc, and King Shark remained. In terms of both strength and numbers, they could not possibly contend with Mark's team. Bow to me. Worship the new king alongside this world. Mark raised the dark heart high above his forehead and exclaimed. The faces of the Thinker and his comrades turned pale. They seemed to be devoid of any hope of victory. However, the seemingly invincible Mark had overlooked a crucial point. Both the Thinker and the Enchantress were mental manipulators. With this thought, the Thinker's hope reignited. If they could disrupt his mental control over Superman and others, there was a chance to turn the tide of battle. New king, do not be overly confident. If I possess the power to release you, I also possess the power to return you. The members of the Suicide Squad rolled up their sleeves, determined to reclaim the Dark Heart. It seems you remain undeterred. Let me shatter your last hope. Mark cast a disdainful glance and waved his hand dismissively. Instantly, Superman's eyes glinted with menace, and he vanished from his position in the blink of an eye. Together, the Suicide Squad exchanged resolute glances, their fighting spirit ignited, and charged forward in unison. Frost Killer led the charge, her murderous intent palpable. She dared not hold back against Superman. A chilling aura enveloped her as she conjured dozens of sharp ice spikes that shot towards Superman with ferocity, unfazed by the onslaught. Superman effortlessly turned, evading the barrage with ease. Then, a red energy coalesced in his eyes, and a devastating laser beam erupted forth. The Suicide Squad immediately dispersed, fearful of being pierced by the terrifying ray. Enchantress executed a daring somersault, narrowly avoiding the laser. Subsequently, a dense green mist poured from her, and her mystical domain unfolded. An unprecedented fierce battle commenced. Chapter 50, Corrupted Superman. Upon the peaks blanketed in pristine white snow, a bone-chilling wind swept through. The blazing sun had traversed the summit of Mount McKinley and was slowly descending to the west. At this moment, as the western slopes of the mountain welcomed the sun's radiant embrace, the Kryptonian sun shone with brilliance. Superman soared into the sky, the sunlight gleaming off his steel physique in a dazzling display. Empowered by the sun's gifts, Superman felt revitalized, yet the ferocity in his eyes intensified. Mark Maxwell calmly observed the formidable figure above him, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Go forth, let these minions feel the wrath of the divine. Mark's casual words reached Superman's ears, and his expression darkened. The Suicide Squad below gasped in horror. Was Superman about to go berserk? Everyone, stay calm. The Enchantress, with her emerald eyes fixed on the figure of Superman in the sky, offered a rallying cry to bolster the spirits of her comrades behind her. As the verdant mist gradually enveloped the surroundings, the realm of the witch's sorcery unfurled. The Superman gazed down upon the Suicide Squad, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, akin to watching mere ants. His fierce gaze fixated on the Frost Assassin below, locking onto his target. In the next heartbeat, he transformed, swiftly traversing the dense green fog to stand before Caitlin, the Frost Assassin. She remained remarkably composed, showing no fear of the enraged Superman before her. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Superman unleashed a powerful punch, the air around him trembling on the brink of rupture. Yet, when his iron-like fist connected with the Frost Assassin, there was no anticipated explosion of flesh. Instead, it passed through her as if she were a mere illusion. Eliciting no response, Superman, taken aback, caught a glimpse of Caitlin, who had appeared ghost-like behind him. In a sudden burst of speed, she launched a torrential assault upon the thick green mist. Frustration surged on Superman's face as he unleashed a barrage of laser beams indiscriminately in every direction. Even the unstoppable Superman found himself ensnared within the witch's domain, akin to a headless fly ensnared in her charm. Mark and his companions dodged the incoming lasers with urgency. Damn it! Eliminate them all! Mark's veins bulged as he unhesitatingly plunged the heart of darkness into his chest. A torrent of dark energy surged into his being. And with the influx of this power, a wicked grin spread across Mark's face. Let the slaughter commence. With Mark's roar, the Superman, engulfed in the green mist, erupted with an overwhelming aura of menace, his once clear eyes now shrouded in the dark energy. With a thunderous shout, he vanished from sight. The Thinker, sensing impending doom, absorbed the energy from the heart of darkness, amplifying his abilities. Consequently, Superman's power surged, and he could distinctly feel the astonishing level of magical resistance coursing through him. Caitlin, run! The Thinker bellowed desperately, but it was tragically too late. The newly empowered Superman could now effortlessly disregard the witch's sorcery. Like a harbinger of death, he silently emerged behind the Frost Assassin. She spun around abruptly, her cold aura erupting. But before she could conjure an ice wall, Superman seized her by the throat. In that moment, the Frost Assassin truly comprehended the terrifying might of an enraged Superman. The darkened Superman was utterly unbeatable. As the Frost Assassin's cries echoed in the ears of the Suicide Squad, a wave of despair began to wash over them. Faced with the unstoppable Superman, the squad could only watch helplessly as their comrade was brutally dispatched. Everyone, retreat. After a moment's hesitation, the Thinker resolved to flee from this cursed place. After all, they faced a Superman who instilled fear even in the hearts of gods. Alas, Maxwell had no intention of letting them escape. Veins on his body turned black as the violent dark energy gradually clouded his mind. Kill. Leave none alive. With another command, Superman's murderous intent surged once more. In an instant, the mournful wails of the Suicide Squad echoed through the verdant mist. First, it was the Killer Croc, followed by the Shark King, both meeting a gruesome end at the hands of Superman. The Enchantress's face was etched with terror as she stumbled out of the green fog. The dread of death spread like wildfire among the Suicide Squad, and the remaining Enchantress and Thinker hastily fled. Want to escape? Mark's gaze locked onto the retreating figures, and he commanded Superman to pursue them at breakneck speed. In less than a breath, the figure that instilled fear materialized behind the witch. The witch turned abruptly, unleashing her full magical might, transforming into thousands of monstrous beasts that clawed and lunged towards Superman. He cast a casual glance, effortlessly dismissing her sorcery, as his right hand, resembling the scythe of death, ominously approached her. Despite her frantic struggles, Superman tightened his grip around her alabaster neck. The fallen Thinker, filled with terror and despair, gaped in silence, unable to utter a sound. Another heart-wrenching wail pierced the air, followed by an oppressive silence. Only the Thinker remained as Superman soared forward, seizing him from the ground. In the distance, Mark sensed an unsettling shift. He quickly shook his head, his icy gaze fixed on the Thinker. How does it feel? In my grasp, Superman truly reigns supreme over all. Curse you, traitorous scoundrel. May you meet a wretched end. The Thinker gasped, struggling against Superman's iron grip. I never imagined you could be so stubborn even at death's door. This world needs a new king who can usher in everlasting peace, and I am that ruler. Mark's dark energy intensified, his remaining sanity gradually dissipating. Prepare to meet your demise. With Mark's command, Superman's grip on the Thinker's arm tightened. In the next moment, the Thinker's head was severed from his body. Proclaiming yourself a king? How utterly presumptuous. At that critical juncture, a colossal figure suddenly leaped high from the mountainside, crashing down towards Superman. Boom. The heavy body struck the ground, creating a deep crater as a powerful shockwave surged forth, scattering the snow. Superman reacted with lightning speed, narrowly evading the impact. Upon closer inspection, the towering figure, clad in deep green, radiated with a crystalline, thunderous energy. It was Duan, having transformed into the Hulk. The last arrogant fool like you is now buried under 3 meters of grass, Duan declared, gently placing the Thinker's lifeless body onto the ground. Who dares to challenge me? Mark bellowed, his voice a low growl akin to a demon's whisper. I fear neither heaven nor earth, and I am here to deal with self-important fools like you. Duan retorted, his brow raised in mockery, as the mighty Mjolnir in his grasp crackled with ferocious energy. What of Superman? Have I ever feared him? Chapter 51. The battle with Superman amidst the snow-covered, towering peaks, two fierce figures stood locked in a deadly standoff. Superman regarded the green form before him, his eyes betraying a flicker of complex emotion. Under the influence of Mark's mental control, even with the majority of his consciousness lost, Superman's heart still wavered when he once again stood before the formidable Hulk. The remnants of his previous defeat lingered in his memory, rendering him momentarily indecisive and diminishing his fighting spirit. Fear gripped him. Duan sensed the subtle shift in Superman's aura and couldn't help but sigh. The fully corrupted Superman seemed to exude a ferocity that was beyond measure. What had Mark done? Upon turning his gaze to Maxwell, enlightenment dawned upon Duan. Mark was enveloped in an intense aura of darkness, covered in black runes, his expression showing a hint of malevolence. He appeared utterly transformed, akin to a demon that had crawled forth from the depths of hell, exuding an aura of wickedness. After a thorough observation, Duan noticed a dark, pulsating stone embedded in Mark's chest, radiating a dim glow. Disturbingly, the stone throbbed as if it were a living heart, sending chills down one's spine. This man had audaciously absorbed the heart of darkness. He was truly deranged. Duan fixed his gaze on the distant figure of Mark, his eyes glinting with determination. He needed to swiftly utilize Professor Stowe's apparatus to separate Mark from the heart of darkness. Delaying the sealing of the Eclipse's residual devourer would be catastrophic. With his resolve solidified, he turned his attention back to the darkened Superman, a confident smile gracing his lips. With the power of Thor reaching 50, combined with the Hulk's extraordinary physique and strength, along with Wolverine's remarkable regenerative abilities, even a corrupted Superman would merely be a target in his eyes. With a thunderous roar, Duan leaped high into the air, charging towards Superman. Mark, noticing the Hulk's initial offensive, ordered Superman to engage. The audacity of this fool. Superman soared into the sky, narrowly evading Duan's descending form. As his attack missed, Duan swiftly turned, swinging Thor's hammer and launching himself skyward. Is flying your only trick? The air crackled with thunder as he swung down towards Superman. The latter, quick to react, retreated at high speed, barely escaping the onslaught of lightning. Just when he thought he had evaded the overwhelming electric assault, the massive green figure descended upon him once more, akin to a mountain crashing down. Boom. Superman was caught off guard and found himself pinned beneath the Hulk's weight. The two exchanged blows with all their might, neither willing to yield. The violent collision sent shockwaves through the ground, scattering countless fragments of stone. What is happening? This fellow can keep pace with Superman's speed. Mark's eyes widened in astonishment as he watched the Hulk descend like a deity of war, his anger surging within him. How dare this man act so brazenly? Mark roared again, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. At his command, Superman erupted in rage, his malevolence intensifying. Superman bent his body tightly. Then, like a spring, he forcefully propelled himself, sending the green figure flying. Mark was continuously feeding Superman dark energy. This could not continue. Stabilizing himself, Duan narrowed his eyes, contemplating the need for a swift resolution. Once again rising to power, Duan raised his thunderous hammer, pointing it angrily towards the heavens. As a torrent of lightning surged across the sky, it swiftly transformed into a formidable lightning serpent, descending fiercely upon Superman. The latter's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately concentrated to unleash two beams of laser light to collide head-on with the thunderous assault. A resounding boom reverberated as the two forces clashed fiercely in the sky, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept through the vicinity. Superman's visage grew increasingly grim, the laser beams emanating from his eyes intensifying in ferocity. Duan, wielding the thunder hammer, furrowed his brows as the divine power of Thor surged wildly within him. The two adversaries remained unyielding, entering a stalemate of epic proportions. Die, Mark. Duan glanced aside just as the thinker suddenly charged forth, his helmet emanating a dazzling radiance. An invisible psychic shockwave swiftly surged towards Mark in the distance. The latter chuckled coldly, casually waving his hand, as the dark heart on his chest released a protective shield, repelling any incoming attacks. However, this still compromised his control over Superman. Observing this, Duan unleashed the entirety of his divine power, causing the lightning serpent above to swell dramatically. Thunder and lightning ruthlessly engulfed the crimson laser, devouring it whole. Superman's expression faltered as he realized he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the ferocious onslaught above. In a flash, the negative woman leapt into action, her negative energy pouring forth, transforming into a monstrous beast that stood defiantly between Superman and the lightning serpent. The thunderous strike faltered momentarily, unable to disperse the black creature. Duan's gaze turned steely as he roared, launching himself into the air. His massive form radiated with lightning, akin to a god descending from the heavens, as he brought both fists crashing down upon the dark beast. With a fierce and unyielding blow, He violently tore the monstrous entity apart from head to tail. A thunderous explosion echoed, sending shards of debris flying, and as the dust settled, the negative woman's face was etched with disbelief. "How is this possible?" she gasped. A creature imbued with such potent negative energy should have been severely harmed upon contact, yet the green giant showed no fear. The immense green form, though adorned with wounds, began to heal rapidly before the astonished eyes of the onlookers. "What kind of monster is this?" Negative woman couldn't suppress her gasp. Superman's pupils dilated, and he surged forward with renewed vigor. Before the negative woman could react, Superman collided violently with Duan, who had transformed into the Hulk. The ensuing spectacle left everyone agape. The steel-bodied Superman found himself utterly overmatched before the green giant. Duan's expression was fierce as his fists crackled with lightning, unleashing a tempestuous assault that shattered Superman's defenses. After several blows, Superman staggered, disoriented and dizzy. With a light chuckle, Duan delivered the final punch, rendering Superman unconscious. "Shall you all come at me together, or should I take you down one by one?" Duan's mocking voice echoed in Mark's ears, whose face twisted into a scowl, a look of vengeance brewing within him. "Tear him apart," Mark roared, prompting the Green Lantern, Cyborg, Negative Woman, and the Demon to spring into action. With a formidable rush, he charged towards Duan. "Despicable scoundrel, I shall not let you escape today." A robust voice reverberated atop the mountain, followed by a figure descending from the heavens, wielding the trident of the sea god. Upon recognizing this familiar silhouette, Duan's face lit up with joy. King Arthur. Chapter 55. The bloodthirsty eclipse. As the blazing sun gradually sank in the west, fierce battles continued on the western side of Mount McKinley. "Little brother, those two are yours to handle." With that, the Sea King grasped the trident and charged fiercely towards the corrupted Green Lantern and the female antagonist, Negative. Duan tilted his head, a serene smile gracing his lips. With the Sea King's assistance, the tide of battle had turned in his favor. However, his smile soon faded. The demon Shadow unleashed searing flames, transforming into a tempest of fire that surged towards the contemplative thinker. Realizing the imminent danger, Duan shouted, "This is bad." He swiftly leaped to the side of the thinker. "Hey, Clive, wake up." Seeing the thinker unconscious on the ground filled Duan with anxiety. It turned out that he had been struck down by the backlash following Mark's ambush. As the raging flames approached, Duan could not afford to hesitate any longer. He single-handedly lifted the thinker and jumped backward. "You cannot die. I still rely on you to lend me your strength." It seemed that Duan's desperate cries reached the thinker, who gradually regained consciousness. After placing him in a safe area, Duan positioned his massive form protectively in front of him, gazing at him with anticipation. When the thinker opened his eyes, he was met with a hulking green figure that resembled a monster, nearly causing him to faint again. "Hey, don't pass out again. We need you here." "Need me?" "Absolutely essential." "Listen," Duan leaned in, whispering into his ear, "Leave it to me. As long as I can send Mark to hell, I will do anything." Upon hearing this, the thinker's eyes brightened, replying affirmatively. Duan thought to himself, the fury of betrayal is indeed terrifying. At this moment, Maxwell was still unaware of Duan's schemes, and the defeat of Superman had ignited his fury. "Charge!" he bellowed, releasing the full energy of the Dark Heart, transforming it into waves of power that surged towards the Green Lantern and others. Immediately, the Demon and Cyborg sprang into action, their bodies infused with a dense aura of darkness as they rushed toward the green figure. Duan's gaze turned icy. He remained unperturbed as the two approached. He swung his thunderous hammer forward, unleashing it with a blinding flash, engaging them in a fierce battle. One side was engulfed in scorching flames, while the other was bombarded by a deluge of powerful missiles. Duan merely smiled faintly and stood still. Boom! With the sound of an explosion echoing, another area at the mountain's base succumbed to an avalanche. Yet, at the heart of the explosion, the green giant stood unscathed, calm amidst the dissipating smoke, with only a few scratches and abrasions that swiftly healed before the astonished gazes of the Demon and Cyborg. "Now it is my turn," Duan mocked disdainfully, and then, with lightning speed, he unleashed a furious assault. In mere moments, amidst the roaring flames and relentless missiles, Duan dispatched both the Demon and Steelbone with a single punch, leaving them dazed. At this juncture, adorned with various abilities, Duan's defensive prowess rendered him invincible. Coupled with Wolverine's remarkable regenerative capabilities, he was akin to a tiger with wings. The Demon and Steelbone stood no chance against him. However, distant Mark held a vastly different opinion. "Detestable insect, I shall end your existence," he bellowed, plunging the heart of darkness deep into his chest. A surge of formidable dark energy surged forth, swiftly darkening Mark's eyes and twisting his expression into a grotesque visage. Duan looked up to see Mark behaving erratically, seemingly resisting the overwhelming power. "It's over," He has completely succumbed to the eclipsed, Li Duan exclaimed, casting a glance back at the thinker before soaring into the distance. Ha! After being imprisoned for centuries, I am finally free. Let this world bow before me. Mark had transformed entirely, his body adorned with cryptic black runes. His ears elongated and pointed. A smug expression graced his face as he waved his hands. The sky darkened abruptly, and the onlookers gazed upwards, dumbfounded. The brilliant sun was shrouded within seconds by a colossal shadow, plunging the world into an abyss of darkness. You stop this immediately, Li Duan roared, his massive form descending from the heavens, pinning the eclipsed Mark beneath him. With a resounding crash, he created a vast crater. However, upon lifting his foot, he discovered the bottom was utterly empty. Who are you, insolent wretch? Bow before me. Mark, now the eclipsed, boasted arrogantly. Li Duan's words ignited a furious response from the eclipsed, whose gaze hardened as he activated Mark's innate telepathic abilities, enhanced exponentially by the eclipsed's possession. Mark's original mind control was now magnified beyond measure. Yet, Li Duan remained unfazed. A mocking smile etched upon his face despite the incantations being cast around him. Who do you think you are? Why am I not under your control? The eclipse looked bewildered. How could this impudent youth resist his influence? Li Duan erupted in laughter. I wear the Magneto helmet, impervious to any mental assault. Not even you, let alone the professor, could penetrate it. Return to the heart of darkness. He bellowed, charging once more at the eclipsed. Above, thunder rolled, resembling the surging waves of a tempest. Unperturbed, the eclipsed clasped his hands together, forming a seal. Li Duan swung his thunder hammer, unleashing a torrent of lightning. Unexpectedly, the eclipsed released a wave of black energy that effortlessly countered the thunderous onslaught. You are but a fledgling to challenge me. With renewed focus, he formed another seal, unleashing a barrage of black energy tendrils that shot towards the sky. As the impenetrable tendrils surged towards him like celestial blossoms, Li Duan narrowed his eyes. I will not yield. With a fierce cry, he gritted his teeth and charged downward towards the eclipsed with unwavering determination. Energy bolts sliced through the air like razor-sharp blades, mercilessly tearing into the colossal form of the Hulk. Li Duan's expression bore the weight of agony, yet his gaze remained resolute. If I do not enter hell, who will? With unwavering determination, he endured all of the celestial onslaught solely with his body. As he staggered before the celestial being, the latter was visibly shaken. Aren't you afraid of death? Forgive me, but I truly am not. Li Duan's face was ashen, his body a gruesome sight. The once mighty frame was now ravaged, with only a thin layer of skin clinging to a precariously balanced skeleton. It's my turn now. Li Duan suddenly produced a device resembling a short-range cannon from behind him and swiftly directed it at the celestial being. A blue ripple surged forth, forming a vortex that voraciously consumed all the dark energy enveloping the celestial entity. Impossible. This cannot be. The being shrieked in terror, his face twisted in rage. Now, Li Duan shouted again, prompting the thinker in the distance to rush forward, cranking the helmet's power to its maximum. In an instant, a formidable mental shockwave struck the unprepared celestial being with precision. The world shifted dramatically with this blow. Chapter 53. Has Anna been kidnapped? On the western side of Mount McKinley, within mere seconds, Li Duan, transformed into the Hulk, gradually regained his physical form, with Wolverine's healing abilities taking effect. He gazed at the figure before him, a grin spreading across his face. Today is your day. The celestial being, now merged with Maxville, writhed in agony, clutching his head and howling in pain. After Li Duan utilized Professor Stott's device to absorb his dark energy completely, the thinker's mental shockwave struck him with unparalleled force. The mental shock at maximum power could cause an ordinary person's brain to explode. The celestial being, having endured such a direct assault, clearly lost his combat capability. Collapsing to the ground, a look of resentment etched on his features. You wretched insect, dare to ambush me. Bang! Before he could finish his words, a fist the size of a sandbag came crashing toward him. Li Duan's lips curled slightly upward as he looked at the fallen celestial being, finally feeling a great weight lift from his heart. This was the end of it all. Beep. Dark enemy progress bar at 10, current progress 25. Unlocking phased rewards for you. The system's voice echoed unexpectedly in his mind. Defeating the celestial being yielded such a significant increase. What a fortune. Lost in thought, Li Duan transformed back into his human state. Loading phase treasure box 708599. 100 loaded successfully. Treasure box has been issued. Please check your reception, host. Open immediately. Li Duan could hardly contain his anticipation. Congratulations, host. You have received a cash reward of 90 million. The actual amount will be deposited into your exclusive bank account within 24 hours. 90 million. Li Duan was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the system rewarded him with money? Had he misheard? After rechecking the system's reward notification and confirming its accuracy, he was elated. "I'm rich. What are you smiling about?" Aquaman approached, trident in hand, inquiring. "Arthur, how's it going on your end?" "All matters have been resolved. For me. This is hardly a trivial task." Duan raised his gaze, observing that the negative woman and the demon lay motionless on the ground. "It appears you have also dealt with that fellow, Mark." Aquaman turned around, surveying the scene with a sigh. The mountaintop was in disarray. The once thriving Suicide Squad now reduced to only the contemplative elder, the thinker. Scattered across the pristine white peaks were the bodies of the fallen. Where are Barry and Diana? Duan's eyes flickered as he suddenly recalled the Flash and Wonder Woman. They had been locked in a fierce battle when I arrived, both already injured. Thus, I transported them to the hospital in the small town. Now that the Heart of Darkness has been reclaimed, it is time for us to return and seize back our base. Metropolis, the clandestine headquarters of the Eye of Heaven. Amanda Waller sat upright in her chair. The conference room filled with high-ranking officials. The atmosphere was grave. Such a significant incident had occurred that the Eye of Heaven had nearly been utterly dismantled. This undoubtedly served as a profound lesson for them. Maxwell's escape placed the responsibility on Amanda Waller, the warden of Belle Reve Prison. "I hereby announce that Belle Reve will be entrusted to Richard for management," the chief declared. A middle-aged man beside him stood up, smiling at Amanda Waller, who remained silent with a dark expression. "To prevent such occurrences in the future, we shall draft a plan to establish a new secret team," the chief continued. And his words left the other officials in shock. This team will be entirely under the control of the Eye of Heaven's upper echelons, no longer taking orders from others. Justice League Watchtower. Duan and the others hastened back, swiftly clearing out all the Red Hoods. After reclaiming control of the Watchtower, they promptly transported Superman, Batman, and the injured superheroes to the healing pods for treatment. The reclaimed Heart of Darkness was sealed in a container and secured within the Watchtower. In Superman's recovery room, Duan stood by his bedside, his expression complex. If Clark awakens to find out that he killed so many while under control, will he? You need not worry too much. Although Clark is kind-hearted, he is not a fool. He will come to terms with it, Aquaman reassured him, placing a hand on his shoulder. However, there is something even more explosive. Hearing this, Duan appeared somewhat bewildered. "You have defeated Superman not once, but twice. That would undoubtedly make headlines." "It was merely luck," Duan replied, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Reflecting on it, he realized that he had indeed been in an extraordinary position at that time. Defeating Superman was certainly something he could boast about for quite some time. After addressing matters at the Watchtower, Duan prepared to return home alone. Gotham. Once again, on a moonless night, in the neon-lit red light district, two factions were engaged in a fierce gunfight. The violent exchange of gunfire filled the alley, turning the walls into a sieve. Neither side was willing to relent until the other was completely annihilated. As Duan strolled past the alley, he cast a glance and was suddenly taken aback. What a fierce struggle. Could it be a gang confrontation? Determined to observe closely, he donned his white mask and stealthily ascended to the rooftop. Despite having been away from the force for some time, the sight of such chaos triggered his instincts as Gotham's former deputy police chief. Clambering onto the roof, he focused his gaze below, where blood flowed like a river. "Gotham ultimately belongs to us. Return and inform the Penguin that his coffin shall be delivered personally by our boss." A boisterous shout erupted from below, indicating that the Penguin's underlings had once again met defeat, leaving only a few dismembered limbs to flee in disarray. As Duan hesitated atop the roof, contemplating whether to descend for a closer inspection, a shadow swiftly swept past him, unnoticed. Who was that? When he turned to investigate, he caught only a fleeting glimpse of a sultry figure vanishing down the rooftop. Catwoman, pursuing her. Duan discovered that Catwoman was indeed associated with the gang that had just clashed with the Penguin's crew. Wishing to remain inconspicuous, he waited until the gang and Catwoman parted ways before suddenly emerging from behind a wall. Catwoman pivoted abruptly and collided into his embrace. "Hey, Selina, don't be alarmed. It's me, Duan. Let go of me." "Oh, my apologies." He quickly withdrew from the alluring presence of the feline femme fatale. "Are you still in the mood to stroll around?" What's wrong?" Duan was taken aback by Catwoman's question. He had come to inquire about her. Yet the roles had reversed. "You don't know? Anna has been abducted by the Penguin." "What?" Chapter 54. A solo venture into the gang's lair. Duan gazed at Catwoman in shock. During his days in Alaska, he had lost contact with Anna. He never anticipated that while he was away, the Penguin would target her. Why? Why would they kidnap Anna? He asked, bewildered. A new gang in Gotham, calling themselves the Holy Island, has emerged, brazenly challenging the Penguin's dominance. The Penguin, having suffered losses due to the previous Harley Quinn incident, must resort to ruthless measures to combat this formidable new force. Upon discovering that Anna was a former virus researcher at Arkham, they kidnapped her to develop bioweapons for their gang warfare. Catwoman recounted, her lips parting gently as she spoke. After hearing her explanation, Duan furrowed his brow in distress. Had he retained Anna's presence, perhaps she would not have drawn the penguin's attention. A sense of guilt welled up within him, driven by self-reproach. He resolved to rescue her. Where is the penguin holding Anna? You don't intend to rescue her alone, do you? The penguin is but a minor obstacle. Can he truly deter me? Duan declared, undeterred by the identity of his adversary and ready to unleash his wrath upon those who dared to abduct Anna. Hey, calm down, my friend. Their gang boasts thousands of members, armed with an array of heavy weaponry that rivals that of a top-tier military. Hearing Duan's reckless bravado, Catwoman hurriedly urged caution. So what? If I fail to rescue Anna, what kind of man would I be? Duan's expression was resolute and unwavering, his eyes reflecting a firm determination. This time, the penguin had truly crossed his threshold. Catwoman felt a renewed sense of reliability in this man before her. His words held weight, yet he ought to contemplate the wisdom of confronting so many adversaries head-on. Fear not, I shall exercise my own discretion. Duan's thoughts were consumed with concerns for Anna's safety, a flicker of anxiety passing through his gaze. Wait for me, Anna. I shall personally ensure that those ungrateful rascals taste the consequences of their actions. In the 103rd District on the western side of Gotham, the Penguin Gang's main base was situated within a grand establishment on this very street. In truth, only a small portion of the exterior served as a club and bar, while the actual headquarters lay within the expansive estate behind it. The estate was replete with an arsenal, bomb storage, and a drug depot, a veritable stronghold of Gotham's underworld. Most astonishingly, the Penguin had also established a biochemical research facility, a proposal put forth by the Riddler, who had even orchestrated the plan to abduct Anna. He assured the Penguin that, with a formidable batch of biochemical weapons, the so-called Holy Island organization would prove no match for them. Alas, the Riddler had failed to gather complete information about Anna. He was unaware that the most significant threat originated from a young man named Duan. They could never have anticipated that they had provoked the most formidable individual in all of Gotham. Business at the bar and club continued as usual, albeit the recent troubles caused by the Holy Island had led to a sharp decline in their operations. Their profits plummeted, and even some affiliated gangs began to question the Penguin's authority. Where there should have been throngs of patrons, the space was now desolate. Outside, the moonlight bathed the street in its pure, silvery glow. A few of the Penguin's henchmen returned from collecting protection fees. In an instant, a shadow darted stealthily from behind a tree, seamlessly infiltrating their ranks. Do you think our boss is scared of that Holy Island? One asked. How could that be? Another retorted. Such words should not be spoken lightly. I believe it to be true. Our brothers have suffered greatly outside, some dead, others wounded. Yet he orders us not to provoke trouble. Isn't that cowardice? Indeed, perhaps he has been intimidated by those people. Hey, you lot. Don't let the drink muddle your minds. If any of this reaches the ears of the higher-ups, you want to escape unscathed. Admonished a front desk attendant at the bar, eyeing the group with concern. The gang members strode directly into the bar's interior, when suddenly, the keen-eyed receptionist noticed something amiss. Hey, who are you? I don't recall seeing you before, he exclaimed, pointing at the unfamiliar figure who was trailing behind, head bowed. The others turned to observe, realizing that indeed, there was a man they had never encountered before. I am, the stranger murmured, hesitating as he stepped quietly into the center of the group. The men exchanged puzzled glances. Then, in a sudden motion, the stranger raised his head, and with a swift flurry of punches, he struck at the abdomen of the man before him with a speed akin to bullets. A powerful blow struck him, causing blood to spurt forth instantaneously. With a muffled thud, the gang member was sent flying 10 meters away, crashing heavily onto a table in the bar. Alarm bells rang in invasion. As the crowd witnessed the mysterious man send their companion hurtling through the air, they swiftly armed themselves and advanced in unison. In an instant, a throng of burly men surrounded the stranger, their sharp blades poised to strike with lethal intent. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Dozens of armed men were effortlessly dispatched by the man's precise and decisive punches. The sound of fists colliding with flesh echoed sharply, accompanied by the unmistakable crack of breaking bones. Blood erupted in a shocking spray before the astonished gaze of the bartender, staining the floor a deep crimson. The bartender's legs weakened, and he clutched the counter, paralyzed by fear. Brothers, everyone charge. A roar resounded, and a multitude of gang members armed with various weapons surged forth from within the bar. The man glanced up to find at least 100 opponents, their overwhelming momentum suggesting a desire to consume him whole. Is this all you've got? Not even close to a challenge. With a fierce shout, he kicked the chair at his feet, sending it hurtling through the air like a cannonball. A resounding crash followed as the chair collided with several of the advancing giants, leaving them bloodied and moaning on the ground. The man smirked, cracking his neck as the bones made a satisfying pop. It was time to get serious. In the next moment, The enigmatic figure darted through the throng of gang members like a specter, despite the hail of bullets raining down upon him. He evaded them with astonishing speed, seemingly oblivious to the danger. It was his moment of reckoning. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Penguin's estate, beads of cold sweat trickled down the Penguin's brow as he observed the bar scene unfold on the screen. This audacious individual, single-handedly, seemed intent on dismantling his operation. "Summon all my brothers," he commanded. At that moment, a figure peeked from an adjacent room. Anna, with her exquisite features and delicate visage, gazed at the surveillance screen, her hand covering her mouth in astonishment. Li Duan. Chapter 55. Fearless against 1,000 troops. Dim lighting cast a somber shadow over the bar, where the bodies of gang members lay strewn across the floor, mere moments ago clamoring for Li Duan's life. Hundreds had perished without the use of Li Duan's thunderous abilities. In the oppressive silence, an atmosphere of blood and terror pervaded the air, sending chills down the spine. All of this emanated from the man standing upon the blood-soaked floor, his expression cold and imbued with an aura of death, as if he had just clawed his way out of the depths of hell. "Where's the Penguin?" A deep voice emerged from his throat. The bartender, having witnessed Li Duan's unarmed annihilation of hundreds, now stood in a daze, his mind blank and his gaze vacant. Our leader stood at the manor's entrance, trembling as if caught in a tempest. Before him stood not merely a man, but an embodiment of death itself. "The manor? Take me there." At that moment, the Penguin man was fiercely driving all of his subordinates from the estate. "How dare they act so brazenly on my turf? Just because the tiger remains silent does not mean I am but a sickly cat." He extinguished his cigar between his fingers. The sound of his teeth grinding echoed ominously. "Boss, he has slain so many of our brothers. We cannot let him escape today. Kill him. Avenge our fallen comrades," shouted an agitated henchman. And soon thousands of men behind him echoed the call. The Penguin man's expression turned cold, like that of a butcher, for he understood that tonight was the perfect opportunity to wage war against the men from Holy Island. The entirety of the Penguin gang believed that this mysterious figure had emerged as a harbinger of battle from Holy Island, unaware that this man was a terror far exceeding any gang member. "There, he dares to come to us." Upon hearing one of his subordinates shout, the Penguin man followed the direction of the finger pointed at a slender figure approaching from afar, draped in a loose black coat, a wide-brimmed hat obscuring his features. It was Li Duan, arriving from the bar with the intention of rescuing Anna, armed with a singular purpose and an overwhelming desire for vengeance. His gaze was fixed solely upon the Penguin man, viewing the throng of men behind him as mere insects, shrouded in the inky darkness of night. Li Duan emerged from the shadows, his silence infused with an air of menace. "Hand over Anna. Otherwise," he spoke deliberately, "there is only one path before you, death." The Penguin man scoffed at his words, dismissing the audacity of the young man. Pondering briefly, he thought, "Anna? Could it be that the people from Holy Island have caught wind of my plans?" His expression shifted rapidly, becoming as fierce as a face-changing act in Sichuan opera. "Men, slay this arrogant fool." With the Penguin man's command, the battle was set in motion, and thousands of gangsters brandished their firearms, unleashing a torrent of gunfire towards Li Duan. "You little brat, taste the bullets. There is a path to heaven that you refuse to tread, while you seek your own demise in hell." The gang erupted in raucous laughter, mocking the audacity of one man challenging the entire Penguin gang. Bang, bang, bang. The cacophony of gunfire illuminated the night, shattering the silence with blinding flashes. A deluge of bullets rained down upon Li Duan, and all anticipated his transformation into a sieve. Yet, the outcome defied all expectations. Li Duan extended his right hand from beneath his cloak, revealing a gleaming silver hammer. An intangible aura of authority radiated forth, accompanied by a thunderous resonance that was incomprehensible. With a resounding clang, the hammer began to whirl before him, generating a fierce gale that effortlessly deflected the onslaught of bullets. At that moment, the gangsters stood in stunned silence. Li Duan wore a look of disdain, his penetrating gaze akin to that of the Grim Reaper, never straying from the Penguin man. The ground shook with an ominous rumble. The suddenly ominous rumble of thunder echoed through the starry night sky, and the figure cloaked in black had vanished without a trace. The Penguin's pupils constricted, sensing impending doom. Li Duan surged into the dark, oppressive throng, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coiled around him like a colossal serpent. In an instant, the chaotic energy savagely tore through the crowd, illuminating the scene as if it were day. The terrifying bolts of lightning lashed mercilessly at the once triumphant gangsters, splattering blood everywhere and filling the air with lamentations, akin to a hellish battleground. Despairing fear engulfed the gangsters in mere moments, as they finally comprehended the formidable entity they had provoked. The Penguin, entranced by the spectacle before him, felt his legs weaken, causing him to fall backward. Li Duan obliterated 1/3 of the gang's forces with ease, swiftly appearing before the Penguin. The oppressive aura he emanated left all the gangsters frozen in place, paralyzed by dread. Grasping the penguin by the collar, Li Duan hoisted him effortlessly. The penguin, gazing into Li Duan's eyes, cold as a biting wind, lost all semblance of courage. I shall say this once more. Hand over Anna. Li Duan's deep voice resonated, shrouded in an eerie silence. Please spare me. Anna is in the manor, the penguin quavered, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. His only desire now was to survive in the face of overwhelming power. The manor? Li Duan looked ahead, and the gangsters, noticing his gaze, immediately lowered their heads, terrified of becoming his next target. Stop this at once. A familiar voice pierced through the throng, reaching Li Duan's ears. Anna. He focused intently as Anna sprinted through the dense crowd toward him. Breathless, she reached Li Duan and the penguin, her loose protective gear concealing her graceful figure. Stop. It's not as you think. Are you all right, Anna? If they have harmed you in any way, I shall not let it go unpunished. Anna dashed forward and embraced Li Duan. The onlookers exchanged astonished glances, bewildered by the unfolding scene. Li Duan gently lowered the nearly fainting penguin and held Anna tightly. What on earth transpired? It's fine. This was a transaction between Mr. Penguin and me. They did not mistreat me. What? Li Duan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze shifting back to the penguin, who trembled, feigning innocence. Do not fear. Anna, with me here, you can speak freely about everything. I am not afraid. I speak only the truth. Anna stepped out of Li Duan's embrace, her delicate features etched with sincerity. Li Duan was left in a state of confusion, realizing that his elaborate concerns had been unfounded. Chapter 56. The broken-backed hero, Bane in the opulent hall of the Penguin Gang's manor in Gotham's District 103. The ambience was vibrant with light, and the banquet table overflowed with champagne. The penguin, grinning broadly, raised a glass of champagne and ostentatiously placed it before Li Duan. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for not clarifying matters earlier. Li Duan and Anna sat on the right side of the table, gazing at Penguin's seemingly sincere eyes, intent on urging him to elucidate the matter at hand. You would do well to clarify everything, Anna stated firmly. Upon hearing that Li Duan was willing to allow him a chance to explain, the penguin felt a slight easing of tension within. As Ms. Anna has articulated, this entire situation is a misunderstanding. We did not abduct her. Rather, we reached a fair agreement. An agreement? Li Duan turned his head, slightly astonished, to look at Anna. Indeed, I have promised Mr. Penguin to develop a hallucinogenic gas that will incapacitate individuals, and in return, he has pledged to establish a welfare hospital in Gotham's Northern District. Anna meticulously elaborated on the terms of her arrangement with the penguin. After a moment of contemplation, Li Duan found himself inclined to trust Anna's words. Given the risks involved, why did you not consult me first? He gently reproached, taking Anna's hand with a tone of concern. I understand how significant this is to Mr. Penguin. He would not deceive me. Oh, what purpose do you have in developing such a substance? Li Duan suddenly directed a serious gaze at the penguin. Mr. Li, you may not be aware, but the emerging forces in Gotham are formidable. The new weapons I am developing are entirely intended to counter them. Upon hearing this, Li Duan became contemplative. He figured that the penguin would not dare to mislead him. Thus, he decided to listen further. The full name of the St. Island organization is St. Priscilla, a gang born from the harshest of prisons, led by a man named Bane. Wait, Bane? Li Duan shuddered at the mention of the name, recognizing it belonged to the notorious supervillain known as the Backbreaker, one of Gotham's most formidable adversaries. He had even bested Batman in the past. What? Has he returned? Or, Li Duan squinted, pondering whether, within the current timeline, Bane had not yet made his appearance. As he swirled his glass, an idea began to form in his mind. Bane had once single-handedly thrown Gotham into chaos. Should he be allowed to roam free now? It would undoubtedly lead to regret in the future. Let us strike a deal, Li Duan proposed, turning his gaze back to the penguin. Within 2 days, I will help you eliminate that gang and restore your position as the kingpin of Gotham. What do you say? Li Duan's eyes glinted with cunning as he devised a plan that would serve both parties. The penguin, taken aback by Li Duan's sudden proposition, quickly began to contemplate. With Li Duan's assistance, overcoming the St. Island organization would be merely a matter of convenience. You intend to take action against St. Island? Indeed. But it will not be without cost. Without pausing to consider what Li Duan might demand, the penguin readily agreed. As the emergence of the St. Island organization had brought him considerable strife. Do you know where their base is located? Alas, I must confess my ineptitude. Their whereabouts are elusive, and none of my scouts have returned. The lack of knowledge regarding their base left Li Duan feeling somewhat challenged. Anna, with a look of concern, grasped Li Duan's arm as she observed his desire to intervene in the conflict between the Penguin Gang and the Holy Island Gang. Li, facing those men alone is far too perilous, she cautioned. Do not fret. I possess the wisdom to handle this. Only by eliminating those individuals can Gotham avoid sinking back into chaos, Li Duan reassured her, gently stroking Anna's delicate strands of hair. Hero, as long as you can rid us of the Holy Island scoundrels, I am willing to do anything you ask, the penguin exclaimed, his face alight with a broad smile. Realizing Li Duan's intent to confront the Holy Island organization, I require your assistance to lure the serpent from its den, Li Duan mused, stroking his chin, crafting a meticulous plan in his mind. As night deepened, the clamor of Gotham faded into darkness alongside the extinguished lights. After escorting Anna back to her home from the penguin's estate, Li Duan ventured alone to investigate the Holy Island. The tranquil streets were suddenly pierced by the sharp clang of metal colliding. Intrigued, Li Duan approached the source of the sound. Under the dim glow of a street lamp, two figures clashed violently. One, a hulking figure adorned with various mechanical enhancements, exuded an unsettling aura reminiscent of a cyborg. In his hand, he wielded a chainsaw, savagely hacking at another lithe figure, embodying a chilling killing machine. To Li Duan's astonishment, upon closer inspection, the agile form was none other than Catwoman. Selina? What terrifying foe have you entangled yourself with? Catwoman, nimble and quick, narrowly evaded the frenzied onslaught, but in the confined space, her speed was severely hampered. As she gradually found herself in dire straits, the cyborg's visage grew increasingly grotesque, his brutal attacks cornering her mercilessly. In the next moment, the feline was about to be reduced to a bloody pulp beneath the relentless chainsaw. Boom. Just as the situation reached a critical point, a thunderous roar caused the cyborg to shudder. Turning, he was met with the crushing impact of a massive hammer infused with crackling energy. The precise strike landed squarely upon his head, resulting in a gruesome explosion of brain matter, blood, and mechanical debris. Catwoman's expression turned to one of shock as the once menacing machine lay incapacitated on the ground. A familiar silhouette stepped over the dismal corpse, approaching her side. Selina, what manner of individual have you provoked to summon such a vile presence? Li, were you the one who saved me just now? She asked, astonished. Of course. Who else could it be? Li Duan replied, his voice laced with a hint of pride. Catwoman tilted her head, pondering when this man had become so formidable. Since I have rescued you, surely there must be some form of recompense, Li Duan teased, rubbing his palms together, his eyes glinting mischievously. What do you want? Catwoman instinctively wrapped her arms around her enticing figure, her delicate fingers clasping her arms, a blend of shyness and allure evident. Not what you might presume. I merely desire some information from you, Li Duan clarified. Information? Regarding the Holy Island organization? Catwoman paused, taken aback. When did you become involved in this affair? Be certain of your decision. This murky water is not so easily navigated, she warned. Do not worry. Do not forget who dispatched that creature in an instant. Li Duan replied confidently, raising his chin slightly. Catwoman hesitated, unwilling to place Li Duan in peril. She was acutely aware that Bane's gang was not to be trifled with. The recently encountered cyborg was merely a minion among them. Chapter 57, The Battle Against the Cyborgs. They moved with an eerie stealth, and the only intelligence I possessed was that it was merely one of their hideouts. Seeing Li Duan's unwavering determination to confront the Holy Island, Catwoman hesitated for a moment before agreeing to lead him there. You'd better keep up with me, she warned. No sooner had the words left her lips than Catwoman dashed forward like a bullet, weaving through the night as gracefully as a sprite. Li Duan chuckled softly, admiring Catwoman's alluring silhouette, and quickly matched her pace. The two figures darted through the streets and alleys of Gotham, vaulting over rooftops as they sped towards one of Bane's strongholds. What else do you know about this Holy Island organization? Li Duan inquired, quickening his steps to catch up with Catwoman. From my encounters, their ranks are filled with well-trained soldiers, utterly devoted to their leader. Have you ever seen their leader? Never. I've heard that those who have encountered him were all killed, so no one has ever laid eyes on his true visage, Catwoman replied, a hint of surprise in her voice. As Li Duan pondered, he realized that Bane had summoned so many subordinates to Gotham with the sole purpose of defeating Batman. Such secrecy suggested a devious plan. Should he inform Bruce? Li Duan found himself in a state of indecision. Ding. Dark Nemesis side quest. Destroy Bane's stronghold. The mechanical voice of the system suddenly echoed. Oh, a side quest. In this era, even a dungeon run comes with side quests. How intriguing, Li Duan mused, a smile creeping across his face, thinking that dismantling a stronghold should be a walk in the park for him. Before long, the duo arrived at a botanical garden on the outskirts, slowing their pace in preparation for investigation. The surroundings were eerily silent, and a chilling, sinister aura wafted in with the cool evening breeze. Are you certain this is their stronghold? Li Duan hesitated at the entrance, observing that it appeared to be merely an abandoned botanical garden. If you don't believe me, you can go back now. Catwoman shot him a glance, then quietly tiptoed in from the side. Li Duan followed suit, slipping in stealthily. Goodness! Li Duan gasped, his pupils dilating with shock. Catwoman suddenly turned to signal him to be silent. Inside the dimly lit corridor, several lifeless bodies lay strewn about, grotesque cyborgs stitched together with bizarre, malformed components. As Li Duan approached a cyborg girl, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. What on earth are these monstrosities? The cyborg girl had half of her face exposed, revealing a tangle of intricate wiring, and beneath her diminutive form were mechanical legs reminiscent of a spider. He shuddered involuntarily before continuing to follow Catwoman deeper into the garden. How do you know this is a stronghold of the Holy Island? Perhaps. Do you think I would deceive you? I have personally witnessed members of Holy Island transporting cyborg exoskeletons here. Very well. Li Duan's irritation grew as he wrinkled his nose, unable to endure the acrid scent that permeated the air. As they approached the corridor leading deeper into the space, the cat girl suddenly halted. What's wrong? Did you touch something? She inquired. Me? I don't think so. I just leaned against the wall, Li Duan replied. Upon hearing his words, the cat girl displayed a look of exasperation, akin to that of a teammate failing in their duties. The walls here were equipped with infrared sensors connected to their bodies, undoubtedly exposing them. With a sigh escaping her rosy lips, a subtle rustle echoed around them. Li Duan's expression shifted slightly, as the power of Thor within him stirred ominously. Suddenly, several bizarre figures emerged from all directions. In the dimly lit space, multiple pairs of red glowing eyes fixated intently on the two of them. It's those cyborgs, Li Duan murmured, dreading the prospect of confronting these grotesque beings. We need to act swiftly. Stirring up trouble with the people from Holy Island would be disastrous, the cat girl warned, then swiftly drew a black whip from her slender waist, charging toward the group of cyborgs. Crack! The whip lashed violently against one cyborg, severing it cleanly in two. Witnessing the cat girl's prowess, Li Duan refused to lag behind. Arcs of lightning surged from his body as he too charged into battle against the cyborgs. The silver hammer whirled through the air, generating a tempestuous wave. Its terrifying force struck a tall, slender cyborg, shattering it into pieces, complex components scattering across the floor. With a powerful kick, he sent a robust cyborg tumbling 5 meters away. As it staggered to its feet, Li Duan sprang forward, decisively smashing it to the ground. Gazing at the scattered parts and severed limbs, a wave of nausea washed over him. These abominations were truly repulsive. He turned to glance at the cat girl, who had shifted from her earlier ferocity, deftly evading a towering cyborg adorned with blades. Just as she narrowly dodged a lethal strike, she leaped back to evade an oncoming spider girl. The cat girl landed gracefully, her icy gaze focused, beads of sweat already forming on her brow. The spider girl was the very one Li Duan had noticed earlier. He had not anticipated such combat prowess beneath her peculiar exterior. 8 mechanical legs scuttled with a clatter, and from her mouth, a foul-smelling acid shot forth unexpectedly. The cat girl's eyes widened, and she swung her whip to grasp a railing on the ceiling, soaring out of harm's way. The spider girl, noticing this, immediately redirected her pursuit. With grotesque, jerky movements, she ascended the wall rapidly. Clang! The metallic sound of her legs striking the wall resonated ominously. Like a parasite, the spider girl swiftly closed the gap between them, furrowing her brows. The cat girl clung to the railing, nimbly leaping across the ceiling, narrowly evading the acidic assaults. At the opportune moment, she whipped around and struck the pursuing spider girl with a fierce blow, sending her reeling back. Suddenly, sparks erupted from the ceiling, and a fierce blow severed 2 of the spider girl's mechanical legs. Hanging precariously from the ceiling, the spider maiden swayed, teetering on the brink of collapse. As Catwoman seized the moment to launch a counterattack, whirling around, she lashed out with her whip, the resilient tendril twisting and coiling like a venomous serpent, binding the spider girl's metallic form tightly. Farewell, Catwoman smirked wickedly. With a powerful flick of her wrist, she hurled the spider girl down onto the floor, shattering her into countless fragments, rendering her utterly inoperative. Catwoman gracefully descended, observing the scattered mechanical debris as wires crackled ominously, prompting her to click her tongue in dismay. Suddenly, a cold glint flashed behind her. She turned to see a razor-sharp blade hurtling towards her at breakneck speed. Catwoman's face blanched as she realized she could not evade the impending strike. The chilling blade bore down upon her, and she screamed in terror, fully aware that her body was about to be pierced. At the critical moment, a figure materialized just in time, shoving Catwoman aside. The newcomer raised a thunderous hammer to deflect the blade, but the biomechanical assailant reacted with astonishing speed. Its other hand deftly bypassed Li Duan's defense and plunged ruthlessly into his chest, piercing through with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed forth, a vivid crimson against the backdrop of chaos. Li Duan! Catwoman cried out in anguish, her eyes trembling with despair. Li Duan's countenance turned ashen in an instant, a trickle of red staining his lips. His mouth quivered, unable to articulate the curses that surged within him, his gaze icy with disbelief. In the next moment, thunder roared as his fist, imbued with the fury of the storm, obliterated the biomechanical foe before him into mere shards. Yet, after delivering such a devastating blow, Li Duan could no longer stand. His legs buckled beneath him, and he crumpled to the ground. Catwoman's expression turned grave as she rushed to his side, supporting his blood-soaked form, tears glistening in her ebony eyes. "If I had known, I would never have brought you along. It's all my fault." Her voice trembled with a hint of sorrow, stirring Li Duan's spirit slightly as he managed a strained smile through his pain. "I am truly honored to receive Miss Cad's tears. You're on the brink of death, and yet you still jest," she chided him softly, her heart aching. "Before I go, could you grant me one last wish?" Li Duan appeared to be on the verge of collapse, his breath shallow. "All right, speak quickly," Catwoman responded, visibly alarmed. Leaning closer to him, "May I touch your tail?" His request was peculiar, and upon hearing it, Catwoman's expression turned to one of disdain. Yet guilt tugged at her heart as she gazed at his pale face. "Very well," she conceded, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. It was the first time she had ever allowed anyone to touch the tail of her uniform. Slowly, she turned, presenting her back fully to Li Duan. The sight of her alluringly voluptuous figure was tantalizingly close, the tight uniform accentuating her every curve to perfection. Li Duan couldn't help but swallow hard, marveling at her beauty. "Could you hurry up?" Catwoman urged, hiding her face in shyness as she pressed him to move quickly. As Li Duan gazed at Catwoman, who was unusually adorable and shy, his heart began to race with uncontainable excitement. He swiftly extended his hand towards her alluring silhouette. Suddenly, a notification chimed. "Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the achievement, Life from Despair. Reward, Wolverine's healing ability enhanced to 50. What? Is the system here to cause chaos?" Startled by the unexpected voice of the system, Li Duan halted his advance. "The system has detected that the host has unlocked Wolverine's healing ability at level 50 and will actively unlock further abilities, preparing to infuse you with adamantium." Wait. Li Duan suddenly felt an excruciating pain coursing through his body as the wound on his chest began to heal, yet every bone ached intolerably. Hearing his agonizing cry, Catwoman believed Li Duan was on the brink of death and rushed to embrace him, her tears flowing profusely. Little did she know that this embrace nearly cost him his life, as the suffocating pain rendered him unconscious. The pale moonlight streamed through the greenhouse windows, casting an eerie chill over the quiet interior. Catwoman gently moved Li Duan's body against the wall and stayed by his side. Through the tattered remnants of his shirt, she observed that the wound was indeed healing. Wasn't he supposed to be dying? Confusion filled her bright eyes. Suddenly, Li Duan stirred back to consciousness. "You're awake?" As he looked at Catwoman, his spirits gradually lifted. He surveyed his surroundings and realized they were still within the greenhouse. Feeling revitalized, he sensed an indomitable strength coursing through him, the sound of his bones resonating like metal. It appeared he had successfully received the adamantium infusion, and joy surged within him. "How did your wound heal on its own?" Catwoman gazed at him with a hint of bewilderment, prompting Li Duan to stifle a chuckle. "Is that promise we made still valid?" Smack. Catwoman, having seen through his thoughts, slapped his face, leaving it flushed. "You old pervert. Hey, I was merely curious." "How did that make me a pervert?" Li Duan covered his face and quickly rose to follow the fuming Catwoman. As they conversed, they ventured deeper into the greenhouse, with Catwoman leading the way into a mysterious laboratory. Li Duan followed closely behind, his eyes widening in astonishment. The spacious laboratory was illuminated by light filtering through a multitude of green containers, emanating a sinister and eerie atmosphere. To his horror, each container filled with green liquid housed bizarre, humanoid figures. "What are these?" Catwoman cautiously approached one of the containers, reading the small text displayed upon it. "Experiment Subject 81? Li Duan leaned closer, and as he gazed into the container, a chill ran down his spine. Inside was a middle-aged man, tall and robust, his body marred by well-defined muscles, yet his face was a ghastly green, devoid of life. "These are the deceased humans they used for cyborg experiments." "Oh my god, how cruel," Catwoman exclaimed, shock etched across her features as she began to pace around the laboratory. Meanwhile, Li Duan continued to observe in front of the container, his eyes widening in intense shock. This individual, astonishingly, is of Chinese descent. Gazing at the inscription beneath the container, it becomes evident that this experimental subject hails from the land of Huaxia. A wave of long-buried emotions surged forth, and Li Duan felt compelled to rescue this subject. Hoping for a glimmer of survival, having unlocked further abilities akin to those of Wolverine, he pondered, and with a swift motion, extended his hands. 6 formidable claws emerged with a resounding snap from the bones of his hands. The claws, forged from adamantium, gleamed with an intimidating chill, their silvery sheen exuding an aura of lethal intent. Marvelous. Li Duan could not suppress a chuckle. He had entirely inherited the prowess of the Wolverine. Raising his gaze once more at the container before him, Li Duan steeled his resolve. With a powerful strike of his claws, the container erupted violently, green liquid cascading forth like a torrent breaking free from a dam. Startled by the commotion, Catwoman rushed over, her expression one of alarm. Li Duan, what are you doing? Upon her arrival, she beheld a muscular man, previously confined within the container, now pinning Li Duan to the floor. As she approached, the behemoth suddenly rose, and with profound affection, uttered, "Mother." Chapter 59. The Swamp Monster. What is happening? Li Duan emerged from beneath the massive figure, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Catwoman. "Hey, brother, could you let me out first?" "Oh, all right, mother," the hulking man replied, shifting his considerable bulk away from Li Duan, his earnest demeanor contrasting sharply with his robust physique. Finally liberated from his rock-like presence, Li Duan exhaled in relief. "Li Duan, what on earth transpired? He is from that container?" "Indeed, I rescued him from within." Li Duan gradually calmed his bewildering emotions and explained. The sturdy man stood innocently, displaying a charmingly goofy smile at Li Duan. "Isn't he dead? Could he be a zombie?" Catwoman whispered conspiratorially into Li Duan's ear, prompted by her words. Li Duan hurriedly inspected the man, surveying him closely before his expression eased. He was alive, his heartbeat and all vital signs were normal. However, both were momentarily struck dumb. Did this imply that all the individuals within these containers were, in fact, alive? Lost in contemplation, Li Duan scanned the room, noting that every container seemed to convey a silent plea for rescue. "Brother, what is your name?" The muscular man, seemingly oblivious to the question, wore a naive expression, as if he did not comprehend Li Duan's inquiry. "Very well, I shall call you 81, Li Duan remarked, glancing at the shattered glass upon the floor. "They may have lost their memories. I must save them. Are you out of your mind? There are so many. Do you wish to attract the attention of the Holy Island organization?" Catwoman regarded Li Duan as though he were deranged. Li Duan remained undeterred by the threats posed by the Holy Island organization. Empowered by Wolverine's enhanced abilities, he felt emboldened. "I must rescue them all before this place is destroyed." Reflecting on his mission, Li Duan's determination to liberate all the experimental subjects intensified. "Do not act recklessly. The Holy Island organization is not as easy to provoke as you might think." The Catwoman, witnessing Li Duan's unwavering determination, continued to plead with him. However, he paid no heed to her concerns, as his attention was captivated by a peculiar experimental container, centrally positioned in the laboratory. This immense vessel housed an extraordinary figure that elicited astonishment. It was the Swamp Monster. After a moment of concentration, Li Duan finally recognized this infamous Gotham villain. Encircled by a tangle of unruly plants, his body was encrusted with indescribable filth. Who could have imagined that such a terrifying creature would be imprisoned here? What were Bane's intentions? While Li Duan pondered this, 81 had already begun to skip towards the Swamp Monster's container. In an instant, to the astonishment of both Li Duan and Catwoman, he lifted the entire vessel off the ground. Countless connected wires snapped simultaneously, and the room was filled with the crackling sound of electricity. "Hey, stop, number 81. Upon hearing his mother's command, 81, like a mischievous child caught in wrongdoing, abruptly lowered his head and froze. As he relaxed his grip on the massive container, it crashed to the floor with a resounding thud. Li Duan dashed forward, but alas, he was a moment too late. Shards of the fallen container scattered, and a green liquid gushed forth, instantly staining the ground a deep emerald hue. To their horror, the monstrous entity sealed within began to stir. "This is bad. He can't still have memories, can he? Fall back, number 81. As the swamp monster rose ominously, Li Duan urgently called 81 back. Watching the creature rise unsteadily from the green liquid, both he and Catwoman felt a lump form in their throats. "Selina, take 81 and leave here. I will hold them off." Li Duan's gaze was resolute as he understood that if the swamp monster retained any memories, an unavoidable fierce battle awaited them. Catwoman hesitated, wanting to say more, but Li Duan's determination silenced her. "All right, but be careful." Concern shone in her lively eyes as she advised him. Seeing Li Duan nod with conviction, Catwoman promptly led 81 toward the exit. "Come along, sister." "Daddy, where are we going? What about Mommy?" Faced with a burly man calling her daddy, Catwoman could not suppress a chuckle. Li Duan, now completely calm, regarded the fully risen swamp monster. "Holland, do you remember the past? Who are you? How do you know my name?" The intricate intertwining of branches formed his visage, and he appeared surprised to hear Li Duan utter his name. Just as Li Duan prepared to explain everything, a tear gas canister shattered through the window and landed in the room. The gas rapidly enveloped the space, forcing Li Duan to retreat. "This is bad. Could it be that Bane and his men have arrived?" Li Duan thought, realizing that his mission was not yet complete and the experimental subjects had yet to be rescued. The sudden turn of events left him momentarily bewildered. In an instant, the swamp monster emitted a pained howl from within the smoke, his expression contorted. It was then that Li Duan recognized that the canister was no ordinary tear gas. Holland, it was this fiend who imprisoned you here. Eliminate him. A strange voice echoed within the room, attempting to command the swamp creature to confront Li Duan. No, Horan, I am here to save you. You dare imprison Horan. The enraged swamp creature disregarded Li Duan's explanations, consumed by fury and completely devoid of reason. As the dark green monstrosity charged towards him, Li Duan silently donned a white mask. Another irrational being, it seems. I shall awaken you from this madness. He twisted his wrist. The sound of bone cracking resonating sharply in the air. Thunder once more manifested, as he gripped his hammer tightly and struck fiercely at the advancing swamp creature. Bang! The devastating blow struck the creature's chest, a brilliant flash of lightning illuminating the scene, the electric tendrils rapidly dispersing. In the next moment, Li Duan was taken aback, realizing that his divine lightning could not inflict any harm upon the beast. In an instant, the swamp creature swung its massive arm, formed of entwined tree trunks, delivering a forceful blow that sent Li Duan soaring several dozen meters away. Thud! He crashed heavily against the wall of the greenhouse, a significant dent forming upon impact. This strike would have shattered a mere mortal, yet Li Duan emerged unscathed. I forgot this creature is an insulator, he exclaimed in frustration as he leaped down from the wall. The infusion of Edmund metal had rendered his body terrifyingly resilient. Such an assault was utterly inconsequential to him. His gaze hardened, exuding an inherent majesty and intimidation. With both hands crossed before him, 6 razor-sharp adamantium claws suddenly sprang forth, glinting with a chilling brilliance. If you fear not the thunder, then surely you must fear this. With a fierce shout, Li Duan launched himself towards the swamp creature like a cannonball. Chapter 60. Indomitable wolf form in the dimly lit laboratory, an eerie green glow permeated the air, the fierce clash tearing apart the surrounding silence. A figure flashed before the swamp creature, unleashing a tempest of relentless attacks. Li Duan pounced like a ravenous tiger, his adamantium claws tearing into the swamp creature with unstoppable force, each strike brimming with overwhelming power. His speed blurred the lines of reality in mere moments. Splinters flew as the creature's arms were violently severed. The harbinger of death had arrived, unopposed. What astonished Li Duan was that, despite enduring such a torrential onslaught, the creature remained utterly silent, as if lifeless. Just as Li Duan's assault began to wane, the immense being, entwined with branches, retaliated. In a flash, countless vines erupted from its back like a celestial shower. Li Duan's pupils contracted, and before he could react, he found himself ensnared by the intricate tendrils. Break free! He roared, his 6 claws striking out like bloodthirsty blades, slashing wildly at the surrounding vines. A whirlwind of lethal energy erupted, akin to a tempest, ruthlessly shattering all entangling vines. Breaking free from the vine's grasp, Li Duan leaped into the air, his expression fierce. Crack! Crack! The impenetrable claws descended once more, mercilessly cleaving the swamp creature's head as if it were mere vegetables. The movements were precise and decisive, devoid of hesitation. As he rolled to the ground, the swamp monster behind him collapsed with a resounding thud, sending dust billowing into the air. Under Li Duan's relentless assault, the entire encounter concluded in less than a minute, as he overwhelmed the creature with sheer force. I am sorry, Horan, Li Duan murmured, his expression unchanged. As he glanced up, the laboratory's windows shattered almost simultaneously, revealing several heavily armed figures leaping forth. Kid, prepare to face the wrath of gunfire. A brazen voice echoed in Li Duan's ears, instantly altering the dynamics of the situation. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the adversaries numbered at least 20, each equipped with an array of heavy weaponry. Li Duan felt a surge of foreboding. These individuals must surely be Bane's henchmen from the Sacred Island gang. Regardless of their training, to him, they were merely a collection of inept fighters. Without hesitation, the enemy opened fire with dozens of machine guns, a torrential barrage of bullets raining down. Li Duan erupted into action, darting like a specter, weaving effortlessly through the dense hail of gunfire, unperturbed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself amidst the throng of foes, his razor-sharp claws unfurling for a merciless onslaught. The air was filled with heart-wrenching screams, and blood splattered, quickly staining the surroundings crimson. The remaining adversaries finally recognized the insurmountable force they faced and began to retreat. Bring out the big guns to deal with him, the leader shouted, realizing the dire situation. Instantly, several rocket launchers were positioned, amplifying their firepower exponentially. Boom, boom, boom. The projectiles were launched, flames illuminating the surroundings in a blinding flash. Li Duan sneered, summoning the hammer of thunder, swinging it as he leapt to evade. The intense firepower bombarded his previous location, the deafening explosions ringing in his ears. Flames rapidly engulfed the entire room, transforming the spacious laboratory into a hellish inferno. What madness possesses these people? Those containers hold living beings. The dazzling blaze reflected in Li Duan's eyes as he soared through the air, witnessing the devastation below with a heavy heart. In an instant, the raging fire consumed everything. Countless containers shattering, and the experimental subjects within becoming innocent souls trapped in hell, scorched by unrelenting flames. Li Duan clenched his teeth in frustration. These individuals were insufferably arrogant. Kid, come out and meet your demise. The arrogant voice rang out once more, oblivious to the fact that he had provoked a ferocious beast. Today, I shall claim your life. Li Duan roared in fury, then swung the thunder hammer down with a surge of lightning. Bang! The tremendous impact reduced several henchmen to mere pulp, electric sparks spreading forth, annihilating everything in their path. From within the enemy ranks, a colossal figure slowly emerged, exuding an oppressive aura of murderous intent. Kid, your days are numbered. The voice, dripping with arrogance, emanated from his rugged throat, capturing Li Duan's attention. Focusing intently, one notices that the opponent's right arm is outfitted with a massive mechanical appendage adorned with an array of gun barrels. The other hand wields a long, black blade, its edge keen and elongated, radiating an aura of invincibility. The fearsome visage is also stitched with various peculiar machinery, resembling a creature forged from steel. What manner of hybrid are you? Li Duan retorted sarcastically, his body coiled like a spring, poised to strike at any moment. I am General Cat of the Iron-Blooded Bureau of St. Prisca. To perish at my hands is your honor. Surely, your tattered attire cost you a pretty penny. Would it not be a shame for me to shatter it? Li Duan scoffed mockingly before launching a preemptive strike, swinging his hammer towards his foe. You insolent brat. I will reduce you to fragments. The opponent roared in fury, raising the elongated black blade in his left hand and swiftly cleaving towards the advancing Li Duan. The clash of steel reverberated through the air, blinding sparks erupting between Li Duan and Cat. Observing that his ferocious assault was entirely parried, Li Duan furrowed his brow. This behemoth, appearing so cumbersome, possessed surprising speed. With a calculated flicker of his gaze, he retracted his hammer and changed his approach. 6 razor-sharp claws of golden steel erupted forth, tearing towards the large figure's abdomen with ferocity. The blade's brilliance flashed incessantly, and within a fleeting breath, Li Duan unleashed a tempest of slashes upon his opponent's midsection. Sparks flew as he beheld the damage, though the abdomen bore several deep gashes. Not a single drop of blood emerged. Instead, hissing currents of electricity and tangled wires were revealed. What manner of being is this, machine or man? Li Duan pondered in astonishment. In that instant, the towering figure raised its right arm, unleashing a barrage of gunfire that struck Li Duan, who was unable to evade. The sound of gunfire echoed thunderously. At such close range, the impact was indescribable. Li Duan, riddled with bullets, was sent hurtling backward, leaving a gruesome trail of blood upon the ground. Is this all you've got? The hulking figure sneered, a grotesque smile twisting its mechanical face. Li Duan, sprawled on the ground, disdainfully spat out blood, surveying his battered body. Countless bullet holes marred his flesh, gaping wounds oozing crimson liquid. Do not celebrate prematurely. The slaughter has only just begun, Li Duan said, his gaze icy, before unsteadily rising to his feet. Cat stood in shock, gazing at the frail figure, astonished as the wounds visibly healed at an astonishing rate. Chapter 61, Acquiring Jarvis. Whether you are machine or human, I shall strike unerringly, Li Duan roared, then sprang up from the pool of blood, the severity of his injuries in no way diminishing his formidable spirit. As he charged once more towards Cat, disbelief etched across Cat's face. This human exuded a presence reminiscent of his superior, bane and unwavering conviction, unyielding in the face of any challenge. In the blink of an eye, Li Duan was once again before Cat, a chilling aura of lethal intent enveloping him. The power of Thor surged within him like a raging river, tumultuous and roaring, converging with ferocity into his arms. In an instant, his hands glimmered with a translucent sheen as lightning crackled around him. The 6 adamantium claws, imbued with the ferocity of thunder, lunged mercilessly toward Carter's mechanical arms. The latter reacted with astonishing swiftness, raising his right hand, wielding a long blade in a desperate attempt to parry the assault, but the outcome was unforeseen. The lightning-charged claws struck with unrelenting force against the dark blade, sending sparks flying as it cleaved the weapon in two. Carter's eyes widened in fury, and he immediately lifted his left hand, intending to unleash a barrage of firepower to drive Li Duan back. The gunfire erupted with blinding brightness, the rapidly spinning chambers of the machine gun functioning like a high-octane engine. As a torrential wave of bullets surged forth once more, Li Duan's gaze turned icy. He abruptly pivoted, defiantly placing his left arm in the line of fire. The relentless barrage of bullets pounded against his left shoulder like a tempest, blood and flesh splattering in a gruesome display. Yet, he gritted his teeth, undeterred by the brutal onslaught. Carter stood aghast, questioning the very nature of this creature. How could such a powerful gunfire fail to budge him even an inch? Li Duan's shoulder was nearly stripped of flesh, revealing the gleaming silver of the adamantium bone beneath. With a fierce roar, Li Duan summoned his thunder hammer, swinging it with a fierce intensity to unleash a formidable bolt of thunder towards Carter. It twisted and coiled like a giant serpent striking its prey, ultimately crashing into Carter's massive mechanical form. The thunderclap reverberated with deafening intensity, and Carter's body convulsed violently. Seizing the moment, Duan charged forward, the sharp claws aiming for Carter's throat, tearing into him with lethal ferocity. Sparks erupted as the claws effortlessly dismantled Carter's bulky mechanical frame. Duan relished the thrill, delivering a final, vicious upward strike that pierced through the opponent's head from below. At last, Carter collapsed, his body twitching with errant electrical discharges, clearly rendered inoperative. In that moment, Duan did not feel a sense of relief. Despite vanquishing all his foes, an overwhelming agony coursed through him. His left shoulder was nearly reduced to bone, and as his self-healing abilities kicked in, new flesh began to grow. Albeit at the cost of excruciating pain, sufficient to incapacitate an ordinary person multiple times over. This was the first time Duan experienced such intense suffering. Yet with the enhancement of his adamantium abilities, his mental fortitude had also strengthened. Such minor pain was trivial for one who wielded the powers of adamantium. Surveying his surroundings, flames raged uncontrollably, and he realized that the inferno was rapidly encroaching upon his position. Suddenly, a notification chimed within his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the special mission to dismantle the Bane stronghold. Unlocking rewards for you. The system's voice provided a modicum of solace. Loading 5090-100 loaded successfully. Reward acquired. Super Jarvis. Oh my goodness. Jarvis. Duan's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor, momentarily dispelling the mask of pain that had clouded his expression. Surprisingly, it is the formidable artificial intelligence, Jarvis, akin to Iron Man's own, which promises to render forthcoming tasks significantly easier. As the searing flames gradually encroach upon him, Duan brandishes his thunder hammer and prepares to take flight. Suddenly, he halts, glancing back at the ground, where a green figure lies trembling slightly. Arkham Asylum. As dawn approaches, the sky is shrouded in a hazy gray, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility. A cool breeze sweeps through, and a shadowy figure silently descends from the imposing walls of Arkham, raising not a whisper of dust. Clinging to the wall, the figure swiftly slips into the depths of the asylum, the entire endeavor executed without a sound. Before the dawn breaks, Arkham remains steeped in slumber, with a few guards, weary from indulgence and drink, languishing in a state of disarray. A handful of crows serve as the harbingers of disturbance in the silence, their cawing attracting the attention of a guard. What a misfortunate crow, be gone. He scoffs, hands on hips. Disdain etched across his face as he berates the dark birds below. In an instant, the ghostly figure surges forth, unbeknownst to the guard. And with a deft twist of the hands around his neck, the guard collapses, rendered powerless. The assailant's agility and lightning speed disturb not even the crows. Unfazed, he drags the lifeless body towards the nearby thicket. When he emerges once more, he is clad in the guard's uniform, though his robust physique strains the fabric to its limits. Surveying the orderly cells along the corridor, a sinister smile creeps across his lips. He then vanishes again, gliding like a specter through the asylum. In a dimly lit cell, the Mad Hatter is deep in slumber when the sound of footsteps outside abruptly awakens him. Turning over in fright, he opens his eyes to find a burly man standing at his bedside, scrutinizing him. "Who are you?" he gasps, recoiling in shock, his heart racing as he sizes up the unfamiliar giant. "I have come to liberate you," the man whispers, his gaze filled with intrigue. The Mad Hatter glances up to see his cell door wide open, with not a guard in sight. "Who are you truly?" "A fearless assassin, the genuine savior of Gotham." The Mad Hatter gazes into the depths of the giant's eyes, sensing an overwhelming aura of violence, his face betraying a flicker of fear. He then bursts into maniacal laughter. "You must be jesting." "Ha ha." The Mad Hatter's face contorts in wild mirth. "Hey, aren't you skilled in hypnosis? Try it on me." The giant smiles confidently and removes the mechanical mask he has worn. The Mad Hatter's eyes dart, hesitating for a moment, before retrieving a tattered pocket watch from beneath his bed. After a moment of peculiar manipulation, he finds himself stunned. His infallible hypnotic prowess proves utterly ineffective before this man. "Impossible. It must be my watch that is broken." The Mad Hatter's expression stiffens as he jabs at the watch in frustration. The giant halts him with a hand and reaffixes his mechanical mask. "Do you wish to plunge Gotham back into madness?" Hearing the giant's earnest words, the Mad Hatter nods slowly. "Then unleash your abilities here without restraint." The two share a knowing smile. The cacophony of maniacal laughter erupted from the confines of the cell, gradually awakening the other formidable figures detained in the asylum. Chapter 62. Breaching the justice system in the elongated corridor leading to the conference hall of the Justice League Watchtower. The sound of slow, heavy footsteps could be heard. Duan, one hand dragging a tangle of disheveled foliage, and the other bearing the weight of a 2-meter-tall, muscular giant. struggled forward step by arduous step. These two fellows are exceedingly heavy. In the midst of his musings, he had already brought Subject 81 and the Swamp Thing, Holland, to the watchtower. He exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the floor, completely devoid of strength to complain. After exiting the botanical garden, Duan had sought out Catwoman with Holland in tow. After much contemplation, he resolved to bring them to the watchtower, where Cyborg could conduct research to potentially unravel Bane's sinister plot. Duan, what is the meaning of this? Cyborg rushed over upon hearing the commotion. It's a long story. The two men carried the unconscious Subject 81 into the room, while Holland was taken to the laboratory for close observation. After elucidating the entire sequence of events to Cyborg, they began to analyze the situation meticulously in the conference hall. What exactly is this grotesque tree-like entity? To be precise, it is a mutated plant, harboring the consciousness of the scientist, Holland. Surviving such a devastating inferno, it possesses remarkable vitality. To my knowledge, its life force is extraordinarily robust, potentially reaching a state of immortality, Duan recounted, recalling the Swamp Thing comics he had perused in a previous life. The two stood before the glass of the laboratory, observing the Swamp Thing and marveling at its resilience. How could Bane imprison such a formidable entity? What exactly is he researching? Do you think that the mysterious laboratory in the botanical garden is filled with specimens like Subject 81? Indeed, I suspect they are all living beings. Upon hearing Duan's words, Cyborg's expression shifted as he fell into contemplation. Duan reminisced about certain details from the laboratory, secretive locations, bizarre biomechanical beings, peculiar experimental organisms, when suddenly, both men had an epiphany. It appears the answer lies within Holland's unique physiology. Bane may be studying the reasons behind Holland's enhanced vitality post-mutation, attempting to forge an army of the undead. Cyborg slapped his palm, grasping the essence of Bane's plan. His schemes may extend beyond this. At present, it seems Subject 81 is a failed experiment, with an intellect equivalent to that of a 3-year-old. Duan's expression grew serious as he continued. In a daze, I recall the tale of the backbreaker, Bane. He has long relied on a virus known as 11, which grants him strength. Could it be Victor? I believe we should shift our focus back to Subject 81 to see if we can extract anything from him. Oh, perhaps I can derive answers to our inquiries from him. Upon hearing Duan's suggestion, Cyborg found it to be quite rational, nodding in agreement before promptly heading towards Subject 81's laboratory. Watching Cyborg's retreating figure, Duan's eyes sparkled as he turned his gaze back to the conference hall, within the confines of the Justice League's central data system. Frequently utilized by Steel and Green Lantern, an idea began to take root in his mind. It was high time for J.A.R.V.I.S. to showcase its prowess. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he seized the opportunity, venturing alone to the central control console during Steel's absence from the hall. He surveyed his surroundings and, finding himself alone, deftly activated the central control system. Please present your identification, prompted the system. Duan regarded the message with an air of indifference. J.A.R.V.I.S. Can you breach this system? Absolutely, sir. I am in the process of forcibly accessing the system, came the swift reply. Duan couldn't suppress a smug smile, for J.A.R.V.I.S. was indeed a marvel of Iron Man's technology. He watched, exhilarated, as J.A.R.V.I.S. progressively infiltrated the Justice League's central control system. By duplicating the system's data onto J.A.R.V.I.S., all information held by the League would become his own. Moreover, he would gain access to Steel's esteemed satellite tracking and investigation system, an artifact he had long coveted. His expression radiated triumph as he reveled in this straightforward, yet gratifying approach. As the progress bar neared completion, he tensed, hardly daring to breathe. 89, 95, 96, 99 successfully entered the system. Excellent. J.A.R.V.I.S. Copy everything within. Understood. Sir. Successfully breached the system. All is in readiness, awaiting the final push. Stealing glances towards the room where Steel had entered, Duan remained on high alert. The outcome rested entirely on J.A.R.V.I.S. When Steel reemerged, he found Duan awaiting him in the hall with an air of nonchalance. Your assessment was correct. Subject 81 indeed harbors a mysterious toxic substance, albeit at a low concentration. It appears he is merely a half-finished product. Steel informed Duan as he approached, sharing the results of his research. Fortunately, the facility was dismantled. Though we could not rescue the remaining test subjects, we successfully thwarted Bane's horrific experiments. Duan feigned indifference, inwardly relishing the success of J.A.R.V.I.S., who had expertly completed its task before Steel's return. Presently, the utmost priority was to ascertain Bane's next move. The two continued their analysis, determined to apprehend Bane before he could execute his subsequent actions. After bidding farewell at the watchtower, Li Duan made his way to a familiar location, Wayne Manor. As he stepped into the opulent and stately estate, dawn had already broken. A delicate mist adorned the garden, evoking a dreamlike poetry. "Alfred? Mr. Lee? Have you come to see Master Wayne this early?" "Indeed, he is. He is training in the Batcave. Allow me to escort you." "No need, no need." Li Duan instructed Alfred to continue watering the garden as he strode directly into the house. Although he had only visited a few times, the Batcave was vividly etched in his memory. Once inside, Alfred resumed his work without a hint of concern. Wait, how does he know about that? A look of bewilderment crossed Alfred's face. Li Duan, however, paid no mind to such thoughts and, guided by memory, ventured into the secret passageway leading to the Batcave. Clang, clang. At this moment, Batman was deeply engrossed in his rigorous training, his bare torso revealing a physique that epitomized human perfection before Li Duan. Truly, he was a paragon of strength. "Li, what brings you here?" Bruce asked, noticing a new figure in his lair, which turned out to be Li Duan. "Batman, Gotham is in peril." Li's words instantly transformed Batman's demeanor. He understood that Li Duan, as a time traveler, spoke of impending reality. Chapter 63, Goodness. There are ghosts. "Li, please elaborate," Batman urged, guiding Li Duan to his workstation, his expression fraught with urgency. Li Duan, no longer withholding information, disclosed all he knew about Bane's sinister plot. "Inciting the populace? We cannot allow him to succeed. Indeed, Gotham has only just begun to recover from chaos. We must prevent him from disrupting it again." Li Duan felt the weight of Bane's cunning. He was no mere brute. If my memory serves me right, his next move will likely involve wreaking havoc at Arkham, releasing the dangerous inmates to thwart your efforts. At this revelation, Batman's pupils dilated. Should the inmates of Arkham be unleashed, the situation would become exceedingly precarious. Without delay, we must head to Arkham and thwart him. The two exchanged determined glances and swiftly boarded the Bat Lane, racing towards the fateful Arkham Asylum. As the Bat Lane roared through the air, it arrived at Arkham, now engulfed in chaos. Guards fought valiantly against the escaped criminals, yet they struggled to contain the madness unleashed. Some guards lay injured, their heads bashed in by makeshift weapons, blood staining the ground, a gruesome sight. Just as the situation spiraled further out of control, Li Duan and Batman made their timely entrance. Jarvis cross-referenced the Arkham escapee list. "Understood, sir." Li Duan initiated a scan of the chaotic scene. The following notorious criminals have escaped: Mad Hatter, Mr. Freeze, Firefly, Two-Face, Scarecrow, and Poison Ivy. "Goodness, nearly all the infamous villains have broken free," Li Duan grimaced, realizing he had arrived too late. Bang, bang, bang. Batman plunged into the tumultuous crowd, his powerful fist striking down the deranged assailants with remarkable precision. "Bruce, I leave this to you. I will pursue those who have escaped." Li Duan shouted over the fray, summoning Mjolnir, and with a flash of lightning, he took flight. Batman delivered a devastating punch, sending a lunatic wielding a toilet plunger sprawling 10 meters away. Upon turning back to face the chaos, Batman was taken aback. The towering lunatics amidst the crowd wore grotesque grins. Bang, bang, bang. To his astonishment, they seized the guards' firearms and, in a shocking display, aimed them at themselves. Batman shouted in desperation and surged forward, intent on stopping them. These individuals were clearly under the Mad Hatter's hypnotic influence, driven to self-destruction amid the turmoil at Arkham. Right before Batman's eyes. This is also part of Bane's plan, to dismantle Batman's psyche and drive him to gradual ruin. Meanwhile, following the tracking map provided by Jarvis, Li Duan successfully caught up with several villains en route to Gotham City. On the suburban highway leading from Gotham to the Upper East Side, a car was transporting a group of nefarious individuals, their destination being the heart of Gotham. Suddenly, the occupants of the vehicle noticed an unusual phenomenon in the sky. Gazing into the rearview mirror, they beheld ominous clouds gathering overhead, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as if the heavens were unleashing their wrath. "Faster, faster!" Scarecrow, heedful of Firefly's shouts from behind, accelerated the stolen car to its maximum speed. He gradually sensed that something was amiss. The thunderclaps above heralded an oppressive atmosphere. Boom! A resounding crash echoed from ahead, and as the dust settled, a figure emerged. "Where do you think you're going?" Li Duan, clad in a white mask, emitted a disdainful voice from beneath it. "Run him down." Hearing Firefly and Captain Cold's cries from behind, Scarecrow's lips curled into a maniacal grin. He then swerved the steering wheel, hurtling directly towards Li Duan, the car surging forward like a wild stallion. The speed was so formidable that in the blink of an eye, it seemed poised to collide with the unmoving Li Duan. However, Li Duan remained unfazed, his expression serene as he raised Mjolnir before him, a torrent of lightning erupting from behind. Who do you underestimate? In an instant, a cataclysmic bolt of thunder descended, casting the world into shadow. Even a lion spares no effort when hunting a rabbit. Li Duan intended to eliminate all foes within that vehicle in one decisive strike. Why grant them a moment to breathe when he could resolve the matter swiftly? Bang! The powerful bolt of lightning predictably obliterated the car, causing Firefly and Captain Cold to leap from the vehicle as the assault descended. Yet, the misfortunate Scarecrow, seated in the driver's seat, was not so lucky. He was reduced to ashes amidst the billowing black smoke from the explosion. Let us take him together. I refuse to believe he can face us both. Captain Cold's eyes glinted with ferocity as he raised the freeze gun strapped to his back, unleashing a bone-chilling wave of frost towards Li Duan. Firefly, not to be outdone, launched a fiery assault, directing a torrent of flames at Li Duan without reservation. 1 against 2? You think you're worthy? Li Duan scoffed, then swung Mjolnir and soared into the air, effortlessly evading the dual onslaught of ice and fire. What a joke! As he descended once more, the terrifying bolt of thunder crashed down again. Captain Cold and Firefly scrambled backward, exerting every effort to evade the oncoming lightning strikes. Alas, no matter how swift their retreat, they stood no chance against the ferocious tempest of electricity. As a cry of agony reached Li Duan's ears, he understood that this battle had reached its conclusion. Under his full force, these two Gotham villains were no match for him. The scene lay in charred remnants. The ground, ravaged by thunder, resembled a scorched pancake, utterly unsightly. As he turned to depart, a sound emerged from behind. Could one still be alive? Li Duan's eyes were filled with confusion. Even a superhero would struggle to withstand that recent blow. Surely, those two must have been obliterated. Turning back with questions swirling in his mind, he was abruptly taken aback, his pupils trembling violently. Before him lay the charred ground, where the Frost Man and the Firefly were enveloped in a colorful bubble. They appeared unconscious, yet their bodies were unscathed. What was this phenomenon? Bewildered, Li Duan rushed forward, raising his hammer in a fit of anger to strike the two bubbles. To his astonishment, the hammer, propelled by immense force, passed straight through the bubble without making contact. Li Duan stood frozen, the sight before him leaving him in shock for an entire year. Just as he was grappling with disbelief, a ghostly figure materialized beside him, akin to a wraith. Li Duan gasped in horror. What on earth was that? The apparition was eerie, its misty form drifting through the air, with the face of a young child hauntingly hanging from its neck. Chapter 64. Am I to be judged? The road leading from Gotham to the east side suburbs stretched long and smooth under the rising sun, yet a section of the pavement mysteriously vanished. Li Duan remained oblivious to the subtle changes occurring around him, his focus entirely captivated by the ghostly figure before him. What could this possibly be? Surely, one cannot encounter a ghost in broad daylight? He stared at the swirling mass of white mist, faintly perceiving a humanoid silhouette within it. As Li Duan hesitated, the scene before him rapidly transformed, as if he had stepped into an alternate realm. The once straight road abruptly disappeared, replaced by floating chunks of brownish-yellow rock suspended in midair. A look of terror swiftly crossed his face as he glanced around, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of unreality, as though he were lost in a dream. You have violated the laws of the dimensional universe. I am here to punish you. An ethereal and eerie voice echoed from the void, leaving Li Duan astounded. Gripping Mjolnir tightly in his hand, the rumble of thunder crackled around him, a sense of vigilance rising within. Who are you? I hail from the five-dimensional realm, a traveler of the dimensional universe, and I am a judge. The elusive figure finally materialized, revealing itself to be a small, old man with a youthful appearance. Li Duan's throat tightened as he stared intently. Wasn't this the mischievous supervillain from the story of Superman? A spark of realization flickered in his eyes, mingled with skepticism. This was a formidable being from the five-dimensional space, infamous for causing havoc, a true thorn in Superman's side. Strange occurrences happen every year. But why would he seek me out? Judgment? You're here to cause chaos, aren't you? Li Duan's tone rose, laced with mockery. Impudent. Do you think the laws of the dimensional universe can be trampled upon at will? The mischief maker was clearly incensed by Li Duan's taunt, and in an instant, the surroundings shifted once more. Hey, can you not? The ever-changing environment left Li Duan dizzy, stumbling as he struggled to regain his bearings. The originally pitch-black void suddenly transformed into a cataclysmic scene, erupting with streams of lava. Damn it, he cursed vehemently, as the overwhelming power of the thunder god surged from his being. The ferocious bolts of lightning struck around Li Duan, yet curiously, they fell silent as if swallowed by the abyss. Give it up. Here, you are no different from an ant. Do not struggle in vain. You bastard. If you have the guts, come out and face me in a duel. Li Duan shouted defiantly at the sky, hoping to provoke the foe into revealing himself. Do you know who you are up against, you little brat? The voice of the trickster echoed once more, gradually materializing from the ether. Playing tricks, are we? Li Duan spat, raising his hammer and bringing it down with force upon the trickster. Thud! The thunderous strike, imbued with tempestuous energy, passed through the trickster's form and crashed onto the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Realizing his attack had been utterly ineffective, Li Duan's expression turned grave. This was a space of his own creation. Without breaking free to return to his world, it was impossible to defeat him. Calmly, Li Duan assessed the situation, concluding that confronting him head-on would yield no results. Thus he decided to observe for the time being. You know your actions have altered the trajectory of this world. I do only what I believe is right. Li Duan faced the approaching trickster without flinching. The death of Jerome had already drastically shifted the world's course. Yet you refused to relent. The trickster's words plunged Li Duan into contemplation. Indeed, his actions seemed to have impacted the original flow of this world. So what? Gotham needs someone to eradicate chaos, and I am the most suitable candidate. You must consider the consequences of your actions. The trickster floated down to the ground. A mischievous grin plastered across his face. The dimensional universe is perpetually balanced, and your actions have disrupted this equilibrium. I cannot concern myself with that. In the city of Gotham, where malevolence thrived, were peculiar occurrences not the norm? The disappearance of one clown would inevitably give rise to more sinister forces to fill the void. The dimensional universe was shifting, and villains from other dimensions would emerge as a result. Li Duan's pupils dilated at the mention of other dimensional villains. The trickster's words piqued his curiosity. He scrutinized the whimsical old man before him, who was capable of the most bizarre antics. Prepare to face the retribution of the dimensional universe. The trickster's elongated voice lingered as the surroundings began to restore before he vanished. Li Duan stood in a daze, watching the familiar pavement reappear. His mind awash with conflicting thoughts. Gotham was already fraught with unrest. What difference would a few more villains make? Had he ever been afraid? In the upscale east end of Gotham, within an opulent tavern, noble counselors hosted a grand banquet. The venue was abuzz with a bustling crowd, each individual adorned in lavish attire, the affluent toasting and reveling in excess. Today marked the commencement of the new mayoral election, with every counselor accepting bribes from various factions. The raucous hall was filled with cacophony, as all indulged in the extraordinary festivities. Suddenly, a deafening roar, akin to thunder on a clear day, drowned out the cacophony around. Panic ensued as everyone was gripped by terror, uncertain of what had transpired. Boom! Another resounding blast echoed, this time alarmingly close to the hall. The fiery explosion reflecting off every wine glass within. Eyes turned towards the source of the detonation, a violent eruption occurring outside the tavern. It was an attack. Everyone, stay calm. A distinguished elder gentleman began to soothe the frayed nerves of the crowd. However, tranquility was short-lived. The entire tavern was swiftly engulfed by searing flames, the inferno licking at the entrance. Anxiety and dread swiftly permeated every corner, with no face devoid of horror and despair. Silence. I will guide you, the elder gentleman declared. But his words were abruptly cut off. Someone noticed that he was ensnared by a sudden, creeping vine, rendering him immobile. Mr. Richard has been captured. A voice cried out in terror. The crowd then realized that this prominent figure, who had garnered significant votes in the election, was bound by a tall, alluring woman with the vine. She smiled with wicked charm, and before the astonished onlookers, she twisted the vine, snapping his frail neck. The aged visage struggled against the encroaching death, ultimately succumbing with a look of defiance. A shriek echoed throughout the hall, eyes filled with dread. Mr. Richard had met his demise. Chapter 65, The Poisonous Vine Woman Bang. The thunderous explosion reverberated through the tavern, with hidden bombs poised to detonate at any moment. The first floor was shrouded in thick black smoke, screams of despair cascading forth. All present understood they were on the brink of annihilation, desperation driving them to reckless actions. One individual, eyes bloodshot, raced toward the exit, determined to escape at any cost. Yet, before he could reach the door, terrorists lurking in the shadows had already aimed their guns at him. Bang, bang, bang. With a horrifying scream, his body was riddled with bullets, reduced to a grotesque mess in an instant. This scene was witnessed by all, plunging the room into an eerie silence, each person terrified that they might be next. Amidst the stillness, a woman's voice pierced through the atmosphere of fear. Look at you, haughty adults, now too afraid to speak. All turned to see the venomous woman who had just slain Richard, dressed in a striking green gown with fiery red hair. Her enticing figure, accentuated by the fitted attire, left a lasting impression. Kneel before me, she commanded, her tone dripping with derision, her expression one of disdain. The nobles and dignitaries below, faces taut with anxiety, dropped to their knees, realizing that in the face of survival, dignity meant little. Observing the hostages abandon their pride, the woman smirked contemptuously. You worthless fools, she chastised, slowly raising her hands. Then, a scene that filled everyone with dread unfolded. Countless green vines, as thick as pythons, surged violently from behind the woman. In their eyes, she resembled a multi-armed demon come to claim lives, cold-blooded and terrifying. The vines, akin to tempered chains, ruthlessly pierced through their bodies, crimson blood splattering everywhere, leaving a gruesome scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. In the blink of an eye, half of the hostages lay lifeless. The remaining individuals wore ashen expressions, helplessly witnessing the massacre unfolding beside them. The woman extended her delicate tongue to lick the blood staining her lips. Her gaze filled with amusement. If it weren't for the head's orders to spare half of them, she would have relished the opportunity to eliminate these spineless wretches. Their leader was Bane of the St. Island organization, and this woman was none other than Poison Ivy, who had just escaped from Arkham. All the council members had gathered. A perfect opportunity to instill terror, and it was clear that Bane had calculated everything meticulously. With the task accomplished, Poison Ivy and her associates were preparing to retreat when she suddenly caught sight of a figure in her peripheral vision. "Former mayor, you have graced us with your presence." "How rude of me," she remarked with a sly smile at the elderly gentleman in a black suit, who bowed his head, trembling like a leaf. "I apologize for not noticing you earlier, but it's not too late now. Please don't take offense," she continued, gracefully descending from the platform, a sharp vine extending behind her. All held their breath, knowing that the former mayor was about to meet his end at the hands of that demonic appendage. With a chilling laugh from Poison Ivy, the vine descended with a glimmering malevolence. Crack! The explosive sound reverberated through the hall. When the terrified onlookers reopened their eyes, they were astonished to find the former mayor still kneeling, unharmed. Looking up, a towering figure stood between him and the vine. With a single, powerful hand, he seized the vine, and with a swift motion, his razor-sharp claws cleaved the demonic appendage in two. A white mask? Poison Ivy regarded the mysterious man clad in the white mask, recalling Bane's warning about him. It was best to avoid the man in the white mask, for he was not to be trifled with. "How dare you harm my vine? I don't care how formidable you are. You shall perish," Poison Ivy fumed, unleashing several more vines to encircle Li Duan. The onlookers exchanged glances of regret, knowing another champion of justice was about to fall. Yet, the next moment, an unbelievable scene unfolded before them. Several vines, like venomous beasts, lunged ferociously at Li Duan. In an instant, a flash of cold light appeared. His claws, as sharp as diamonds, sliced through the air with such speed that they left countless afterimages. All the approaching vines were reduced to countless fragments, cascading down like petals scattered by the wind. A resounding roar erupted from the crowd, akin to a tidal wave. Those who had felt despair just moments ago now discovered a glimmer of hope. Before them, the once formidable vines appeared as harmless as chaff in the presence of Li Duan, lacking any semblance of menace. Observing the venomous gaze of Poison Ivy, darkened to the point of despair, Li Duan remained unfazed. The previously oppressive silence shattered once more, as the crowd began to cheer prematurely. "Thank the heavens for sending a savior. Oh, Redeemer, you have finally heard our prayers." Once hope was grasped by the masses, they were ready to deify him. Li Duan, however, paid little heed to their adoration. Unlike the noble Batman, his concern for saving lives was merely ancillary. What truly lay within his purview was the eradication of these villains, leaving the protection of hostages to other superheroes. Poison Ivy, a cold-blooded assassin indeed. Where is Bane? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Li Duan's expression remained impassive, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. "You insolent wretch. You have harmed my vines and dare to be so arrogant." Poison Ivy's countenance shifted dramatically, her fury igniting as she launched another assault on Li Duan. "Those who wish to live, step back," he bellowed, leaping into the air, crackling with electric brilliance. All hostages complied, retreating in fear. Once proud Gotham elites now stripped of their pretensions. "Kill her! Kill her!" Faced with the female tyrant who had just forced them to kneel, they screamed in a frenzy, eager to flay her alive. The entwined vines surged again, twisting in the air before crashing toward Li Duan. "Break for me!" he roared, swiftly wielding his claws, unleashing a flurry of sharp glimmers. With a series of sharp cracks, more wood splinters rained down, even when entwined. The vines proved as fragile as parchment beneath the might of his claws. Below, Poison Ivy, witnessing her vines crumble under Li Duan's assault, reacted not with anger, but with laughter. With a delicate flick of her slender fingers, the massive vine suddenly unfurled, releasing a dense cloud of crimson mist. Li Duan, caught off guard, found himself enveloped by the noxious vapor, hastily covering his mouth and nose, but alas, it was too late. "You fool. Before playing the hero, you ought to consider the caliber of your opponent." Chapter 66. Indomitable will the scarlet mist rapidly spread, engulfing the scene. Li Duan, ensnared in the swirling haze, writhed on the ground in apparent agony. "Damn it. I was careless and didn't evade. This woman is devoid of martial ethics." He glared at the grinning Poison Ivy, struggling to rise, yet his limbs felt as powerless as those of a stranded shrimp. The dense, Red mist was laden not only with potent anesthetic properties that rendered him weak, but also contained toxic elements that interfered with neuronal and cellular connections, inhibiting Li Duan's healing abilities for a time. The once valiant and formidable Li Duan had now been reduced to a pitiful state, eliciting gasps of disbelief from the crowd. Just moments ago, the hostages had revered him as their savior. Now, they had completely lost hope. It's over. This is the end. I knew he was overrated. He fell in mere seconds. Alas, I had long anticipated that he would prove unreliable. Thus, everyone ought to seek their own fortune. Whispers of derision erupted from the crowd, reveling in the downfall of Li Duan. The hidden terrorists promptly donned their gas masks, cackling mockingly at Li Duan, ensnared in the swirling smoke. Kid, don't blame the road for your shortcomings. With your feeble skills, you are far too inexperienced. Observing Li Duan struggling like a cornered beast, they raised their rifles, advancing slowly towards the shrouded figure. The poison ivy gazed intently at the crimson mist, her expression shifting from triumph to seriousness as she witnessed the figure begin to sway and, astonishingly, rise unsteadily from the ground. How is this possible? Even if Batman were to be poisoned, he would be left half dead. How can he still stand? Is this a last-ditch effort? Just as Poison Ivy pondered this, Li Duan commenced his actions amidst the smoke, lunging forth like an injured predator. Resigning to fate is never my style. He forced himself to rise, his blood surging with fervor, rage burning fiercely in his eyes. His sharp claws scraped against the ground, sparking with intensity, seeking death. Upon seeing Li Duan daring to charge towards them, Bane's subordinate scoffed, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Bang! The brilliant flames of gunfire erupted against the backdrop of the red smoke, fiercely targeting the moth-like figure. The torrential gunfire swiftly encircled Li Duan. With an indifferent expression, he gritted his teeth and swiftly maneuvered through the hail of bullets. His weakened state diminished his speed considerably. Bullets struck him mercilessly, leaving him riddled with wounds. Even as the frenzied gunfire splattered his flesh, it could not hinder his momentum. He charged into the throng of armed men like a reckless beast, his claws slicing through the air, unleashing a torrent of blood and carnage. Li Duan's assault was a dance of devastation within the battlefield. Limbs and body parts were flung into the air. With the unyielding ferocity of his adamantium claws, he was an unrivaled warrior, rendering even the most formidable bulletproof vests mere mockeries. Accompanied by agonizing cries, dozens of well-trained terrorists shattered beneath his claws, a sight both horrifying and mesmerizing. As the crimson rain of blood fell, Li Duan stood still, resembling the Grim Reaper. His body was a canvas of wounds, bloodied and mangled, revealing glimmers of silver from his adamantium skeletal structure beneath the dense perforations. He took a heavy breath, struggling to stabilize his wavering form. The sharp pangs coursing through him made existence unbearable, and he clenched his teeth, the sound echoing painfully. His self-healing abilities were suppressed, rendering these injuries slow to mend, each wound feeling like 1,000 knives tearing at him, plunging him into a state of agony. Those who had just mocked Li Duan were suddenly stricken with disbelief. Is this divine intervention? I was mistaken. Great One, please save us. Poison Ivy stepped over a severed arm of her subordinate, sauntering towards Li Duan with a seductive air. Is it truly necessary? All this for these worthless beings? For no particular reason. I simply wish to end your life. Li Duan's gaze was as cold as ice, his tone grave. The Poison Ivy's pupils widened in shock. This man had truly lost his mind. Well, that certainly caught me off guard. However, the matter of you injuring my vines has yet to be settled. Poison Ivy's cold eyes narrowed, and she unleashed a torrent of thick vines towards Li Duan. Another wave of ferocious strikes ensued, and Li Duan found himself utterly exhausted. He could only watch helplessly as the vines encircled him. Even the strongest will could not overcome the toxins ravaging his body, extinguishing all hope. With every ounce of strength, he swung his claws, but ultimately he was ensnared tightly. Humph! Poison Ivy scoffed, then commanded the vines to hurl Li Duan violently against the wall. Bang! A thunderous sound resonated through the tavern as the solid wall was shattered, and Li Duan was brutally flung outside. Poison Ivy, witnessing this, pursued him without a care for the hostages within the tavern. As the dust settled, Li Duan's battered form lay embedded in the pavement, a pitiful sight. Blood and flesh mingled with the earth, the gruesome scene even causing Poison Ivy to pause in shock. How tragic. I swear I will do my utmost to ensure your final moments are not so grotesque. Poison Ivy approached him slowly, and suddenly, Li Duan on the ground trembled, startling her into retreat. Are you alive or dead? Upon moving closer again, she noticed that Li Duan was still breathing, his wounds slowly healing. How intriguing. I shall present him to the boss, as I am curious to see how he will toy with him. Arkham Asylum. After just having dealt with the lunatics within, Batman wore a complex expression. Under the Mad Hatter's hypnosis, these deranged individuals had not hesitated to shoot at him. Despite Batman's efforts to intervene, nearly half of them had perished, leaving the once vibrant asylum shrouded in silence. He knew that all of this was orchestrated by the person Duan had mentioned. Bruce's eyes burned with fury as a name surfaced in his mind, Bane. Suddenly, a siren blared from his waist. Activating the holographic system, the silhouette of Cyborg appeared. Bruce, multiple terror attacks have erupted throughout Gotham, resulting in numerous casualties, including the assassination of a mayoral candidate. What? Batman's face twisted in shock, his fist clenched tightly. Cyborg then relayed a live feed from Gotham, revealing the city in chaos. Panic reigning supreme. Chapter 67. Permanent unlock of the Iron Suit. Ding! The progress bar for the Dark Adversary has reached 30. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a phase reward of 1,000 exchange points. The mechanical voice of the system echoed clearly in Duan's mind. The intense pain coursing through his body vanished, and he gradually emerged from a deep stupor. A reward? When did that happen? Opening his eyes wide, the unfamiliar scene before him felt like a world apart. What is happening? Where am I? Dim lights streamed in from outside the glass, allowing Duan to discern that he was in a spacious laboratory. Wasn't he just battling poison ivy in a tavern in the East District? Duan felt as though his mind had fragmented. The venom of the poison ivy had inflicted severe damage on his neural pathways. Lowering his gaze to examine his own body, he discovered himself tightly bound within a mechanical cage as solid as rock. Countless steel cables and chains constricted him, and when he attempted to shake his body, he realized he was utterly immobile. How remarkably robust. It seems I am held in high regard. However, he felt a sense of relief as he noticed that his wounds had healed completely, and to be liberated from that agonizing state was a stroke of fortune. After a moment of reflection, he recalled that the system had mentioned some rewards. Hastily, Duan opened the system interface and was astonished to see that his Marvel Superstore exchange points had suddenly increased by 1,000. Goodness, what a windfall. Overjoyed, he suddenly remembered that after defeating those minions of Bane, the progress bar for the dark enemy had unknowingly surged to 5. At last, the Iron Man suit he had longed for in his dreams could become a reality. Were it not for the cage's firm grip, he would have leaped joyfully toward the ceiling. His eyes darted across the system store, surveying the plethora of weapons and abilities possessed by various Marvel superheroes. Searching for the Iron Man suit, Duan could hardly contain his impatience and began to search within the interface. When the search results appeared, his pupils dilated in shock, joy radiating from his expression. The first suit listed on the second row was engraved in his memory, the Mark 42, a masterpiece in gold and crimson, a romantic embodiment of masculinity. It stood like a finely crafted, cold-blooded rose dagger, sharp and resplendent, quietly poised on the store page. Overwhelmed with elation, Duan exclaimed the name of the suit, then without hesitation, clicked to permanently unlock it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the permanent Iron Man suit Mark 42 for 1,200 points, achieving your first permanent purchase milestone. Goodness, are there more rewards? This system is truly generous. Duan felt as if the system were an angel, and as the rewards continued to flow in, his heart soared. Achievement reward loading, 5090. 100 loaded successfully. Reward obtained. Demoness ability 10. Ability can be enhanced. Woohoo, let's take off. It's the ability of the little rascal. This is immensely gratifying. This system is truly benevolent. Duan was filled with joy, astonished at the swift arrival of happiness, and he mused that the system was exceedingly indulgent towards its host. Please do not harbor any wicked thoughts towards me. The system seemed to sense Duan's inner musings and coldly interrupted his imagination. It's all right. Let us not be so rigid about species. Go away. Amidst this playful banter, a sudden sound of footsteps approached from outside the laboratory. Duan's expression shifted dramatically. His brows knitted in concern as he began to devise an escape plan. Poison ivy, with a sudden flick, illuminated the laboratory with blinding lights, causing Duan's eyes to sting. Oh, you're awake? Poison ivy, clad in her signature green gown, low-cut and seductively alluring, sauntered into the laboratory with an enchanting gait. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Bane Espace, right? You truly know our leader's name. I underestimated you. Where are the others? Are they hiding? Too afraid to show themselves? Ha ha, just you? You are not even worthy of meeting him. The poison ivy woman let out a mocking laugh. Duan remained composed, realizing that he had not erred. This was indeed their base. Since he had successfully infiltrated their stronghold, it was imperative to unleash a wave of destruction utilizing his traditional skills. Although you lack the qualifications to meet our leader, he still holds you in some regard. No sooner had the poison ivy woman spoken than a towering figure emerged from beyond the glass door. Duan's gaze sharpened, and the system's voice echoed in his mind. Solomon Grant, danger level 5 stars, defeat reward 500 exchange points. As he looked up, he beheld a man nearly 2 meters tall. with an exceptionally robust physique and dark skin that made him resemble a rhino on the verge of rampage. This was indeed a heavyweight. Li Duan couldn't help but marvel. Our leader has prepared these specifically for you, to ensure you are well entertained. Upon the poison ivy woman's words, Solomon retrieved a device covered with various sharp syringes from behind him. Li Duan's expression faltered slightly. What were they planning to do to him? A sense of foreboding crept in as his steel battle suit, Mark 42, was already primed. Let him experience our unique hospitality. The poison ivy woman said with a mischievous grin, hands on her hips. Solomon slowly approached Li Duan in the cage with that peculiar device in hand. Li Duan's eyes narrowed, and with a thought, a blinding golden light emanated from him. Just the right opportunity to practice. The two were engulfed in the glaring brilliance, forced to shield their eyes. When they opened them again, Li Duan had shattered his shackles, and a golden-red figure suddenly appeared in the laboratory. The armor was adorned with technological patterns, sharp angles that caught the eye. What else could this fellow accomplish? Attack! The poison ivy woman commanded. And Solomon charged at Li Duan like a beast. Overestimating oneself, Li Duan declared with authority, raising his right hand as his palm cannon fired. Boom! A golden laser struck Solomon's massive form with tremendous force, causing blood and flesh to explode, sending him crashing several meters away. The poison ivy woman stared in horror as the robust Solomon was hurled past her, shattering the glass door behind him. You wretch! She seethed, rage igniting within her. She swiftly waved her hands in front of her, summoning countless resilient vines that twisted like venomous serpents, encircling Li Duan in an instant. A mere parlor trick. Li Duan scoffed, activating the shoulder-mounted laser cannon. A barrage of red lasers swept across, reducing dozens of vines to mere splinters scattered on the ground. The poison ivy woman's expression darkened further. This fellow had such capabilities? Witnessing Li Duan clad in battle armor so formidable, she unleashed a dense cloud of red poisonous gas once more. The spacious laboratory was instantly filled with toxic mist. Beneath his steel helmet, Li Duan smiled indifferently, his eyes brimming with disdain. Chapter 68. Can zombies truly not be killed? Within the confines of the laboratory, a swirling red mist lingered, harboring toxins that had previously caused Li Duan considerable distress. Yet this time, clad in the formidable Mark 42 armor, he felt no fear. Do you still intend to employ this tactic against me? Regrettably, it has lost its efficacy. Beneath the armored exterior, Li Duan's eyes glinted with lethal intent, and the majestic battle suit ignited within him an insatiable thirst for combat. In the next moment, the golden red armor unleashed its full firepower, darting forth like a bolt of lightning towards the poison ivy. Sensing the overwhelming force propelling him forward, Li Duan reveled in the sensation. Was this how Tony felt on a daily basis? Observing the steel figure undeterred by her poisonous mist, poison ivy grew anxious, hastily commanding several tendrils to strike. Bang! 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 The powerful blast from his palm cannon struck accurately against the incoming tendrils, effortlessly obliterating them. However, the relentless onslaught of tendrils surged forth like a tide, with one wave following another, continuously assaulting Li Duan. Faced with this dense encirclement, he merely scoffed. In an instant, the laser cannon array mounted on his shoulder unfolded, akin to a flurry of blades slicing through the air. Even the most resilient tendrils crumbled like fragile paper before the searing lasers. In the blink of an eye, wood chips and vine fragments scattered as the armored figure navigated through the chaos, arriving before the unsuspecting poison ivy. With a sudden motion, he seized her by the neck with one hand and forcefully slammed her downwards. Thud. Poison Ivy's body crashed heavily onto the laboratory floor, her complexion paling, the earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Tell me, where is Bane? Li Duan's deep, commanding voice resonated from beneath the helmet, feeling the searing pain surging from behind. Poison Ivy's face paled in terror, her garments disheveled. Beneath the tattered clothes, her alabaster skin and alluring curves were partially revealed. Li Duan, momentarily captivated by the tempting sight beneath him, found himself swallowing hard. Realizing he had momentarily lost focus, he quickly shook his head and chanted internally, Amitba, Amitba. Let distractions dissipate swiftly. However, sensing his momentary distraction, Poison Ivy deftly manipulated her tendrils to ensnare his armored right arm. In an instant, the powerful tendrils, under her control, hoisted Li Duan into the air. Before he could react, he was violently flung backward. Clang! The sound of steel striking the ground echoed. Li Duan had been caught off guard once more. Damn it! This woman plays dirty, launching a sneak attack. He bellowed in frustration. Upon glancing beside him, he saw Solomon, the foe he had just sent flying, still alive. Had this creature not perished yet? The massive wound that had been inflicted upon his dark body had mysteriously vanished. Li Duan furrowed his brow, sensing impending danger. In an instant, Solomon, with his immense frame, rose abruptly from the chaotic floor, his eyes glowing with a haunting light. Locking onto Li Duan. I had forgotten you possess an immortal zombie form. My apologies. Li Duan quipped as he rose, lifting his arm to condense powerful energy once more. Bang, bang, bang. The formidable blasts emanating from his palms struck fiercely against his adversary, producing a series of resonant thuds. Under the relentless bombardment, a viscous black liquid erupted from its corpulent form, yet its robust legs remained unwavering. A sense of imminent danger suddenly loomed over Li Duan. Solomon's face contorted with rage as he stomped forward, shaking the floor with each thunderous step. Without hesitation, Li Duan raised his arm, the power surging through his gauntlet. And with that formidable thrust, he struck Solomon's head with a steel fist. A dull thud resonated as his powerful blow reduced half of Solomon's skull to a pulpy mass. To Li Duan's astonishment, Solomon remained unfazed. In the next moment, Solomon unleashed a barrage of fists upon Li Duan's iron chest. With a resounding impact, sparks flew as the tremendous force left 2 indentations on his metallic torso, sending Li Duan flying several dozen meters away. After a series of somersaults midair, he managed to stabilize himself upon landing, thanks to the propulsion system in his feet. This adversary was truly formidable. With a sigh of resignation, Li Duan charged forward once more, unleashing a series of laser blasts from his palms. Despite the relentless onslaught of firepower, Solomon pressed onward, crashing into Li Duan with half a head intact. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sound of their fists colliding resonating through the air, revealing that iron met flesh without any discernible advantage. Solomon retaliated with a powerful kick, sending Li Duan crashing into the wall, leaving multiple cracks in his wake. Beneath his helmet, Li Duan's expression was one of complex contemplation. Solomon's physical resilience exceeded all expectations. What on earth was he made of? It was far too durable. Realizing that continuing to engage in direct confrontation would lead to his downfall, Li Duan swiftly raised his arms, revealing 6 small missiles concealed within the metallic shell. These were anti-armor missiles, boasting immense power. Sir, the times have changed. Li Duan scoffed, aiming at the hulking figure before him and launching 2 missiles without delay. A thunderous explosion erupted, engulfing Solomon's dark form in a violent shockwave, which ultimately shattered him into fragments, dispersing as a dark, murky substance into the atmosphere. The explosion reduced the entire laboratory and surrounding walls to ruins, while Li Duan turned to depart before the flames could reach him. A true man never looks back at explosions. After dispatching Solomon, the remnants of the base were merely a collection of worthless debris. Even in the absence of the poison ivy, Li Duan was undeterred in his quest for a thorough sweep. Like a mischievous child with a new toy, he gleefully navigated the Mark 42 through the building, demolishing everything in his path with overwhelming firepower. In no time, he boldly stormed into their central hall. Hello. Guess who I am? Li Duan leaned against the doorframe, hands on his hips, greeting a group of armed henchmen from Bane. When they ignored him completely, he flicked his wrist and charged forward, swiftly incapacitating them all. Such rudeness, not even a greeting for a guest. Li Duan pursed his lips and stepped over the lifeless bodies, making his way to the central console of the hall. On the large screen, a live broadcast was unfolding. As he leaned closer, he realized that Bane was addressing the entire city. Li Duan stared at the screen in silence, his pupils suddenly constricting. Alfred. Bane was positioned on a bridge in Gotham, and at that moment, Alfred was bound to the structure. What was truly horrifying was that the entire bridge was laden with an array of formidable explosives. Bane wore a derisive smile for the camera, brimming with provocation. Simultaneously, another screen displayed a live feed from yet another bridge. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these 2 bridges were situated at opposite ends of Gotham, separated by a considerable distance. To Li Duan's astonishment, the other bridge held none other than Commissioner Gordon. Chapter 69. The unrest rages on in the expansive central hall. Li Duan gazed in disbelief at the large screen. The footage revealed that terror was rampant throughout Gotham, with chaos and panic reigning supreme. Remarkably, even after the Joker's demise, Bane had managed to plunge Gotham into utter turmoil. He had simultaneously kidnapped 2 individuals of paramount importance to both Batman and the city, placing them in dire situations. This was a call for Batman to make a choice. The thought brought to mind the infamous Battle of Broken Back, where Batman suffered a devastating defeat at Bane's hands. Would Batman be forced to endure such a crushing loss once more in this world? This time, however, Bruce had allies. Li Duan's gaze intensified as he observed the current state of Gotham on the screen. His intention was to lure Bruce westward to rescue Alfred. A trap undoubtedly laden with peril designed to ensnare him, a decidedly uneven confrontation. Li Duan stroked his chin, meticulously analyzing the situation. He needed to prevent Bruce from heading west. Instead, he must direct him eastward to save Gordon. Although both paths were fraught with danger, ensuring that Bruce did not confront Bane directly was the key to averting disaster. Jarvis, locate Bruce's position for me. With that thought, Lee Duan ceased hesitating and instructed Jarvis to pinpoint Bruce's whereabouts. Understood, sir. Initiating search now. In an instant, a red dot appeared on the helmet's display, racing towards the western bridge of Gotham. Upon magnification, it revealed Batman speeding towards the west on his Batcycle. So it was true. Lee Duan's expression was a complex mix of emotions. Alfred was both mentor and father figure to him. He could not remain calm while Alfred was in peril. No, he had to intervene. A glint of resolve flashed in Lee Duan's eyes. There could be no hesitation at such a critical juncture. The propulsion system beneath him erupted with tremendous energy as Lee Duan piloted Mark 42 towards a nearby window. Suddenly, Steele's voice crackled to life in his helmet. Lee, a mysterious virus has been injected into the rioters throughout Gotham, rendering them exceedingly violent. The uprising has escalated to a critical threat. What? Steele promptly transmitted real-time surveillance footage of the chaos to Lee Duan. As he observed the rioters displayed on his helmet, he recognized them as citizens incited to violence by Bane. Each one bore bloodshot eyes, wreaking havoc in the streets. Could it be the venom of the 11? This substance is more toxic than opium, requiring an injection every 12 hours. Bane is intent on utterly destroying Gotham. Lee's eyes widened in horror as he swiftly maneuvered his battle suit. This was their base. Perhaps they could glean some information about the venom. In the West District, along the highway leading to the West Bridge, a black streak darted swiftly among the vehicles, a dark cloak billowing in the wind like the wings of a bat. Batman's eyes blazed with fury, fixated solely on the thought of reaching the West Bridge to rescue Alfred. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind. Several armed SUVs recklessly pursued him. Whoosh! 2 rockets were launched from the rear vehicles, tearing through the air towards the Batcycle. Unfazed, Batman's expression remained stoic as he sensed the impending danger, reacting with lightning speed, expertly dodging the lethal projectiles. Boom! Violent explosions overturned several cars on the highway, flames erupting in a chaotic display. The armed SUVs barreled through the inferno, their singular focus locked on the dark figure ahead. Batman's gaze sharpened, his movements swift as he twisted the handlebars, causing the motorcycle's wheels to pivot abruptly. The rapidly spinning wheels sparked against the asphalt, leaving behind dark tire marks. The Batcycle reversed direction, now speeding towards his pursuers. Observing Batman's unexpected maneuver, the fully armed terrorists erupted in mocking laughter. Seeking death, they leaned out of their windows with rocket launchers, locking onto Batman and firing several rounds. The powerful projectiles, spewing flames, tore through the air towards him. Yet undeterred, Batman drew a batarang from his belt and deftly hurled it, accurately striking down each incoming missile. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions engulfed the stretch of highway, and the relentless armed SUVs were soon caught in the blast's fury. The Batcycle returned to its original trajectory, Bruce's focus unwavering despite the chaos behind him. Suddenly, a flicker of surprise crossed his face as a golden-red figure appeared above him, just as he suspected an enemy assault. Lee's voice crackled through the communication system in his mask. Lee, is that you? Yes, it's me. Bruce, listen to me. Lee, clad in Mark 42, descended from the sky, adjusting his speed to race alongside the Batcycle. Without delay, he divulged Bane's scheme and the events of the backbreaker to Bruce. The latter felt a moment of shock but quickly regained his composure. Bruce, don't insist on going to the West Bridge. Leave Alfred to me. Since this is inevitable, I must rise to the challenge. I have never flinched in other worlds. How could I cower now? Batman turned to Lee, his gaze resolute, devoid of hesitation. Beneath his helmet, Lee was taken aback, not expecting Bruce to be so unwavering. Very well. Rather than remain at an impasse, I choose to trust Bruce. Lee ultimately decided not to press further. Batman watched as the golden-red armored figure turned and soared into the sky, the silhouette once again etched into his mind. Chaos had engulfed the Gotham Police Department since Gordon's abduction, with rioters storming in and wreaking havoc. After being injected with the venom, their temperaments transformed, becoming as strong as bulls, capable of effortlessly lifting a large truck. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated, flames from the blast engulfing the entire precinct. Several officers' bodies were violently hurled from the building, crashing onto the streets in a gruesome display. The rioters appeared utterly unfazed by bullets, continuing their rampage despite being bloodied and battered. Spare me, brother. Spare me. William, Lee Duan's partner, lay on the ground, pleading in horror to a thug wielding a massive safe. The thug let out a maniacal laugh, saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. Without a hint of remorse for William's pleas, he brought the safe crashing down. Boom. The sound reverberated through the precinct, drawing the attention of the rioters. In that moment, the thug was struck by a laser, his body pierced and sent hurtling backward alongside the enormous safe. A towering figure stood before William, extending a single hand towards the chaos. Chapter 70. Clearing the rioters was not an easy task. Seeing the golden-red armored back before him stirred something within William. Was this not the same individual who had slain the Joker at Arkham? He recalled the day when the mysterious armored hero had pierced the Joker. The scene eerily reminiscent of the present turmoil. Jarvis assessed the injuries at the Gotham Police Department. Understood, sir. The situation is dire. Gazing at the police officer icons displayed on his helmet, many of his former colleagues' icons had dimmed, signifying their sacrifice in this uprising. Lee Duan clenched his fists, a chilling aura radiating from his piercing gaze. Get out of here. Leave them to me, Lee Duan declared, turning sharply and addressing William with a voice altered for urgency. His fierce gaze swept across each rioter, wreaking havoc within the precinct. Scoundrels! He shouted, a surge of power emanating from his feet as he launched himself like a cannonball. Transforming into a crimson whirlwind, he swiftly cleared the clustered rioters as if autumn winds were sweeping away fallen leaves. Whoosh! His palm cannons fired relentlessly, piercing through the bodies of the rioters with violent force, flesh exploding upon impact. In the blink of an eye, the vicious rioters became mere targets for Lee Duan. After investigating Bane's lair, he discovered that the virus Bane had forcibly injected into the citizens was an entirely different strain. Unlike the strength-enhancing venom Bane himself had injected, the virus coursing through the rioters was incurable. This rage-inducing virus would ultimately lead to their veins swelling, culminating in a fatal rupture. Fortunately, the supply of Bane's virus was limited, so the number of citizens forcibly injected was relatively small. He sought to unleash chaos, attempting to drive everyone into madness and drag Gotham into the abyss of crime. Yet, despite his meticulous plans, he overlooked a crucial element. Gotham is no longer solely under Batman's watch. After dispatching the intruding thugs in the police station, Lee Duan took flight. From this moment forth, I shall take command. He gazed down upon the tumultuous pandemonium below, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. With a sudden dive, he focused on the helmet and swiftly locked onto all the assailants. The steel exterior of his shoulders rapidly ascended, unleashing a volley of miniature hive missiles that formed a vast net in the sky, targeting the thugs below. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of explosions echoed incessantly as Lee Duan soared through the fiery blasts, his golden-red silhouette trailing a cloud of smoke. The most chaotic scene unfolded at Gotham Bank in the city center, where a plethora of cash was violently extracted by Bane's henchmen, who then brazenly scattered the bills in the streets, transforming the air into a flurry of currency akin to a snowstorm. Lee Duan arrived just in time. The situation was utterly chaotic, with hordes of thugs, high on venom, brawling in the streets. Some, in a frenzy for the fluttering bills, seized nearby street lamps and smashed them wildly, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. The venom not only incited their ferocity, but also unleashed the malevolence within the manifold. A bunch of arrogant rodents. Lee Duan scornfully cursed, then lunged downwards. His palm-mounted laser cannon fired relentlessly, piercing through the thugs on the ground with unyielding force. The henchmen stationed at the bank's entrance spotted this unexpected visitor and exchanged wary glances before nodding in unison. Subsequently, an elderly man with a head of white hair pushed through the crowd, his eyes fixated on the incoming Lee Duan, slowly revealing a sinister smile. At last, you have arrived. I have awaited your presence for quite some time. A chilling grin spread across his gloomy face as he raised both hands, causing the surrounding air to condense rapidly. A frigid aura emanated from his body, swiftly enveloping the vicinity, as if winter had suddenly descended. Lee Duan sensed the presence of this white-haired man, his gaze curious. Ice Spike, danger level 5. 5 stars, defeat reward. The system's voice unexpectedly resonated in his mind. Ice Spike? Isn't he affiliated with the Injustice League? Lee Duan pondered, recalling the formidable granity he encountered within Bane's stronghold. Thus, it is evident that Bane has allied with the Injustice League. Lee Duan clapped his hands, affirming his conclusion. Whoosh! A barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes shot toward him, and Lee Duan evaded them, only to be grazed on his left arm. Clang! The piercing ice struck his armored left arm, the chilling energy cascading down, freezing his left hand in an instant. Damn it! Lee Duan exclaimed in surprise, hastily employing the high-temperature laser from his right hand to thaw his left arm. Before he could fully regain mobility, a tempest of ice spikes rained down upon him anew. With a cold glance, he retaliated by launching anti-armor missiles from his right hand, obliterating the incoming ice shards into fragments. Witnessing Lee Duan's formidable firepower, the ice-wielding henchmen below immediately commanded their comrades to retrieve heavy weaponry. Various machine guns and cannons were brought forth, immediately unleashing a relentless barrage upon the steel figures soaring above. The deafening sounds of explosions echoed. Bang, bang, bang. Blinding flashes of fire erupted amidst the chaos, painting the entire street in crimson hues. As the smoke finally settled, the golden-red steel figure emerged unscathed. Lee Duan raised an exaggerated middle finger towards the ground. Is that all you've got? The Mark 42 is equipped with a comprehensive air-to-air interception system. Such artillery assaults are mere trifles to him. Witnessing Li Duan's merciless mockery from the sky, the ice pillar below seethed with impotent rage, instantly releasing a torrent of frigid energy. In an instant, a winter chill enveloped the entire street, the biting winds howling ominously, conjuring a formidable ice storm. The thugs on the street gazed in astonishment, transfixed as the fierce storm surged toward them. The tempest, spinning with unfathomable velocity, was unstoppable. It uprooted the ground and mercilessly tore apart all those caught in its path. Realizing the terrifying energy contained within the storm, Li Duan swiftly retreated. His gaze sharpened as he prepared to summon the hammer of Thor, only to be interrupted by a sudden roar behind him. Turning around, he saw two missiles, trailing fire, hurtling towards the icy tempest. They detonated just before colliding with the storm, yet the anticipated shockwave failed to materialize. Upon closer inspection, the missiles unleashed two streams of even colder energy upon explosion. These energies acted as a binding agent, rapidly solidifying upon contact with the storm. Like a spider weaving its web, the freezing began from within the tempest, swiftly permeating its entirety. Goodness! How impressive! Li Duan's face displayed astonishment, captivated by the unexpected missiles. With a crackle, the now frozen storm could no longer bear its own weight and collapsed violently, much to the shock of the ice pillar. Suddenly, a figure soared towards Li Duan from behind. He turned to see a familiar silhouette, eliciting an involuntary smile. Steelbone. Chapter 71. Into battle. As he beheld the silvery steel form gliding toward him, Li Duan felt a sense of relief wash over him. "Victor, I can hardly believe you came," he exclaimed with palpable excitement. "That suit looks excellent. Quite decent, ranking third in the world." Li Duan chuckled softly, scratching the back of his head, contemplating the fact that it was Iron Man's suit. How could it be anything less? Steelbone landed before him, casting a glance over the chaotic ground. "It appears I am the only one who can assist now. The situation in Gotham is more dire than anticipated." His mechanical eye on the left glowed ominously, while two mechanical heavy artillery shells emerged from the casing on his steel arm, one blue and one red, distinctly visible. The ice pillar, observing the two steel figures above, felt a chill run down his spine, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping him. He hadn't informed me Steelbone would be here. He adopted a tactical stance, contemplating his escape. "You lot, focus your fire on these two," he shouted. And in response, the terrorists behind him brandished their weapons. In an instant, several heavy machine guns were aimed at Li Duan and his companion in the sky. The Gatling gun's barrel spun rapidly, flames erupting as bullets rained down like a tempest upon the heavens. Li Duan and Gonggu exchanged a knowing glance, silently affirming their understanding. Gonggu surged forward first, his jet thrusters emitting powerful blasts, his form as swift as lightning. He carved a silvery arc through the air, racing towards the group of terrorists. With his right hand, he transformed his steel appendage into a robust shield, the dense bullets clanging against it with a resounding echo. Unfazed by the hail of gunfire, Gonggu navigated through the barrage, while his left hand rapidly charged a blue cannon, then unleashed a fierce blast. A powerful energy cannon erupted forth, striking the group of terrorists with overwhelming force. The explosive energy rippled outward, leaving a scene of carnage in its wake, obliterating the terrorists in a mere breath. Yet amidst the crimson carnage, the figure of the ice pillar was nowhere to be found. At that moment, the ice pillar was hastily fleeing the scene, unaware that Li Duan had already caught sight of him. Still trying to escape? The mocking voice from behind sent a shiver down the ice pillar's spine. How could this fellow be so relentless? He quickly turned, a chilling aura suddenly radiating from him, freezing the surroundings in an icy grip. With a wave of his hands, he conjured a massive ice wall to shield himself from Li Duan. "Do you truly underestimate me?" A smirk graced Li Duan's lips. Even though this suit of armor was mockingly dubbed the anti-Tony armor, it was a testament to Iron Man's ingenuity. In the next moment, a glint of cold determination flashed in Li Duan's eyes as the directed energy reactor in his chest began to hum to life. A tremendous energy began to coalesce within him, and in an instant, a thick, high-energy beam shot forth, effortlessly creating a massive breach in the towering ice wall. The ice pillar, witnessing Li Duan's ease in shattering his defenses, stood momentarily stunned. Beneath his helmet, Li Duan silently locked onto the ice pillar's position, missile launchers springing forth from his suit like blossoms in spring. With a cold chuckle, Li Duan unleashed a torrent of missiles towards the ice pillar, reminiscent of a celestial downpour. Faced with the overwhelming onslaught, the ice pillar broke into a cold sweat, his body trembling violently. Boom, boom, boom. The dense barrage of missiles rained destruction upon the street, a towering inferno rising alongside colossal mushroom clouds above the city. The entirety of the road was engulfed in violent explosions, flames illuminating every nook and cranny. Li Duan's piercing gaze swept across the scene, while Jarvis On his helmet revealed infrared detection through the smoke. Could this fellow be akin to a cockroach? His pupils dilated in disbelief as he spotted a flickering form amidst the smoke. As the haze dissipated, the ice pillar's figure emerged slowly, gaunt and skeletal. Remnants of ice clinging to him. Kid, you've pushed me to this extent. I could brag about it for a year. His lips moved slightly, cold air escaping with each word, resembling a desiccated figure of frost. Duan no longer afforded him any opportunity, unleashing a fierce roar as he swiftly executed a series of formidable palm strikes. The latter managed to force a weary smile onto his face, only for a chilling gust to suddenly rise beneath him. Just as an even more ferocious whirlwind threatened to form, a silver, iron figure abruptly emerged from behind. Goodbye, Steelbone declared indifferently, as a massive surge of searing energy coalesced in his right hand. In an instant, an explosive eruption shattered the stillness behind the unsuspecting ice pillar. Boom! The cataclysmic energy ignited into a flame whirlwind, enveloping the terrified ice pillar in its fiery embrace. In mere moments, the figure of the ice pillar twisted in agony amidst the inferno, ultimately reducing to a pile of ash. Duan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the terrifying might of Steelbone's weaponry. The helmet of Mark 42 slowly opened, revealing his visage as he descended from the sky. The Injustice League had likely joined Bane's scheme. Fear not, for I am here in Gotham. Leave the chaos to me. And go rescue Commissioner Gordon, Steelbone said with unwavering composure, fully aware that the situation in Gotham necessitated Duan's intervention at the East Bridge. Upon hearing this, Duan silently nodded, his golden helmet sealing shut once more, two beams of light emanating from his eyes. At Gotham's West Bridge, the once bustling thoroughfare leading to the outside world lay in eerie silence, the roadway clogged with an array of vehicles. A dense line of cars sat motionless, akin to a fleet of extinguished engines. They were crammed into the entire passageway, each vehicle rigged with powerful explosives. The citizens within grew increasingly anxious, their eyes reflecting the armed terrorists outside. Bang! Another man attempting to flee was gunned down, his bloodied remains grotesquely staining the roadway. In the middle of the bridge, a burly man, adorned with a gas canister on his back, toyed with a dagger, relishing the moment. Above him, the bound figure of AFO was helplessly secured to the bridge. He appeared exhausted, his tattered clothing soaked with blood. Boss, do you think with such a grand setup, he won't dare to come? One of his subordinates inquired closely to Bane. He will not, Bane replied, his voice a low and chilling tone. He knew Bruce all too well, which was the source of his unwavering confidence in this meticulously crafted plan. Just as he finished speaking, a thunderous commotion erupted ahead. A cold glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A black heavy motorcycle barreled through the line of vehicles, soaring over them at an astonishing speed. Chapter 72. The Battle of the Broken Back on the West Bridge of Gotham. A stifling silence pervaded the air, heavy enough to suffocate. The roadway, too narrow for a single passerby, was under the vigilant watch of the terrorists, with every car held captive in their grip. Even with explosives primed to detonate at any moment, the citizens within dared not move an inch. It wasn't until a sound akin to a drumbeat reverberated through the air that this oppressive stillness was finally shattered. The heavy sound of tires crushing over the rooftop resonated, stirring a palpable excitement among the crowd, all eagerly anticipating the arrival of their savior. In an instant, a black shadow surged forth from atop the long line of vehicles, a sleek and angular motorcycle leaving behind a trail of remnants in its wake. He has arrived. Our salvation is at hand. A chorus of silent cries echoed in the hearts of the onlookers, for in the face of despair, bravery had become a rare commodity. Everyone turned their gaze, captivated by the silhouette of that dark figure, eyes wide with astonishment. The terrorists raised their weapons, poised and ready, their expressions betraying a sense of anticipation as they beheld the man charging toward the center of the bridge. Did he not realize he was walking into the jaws of death? One could only wonder how brutally their leader would dismantle him. Surely, he would emerge maimed if not dead. Bruce's countenance remained grave, undeterred by the terrorists flanking him. His singular focus was to render Bane toothless and rescue Alfred. The black cloak billowed in the air, reminiscent of a bat taking flight, as he raced forward with a speed that blurred his surroundings. In a heartbeat, the vehicle launched itself like a cannonball from the last car, the dazzling gunfire illuminating both sides as bullets surged like a tide from the Batcycle, swiftly encircling Bane. The Batcycle, a marvel of steel engineering, was outfitted with weaponry formidable enough to challenge an army. Yet Bane remained unmoved, standing firm like an unyielding mountain. Only when the whistling bullets struck him with a resounding clang did he show no sign of injury. The bone-patterned black uniform he wore, though seemingly thin and fitted, was as resilient as tempered steel. Bane's head, previously bowed, shot up suddenly, his eyes glinting with menace, resembling a ferocious tiger locking onto its prey. Batman, we finally meet. His voice rumbled like distant thunder, finally revealing emotion on Bane's typically impassive visage. The imposing Batcycle thunderously landed, its wheels sparking against the bridge as it screeched to a halt. After a powerful drift, Batman dismounted, his silent exterior masking a tempestuous fury akin to a raging flood, causing all to hesitate, fearing to provoke this wrathful lion. He raised his gaze to see Alfred, the loyal butler, suspended precariously at the bridge's apex, his tattered clothing evoking a pang of distress within Bruce. A flicker of guilt crossed his stern features, for it was his momentary lapse that had led to Alfred's suffering. As he lowered his head again, all that remained in his eyes was a colossal rage and a chilling resolve. Bane, you orchestrated this grand spectacle simply to challenge me, did you not? I am here now. You may release him, correct? Ha ha. The only response was a dry, mocking laughter. I always believed you to be arrogant. Yet I did not expect such naivete in reality. Spare me your words. If you refuse to release him, then I shall fight you until you do. Without further ado. Bruce lifted his hands, summoning a series of fierce gusts. Bane's eyes narrowed as he tracked the incoming bat-shaped projectiles with keen intensity. In his eyes, each movement seemed to slow down by dozens of times. Growing up amidst a hail of bullets, dodging them felt like child's play. Such an onslaught was merely a jest to him. Whoosh! Bane's robust physique moved with the agility of a water snake, deftly evading the incoming darts with a mere twist of his body. Then, a dull thud echoed behind him as the bat-shaped projectiles fell harmlessly to the ground. Hey, can you act like a man? He taunted, eliciting mocking laughter from his subordinates. Bruce remained silent, his fists clenched tightly. Suddenly, a surge of power erupted from his body as he stomped his foot and surged toward Bane like a cannonball. Bane, momentarily startled, swung his massive arms to deliver a crushing blow to the advancing Bruce. Bang! The collision of fists produced a deafening sound, the sheer force causing the bridge to tremble. The surrounding henchmen retreated, not wishing to be caught in the maelstrom of this terrifying confrontation. Boom! Another thunderous noise resounded as Batman's ferocious punch was caught firmly in Bane's colossal hand. You claim to be Batman, yet you lack the strength to strike? Bane's taunting voice pierced through the air, darkening Bruce's gaze as the intensity of his punches intensified. A torrential onslaught of blows rained down upon Bane, each strike aimed at vital points, each movement lethal. To Bruce's astonishment, it seemed as though every action of his was anticipated by his opponent. For the first time, Batman, a master of various martial arts and combat techniques, felt a profound sense of helplessness. Bane wore a disdainful smile as he seamlessly countered Bruce's relentless assault. In that moment, Bruce appeared before him as vulnerable as a naked maiden, with nothing concealed. Boom! Bane effortlessly dodged a left hook from Bruce, then stepped back, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen. Bruce doubled over in agony, collapsing backward and kneeling heavily on the ground. He clutched his abdomen, feeling as if his very insides were in turmoil, as if his organs had been dislocated. Bane slowly approached, grasping Bruce's head and lifting it forcefully. To defeat Bruce, Bane had long lurked in Gotham, meticulously studying his every move. In the heat of battle, Bruce's defenses were laid bare. Not a pleasant feeling being downed, is it? He whispered into Bruce's ear as he gripped his head tightly. Suddenly, Bane's arm bulged with prominent veins, the sight of his muscular physique sending shivers down one's spine. He crouched down, his core erupting with immense power, lifting Bruce's body and tracing a perfect arc in the air before hurling him with great force. Boom! Bruce collided with the bridge's railing like a cannonball, denting it severely. As the sound of cracking bones reverberated through his back, Bruce let out a cry of anguish. Alas! Batman! Kill him! Kill him! The fierce voices of Bane's subordinates erupted behind him, fervently clamoring for Bruce's demise. Chapter 73, The Duel concludes. Kill him! Kill him! The henchman shouted menacingly at the Batman, who lay prostrate on the ground, eager to rush in and pummel him. Hearing the ruckus from his followers, Bane's expression remained as tranquil as still water. He slowly raised his palm and gestured for silence, and immediately, all fell quiet. The entire bridge was once again enveloped in a deathly stillness. Thud, thud. Bane's heavy footsteps reverberated across the bridge like the tolling of a death knell. Bruce, lying on the ground, silently tensed every muscle in his body. With a quick glance, he suddenly sprang into action, executing a sweeping kick aimed at Bane's lower body. Clang! Instead of evading, Bane met Bruce's incoming leg with a powerful counterstrike. Their sturdy calves collided with a force akin to two formidable serpents striking together, sending waves of energy rippling through the air. Both were momentarily staggered by the tremendous impact, and the surrounding henchmen were left in a state of shock. Struggling to rise from the ground, Batman's eyes were once again filled with the fervor of battle. Indeed, this is a worthy opponent. Bane grinned, unwilling for the lengthy preparation for this confrontation to end so abruptly. He twisted his neck and wrists, producing a series of sharp cracks, and charged forward once more. The two colossal figures collided again, but this time, Bruce had learned from experience. He refrained from employing outdated techniques. At that moment, it felt as though a mysterious eastern voice traversed the Pacific Ocean to reach his ears. Master Bruce, do not engage him in a fist fight. Aim for his center. With a swift change in focus, Bruce seized upon a flaw in Bane's defense, thrusting his left fist through at an awkward angle, delivering a resounding punch to Bane's chest. Bang! The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonated, and to everyone's astonishment, the seemingly invincible Bane was forced back 3 meters, his legs carving shallow grooves into the bridge surface. What is happening? The henchmen stared in disbelief as their undefeated leader was suddenly countered. Bane furrowed his brow. The Bruce before him seemed transformed. The previously frenzied fighting style was replaced with a newfound finesse. No longer underestimating his opponent, a rare seriousness graced his features. Feeling the effectiveness of his assault, Bruce regained his confidence, internally exclaiming, Wing Chun will forever reign supreme. Subsequently, Batman slowly lowered himself into a squat, balancing on one leg, his right leg extended straight, and his palms poised in a defensive stance. What technique is this? Not only were Bane's henchmen bewildered, but even Bane himself appeared perplexed. He had never witnessed Batman employ such a stance, and judging by its peculiar nature, he assumed it was merely a flashy display. Bane readied his fists, his robust muscles appearing as tightly coiled as iron, producing a crisp sound as his bones shifted. Then he lunged towards Bruce, launching 2 heavy punches from above. Accompanied by a surging wave of force, Bruce maintained a composed demeanor, his gaze fixed intently on the approaching dual fists. With a deft motion, he extended his palms to meet them, effortlessly pushing them aside as if dancing gracefully through water. His movements were agile and rhythmic, retreating with fluidity. Bane's expression shifted dramatically, fury surging within him. His powerful punches felt as ineffective as striking a puddle, failing to create even the slightest ripple. The formidable force of his blows was significantly diminished upon encountering Bruce's gentle defense. Realizing his punches were futile, Bane swiftly transitioned to leg strikes. With thighs as robust as those of an ox, he unleashed a fierce kick towards Bruce. Bruce, crouched low, deftly sidestepped, maintaining a low center of gravity, and effortlessly evaded Bane's powerful kicks. The blows missed their target, crashing heavily into the bridge surface and leaving cracks in their wake. Bane, towering in stature, found it challenging to exert force against Bruce, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Suddenly, Bruce altered his strategy, halting his retreat and lunging forward with the swiftness of a serpent. He propelled his lower body towards Bane's legs with a fierce onslaught, delivering strikes that fell like torrential rain. The consecutive kicks forced Bane to retreat, the armor on his legs torn and revealing inflamed wounds beneath. He could only leap backward, creating distance from Bruce as his legs trembled slightly beneath him. Despite the searing pain coursing through his limbs, his expression was one of complexity. Bruce's unexpected maneuver had shifted the tide of the battle, leaving Bane momentarily at a disadvantage. The onlookers held their breath, anxious yet too intimidated to intervene, for they were witnessing a clash of titans. You underestimated me. Do you truly believe this technique can secure your victory? Bane swiftly recalibrated his strategy. Aware that Bruce was targeting his weaker lower half, he decided to turn this to his advantage. Bane's true strength lay not in his formidable physique or honed fighting skills, but in his astute intellect. Without hesitation, he charged at the crouched Bruce once more. Bruce, focused, met Bane's oncoming fists with his palms, surprisingly holding his ground. Seizing the moment, Bruce employed the same tactic again, propelling himself upwards to deliver rapid kicks to Bane's lower region. Bane, with a cunning glint in his eyes, allowed the fierce strikes to land upon his legs without concern. In an instant, Bane withdrew his legs, causing Bruce to lose his balance as he kicked at empty air. With his massive form crashing down like a mountain, it seemed as though he would crush Bruce beneath him. The spectators widened their eyes in disbelief, nearly popping out of their sockets. In a flash, Bruce reacted with remarkable speed, rolling to the side just in time to evade the impending impact. A thunderous sound echoed as Bane slammed into the bridge, the force of his descent stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Regaining his composure, Bane swiftly locked onto Bruce, who was nearby. In an instant, like a fierce tiger, Bane lunged from the ground directly at Bruce. He aimed to exploit the moment of disarray in Bruce's stance to deliver a crushing blow. The ferocious force of his punch surged towards Bruce's face once more, and this time he could not defend against it. The sound of impact echoed as the tremendous force struck the bat mask, sending Bruce hurtling several meters away. After sliding across the bridge surface for a distance, Batman finally collapsed, momentarily rendered unconscious by Bane's 2 powerful strikes. All eyes turned to Bane as he approached Bruce with deliberate steps. He effortlessly hoisted Bruce's body above his head, then brought it down forcefully against his raised knee. The sickening crack of shattered bones resonated in the ears of every spectator, marking the end of the duel. A classic scene unfolded as Bruce let out a harrowing scream, his body convulsing on the ground. Chapter 74, Death Bombardment. Open your eyes wide and behold. This is your savior of Gotham, Batman. A bald terrorist, glistening with sweat, brandished a gun behind a group of people, forcing them closer to the bridge. The road connected to the bridge's entrance, where a dense crowd had gathered, with hostages crammed into the vehicles. As the hostages were hurriedly evacuated from their cars, they experienced a mix of fresh air and anxiety, cautiously making their way towards the midsection of the bridge. "Move faster," the terrorist shouted, firing 2 shots into the sky to intimidate the restless crowd. On the bridge, Bane and his cohorts watched with mocking expressions as Bruce lay on the ground, convulsing, much like hunters gazing upon a fallen lion. Hanging from the bridge, Alfred strained to cry out, but the tape across his mouth only allowed for faint, muffled sounds. "Master, why did you come here knowing it was a trap?" "I am but an old man nearing death." Tears of despair filled Alfred's eyes, his aged face etched with sorrow. He regarded Bruce as his own son, and now, witnessing Bruce's grievous state, he felt utterly helpless, his heart shattered. "You old fool, today no one can save you. Your cries are in vain." With a sharp slap, Bane turned to his subordinate, his eyes conveying disdain for the needless chatter. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from the bridge's entrance, prompting Bane to glance back as the hostages slowly approached. He raised his arm, signaling to his men to halt. "All right, right here. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. This is your Batman." The bald terrorist pointed his gun at the fallen figure cloaked in black, his words dripping with mockery. The crowd erupted into a chorus of jeers. "Is that really Batman? It must be him. I caught a glimpse when he passed over my car. How pathetic. We were counting on him to save us. And now we're doomed. Forget it. He is not worth it. My uncle didn't suffer this much before he died." Listening to the hostages below engage in a brief discussion about Batman, the bald man's lips curled into a sinister smile. A glance revealed Bane once again raising his arms, his long fingers slowly retracting into his palms. The bald man understood his leader's intent. It was evident that he grasped Bane's meaning, and his malicious grin widened. "Hey, listen up. Anyone who wishes to live, get back to your cars. Quickly." At the sound of his command, all the hostages scurried back to their vehicles like well-fed piglets. Under the overwhelming intimidation, they had entirely forgotten what resistance entailed. The once crowded scene at the bridge was now deserted, as Bane redirected his attention to the dark figure on the ground. "Do you see? This is the very citizen of Gotham you have tirelessly endeavored to protect." Bane crouched down, whispering into Bruce's ear. His tone was flat yet laced with a touch of pity and mockery. "Look closely. Everything you have done is nothing but a farce." Having uttered his final words, Bane turned and walked towards the other side of the bridge. Thud, thud, thud. The bridge returned to an eerie silence, save for the echo of his footsteps reminiscent of a death knell. Only Bruce, lying motionless, and Alfred, suspended, remained, a desolation brewing in the stillness. The river breeze swept through, and lazy clouds drifted in, casting a shadow over the scene. Meanwhile, the hostages were still confined within their cars, behaving like docile birds in a cage. The bald man glanced at his phone, a cunning gleam igniting in his eyes, as if to say goodbye. He abruptly waved his hand, signaling his men to retreat immediately. Dozens of armed terrorists, receiving the unspoken cue, vanished swiftly from the sight of the thousands of dazed hostages. Akin to the receding tide, as the danger seemed to dissipate, relaxed expressions returned. Some hostages opened their doors and knelt, offering thanks to the heavens. "Should we rescue that Batman?" "Rescue? I want to go home." "Exactly. I have a date this afternoon. Get out of my way and move your clunky car." Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the vehicles, capturing everyone's attention. Beep, beep, beep. It was at that moment they remembered. The bombs in the cars had not yet been disarmed. Boom, boom, boom. A series of violent explosions erupted simultaneously, shattering everything around them like a thunderclap. Cars flew into the air, overturned like pot lids tossed by firecrackers. Debris raining down. In the blinding inferno, all the hostages were instantaneously engulfed, their bodies torn apart, leaving no survivors. Alfred, witnessing this harrowing scene, turned pale, desperately calling out in a frenzied attempt to awaken Bruce below. The overwhelming explosions jolted Bruce from his painful unconsciousness. He opened his eyes to find his pupils constricting in disbelief. He had never imagined that Bane would so mercilessly annihilate all the hostages at the bridge. And this sight shattered him completely. A violent explosion surged from the bridge's entrance to its surface, fracturing the pillars connecting Gotham to the other side, threatening imminent collapse. It was then that Bruce realized that if he did not flee immediately, both he and Alfred would be in grave peril. His iron will ignited like a roaring flame. This lion, wounded yet resolute, licked his wounds before summoning every ounce of strength to rise from the ground. Bruce's jaw clenched tightly, the effort of merely lifting himself consuming all his energy. Barely standing for a few seconds, he swayed and collapsed once more. At that moment, sweat had thoroughly drenched his uniform, his trembling body quaking like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishment. "Alfred, hold on a little longer. I will rescue you." Hearing the tremor in Bruce's voice, Alfred's already moist eyes could no longer contain their tears, bursting forth in a flood. Whoosh! Two sharp bat-shaped darts shot from Bruce's hand, slicing through the ropes, binding Alfred with precision. Thud! Alfred fell onto the bridge, but quickly rose, untying himself before rushing towards the precariously swaying figure of Bruce. "Master, I will carry you to safety," he choked out, lifting Bruce onto his back and mounting the bat-cycle. Bang! The sound of snapping steel echoed as the eastern end of the bridge crumbled, and the entire structure, from east to west, collapsed into the river like a cascade of dominoes. Just as the last remnants of the bridge submerged into the waters, a shadowy figure sped forth, narrowly escaping disaster. Chapter 75, Shadows in a wooded suburb of Gotham. A swirling green mist moved like a phantom, its shape shifting between human and feline forms. As it weaved through the tangled underbrush, it suddenly paused, as if sensing something, before gradually drifting into a dark cave. The cave emanated two distinctly different auras. The exterior was raw and wild, adorned with grasses and rocky walls, while the interior revealed a hidden paradise, with gemstones embedded in every nook. Radiant in a kaleidoscope of colors, lending an air of mystery and splendor to the cavern. Even the stalactites on the walls were intricately carved with ancient, obscure incantations, reminiscent of the lair of a dark sorcerer. The mist gradually solidified, ultimately taking the form of a diminutive old man who flew deeper into the cave. His expression fraught with urgency, completely oblivious to the enchanting surroundings. "Well done, Lars. I never anticipated you would manage to bribe the unjust association." The old man was evidently the troublemaker who had declared his intent to punish Duan. The unjust association was merely a pawn. Gotham could only be controlled by the Shadow Warriors Alliance. At the center of the cave, near a pool of spring water, an elderly figure clad in a long robe slowly turned around, his voice dry and raspy. The figure referred to as Lars was clearly the master assassin of the Shadow Warriors Alliance, also known as the Assassin's League. The prismatic light reflected on his face, rendering his aged features lifeless, resembling that of a desiccated corpse. "I care not what becomes of Gotham. This man must be dealt with severely," the troublemaker declared fiercely, then conjured a swirl of green smoke from which Duan's visage emerged. "Are you not all-powerful? Why do you not take action yourself?" No. I wish to impart the consequences of transgressing the rules. If I were to intervene directly, it would lose its significance." The trickster's gaze wandered, his voice a ceaseless murmur. Lars's eyes glimmered with an enigmatic light, his skepticism towards the trickster's words evident. "This impudent fellow had completely disrupted my plans." A dry voice emerged from Lars's aged throat, reminiscent of a thick phlegm. Subsequently, he gestured with his hands, conjuring a dark halo before him, at the center of which lay a luminous mirror. As the trickster leaned closer, the reflection revealed the very heart of Gotham City, where Steel was ruthlessly quelling the riots. "Rest assured, trouble shall soon find him." The trickster smirked cunningly, his gaze fixed on the mirrored scene with delight. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted in the city center, engulfing Steel in a fierce shockwave. The roaring flames spread across the street, and even through the mirror, the anguished cries of the citizens could be heard. As the smoke cleared, Bane's colossal figure leisurely descended from an armored vehicle. Lars's lips curled into a slight smile, the wrinkles on his face twisting into a floral pattern. At the eastern bridge of Gotham, a crimson figure darted through the sky, halting abruptly above the bridge's edge. The rumble of the jetpack drew the attention of all the terrorists on the bridge. Beneath his helmet, Duan scanned the large group of terrorists below, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes as he met their curious gazes. The intricately patterned red shoulder plates quickly lifted, unleashing a barrage of small armor-piercing projectiles, resembling a swarm of agitated hornets descending upon their target. With such a precise targeting system, none of the missiles missed their mark. In mere seconds, every terrorist on the bridge was obliterated, leaving a sea of crimson below. Duan remained unfazed. Such gruesome scenes had long ceased to shock him. Soaring past the bridge's edge, he looked up to see a figure suspended in midair at the center of the bridge. His pupils momentarily quivered as he magnified the display on his mask. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Commissioner Gordon, a wave of sorrow washing over him. "I am coming." "Commissioner," Duan silently vowed, then unleashed an overwhelming barrage of firepower, propelling himself forward like a cannonball. "Sir, be cautious." A sudden warning from Jarvis startled Duan. A glance revealed that the surroundings had darkened in an instant, as if night had fallen abruptly. He was compelled to halt his advance, sensing a formidable pressure coalescing around him. Thick, black smoke began to rise from both sides of the bridge, surging like a relentless tide. Realizing the peril, Duan had anticipated an ambush here. Though not brimming with confidence, he was at least undaunted. The black smoke crept along the bridge, swiftly enveloping him like a swarm of densely packed ants. Activating his weapon systems, he prepared for battle. The missiles beneath his armor primed, and the laser weaponry ready at a moment's notice. A thick plume of black smoke suddenly ascended, swirling in the air like a dragon drawing water, coalescing into a mysterious silhouette. The shadow. How could he be here? Li Duan exclaimed in astonishment as he gazed upon the enigmatic figure. The figure was a man with fair skin and curly long hair, who identified himself as the Shadow, a principal member of the unlawful society. Li Duan's eyes glimmered with determination as his mind raced. It must be that mischief maker, Bane from the unlawful society. He was convinced that the true culprit had arrived with genuine intent. I believe I have found the right person. The shadow hovered in the air, dark energy cascading from him like small waterfalls. You must be some sort of pervert. What do you want with me? Li Duan shot him a disdainful glance. Although the helmet obscured his features, let us have a little spar. If you win, I'll release him. If you lose, you'll submit to my will. What do you say? You old rascal, you're quite cunning. If I win, not only will you release him, but you must also answer one of my questions. Or I have no interest in fighting you. Don't you want to save him? Him? When has Gotham ever lacked a police commissioner? That Deputy Inspector Lee seems quite capable. If he were to perish, it would merely pave the way for Officer Lee's ascension. Li Duan spoke nonchalantly, provoking a scoff from the Shadow. Having heard of the Shadow's formidable background as a master of darkness, he recognized the rarity of a worthy adversary. Thus, he decided to play along. However, as he spoke, Li Duan cast a cautious glance at the bound Gordon, sighing in relief upon confirming his continued unconsciousness. Very spirited. Then let us begin. The Shadow waved his hand, and a torrent of dark energy surged forth like a cataclysmic flood, enveloping the entire sky in an instant. Darkness descended, with the glow emanating from the chest of the Mark 42 serving as a faint beacon amidst the encroaching night. Ordinary physical attacks would prove futile against him. Only magic could vanquish magic. Li Duan focused his thoughts, and a gleaming silver hammer materialized in his right hand, crackling with violent lightning. Chapter 76. All or nothing thunder rumbled. A tempest brewed over the tumultuous river, and an extraordinary spectacle unfolded in the sky. Dense, ominous clouds and inky black smoke cleaved the heavens in two. Each side maintained its ground, clashing fiercely yet remaining evenly matched, resulting in this striking dichotomy. From the thick clouds, bolts of lightning surged like colossal serpents, issuing earth-shattering roars. Occasional flashes illuminated the bridge, casting a brilliant light. Draped in golden-red steel armor, Li Duan stood resolute amidst the howling winds, embodying a bloodthirsty war god, exuding an aura of formidable power, brandishing a silver hammer capable of summoning thunder. Threads of lightning danced around it, crackling with energy. Opposite him, beneath the dense black fog, lay an eerie calm, even a profound silence. A mass of dense dark energy enveloped the figure, starkly contrasting Li Duan as they faced off in the air. Young man, I did not expect you to possess such prowess. Your presence has not been in vain. The elder, in his arrogance, is met with a swift retribution. As a single remark from Li Duan causes him to cough incessantly. The youth of today seem utterly devoid of manners, and thus, I shall impart a lesson upon you. With that, the figure of the elder vanished into the encroaching black mist. Instantly, the heavens above surged with tumultuous black energy, a massive swirl of darkness rotating slowly, stirring up a tempestuous wave. Finally, under Li Duan's astonished gaze, it coalesced into a singular form, and from that abyss emerged a grotesque, fearsome skull visage. My heavens! What manner of beast is this? Li Duan exclaimed, his martial prowess not to be trifled with. He raised the thunder god's hammer with one hand, the overwhelming power of thunder surging forth to collide fiercely with the colossal storm above. A resounding boom echoed across the river as the violent lightning intertwined in the air, forming an immense sphere of thunder, its brilliance akin to the birth of a new sun. Li Duan's cold gaze held firm, and with a fierce shout, he swung the hammer downward. In an instant, the thunder sphere, under Li Duan's command, surged forth like a locomotive, exuding an indomitable force as it charged toward the opposing skull visage. Confident in his mastery of 50% of the thunder god's power, Li Duan believed that even if he could not vanquish the elder in a single strike, he could at least determine superiority. Alas, reality proved to be the antithesis of his expectations. Two cataclysmic energies, one black and one white, surged toward each other with relentless force, shaking the very heavens. An eerie silence enveloped the sky, devoid of any sound as these two energies collided in a surreal confrontation. Contrary to Li Duan's anticipation of a monumental clash reminiscent of a meteor striking the earth, the river below remained utterly undisturbed. At the moment of impact, the energies began to devour and erode one another, neither yielding an inch, rendering it impossible to discern a victor. Cold sweat broke out upon Li Duan's brow, his obsidian eyes filled with disbelief. This elder was underestimated. He was acutely aware of the ferocity of his thunderous energy, since he had failed to disperse the opponent initially. He would surely falter due to the diminishing power thereafter. In truth, A sound akin to a nuclear explosion had initially resonated, but it was consumed entirely by the dark energy. This formidable force, hailing from the realm of darkness, resembled a black hole, ensnaring even light within its grasp. The elder slowly revealed himself in the sky, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Do you comprehend what it means to experience a dimensional strike? He taunted, abruptly lifting his withered arm and gesturing gently. The skeletal visage in the sky began to tremble violently, and before Li Duan's horrified gaze, it devoured the immense thunder sphere in its entirety, seamless and unbroken. The river returned to its dim and lifeless state, while the dark visage loomed above, emitting chilling laughter. Li Duan's expression shifted dramatically. He could not afford to relax. He noticed the electric aura surrounding him was gradually waning. This was dire. He gasped. And then a powerful force erupted beneath his feet, propelling him backwards with great speed. The Mark 42 resembled a delicate butterfly, swiftly retreating just in time to evade a rising mass of ominous black mist. This dark fog grotesquely transformed into a massive, pitch-black hand, relentlessly pursuing Li Duan. Each grasp released an overwhelming aura of energy that incessantly assailed him. As he deftly maneuvered, Li Duan skillfully dodged the grasp of the enormous hand time and again. With the dark onslaught drawing closer, Li Duan's mind raced, and an ingenious plan formulated. Jarvis, initiate biological scan. A beam of crimson light suddenly shot from the resplendent golden helmet, effortlessly enveloping the dark energy that had morphed into a hand. Indeed, Li Duan gazed at the scan results displayed on his visor, inwardly marveling. Subsequently, he undertook a move that left the shadow perplexed. He abruptly halted his retreat, wielding his thunder hammer once more to unleash a brilliant bolt of lightning. The vibrant electricity clashed with the inky black mist. Yet the impact seemed to vanish without a trace, akin to a stone sinking into the depths of the sea. However, Li Duan felt no discouragement. Instead, a flicker of pride ignited within him. Though the colossal hand devoured the incoming lightning entirely, the black mist divided into two distinct masses. Fixating on one of them with unwavering resolve, Li Duan activated the side thrusters on his suit, propelling himself forward with the force of a cannonball. In an instant, he stood before the mass of black mist, removing the steel gauntlet from his left hand and lunging towards it as if to seize fate. You seek death. A voice from within the mist berated, and in the next moment, Li Duan's left hand plunged deep into its depths. In mere moments, his flesh was corroded to dust, exposing the silvery adamantium skeleton beneath. Aya! Li Duan screamed, his gaze steely as he continued to probe into the black fog. Bring it to me. In the abyss of darkness, he fought against the excruciating pain in his left arm, reaching precisely for a figure concealed within the mist. The next second, his eyes gleamed with determination as he grasped the essence of the shadow. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes. He was wagering on the ability of the Rakshasi to take effect. This desperate strike offered only a fleeting opportunity of mere seconds. Should the dark energy make contact with his heart, even with the enhancement of Wolverine's abilities, escape from death would be improbable. Chapter 77. Turning the tables, I've got you. Li Duan's face turned pale, his teeth clenched tightly, while his heart raced in a state of hysteria. His entire left arm was engulfed by the dark energy, and under the immense pulling force, his flesh was already reduced to fragments. Yet, driven by unwavering conviction, he clung to the shadow's corporeal form with an iron grip. In the next moment, the smirk that had lingered on the shadow-as face vanished as if transformed in a dramatic play, replaced by sheer terror. Aya! With a resounding shout from Li Duan, a shadowy figure was forcefully pulled from the depths by an arm glimmering with a silvery metallic sheen. In that moment, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, and he remained unhurried, biding his time. He awaited the manifestation of the Rakshasi woman's abilities, for a single misstep could lead to utter defeat. In an instant, cold sweat drenched his forehead beneath the helmet. Please do not betray me at this moment. In the briefest of moments, the black mist, akin to a parasitic worm, had already corroded his left chest. A delay of even a second could spell his doom. At a critical juncture, an unprecedented sensation surged from his mangled left arm. A dark energy identical to the tumultuous black mist before him. Li Duan's eyes flickered, his face momentarily contorting in agony. Finally, it has arrived. With a sharp cry, he drew upon the absorbed dark energy, completely extricating the shadow's form from the encroaching black fog. This formidable force, which had previously been the source of his suffering, had now transformed into his weapon. To his immense relief, the encroaching black mist ceased to have any effect, as if repelled by a positive charge. What was once a relentless assault now avoided him altogether. The shadow, astonished, watched as its body broke free from the swirling black energy, then executed a flawless half-circle in midair, hurtling violently towards Li Duan. How is this possible? It exclaimed in disbelief, only to witness Li Duan's right hand once again coalescing with the crackling energy of thunder, the deafening rumble piercing through the air. Boom. The ferocious lightning, akin to a wolf unleashed from its chains, tore into the shadow with a devastating strike. In an instant, the latter's expression froze. Although the shadow wielded the power to manipulate the dark dimension, once severed from its source of energy, it became as feeble as a fish out of water. Under the blinding radiance of the lightning, flesh erupted, and limbs scattered in disarray. Li Duan exhaled deeply, the flesh on his left arm visibly healing at an astonishing rate. At last, he had dealt with this old fiend. The mischievous ability truly proved formidable, though regrettably, the absorbed energy could only sustain him for a fleeting moment. Just as he believed victory was secured, the surrounding black mist did not dissipate as anticipated. What is happening? Surely it cannot resurrect in broad daylight. Apologies. But with the right conditions, one can indeed act with impunity. A familiar yet more sinister and mocking voice resonated from the distant horizon, prompting Li Duan to abruptly raise his gaze, rendered speechless. The old man was still alive. There he floated, unscathed amidst the inky smoke, his demeanor unfazed. To extinguish my doppelganger was no trivial feat. I must admit, I underestimated you. A doppelganger? Li Duan was taken aback by the shadow's words, realizing that despite risking his life, he had merely vanquished a mere replica. Nevertheless, I concede this round. I am willing to accept defeat. You may ask me one question. The shadow's proclamation left Li Duan utterly bewildered. What on earth does that mean, to lose? Does this old codger look down upon me? Or is he merely toying with me? Li Duan found himself momentarily bewildered, gripping the thunder hammer tightly in his hand, the absorbed dark energy still pulsating within him. For he was not one to succumb to fear. Rest assured, young one, that last substitute consumed a substantial portion of my energy reserves. Even if you were to strike again, I cannot guarantee victory. The shadow's words finally dispelled the doubts clouding Li Duan's mind. Then tell me, why does the unjust association choose to wade through this murky water? Ha! The shadow threw back his head in laughter. I cannot speak for others, but I, in my lifetime, have always relished a good spectacle. The absence of a sparring partner leaves me in utter solitude. He toyed with his curly hair, a playful expression adorning his face. I heard a peculiar fellow claiming to be from the fifth dimension mention there was an opponent here worth engaging, and thus I arrived. The fifth dimension? Li Duan suddenly grasped that it was indeed that mischief maker behind the scenes. Do you know where he is now? Ah, young one. That is yet another question. How about this? Next time you accompany me for a duel, the same old rule applies. If you win, I shall divulge the information. With that, the shadow transformed into a swirling cloud of black smoke, engulfing the heavens before vanishing without a trace from Li Duan's sight. That old rascal. Promising a next time, Li Duan grumbled before swiftly descending from the bridge to rescue Gordon, who was tied atop it. As the dark clouds above the river finally dispersed, sunlight broke through, illuminating the scene. When the radiant rays fell upon Gordon's face, he slowly regained consciousness. Quick, back to the precinct. Gordon shouted immediately upon awakening. Beneath his steel armor, Li Duan concealed his expression, his lips pressed together as a wave of complex emotion surged within him. Rest assured, we shall return promptly. Who are you? Gordon inquired, gazing at the mysterious armored figure before him, confusion flickering in his eyes until a sudden realization struck him. Arkham. That's you. Seeing that Gordon had remembered him, Li Duan refrained from further explanations. He lifted Gordon into his arms, unfurling the wings on his back, powerful propulsion erupting forth as they soared into the sky. Sir, there is an important news alert. Jarvis's voice unexpectedly resonated in Li Duan's ear. What is it? Li Duan, filled with curiosity, turned his gaze towards the display screen beside his visor. The image revealed a completely collapsed Gotham East Bridge, with signs of a violent explosion evident at its head. Oh no, could Bruce be in danger? Li Duan exclaimed in alarm, hastily dialing Bruce's number. As anticipated, the call went unanswered, intensifying his unease. It was his failure to stop Bruce that haunted him. Was history repeating itself? In a state of urgency, Li Duan attempted to contact Cyborg, but his anxiety deepened when he discovered that Cyborg was also unreachable. A chill gripped Li Duan's heart. The visor incessantly broadcasting news of the Gotham riots, yet both the heroes tasked with quelling the chaos, Cyborg and Batman, had vanished without a trace. It seemed this trickster had come prepared, intent on turning Gotham upside down. Li Duan's thoughts churned, the murderous intent in his eyes growing ever more palpable. Chapter 78. The mayoral candidate. The thunderous roar of armed helicopters reverberated through Gotham's financial street, showing no signs of abating. Below, the city was engulfed in flames and chaos, teeming with human bombs ready to explode at any moment. Armed with firearms and strapped with powerful explosives, the marauding assailants wreaked havoc, their grotesque visages striking terror. The bank vaults had been viciously blown open, and the currency within cascaded into the lobby like a torrent, saturating the streets in a relentless flurry. The assailants were indiscriminately destructive, leaving behind a trail of ruins and devastation. Strangely, the orchestrator of this upheaval, the absolute leader of the rioters, Bane, was conspicuously absent. The chaos unfolded without leadership, spiraling out of control. Due to the Gotham authorities' inability to manage the situation, the federal government was compelled to intervene. Their troops, in conjunction with armed helicopters, had completely sealed off Financial Street, yet they hesitated to engage. This caution arose from the fact that the rioters had taken a group of high-profile hostages, few in number, but of immense stature and influence. Aerial footage revealed a line of Gotham's business magnates kneeling in a building below, each a formidable player capable of stirring the financial waters. Should any harm befall them? Even if the uprising were quelled, Gotham's industry would face an unprecedented crisis. We could see that the federal troops had thoroughly cordoned off the riot-stricken area. It was believed that justice would soon be served upon the assailants. A beautiful reporter, her lips painted red, was broadcasting the situation from a helicopter. The deafening explosions and sporadic gunfire heightened the atmosphere of tension and urgency, complicating the reporting. As the helicopter jolted, she paused to regain her composure before continuing her report. Swiftly fixing her disheveled hair. The entire Gotham Stock Exchange had fallen under the control of the rioters, and the situation was dire. Clearly, her understanding of the crisis remained superficial. However, she quickly located a prominent figure with authority to assist. Mr. Ravi, as the latest candidate for Gotham's mayor, do you have confidence in the troops dispatched from the federal government? Having served alongside the federal troops for an extended period, I can attest that the soldiers are valiant and unyielding. I firmly believe they will swiftly quell the insurrection here, replied the middle-aged man known as Ravi. His slick-back hair and tailored suit presenting an image of a shrewd politician. Rest assured, citizens, these assailants are merely a band of mindless miscreants. My forces will soon eliminate them. Outside the screen, Duan pursed his lips as he observed the resolute man on camera, suspicion brewing within him. He found himself in the hall of the Justice League's watchtower. From the federal government? The latest candidate for Gotham's mayor? With a discerning gaze, he scrutinized the politician Ravi, internally noting that this man was undoubtedly formidable. Scenes flashed through his mind like a reel of film. In an instant, a flicker of realization illuminated Duan's eyes. It became clear why Poison Ivy had targeted the candidate Richard and chosen Gordon as a hostage. It was all part of their scheme. Duan stroked his chin, and his thoughts began to crystallize. By eliminating the candidate and Gotham's police chief, and introducing his own faction to seize control of Gotham, they were executing a masterful plan. This meant that Lavi was one of them, if he were to appear in the city now to quell the riots. It would serve no purpose and instead bolster Lavi's popularity. His mind raced. By suppressing the chaos, wouldn't Lavi then ascend to the mayoralty with legitimacy? If Lavi were to become the new mayor of Gotham, the situation would become untenable. The thought filled Duan with unease. He could not allow them to succeed. Regrettably, Clark, Diana, and Barry were absent due to special missions, or the situation would not have escalated to this point. Just as Duan wallowed in confusion, a robust figure emerged in his mind. Jarvis, investigate Wayne Manor. Understood, sir, came the reply. Moments later, as Duan gazed at the screen displaying the devastated remnants of the once splendid manor, a wave of sorrow washed over him. It appeared Bruce had not returned. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, another thought surfaced. In Gotham's central district, thunder rumbled, with a resounding roar that echoed through the skies. A deluge of rain began to pour. The once vibrant neon lights lining the streets had dimmed significantly due to the riots. Yet, the sparse colors, blurred in the rain, still managed to evoke Gotham's punk atmosphere. Amidst the hazy downpour, a live figure darted across the rooftops, pursued by several armed ruffians below. The sound of hurried footsteps reverberated through the streets as Catwoman, undeterred by the vast distance between two buildings, leapt effortlessly onto the opposite balcony. Rising, she glanced down with a look of disdain before continuing her flight. Suddenly, two beams of laser light zipped past her, startling Catwoman into a swift halt. The beams erupted behind her, sending the group of pursuers scattering. Catwoman stood in shock, her sparkling eyes filled with confusion. Turning her head, she beheld a striking figure clad in a golden-red battle suit gracefully descending from the sky. "Who are you?" she demanded. Crack. The whip in her hand cracked against the balcony floor, signaling her readiness for battle. "No need to be alarmed. It's me." As the mask retracted, a familiar yet weary face appeared. Duan, where did you conjure this from? It's impressive." Catwoman's eyes gleamed with excitement as she took in the sight of the Mark 42 suit once more. "Let us set aside my matters for the moment. The individuals who have recently pursued you belong to the Joker's gang. Ever since the outbreak of chaos, they have acquired a substantial cache of weapons, wreaking havoc throughout the corners of Gotham. I cannot help but wonder if that lunatic has risen once more." Catwoman tilted her head adorably, expressing her confusion. The Joker's gang? Duan was unaware of this and did not dwell on it further. "Selina, I have something urgent to inquire of you. The fate of Gotham hinges on this moment. Tell me, do you know if Bruce has a secret hideout? Chapter 79, The Bat's Refuge. Are you certain Bruce would come to a place like this? You dare to doubt me. Catwoman shot a reproachful glance at Duan. The two quietly traversed the street, their figures perfectly concealed by voluminous black cloaks that shrouded them entirely. Initially, Catwoman had vehemently opposed Duan's suggestion to disguise their identities, but ultimately, she acquiesced to his persistent persuasion. Deep down, she understood that one must maintain a low profile in such a locale. The pitch-black night did not envelop the street, which was vibrant with neon lights. Rather, it accentuated the allure of the enticing signs that hung above. This was Gotham's northern red light district, though modest in size. It was indeed a sanctuary within the industry. Two dark silhouettes hurried through the slightly narrow alleys, occasionally approached by scantily clad women seeking to engage them. Yet they remained entirely indifferent. Indeed, one could traverse a sea of flowers without a single petal clinging to them. Throughout their journey, Duan, under the cover of the cloak, scrutinized his surroundings with the keen precision of a magnifying glass. Initially skeptical that Batman would hide in such a place, he gradually shifted his perspective. If he himself believed that Bruce would not be here, then certainly no one else would suspect his presence. It truly was an excellent hiding spot. Contemplating this, Duan felt a surge of admiration for Bruce. Bathed in a spectrum of colorful lights, the streets sparkled brilliantly, save for one establishment that stood apart. It was a quaint bookstore, devoid of ostentation amidst the flashy signs surrounding it, embodying an exquisite simplicity. Upon sighting the bookstore, Catwoman's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the place. Come inside with me. This place, Duan exclaimed, perplexed. A bookstore in the red light district? How utterly incongruous. If this truly were Bruce's secret base, then I shall retract my previous statement. Duan suppressed an eye roll, internally grumbling as he followed Catwoman into the shop. Upon entering, he was immediately captivated by the wooden furnishings. However, what lay upon the shelves was not books, but an array of champagne and fine wines. Isn't that a sign for a bookstore outside? What gives? Duan remarked, his tone laced with confusion. Ahem, we haven't bothered to change the sign outside. You two are not here to purchase books, I presume? Suddenly, an aged voice emerged from behind the counter, and its owner soon appeared. As Duan and the woman in cat attire turned towards the source of the voice, they discovered an elderly gentleman clad in a suit. Good sir, we have come to meet that gentleman. The Catwoman stepped forward, her delicate features betraying a grave expression. Ah, seeking health and longevity. The old man mumbled something cryptic, leaving Catwoman perplexed. Was this a secret code? Just as she pondered this, Duan's demeanor subtly shifted, and he sprang into action. Sir, could you repeat that? He inquired. Health and longevity. Smoking, drinking, and indulging in rich foods, the old man continued. To Catwoman's surprise, Duan seamlessly picked up on the old man's words, prompting a brief flicker of astonishment on the elder's face before he continued with delight. Staying up late, rising late, not exercising, cultivating friendships with the opposite sex. Duan flashed a cunning smile, effortlessly completing the elderly gentleman's cryptic phrases, leaving Catwoman in a state of confusion. Not bad, young man, follow me, the old man said with a hearty grin. Without hesitation, Duan followed, his heart swelling with joy at the unexpected revelation of the code, truly a classic that endures through time. Though Catwoman appeared bewildered, she trailed behind. The elder approached an imposing bookshelf in the bookstore, casually grasping the neck of a wine bottle. Duan and Catwoman exchanged knowing glances, certain this was the mechanism to unlock a hidden passage. To their astonishment, the old man effortlessly lifted the antique bottle of red wine. Here you go, young man. Since you've grasped the essence, this bottle is yours, he said, handing the bottle to the astonished Duan. No, sir, we have important matters to attend to. Oh, my old bones, how could I forget? The elder replied, sheepishly scratching his head before turning to the wall. The two promptly followed, bewildered as the old man casually pulled open a heavy iron door with a resounding clang. The door stood conspicuously between two massive bookshelves. Was this not a blatant revelation? The person you seek is just below. The old man gestured towards the dimly lit passage beneath the iron door. The pair ceased their commentary and cautiously stepped through the door. Navigating through a narrow corridor, they descended a staircase into a clandestine underground lair. The blinding lights compelled them to shield their eyes, but upon adjusting, they discovered a realm filled with high-tech apparatuses, resembling a fusion of a gym and a research facility. Duan finally exhaled in relief. He could now be certain that Bruce was hidden within these walls. Who goes there? Suddenly, a figure leaped forth, directing a weapon at Duan and Catwoman. Alfred? Lee? Selina? Recognizing them, Alfred lowered his firearm. How is Bruce? Upon hearing Duan's inquiry, Alfred silently turned and gestured for them to enter a room. Inside, they found Bruce lying on a bed surrounded by an array of medical equipment, his bare body adorned with intricate wires. The sight left both newcomers in shock. They could hardly believe that Bane had reduced such a formidable man to this state. A flicker of guilt flashed through Duan's eyes as his fists instinctively clenched. Catwoman, on the other hand, endeavored to mask her own apprehension, silently averting her gaze. "Young master, Mr. Lee has arrived," a Fu whispered into Bruce's ear. "Lee?" Bruce abruptly sat up, dislodging several instruments and wires affixed to him. Causing a Fu to express concern, Duan hurriedly moved to support Bruce, guiding him back against the head of the bed. Observing that Bruce was still able to sit up, it appeared that Bane had not entirely incapacitated him. "Fortunately, your warning allowed me to remove the armor from my legs and secure it to my spine. Otherwise, my injuries would have been far more severe," Bruce expressed with gratitude. Duan silently nodded, his expression shifting from worry to gravity. The situation was spiraling out of control. Their objective was remarkably straightforward: complete domination of Gotham. Bruce's countenance grew increasingly somber. "As far as I know, the mastermind behind this incident is not solely Bane. There is another exceptionally troublesome figure involved." "Who?" The other three in the room inquired in astonishment. "From the fifth-dimensional realm, a trickster." "Fifth-dimensional? What manner of beast is that?" Upon hearing Duan's words, the room fell into a heavy silence, underscored by shock. "I had a fleeting encounter with it. No, it hardly qualifies as a confrontation. I didn't even have the chance to touch it," Duan sighed, shaking his head as he recalled that encounter vividly. The description left the others even more astounded by this fifth-dimensional entity. The trickster's emergence added a vibrant stroke to the current crisis, making resolution exceedingly daunting even for the Justice League. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the room, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily on each mind. On the hospital bed, that man bore a grave expression, his brow furrowed. He understood the seriousness of the incident. Should they fail to resolve this crisis, Gotham's future would hang perilously in the balance. "We need assistance," Bruce said, his cold gaze narrowing as he spoke softly. A Fu understood the implication and turned to operate Bruce's communication device. In an instant, hurried footsteps echoed outside, and two figures rushed into the room. "Barbara, Dick," Duan exclaimed, elated at the sight of the familiar faces. These two were Batgirl and the somewhat inexperienced first-generation Robin, Nightwing. After a brief exchange, they resolved to form a task force to thwart the trickster's scheme. "I suspect the emergence of the new mayoral candidate, Ravi, is no coincidence. He may be part of Bane's strategy to seize control of Gotham," Duan analyzed seriously. Stroking his chin, "What a self-scripted plot, allowing Ravi to quell the riots and subsequently ascend as the next mayor. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If we can uncover evidence of his collusion with Bane, we might dismantle his scheme. Indeed, yet we still require someone to fulfill the role of mayor." As the analysis reached its conclusion, the crowd exchanged glances, and a plan for retaliation gradually took shape, instilling a resolute confidence within them. By day, Gotham was engulfed in chaos, yet by night, a semblance of tranquility returned. However, this respite was short-lived, for the sinister tendrils of evil lay in wait, poised to strike. On the top floor of a towering building, the silvery moonlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a gentle glow upon the dimly lit room. The Mad Hatter lounged comfortably on a sofa by the window, his legs crossed in a relaxed manner, seemingly awaiting a visitor. A peculiar smile adorned his face as he toyed with a pocket watch. As the door creaked open, his smile broadened. "Ah, you have finally arrived." With the Mad Hatter's voice, dry and raspy, echoing in the air, a figure clad in a suit entered the room, standing before him with legs crossed. "Mr. Hatter, I trust you have attended to my request? Rest assured, Mr. Levy, your affairs are in capable hands." The Mad Hatter replied with a sinister tone, followed by a malevolent chuckle. "Those legislators who oppose you shall not see the dawn. They will come to regret their actions." He lifted the pocket watch high with his left hand, allowing it to drop freely under Levy's watchful gaze. "Just like this, it will paint the streets with exquisite crimson." With a manic grin, the Mad Hatter caught the falling watch with his right hand, his expression a chilling blend of madness as he fixed his gaze on Levy. "Ha. This is destined to be a breathtaking performance, albeit with a scant audience." Their sinister laughter echoed through the room. Since being rescued by Duan, Gordon had returned to Gotham. In such dire circumstances, his return to his home was akin to walking into the jaws of a tiger. Thus, he had exhausted his savings to rent a room in the suburbs, seeking refuge from the storm. Batgirl Barbara had been tirelessly searching, and upon receiving Gordon's message, she finally located him. Ascending the rusted stairs to the third floor, she was reunited with her father, whom she believed to be a survivor against all odds. The moment they met, both were overwhelmed with emotion, embracing each other tightly. Tears welled in Barbara's eyes, for they both understood that Gordon was now the target of a citywide manhunt. The thugs had vowed to capture him, threatening annihilation for anyone who dared to shelter him. Once the esteemed and respected police chief of Gotham, Gordon had, under the chaos instigated by the malefactors, been reduced to a pariah, A lamentable fate, indeed. Given the gravity of the situation, you must ensure your safety, Barbara urged. I will, my dear. You need not worry. Just stay here and avoid detection. Rest assured. The landlord is an old acquaintance of mine. He will not betray me. With her father's reassurances, Barbara's heart began to settle. The assassination of Gordon was a crucial part of Bane's scheme. Safeguarding her father equated to thwarting Bane's nefarious plans. Just as the father and daughter prepared to sit down and reminisce, a dull thud resonated from outside the window, reminiscent of something heavy falling from a great height. They exchanged startled glances before drawing back the curtains to peer across the street, illuminated by the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, the source of the sound was no ordinary object. It was a living person. Both stood aghast, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and shock. The figure lay crushed into a grotesque pulp, blood gushing forth, staining the ground a vivid crimson. The sudden cacophony shattered the tranquility of the night, prompting neighbors to peek through their windows, yet none dared to utter a word, let alone venture outside. A heavy silence, mingled with the metallic scent of blood, permeated the streets caressed by the evening breeze. Barbara was taken aback. Her immediate thought was that the turmoil in Gotham had instilled profound fear in these innocent citizens, leading to psychological afflictions that culminated in such a tragic incident. However, Gordon, observant as ever, detected something amiss. He raised his gaze to the villa behind the jumper, his eyes glinting with intrigue. I recognize that villa. It belongs to a long-standing city councilman. What could compel him to leap? Noticing the troubled expression on Gordon's face, Barbara felt an odd disquiet. How could someone commit suicide in the quiet suburbs, so far removed from the chaos of the city center? He was notoriously stubborn yet held in high regard. Perhaps he was protesting against the new mayoral candidate. As Gordon articulated his analysis, the gravity on Barbara's face lingered. An opponent of Levy? Could it be that? Recalling the intelligence provided by Duan regarding Bane's followers, which included the murderous Mad Hatter who had escaped from Arkham, a troubling thought crossed her mind. Was he orchestrating this chaos from the shadows? With this realization, Barbara could no longer remain still. The situation was far more complex than it appeared. They witnessed merely a suicide of a councilman, yet it did not imply that other dissenting council members were free from the Mad Hatter's manipulations. Perhaps similar tragedies were unfolding across Gotham at this very moment. Barbara hastily bid farewell to Gordon and rushed out. She had to rescue those council members, despite Bruce's injuries. The shadow of the bat would not fade away. Chapter 81. The shadow of the bat appears. The cannons sound in Gotham's Upper West Side. The residential area cloaked in night exuded an unsettling sense of impending crisis. With a resounding bang, the first cannon fired, heralding a night destined for sleeplessness and horror. People craned their necks from their windows, the truth hovering above them, casting a long shadow of fear that lingered. The grotesque splatter of flesh formed a chilling rose upon the pavement, the crimson fluid staining the crosswalk. Soon after, a series of thuds from above shattered the night further, each thunderous impact provoking the vehicles on the street to blare their horns. Each councilman leaping from the heights seemed to announce a rebirth for Gotham, their blood and flesh cheering for a change in leadership. This neighborhood, predominantly inhabited by city council members, had unwittingly become the Mad Hatter's stage for madness. Others were left questioning the unfolding events, having hoped for a rare night of peaceful slumber. As long as calamity did not strike them personally, people would first ponder the reasons rather than mourn with empathy. What has transpired? You ask me, who should I inquire? Surely, these individuals cannot be in their right minds, collectively jumping from buildings in the dead of night. Tomorrow will bring significant news, but it does not concern me. Gradually, they opted for indifference, preferring to safeguard their remaining sense of security in the face of unknown dangers. Barbara raced through the night, traversing from the outskirts of the West Side to the bustling streets of Chinatown, ultimately arriving in the Upper West Side just before the final salute of the cannon. Transforming into a shadowy bat of the night, she effortlessly ascended the towering buildings using her grappling hook, sprinting across the neatly arranged rooftops. Her graceful figure glided like an ethereal sprite amidst the skyscrapers, yet the chilling sounds of individuals plummeting to their fates echoed in her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. The number of fallen legislators was alarmingly high. Rescuing each one would be a race against time. With her brows furrowed, the daunting predicament weighed heavily on her mind. A sharp crack, the sound of shattering glass reverberated, prompting Barbara to look down and see a legislator preparing to leap from a window below. Reacting with remarkable speed, she halted her stride, launching her grappling hook towards the man's waist. The resilient rope coiled around him multiple times, securing him tightly. Yet the immense weight nearly caused Barbara to tumble from the balcony. After a brief stumble, she steadied herself, tightening her body and summoning a surge of strength to pull the legislator back up. Hey, wake up. Barbara patted his back, but to little effect. Turning him around, she discovered he was under profound hypnosis. If she lost her grip for even a moment, he would lurch towards the edge of the balcony once more, almost plunging to his doom. Fortunately, the rope remained intact, preventing him from succeeding in his desperate leap. It was evident that this man would not awaken easily. Frustration mounted for Barbara as she found herself trapped in a dilemma. The Mad Hatter's hypnotic influence was stubborn, without specific equipment. It would be impossible to break this trance in a short time. Wiping the sweat from her brow, her delicate features betrayed her anxiety. In a moment of desperation, she tethered the rope around a pillar of the balcony, ensuring that no matter how he struggled, he would be unable to continue his suicidal attempt. After confirming his safety, Barbara turned to leave. Thankfully, the Mad Hatter's hypnosis compelled them to jump from heights. If it had been a simple suicide, the situation would have been far more challenging. Just then, she spotted another legislator breaking a window, poised to leap. The soft moonlight filled the gaps between the towering edifices, and a lithe figure danced through the shadows. After several harrowing rescues, she finally managed to put an end to this chaotic display of cannon fire. Regrettably, 2/3 of the legislators had already perished, not to mention those who were hypnotized and did not reside in the vicinity. As the cannon fire ceased, the night regained its stillness, though it was far from the tranquility that had once prevailed. Before the Gotham upheaval, Lee had insisted that Anna stay close to Penguin for her safety, yet afterward, he had received no word from her. Emerging from the Batcave, Lee was consumed by anxiety as he hurried toward the Penguin's estate. The vast mansion lay concealed behind a struggling club, and under the cloak of night, a figure with a fiery presence sped down. Whoosh! Without the thunderous sound of landing, only the subtle whisper of air from the jet vents can be heard. Under the moonlight, the resplendent armor of Mark 42 glistens, exuding an air of elegance. Gradually, the scaled exterior unfurls from head to toe, and a figure steps forth, cautiously surveying the surroundings before making his way into the clubhouse. "You are too ostentatious. Conceal it for now." He turned his head, and with a simple gesture, the towering armor transformed into streams of data, vanishing into the air. Evidently returned to the system's inventory, Lee Duan wished to avoid any troubles. In extraordinary times, one must remain exceptionally discreet. As he silently entered the clubhouse, the eerie silence surrounding him struck him as peculiar. Did the Penguin gang really move out? With this thought, Lee Duan quickened his pace, hastening towards Penguin Manor. Just as Lee Duan stepped through the gates of Penguin Manor, 2 black SUVs hurriedly came to a stop outside the clubhouse. Armed men disembarked, one towering figure among them. With a fierce gaze that resembled a bull, the man gestured, and his subordinates brandished their weapons, rudely charging inside. Within the manor, Lee Duan stared in confusion at the empty hall and the disarrayed biological laboratory. Have they truly moved out? Just as Lee Duan hesitated, a faint sound emerged from behind him. Realizing the anomaly, he chose to hide rather than flee. The group of burly men stormed into the Penguin Hall, only to freeze in place for several seconds. Where is everyone? They couldn't have escaped, could they? Quickly, informed the boss. Upon discovering the absence of anyone in the room, they began to search frantically. At that moment, their leader arrived at the hall with measured steps. Lee Duan, concealed behind the door frame of the laboratory, dared not breathe. You can run from the initial chase, but not from the final pursuit. As long as the Penguin remains in Gotham, he still holds value. The imposing figure spoke in a low voice, which Lee Duan heard clearly from his concealed position. Bane. What brings him here? Upon recognizing Bane, a tremor coursed through Lee Duan, his face betraying astonishment. Suddenly, his feet slipped, and his hands that clung to the door frame lost their grip. In that instant, Lee Duan felt a wave of misfortune wash over him. He fell to the floor like a frog, producing a loud thud. Instantly, the room full of muscular men turned their heads, and countless menacing gazes fell upon him, causing him to break into a sweat. The most dreaded silence ensued. Seeing his cover blown, Lee Duan foolishly grinned and flashed a peace sign at the burly men and Bane. Chapter 82. So, you're called Bane? Observing the man sprawled on the ground with a silly grin, Bane furrowed his brow, then swiftly approached, delivering a powerful punch. Boom. Lee Duan reacted swiftly, rolling just in time to evade the massive fist. The fierce attack struck the floor, creating a dent and scattering debris. Unfazed by the missed strike, Bane continued his assault, charging towards Lee Duan with unwavering composure. His arms twisted like a coiling dragon, moving with the speed of thunder, launching attacks from 2 treacherous angles aimed directly at Lee Duan's face. Lee Duan was taken aback. This individual's martial prowess was indeed unparalleled. He swiftly bent down to evade, narrowly dodging 2 lethal strikes. Unexpectedly, the opponent twisted his wrist and forcefully grasped Lee Duan's clothing, hoisting him up as if he were a mere child. Startled, Lee Duan's pupils contracted. He hastily tore his shirt and deftly flipped away, escaping from Bane's grasp. The latter's eyes widened in fury as he attempted to discern Lee Duan's features in the dim light of the room. However, Lee Duan offered no chance. In a mere breath, he agilely retreated from the room into the courtyard. "Pursue him," Bane roared, prompting a dozen burly men to charge out like famished wolves. The once desolate courtyard was suddenly enveloped in an atmosphere of impending violence, the tension escalating as the muscular men surrounded Li Duan. Surveying his surroundings, Li Duan's expression darkened. "Haven't you ever seen a young lad before?" he muttered, eliciting amused expressions from the surrounding men, who flexed their powerful arms. The sound of cracking bones resonating in the air. "Boy, raise your rear a bit higher," one of the giants jested, provoking a raucous laughter. Li Duan, not wishing to reveal his identity, swiftly gestured, and his loose black robe enveloped him completely. Should his identity be exposed here, even if he managed to escape unscathed, it would undoubtedly alert the troublemakers. They would then discern his plans, rendering all efforts of his team futile. Could he rely solely on his physical prowess to break through the encirclement? His dark eyes scanned the area, filled with resolute determination. With that thought, Li Duan wasted no time and dashed toward an inconspicuous gap amidst the group of men. Upon seeing the figure in black attempting to force his way out, several of the burly men brandished their firearms, the bright flashes of gunfire erupting amidst the thunderous shots. Li Duan transformed into a streak of black lightning, dodging left and right, narrowly weaving through the barrage of bullets. In the blink of an eye, although he refrained from employing any special abilities, Li Duan's speed, honed through extensive training, was several times faster than that of an ordinary person. Just as he broke free from the encirclement, a sense of triumph surged within him. "You had your chance," he thought, but his elation was short-lived as he collided forcefully with what felt like an unyielding wall, his head pounding as he staggered back. While his opponent remained unmoved, stars danced before his eyes, nearly causing him to faint. As he glanced up, a powerful uppercut, accompanied by a fierce wind, came crashing towards him. Bang! The fist struck his jaw with a resounding impact, the sound of bone cracking echoing in the air as several teeth, accompanied by a spray of blood, flew out. Li Duan was sent flying, tracing a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. "Bravo!" The burly men applauded, for it was none other than their leader, Bane, who had felled Li Duan with a single blow. Bane's expression remained indifferent as he raised a hand to silence his men, then approached Li Duan with measured steps, exuding a commanding presence. It seemed he could sense the extraordinary, formidable aura emanating from Li Duan, a fierce killing intent radiating from him. Every muscle in his body was taut, as hard as rock, concealing lethal power within his clenched fists. In a fierce confrontation akin to a lion battling a rabbit, one must exert their utmost strength, especially when the adversary is a mysterious rabbit that can coexist in the same room, unbeknownst to oneself. In the blink of an eye, the distance between the two was reduced to a mere step, yet Li Duan remained motionless on the ground, feigning death. Bane's cold gaze intensified, and he swung his powerful arms, forged as if from solid iron, down upon the lifeless body below. Witnessing the impending onslaught, his subordinates shook their heads in despair, seemingly mourning for Li Duan's impending demise. However, the next moment left all the burly men astounded. In an instant, 6 razor-sharp silver blades erupted from beneath the black robe, piercing through flesh as Bane's arm descended with ferocity. A scream erupted from Bane, mingling with the splattering blood that stained the pale ground, as his formidable figure collapsed before the figure in the black robe. "Is your name Bane?" The assembled men could scarcely believe their eyes. Bane's arms were as strong as steel, and ordinarily, any blade would shatter upon contact. How could he now be pierced by a dagger? "Kill him." A gravelly voice emanated from Bane's throat, filled with murderous intent. He glared at the man in black, wishing to rend him limb from limb. The deadly weapon that had pierced his arm gleamed ominously, and as Li Duan yanked it free with a sudden motion, the sound of tearing flesh echoed. Blood erupted forth, and his once robust arm fell uselessly against his thigh. Bane's face contorted in rage, veins bulging, his teeth grinding audibly. In a flash, the group of muscular men surged forward, intent on capturing the figure in black. Li Duan's hands were shrouded beneath the robe, his 6 adamantine claws resembling short, lethal blades protruding from the fabric. Concealed from view, his hands remained undetected, rendering the claw's origin a mystery. As the men approached with ferocious intent, Li Duan snorted disdainfully, opting not to linger, and turned to sprint vigorously towards the estate's exit. The moonlight grew clearer, while the wind howled with increasing intensity. The figure in black darted nimbly, leaping over roofs, ultimately evading the throng of pursuers. Once Li Duan discerned the footsteps behind him had vanished, he paused, leaning against a utility pole, gasping for breath. He had inflicted significant injury upon Bane. Regardless of the repercussions, it had at least served as a warning and a measure of vengeance for Bruce. Yet, a twinge of worry surfaced within him. Bane would undoubtedly investigate this matter thoroughly. Would he discern my involvement? Enough of this. His immediate priority was to locate Anna. Li Duan raised his gaze towards the pitch-black sky, and his visage resurfacing in his mind, evoking a surge of longing. lowering his gaze to the desolate street. He noticed a sign partially illuminated by the moonlight, catching his attention: school zone, reduced speed. A school? This triggered a memory. The institution he had been invited to for a lecture was indeed under the auspices of Penguin. Gotham Academy. Yes, it dawned on him. Duan clapped his hands in realization, his mind racing. Currently, Bane and his associates are relentlessly pursuing the Penguin's gang. Could it be that they have taken refuge in that school? If memory serves, that institution harbors an underground laboratory where they might be concocting those biological weapons. With this thought, Duan smiled subtly, and without hesitation, summoned the Mark 42, soaring into the night sky. Chapter 83, The Night Raid on Gotham Talent Academy. As night deepened, an unseen aspect lay hidden beneath the silence. The Mark 42 armor sped through the darkness, its firepower radiating like countless stars. Before landing steadily within the academy, the golden helmet slowly opened, revealing a face marked by caution. Duan deliberately reduced his speed, gliding quietly. Thankful that he did not attract much attention, the Penguin's mansion was not far away, and he wished to avoid drawing Bane's henchman's notice. In this time of chaos, when nights are long and dreams are troubled, Bane's Holy Island organization lay in ambush everywhere, and Duan preferred not to entangle himself with them. Sir, after scanning, it appears the underground laboratory can only be accessed via a secret passage from the principal's office. Oh, quite well concealed indeed. Jarvis, take control of all surveillance around the school and remain vigilant. Understood, sir. Duan's gaze shifted toward the now-locked principal's office. Sir, we have a situation. What? Duan reacted swiftly, immediately crouching down in a patch of grass. The visor connected to the street surveillance showed a figure moving toward the principal's office with an almost imperceptible speed. Could it be one of the Penguin's subordinates? Upon reflection, he deemed that unlikely. How could the Penguin's gang possess someone so extraordinarily skilled? With that thought, Duan ceased to hesitate, promptly shedding his armor and stealthily following suit. Meanwhile, the underground laboratory was abuzz with activity. The remnants of the Penguin's gang had indeed found refuge here, as Bane unleashed a brutal assault on them after the chaos. The Penguin's poorly equipped gang was utterly no match for the advanced armaments of the Holy Island organization. In just a single day, Gotham's most powerful criminal syndicate had suffered heavy losses, nearly half of its members decimated. Though the Penguin seethed with rage, he had no choice but to swallow his anger and plot revenge. This only intensified his resolve to develop biological weapons to retaliate against Bane, leading him to hide here with his subordinates to meticulously devise a plan for vengeance. Hey, hurry up. Make sure to cooperate well with Ms. Anna. Let us see who dares to slack off. The Penguin snapped at his subordinates, puffing on a thick cigar. Yes, at this moment, Anna was deep within the inner sanctum of the laboratory, diligently studying the weapon's practical efficacy. Days of toil had rendered her once radiant face somewhat haggard. She wondered how Duan was faring amidst the turmoil outside. In his quest to save Gotham, she feared he might encounter unforeseen peril. Anna held a vial of reagent delicately between her slender fingers, her eyes filled with concern. Fearing detection by Bane, the Penguin had severed all ties to the outside world, which explained why Duan had been unable to reach Anna for so long. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the entrance, causing everyone underground to tense in alertness. The Penguin, nearly choked by the cigar between his lips, hastily instructed his subordinates to check the surveillance footage. Boss, there is a mysterious figure clad in a black robe. The black robe? Could you discern their face? His subordinate silently shook his head. The Penguin's expression shifted dramatically as he laboriously rose with the aid of his cane. Secure the laboratory, concealing all research equipment, and Ms. Anna. Yes, the rest of you, arm yourselves and follow me. At the Penguin's command, his entourage swiftly loaded their firearms, standing at the ready. Shoo! Taking cover by the door, the Penguin gestured for his men to remain silent. He then cautiously placed his hand on the door-opening button, his demeanor grave and tense. With a sudden press, he immediately leaped aside, signaling his subordinates to prepare for an attack. Unexpectedly, the iron door creaked open, revealing an empty corridor, leaving the Penguin's crew exchanging puzzled glances. What is going on, boss? Where are the people? How should I know? You go check. Huh? What do you mean, huh? Hurry up. The Penguin, exasperated, delivered a swift kick to the rear of a nearby plump subordinate, who stumbled forward, nearly colliding with the door. The stout man dared not protest, steeling himself as he ventured into the eerie corridor. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and an indistinct shadow darted from outside, swiftly infiltrating the laboratory. Catch him! The Penguin exclaimed in alarm. His subordinates brandished their weapons, pursuing the shadow within the lab, only for the lights to extinguish abruptly. In an instant, darkness enveloped the room, rendering visibility non-existent. The Penguin felt a surge of panic, his limbs growing weak as he stood frozen in place. Suddenly, a piercing wind howled past his ears, followed by an icy intent directed at his back. Clang! The anticipated scream was drowned out by the clash of steel as the Penguin hastily turned, barely discerning that another figure had intervened to shield him from the assault. This figure wielded 6 gleaming short blades, forcing the attacker to retreat repeatedly. The sound of clashing metal echoed throughout the laboratory, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Due to the lack of visibility, the Penguin's subordinates hesitated to intervene, merely spectating as the two shadows engaged in combat. Quick, send someone to restore the power. Yes. After a moment of contemplation, the Penguin surmised that the shadow who had saved him was none other than Duan, yet the identity of the assailant remained a mystery. Boom. Duan swiftly evaded a sweeping strike from the assailant's long knife, countering with a fierce kick that struck the opponent's abdomen, propelling the shadow against the wall. Though the assailant displayed remarkable agility, they were no match for Duan's prowess, quickly being overwhelmed and rendered defenseless. The once formidable shadow now resembled a mere punching bag, subject to Duan's relentless assault. As the figure lay motionless on the ground, Duan finally ceased his offensive, bending down to search the assailant for something of significance. In an instant, the circuit was successfully repaired, and the blinding light illuminated the room. Observing the figure of Duan, who had heavily subdued the assailant lying on the ground, the members of the Penguin gang were taken aback. This poor soul was indeed unfortunate to cross paths with someone so formidable. One could only blame his ill fate. Who could have anticipated that Mr. Lee would arrive at this location tonight? Perhaps he was here to meet Ms. Anna? As the Penguin members regained their composure, they raised their hands to signal their subordinates to keep quiet, then proceeded directly toward Duan. Mr. Lee, I cannot thank you enough, otherwise I would have perished just now. Do not rush to thank me. Where is Anna? Rest assured, sir, I have been diligently protecting Miss Anna. She has encountered no danger. Upon saying this, the Penguin ordered his men to open the heavy doors of the laboratory. Duan cast a glance at the obsequious Penguin before moving toward the location where Anna was situated. Anna, I am relieved to see you unharmed. Lee, you need not worry about me. Assisting Mr. Penguin in creating the serum is our agreement, and there is no peril here. I have already intimidated him. Should you face any danger, I will not let him go unpunished. Duan gently patted Anna's head before turning his gaze to the agitated Penguin. Oh my, dear Lee. Please refrain from displaying your affection. The situation is hardly tranquil. Why do you, a crime lord, possess such timidity? My Penguin gang is a notable entity in Gotham. When have we ever been afraid? It was merely the recent infiltration by that mysterious individual that unsettled me. Could the Holy Island already be aware of our hiding place? The Penguin's face was etched with worry, his half-burnt cigar creaking ominously between his fingers. Do not fear, that individual is not affiliated with the Holy Island organization. I recognized a familiar emblem on his weapon. What emblem? Duan, noticing the Penguin's anxious demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle. He then drew forth the long sword he had just seized from the mysterious figure. The onlookers turned their heads in curiosity. The blade gleamed ominously, revealing nothing of its origin. He casually tossed the sword toward the Penguin, who startled and clumsily caught the hilt. Hero, do not jest. What can this weapon possibly reveal? Jest? Who is jesting with you? Take a closer look at the hilt. Upon hearing this, the Penguin finally noticed the mysterious design etched into the sword. A pair of crescent daggers intertwined, archaic and enigmatic. I am truly ignorant. Which organization does this belong to? The Assassin's League. Seeing the Penguin's lack of awareness, Duan's expression shifted to one of disappointment. What kind of formidable organization is that? This organization is quite notable. They boast the world's most elite assassins, and their leader remains shrouded in secrecy. Oh, I bear them no grudge. Why would they launch a nocturnal assault here? Observing the Penguin's innocent and naive expression, Duan suppressed a smile. Their leader is named Lars, an ancient assassin skilled in both swordplay and martial arts. Known in whispers as the Thunderous Augu, an ageless being. What? Such a creature exists? Currently, Gotham is engulfed in a crisis of turmoil. With Bane's gang rampaging unchecked, merely a theatrical performance orchestrated by Levy, a part of his overt conspiracy. Quelling Bane's insurrection is an inevitable task. A maneuver he deems essential for his ambition to seize the mayoralty and govern Gotham. Duan stroked his chin, his gaze piercing and resolute. The Assassin's Guild, at its core, serves as Levy's clandestine blade, crafted to eliminate obstacles such as yourself. This covert weapon has neither incited chaos in Gotham nor posed a threat to civilian safety. It remains sufficiently discreet, ensuring it does not jeopardize his electoral support, thus making it the perfect tool against his adversaries. So, you suggest that this Assassin's Guild was dispatched by Levy? The Penguin appeared bewildered, grappling with the notion that his desire for vengeance against Bane had entangled him in the tumult of Gotham's electoral affairs. Could the eradication of Gotham's foremost criminal syndicate not be the finest gift a new mayor could bestow upon the populace? Duan's words plunged the members of the Penguin gang into deep contemplation. Why must I always be the one to suffer? The Penguin felt a jolt within, nearly stumbling with the aid of his cane, as his subordinates glared in outrage at the implication. Fear not, the surveillance around us has been thoroughly controlled by me. From my observations, tonight's events were merely serendipitously uncovered by this assassin, and the true might of the Assassin's Guild has yet to discover this location. However, should they become aware, how shall I contend with them? What is there to fear? Am I not here? With that, everyone recalled Li Duan's audacious infiltration of the Penguin's manor, emerging unscathed amidst a hail of gunfire. A true warrior who could confront thousands single-handedly. Brother Li, as long as you can ensure our survival against annihilation, the Penguin gang shall follow your lead without question. The Penguin's declaration prompted unanimous nods from all members of the gang. Very well, from this moment, you must execute my plan with utmost precision. Toppling Levy will be a matter of course. Li Duan surveyed the eager and formidable assembly of the Penguin gang, a sense of assurance blossoming within him. Since Anna's research on the biological weapon is nearing completion, it is time for the Penguin gang to take action. Upon hearing Li Duan's words, the Penguin was momentarily perplexed and staggered forward. Dispatch a contingent of your subordinates disguised as Bane's Island marauders, and within 2 days, seize the Levy federal government's arsenal for me. What? What do you mean? Are you afraid? Naturally, I am. My men cannot possibly compare to the regular army of the government. Rest assured, I will provide you with powerful assistance. Your only task is to escalate the situation and let the citizens believe it to be the doing of Bane. The Penguin, momentarily taken aback, nodded in silence. Having witnessed Li Duan's prowess firsthand, he knew he would not deceive him. Very well, I shall make the necessary arrangements. The Penguin, shedding his earlier timidity, turned to execute Li Duan's instructions. Observing the Penguin's resolve, Li Duan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He then turned his attention to the weary Anna. What troubles you, Li? Anna inquired softly, noticing Li Duan's furrowed brow. Anna, the chaos in Gotham can only be remedied by the emergence of a truly responsible and astute mayor. Yet Levy was sent by the federal government. Is it truly so simple to unseat him? The federal government merely provides military support. They possess no authority to interfere in state elections, which must fundamentally consider the will of the electorate. Li Duan's eyes flickered slightly as he took Anna aside. I recall you mentioning that your father was once a state legislator of considerable repute, having made numerous contributions. Are you suggesting that I should consider my father? Anna's lively gaze met Li Duan's, revealing a hint of astonishment. He is undoubtedly the best candidate, rest assured. I shall not allow him to be ensnared in this perilous whirlpool too swiftly. Once everything is arranged, Gotham shall eventually welcome a new mayor. The Tom Hotel, a luxurious establishment under the Wayne Group, stands as an enduring spectacle in Gotham's Diamond District, exuding grandeur beneath the moonlight. The surrounding streets succumb to the embrace of night, leaving this hotel as a beacon of light. As the Wayne Group approaches a monopoly over various industries in Gotham, the Tom Hotel distinctly stands out, generating substantial revenue. Naturally, being one of the most opulent hotels owned by the Wayne Group, it is a favored retreat for executives. Amidst the chaos in Gotham, where crime runs rampant, half of the higher-ups from the Wayne Group seek refuge here tonight. Yet, the turmoil has inevitably swept into this colossal conglomerate. Dozens of assassins, shrouded in the cloak of darkness, stealthily approach this serene and tranquil hotel. Chapter 85. Is the Wayne Group on the brink of bankruptcy? While Gotham appears outwardly calm, a tempest brews beneath the surface, rendering the situation precarious. As dawn breaks over the city, the tranquility of the morning is shattered by a shocking news report. Overnight, numerous high-ranking officials of the Wayne Group have been brutally murdered, leaving a scene of carnage within the opulent confines of the Tom Hotel. The massacre of these executives raises questions of moral decay or something far more sinister. The news spreads like wildfire throughout Gotham, igniting a cacophony of reactions. Some revel in the misfortune while others lament. The impoverished citizens, long burdened by their struggles, take grim satisfaction in the demise of the Wayne Group's affluent executives, viewing it as poetic justice. At last, those who have basked in luxury for so long seem to face their reckoning. How unfortunate it is that they did not invite me to partake in this reckoning. The impoverished denizens of Gotham have long harbored resentment towards the wealthy, and such an event feels akin to a festive celebration for them. Conversely, for the shareholders of the Wayne Group, this morning marks a day of profound despair. In the span of merely an hour, the stock of the Wayne Group plummets to unprecedented lows, with its market value evaporating in a shocking turn of events. It seems inevitable that more individuals from Gotham's skyscrapers may soon leap to their fates, igniting a somber salute. The incident occurred in the dead of night, leaving few aware in the immediate aftermath, and there were no eyewitnesses. The news only emerged the following day, as reporters received word and began their coverage. The abruptness of the event caught everyone off guard. By dawn the next day, the entire block containing the hotel was cordoned off. The first to take control of the scene was not the Gotham Police Department, but rather the federal military stationed in the city to maintain order. The area surrounding the hotel was teeming with troops, and Ravi personally conducted inspections on site. The streets echoed with the blaring of sirens, while armored vehicles, barricading the thoroughfares, forced passing cars to deter. "Sir, are we really not letting the major crimes unit in to investigate?" A military officer inquired softly, leaning closer to Ravi. "What need is there for them? Am I not capable of assessing the situation myself? Now, be off and do not disturb my breakfast." Ravi replied curtly. Obediently, the officer turned away after receiving Ravi's reprimand, sending the arriving detectives on their way. Clutching a cup of coffee in one hand and a sandwich in the other, Ravi stood at the hotel entrance, his expression fierce. "Wayne Enterprises? What significance does their wealth hold against me? In my grasp, they are merely insignificant ants to be crushed at will." His cunning gaze fell upon the grand sign of the Tom Hotel and the adjacent Wayne emblem, revealing a sinister gleam beneath his facade. In Gotham's northern red light district, Duan, cloaked in black, hurried along with his head bowed. Meanwhile, in the Batcave, Bruce stared pensively at the newspaper in his hands. "Bruce." Duan burst into the room, visibly relieved to find him. "Lee, what is it?" Bruce asked. "Haven't you heard? Several high-ranking officials of Wayne Enterprises were assassinated in the hotel." Upon hearing Duan's words, Bruce nodded silently. "Based on my deductions, it must be the work of the League of Assassins." The mention of the League caused Bruce to shudder, veins bulging in his arm. Noticing Bruce's intense reaction, Duan's gaze flickered. He was aware of Bruce's past entanglements with the League, particularly his complicated relationship with the master assassin, Ra's al Ghul. It is likely that Ravi orchestrated this assassination through them. It is not so simple. The League would not engage in any endeavor devoid of profit. Bruce's brow furrowed, his expression complex. Regardless, Wayne Enterprises finds itself ensnared, and it will not be long before its assets begin to dwindle. Duan sighed, recognizing that this was all part of Ravi's plan to seize control of Gotham. First, he would stage a spectacle of quelling the riots to win public favor, then eliminate his political adversaries, and subsequently eradicate the cancerous Penguin Gang. Ultimately, he aimed to suppress the Wayne conglomerate. Although the specifics of Ravi's ensuing plans remained unclear, they could no longer stand idly by. "Lee, his sights are set on manipulating Wayne Enterprises. Rest assured, I have entrusted Alfred with the matter. He knows how to rally our forces." Bruce's demeanor was composed, his gaze sharp. Duan nodded at this, but concern still crossed his face. "Bruce, your injuries have healed sufficiently. I understand your past associations with the master assassin, but you need not worry about that now. The League is no benevolent entity. Leave them to me." "Very well." Duan whispered something into Bruce's ear, and upon receiving a solemn nod from him, he turned to leave. Upon exiting the bookstore, Duan donned his black cloak once more. The Assassin League's Batman was well acquainted with the intricacies of the organization to compel the master assassin into revealing himself. Only Bruce could undertake such a task. To bring Levy down, it was imperative to shatter his left and right arms one by one. Similarly, to thwart the Joker's plans, Levy had to be defeated. Contemplating this, Duan summoned forth his golden-red steel armor, which materialized as if layers of dragon scales enveloping his form. Subsequently, with a surge of power, he transformed into a flash of golden-red lightning, soaring towards the heavens. "Jarvis, activate the locator and initiate a search." "Yes, sir. I am currently navigating for you." Previously, Duan had been captured by Poison Ivy at Bane's base, and after freeing himself, he wreaked havoc. During that encounter, he had commanded Jarvis to pilfer all confidential documents from the base, and upon further investigation, he discovered Bane's additional secret hideout. He harbored suspicions regarding the whereabouts of Cyborg, as well as the Joker and the location of the Unjust League. Hence, he resolved to investigate personally. In a fleeting moment, clad in Mark 42, Duan arrived at Blackgate Island, a notorious slum in Gotham, resembling a diminutive isle. Silently, he halted at the periphery, shedding his battle attire and donning his black cloak once more, blending unobtrusively into the bustling streets. Following Jarvis's coordinates, the secret base lay at the eastern dock of the island. Duan hastened his steps, soon reaching his destination. The dock was lined with an array of large cargo ships, the winds howling fiercely, and the waves surging ominously, indicating an unsuitable day for sailing. Noticing a group of homeless individuals gathered around a container, laughing and chatting, Duan's eyes gleamed with mischief as he suppressed a smile. He removed his black cloak, smeared the dark mud from his feet onto his face, and ambled towards the group of vagrants. Chapter 86. Resurrected. My wife is exquisite, truly adored. Whose urine is yellow? Wake him up. Damn, this is clearly my wife, all right? Well, what a figure. I would love to drink her bathwater. A cluster of homeless men huddled together, drooling over a photograph. Duan, still shrouded in his black cloak with thick mud smeared across his face, bore a striking resemblance to a sharp-eyed man. Amused, he observed the surrounding vagrants as they fervently debated over a wanted poster of Harley Quinn from the police department. I have nothing but you, my wife. One disheveled homeless man with long, tangled hair, seizing the moment when others were distracted, snatched the wanted poster, pressing it to his face and licking it fervently. Hey, hey. The group of homeless men, realizing that one of their own had pilfered their cherished wanted poster of the Joker, immediately turned hostile. Duan, intrigued by their petty squabble, crouched down, striving to minimize his presence. It was absurd that these individuals, living on the streets and barely subsisting, would engage in such a fierce battle over a mere poster, leading to a comical spectacle. A few of them launched an assault, delivering blows as they treated the man like a drowning dog, pushing him to the ground and trampling him indiscriminately. Hey, hey, cease this at once. If this continues, that wanted poster will be trampled to dust. Duan, noticing that the individual on the ground was struggling to breathe, hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Were it not for the fear of causing a fatal incident and jeopardizing his plans, Duan would not have meddled in this affair. Where do you come from? You insolent wretch? I've long found you intolerable. Are you attempting to steal our wives? Upon hearing the words of the tall, lanky man among the vagrants, Duan could not contain his laughter. I see you wish to be just like him. The man, filled with indignation, rushed forward in a few swift strides, his tall frame swaying precariously in the wind, resembling a bamboo stalk that could snap at any moment. Hey, good sir, let us speak amicably. Observing the man's aggressive approach, Duan quickly gestured in a conciliatory manner, as he did not wish to disrupt his covert mission at the Bane base. The man disregarded Duan's plea for mercy, stubbornly seizing a nearby water pipe to strike at him ferociously. Duan's gaze sharpened. This fellow truly had no regard for boundaries. However, engaging in a brawl here would serve no purpose for his plans and would only invite further complications. Just as Duan prepared to endure the confrontation, a foreign voice echoed from the dock. Upon hearing this voice, the vagrant's expression shifted dramatically. The water pipe clattered to the ground as his body trembled like a leaf in the wind. Witnessing the vagrant's unusual reaction, Duan furrowed his brow, pondering the significance of the situation. You lot, follow me. A figure clad in a black uniform emerged from amongst the throng of vagrants. Duan's pupils dilated in shock as he recognized the familiar face, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Was this not Ice Pillar? How was he still alive? Did Steel Bone fail to deal with him that day, only to be outmaneuvered by another? Duan felt as if the turbulent waves of his thoughts were crashing before him. Indeed, Steelbone's disappearance was linked to this man. Hurry up. What are you lingering for? Under Ice Pillar's command, several vagrants moved forward with a frail and trembling gait towards the dock, and Duan mimicked their demeanor, following closely behind. There must be something amiss here. I shall uncover the truth and not leave empty-handed. He silently vowed as he followed the group into a concealed building at the dock under Ice Pillar's directive. Leading the way, Ice Pillar guided them down a dark staircase. The corridor was enveloped in silence, save for the crisp sound of their footsteps echoing. To his surprise, the vagrants who had been bickering just moments ago now fell silent, their movements cautious and deliberate. What could have caused such fear? It was evident that Ice Pillar had established control over this place. With his head bowed in contemplation, Duan soon found himself in a spacious underground chamber. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noted the sacks piled high, filled with unknown contents, while a greenish liquid seeped across the floor. Duan's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized the environment. Hey, you lot. Remove the goods from those sacks and carry them over there. The icicle pointed imperiously at the few vagrants at the forefront, barking orders as it placed its hands on its hips, seemingly supervising the proceedings. Duan struggled to endure the pungent odor that permeated the air. Noting that the other vagrants appeared utterly oblivious to the stench, he could only feign indifference, though he nearly rolled his eyes in disgust, almost succumbing to nausea. Did these individuals lack a sense of smell? Internally mocking the situation, he discreetly rose onto his toes, endeavoring to discern the nature of the goods spoken of by the icicle. What? Duan's pupils dilated in shock as he beheld the items extracted from the burlap sacks by the vagrants ahead. The so-called goods were, in fact, bloodied corpses, all bearing a singular characteristic. They were clad in the uniforms of the Saint Island organization. Could it be that these individuals were the fallen subordinates of Bane? Overwhelmed by confusion, Duan finally found himself in front of the burlap sacks. Without hesitation, he deftly unfastened one, instinctively hoisting the corpse over his shoulder and trailing at the rear of the line. Be cautious. If you drop or damage anything, I won't let you off lightly. The icicle bellowed, leading the group into the depths of the basement. Upon lifting his gaze, he was met with an array of chemical pools. Amidst the curling smoke, towering figures emerged slickly from the chemical baths, resembling eels surfacing from a pond. Duan couldn't help but take a sharp breath. He seemed to grasp they were conducting some sort of experiment here, capable of resurrecting the dead. No, not merely an experiment, judging by the seamless process and the reborn minions of Bane. This place had evidently transformed into a nightmarish assembly line. Hey, hurry up. Just as Li Duan was grappling with the surreal scene, he was abruptly kicked from behind, nearly stumbling into the chemical pool before him. That scoundrel. Li Duan twisted his neck, suppressing a curse that threatened to escape his lips. Following the lead of the others, he unceremoniously tossed the corpse from his shoulder into the pool, sending up a splash of water. He was not yet ready to take action. Although this place must be dismantled, he needed to extract useful information from these individuals first. Chapter 87. Those who show off will attract lightning strikes. It turned out they had reduced these vagrants to mere cheap labor. Li Duan accepted a loaf of bread from a man in work attire, contemplating the few vagrants who had received bread. Noticing the lack of attention, he quietly turned and re-entered the room, filled with chemical pools. He had to pry some information from the icicle, ensuring the surroundings were clear. Li Duan glanced around before stealthily advancing deeper into the room. These resurrected brutes seemed to have lost all awareness. As he walked past the naked men emerging from the chemical pools, he found they were entirely oblivious to his presence. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. He crouched down, stealthily approached the pool, and retrieved a small vial, filling it to the brim. If the waters of the resurrection spring of Lei Shao Oga truly exist here, it is imperative that I do not linger. With a silent incantation, Li Duan cautiously adhered to the wall, making his way to the concealed chamber behind the ice pillar. The daily influx of goods has been steadily increasing. Is the supply from the master assassin sufficient? Regardless of adequacy, I shall utilize it as much as possible. For these individuals will hardly survive beyond 2 days once they venture outside. To leave the goods unused would be a waste. Pressed against the door, Li Duan faintly heard the ice pillar conversing intimately with another. Who goes there? Suddenly, a foreign voice bellowed from within. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Li Duan swiftly withdrew. In an instant, a wave of frigid air swept through the grand door of the chamber, shattering it into icy fragments. The ice pillar and a diminutive man emerged in pursuit, both displaying expressions of astonishment. Long time no see. Li Duan donned his steel battle armor, his firepower gently hovering in the air. It is you. I never expected you to find this place. However, resolving our matters here is quite convenient. Resolve me? You truly are like a cow fanning the wind, boasting with great bravado. The ice pillar was incensed by Li Duan's retort, a chilling aura enveloping him instantly. Observing the impending attack, Li Duan unhesitatingly unleashed several small armor-piercing missiles concealed beneath his battle suit. The missiles soared forth like celestial maidens scattering flowers, swiftly locking down the surrounding space. The man standing beside the ice pillar finally sprang into action, his eyes emanating a yellow light as a mysterious power. A wave of yellow energy rippled outward, causing the approaching missiles to halt mid-air. What is happening? Li Duan's eyes widened in disbelief as he instinctively recoiled. Count of dizziness. A member of the Unjust Association possesses the ability to emit interference waves. The system voice interjected unexpectedly, elucidating Li Duan's confusion. Indeed, the Unjust Association has... It seems they have struck a deal with Bane. The man smiled enigmatically, gesturing with his hands as several missiles simultaneously redirected towards Li Duan's steel armor. Reacting with remarkable speed, Li Duan activated the wings on his back, powerful thrusts propelling him to deftly evade the missile onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions obliterated multiple chemical pools, igniting a conflagration that engulfed the basement in thick smoke. Witnessing the destruction of the equipment, Li Duan's face lit up with delight. Splendid. This saves me the trouble of doing it myself. Enraged by the devastation of his apparatus, the ice pillar unleashed dozens of sharp ice spikes, launching them with ferocity. The icy projectiles surged forth like a tempest, targeting Li Duan's armor in a relentless assault. Beneath his visor, Li Duan remained composed, meticulously tracking the incoming threat. Like a nimble butterfly, he adeptly maneuvered in the air, raising his hand to fire laser beams from his palms, obliterating the ice. The ice pillar afforded Li Duan no respite, as a formidable icy whirlwind coalesced, surging toward him with ferocity. A mere parlor trick. Li Duan's gaze turned steely. And with a flash of lightning, a silver hammer of thunder materialized in his grasp. Thunder rumbled. A series of ferocious lightning bolts surged forth like untamed stallions, swiftly dispersing the chilling whirlwind that swept through the air. In the midst of the thunderous flashes, the surrounding area was ruthlessly shattered into fragments in the blink of an eye. The ice pillar's expression darkened considerably, his teeth grinding audibly. You dare, he bellowed. Then extended his arms wide as a bone-chilling aura coalesced, gradually forming a pure white energy whip. Li Duan's pupils constricted. He could sense the terrifying energy emanating from the whip. Almost instantaneously upon its emergence, a thick layer of ice began to form on the ground, instantly encasing everything in the basement in a frozen shell. Sir, the surrounding temperature has plummeted to -80 degrees. The energy consumption of your battle suit has doubled. and the equipment is on the verge of being damaged, Jarvis warned. Enraged, Li Duan grimaced. It's a bit too cramped in here. I must retreat. He muttered under his breath, then suddenly turned and unleashed a powerful palm laser toward the ceiling. Upon seeing Li Duan attempt to flee, the ice pillar scoffed disdainfully, then sent forth the energy whip, transforming it into a snow-white venomous serpent that darted toward the battle suit with incredible speed. Li Duan, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye, quickly dodged to the side, but the whip proved to be remarkably agile, executing a sharp turn in midair to ensnare the waist of the battle suit from an unexpected angle. The ice pillar's lips curled into a triumphant smirk as he yanked downwards, forcefully pulling the golden-red figure toward the ground. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Duan concentrated the energy of the suit into his hands and unleashed two powerful lasers at the whip. Damn it, he cursed, for the whip was astonishingly resilient, resisting all his attacks without faltering. In an instant, the serpentine whip tightened its grip, exerting a vicious force that yanked Li Duan from the air and sent him crashing onto the icy surface with a resounding thud. Kid, this is not a place you can come and go as you please. The dazed Count, hiding behind the ice pillar, stepped forward and unleashed a mental shockwave toward the staggering Li Duan. Ah! Li Duan cried out, clutching his head in agony as he knelt on the ground. In a moment of desperation, he remembered the anti-interference helmet of Magneto he possessed. With a thought, the radiant golden helmet slowly descended, giving way to a black helmet that materialized above his head, while the golden mask of Mark 42 continued to obscure his face completely. Is this all you've got? Li Duan straightened his back, and amidst the crackling lightning, he violently tore apart the whip ensnaring his waist. The ice pillar and his companion were momentarily startled. This fellow was remarkably resilient. Kid, being too arrogant will attract divine retribution. Ha ha ha, all I know is that your pretentiousness will get you struck by lightning. Li Duan retorted loudly, then swung his hammer, as the crackling thunder transformed into a torrent of wrath, surging toward the ice pillar and his accomplice. Chapter 88. Steel bones under siege. Inside the basement, the thunder roared, and colossal lightning surged in layers like a ferocious flood, rushing toward the ice pillar and his companion. The ice pillar's face twitched slightly before he raised his hand to conjure a thick ice wall in an attempt to block such a terrifying onslaught. Boom! A series of formidable lightning dragons lashed against the ice wall, sending shards of ice flying in every direction as the robust barrier shattered instantly. The duo, ice pillar and his companion, were taken aback and immediately retreated, yet Li Duan had no intention of granting them a moment's respite. In an instant, multiple lasers surged forth in the wake of the ice wall's explosion. Ice Pillar struggled to stabilize his retreating form and, with a fierce swing of his hand, managed to deflect several lasers with sheer force. Observing this, Li Duan leapt into the air, his eyes brimming with an icy and palpable murderous intent. In the next moment, his resplendent golden-red battle armor transformed into a bolt of lightning, swiftly appearing before the two. A silver hammer, crackling with countless thunderbolts, arced perfectly towards Ice Pillar's face. With his pupils constricting, Ice Pillar spread his arms wide, enveloping his body in a chilling aura that wrapped around him like dense, white bandages. The thunder hammer crashed upon his frozen form, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered him into countless fragments. Nearby, the dizzy Count stumbled back as the exploding ice debris fell upon him like a hailstorm. Though I remain oblivious to the exact nature of the transaction between the unjust association and Ben, I vow that I shall not let you escape today. Li Duan roared, raising his hand as the laser cannon within his palm began to charge once more, shimmering with golden light. Suddenly, the temperature plummeted once again, plunging to a frigid -90 degrees. Li Duan's expression turned to one of shock, but without hesitation. He aimed his right hand at the retreating Count and unleashed a powerful laser. However, before the beam could make contact with its target, it was intercepted midair by layers of circular ice shields that materialized seemingly from nowhere. The sound of shattering ice echoed as fragments scattered. Yet over a dozen layers of defense successfully thwarted the onslaught. Li Duan's composure faltered. How was Ice Pillar still so tenacious? The Count, seemingly hearing a faint sound, clumsily scrambled backward in a desperate flight. Thinking to pursue, Li Duan prepared to unleash his speed, only to find that a thick layer of ice had silently formed beneath him. Observing his battle armor encased in solid ice up to his knees, a frown creased Li Duan's brow. Jarvis, redirect all remaining energy to my feet. Understood, sir. The dwindling energy of the armor quickly transferred to the propulsion system in his soles, and in the next breath, a powerful force erupted from beneath him like a torrent, shattering the encasing ice and allowing him to break free. Yet, his respite was short-lived. As he emerged from the icy grip, the armor dimmed due to energy depletion, causing him to crash heavily onto the ice surface. Ha ha ha, young one, I warned you not to revel too soon. Ice Pillar emerged from the ethereal mist of ice, a mocking smile adorning his face. I never expected you to be this resilient. Your mechanical companion once uttered similar words. Are all members of the Justice League so conceited? Upon hearing this, Li Duan's heart trembled. This individual was indeed connected to the disappearance of Steelbone. It appeared necessary to show him a bit of authority. Must I really exert myself to deal with such a petty foe? Li Duan coldly mocked, and in an instant, a tremendous surge of thunder once again erupted from his body. The powerful lightning continuously surged into the Mark 42 from within the battle suit, and within mere seconds, the futuristic patterns on the armor gleamed anew, radiating vitality. With an abundance of electrical energy reaching 200, it was more than sufficient to confront. The golden red armor soared once again, its firepower cascading behind, standing majestically in the air. Save your efforts. You cannot kill me. Is that so? Then let us see. With a sudden burst of speed, Li Duan accelerated, the 200 power amplification rendering him a blur. In the blink of an eye, he was before the ice pillar. He swiftly extended his hands, seizing it tightly before it could react, and the laser cannon on his chest rapidly charged. In a heartbeat, the high-energy laser cannon, powered by 200 energy, was fully charged, and then it erupted violently. Boom! A dazzling light emanated from the chest of the Mark 42, piercing through the ice pillar and crashing forcefully against the basement wall, causing debris to explode and the wall to collapse instantly. Li Duan glanced down at the ice fragments in his hands, his expression turning grave. Had he escaped again? He murmured softly, his eyes glinting with intent. J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate biological scanning. Yes, sir. Li Duan spun around sharply, his gaze piercing. The visor displayed a figure forming through the white mist nearby, gradually becoming visible via thermal imaging. Found you. Li Duan spoke coldly, and then, with agile and deceptive steps, he swiftly arrived at that. Lowering his waist and tightening his core, he swung the lightning hammer with precision, channeling all his strength down upon the white mist. A muffled thud resounded as the body of the ice pillar curled in agony, resembling a shrimp, before it was forcefully propelled backward. Crash! Following a tremendous sound, Li Duan beheld the ice pillar's flesh being violently slammed against the basement wall, half of its body gruesomely embedded within the structure. The ice, once filled with scornful taunts, had now been reduced to a mere wretch, only able to emit faint groans. Li Duan approached slowly, his golden helmet concealing 2 pairs of intensely cold black eyes. Speak, where is Steelbone? The ice pillar looked down, realizing the lightning hammer pressed against its chest. After being struck, the chilling aura surrounding it had nearly vanished. With tremors in its pupils, it was the first time it felt the impending presence of death. Speak. Li Duan's voice was low and frigid, accompanied by a surge of violent electrical sounds. Coughing violently, the ice pillar spat out a mouthful of blood, slowly lifting its head, its lips barely moving. What? Impossible. Upon hearing the ice pillar's whispered words, Li Duan's expression changed drastically, disbelief washing over him as he turned his head away. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. Li Duan appeared lost in thought, murmuring to himself, I witnessed it with my own eyes. He was devoured entirely by a dark energy. The icy pillar bore a solemn expression, clearly not deceiving Li Duan. The latter's face twitched momentarily before he abruptly turned his head, unleashing bolts of lightning from his hands, accompanied by a resounding roar. Emerging from the basement of the dock, Li Duan cast a cold glance below, where a powerful miniature missile was launched from the shoulder armor of his battle suit. With a thunderous explosion and a blaze of fire, Bane's dock base was obliterated. Chapter 89, a performance in the affluent district at the Justice League Watchtower. A notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The progress bar for the dark adversary has reached 45. Only 5 more to unlock the phased reward. However, at this moment, Li Duan seemed indifferent to these updates. Jarvis. Retrieve the surveillance footage from the day the Gotham Police Department was attacked. Understood, sir. Li Duan leaned on the conference table, his gaze fixed intently on the large screen before him. If Ice Pillar's claims were accurate, then Steelbone must be in dire straits. After leaving the dock, Li Duan hurriedly made his way here, desperate to uncover clues about Steelbone's disappearance. He scrutinized the scenes of brutality unfolding on the screen, his heart tumultuous. As the deputy commissioner of the police department, he felt a deep sense of shame for not being present during their time of suffering, unable to thwart the marauding thugs. He pressed his lips together, guilt gnawing at him. The surveillance footage from various angles vividly depicted how this inhumane riot gradually consumed the Gotham Police Department. The precinct was breached, police officers fought valiantly, and armed forces clashed recklessly. Within a mere 10 minutes, before the promised reinforcements could arrive, the Gotham Police Department had already fallen, leaving a scene of carnage. Li Duan's expression turned grim as he clenched his fists atop the table, veins bulging. Just as the rioters surged into the precinct, he finally arrived in time to rescue his partner, William. Each frame was scrutinized meticulously until the footage showed Li Duan departing alone, leaving Steelbone to confront Ice Pillar. On screen, Steelbone's red cannon glimmered ominously, unleashing a formidable energy that struck Ice Pillar. Li Duan's eyes narrowed as Ice Pillar executed his evasive maneuver, engulfed in a veil of white, icy mist. Before Steelbone could activate his biological scan, he was ensnared by a vortex of dark energy. Outside the screen, Li Duan trembled, his expression frantic as he attempted to decipher what had transpired. Suddenly, the footage went dark. All surveillance feeds inexplicably malfunctioned at that very moment. A vortex of dark. Immediately, Li Duan's thoughts turned to that old man, the Shadow. Was it he? Did he capture Steelbone and then proceed to East Bridge, awaiting my arrival? Doubt filled Li Duan's eyes as he contemplated the situation. The Shadow appeared to be the prime suspect. Yet, recalling the battle with the Shadow that day, he remained skeptical of this theory. In Gotham's fashionable district, beneath towering skyscrapers, the once bustling streets, choked with incessant traffic, had seen a significant reduction in vehicles since the riot. This was an uncommon sight in the well-known affluent area of Gotham. In this affluent enclave, every wealthy individual boasts immense fortunes, each a figure cherishing their lives more than anything, fervently hoping that the chaos does not reach their doorstep. Alas, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Bane's subordinates would not overlook such a lucrative target. Bang! A cataclysmic explosion reverberated through a residential area, awakening all to the grim reality that this heralded the onset of a nightmare. A series of harrowing scenes unfolded over the next half hour. As luxurious mansions were engulfed in flames, the cacophony of chaos, coupled with the howling winds, filled the expansive streets as a horde of marauders, with sinister grins, surged towards the wealthy enclave. Rat-a-tat-tat. The air was thick with the violent crackle of gunfire, and the blood spilled stained the meticulously manicured lawns. Please, spare me, brother. Whatever you desire, I shall provide. I am wealthy beyond measure, pleaded a man wielding an obsidian cane, cowering before the barrel of a thug's weapon, desperately asserting his innocence as an ordinary citizen. What I seek is quite simple, your life. The assailant retorted, a grotesque smile stretching across his face, the gunshot echoing, painting crimson blossoms upon the fine fabric of the man's suit. The thug, baring his teeth in a menacing grin, was none other than the infamous bald-headed henchman of Bane, who had previously obliterated the entire West Bridge. Brother, time is of the essence. Good. Everyone, follow me. The bald-headed leader commanded his underlings. Charging towards the heart of the Villa District with a throng of marauders in tow, they hurried past, disregarding hapless souls oblivious to the unfolding chaos. Thud-thud-thud. Armed helicopters streaked across the sky, followed by a descent of fully equipped paratroopers. The wealthy inhabitants, concealed within their homes, were initially struck with disbelief, only to erupt in joyous cheers. Splendid! The Federal Army has come to our rescue. Annihilate them all. Leave not a single one alive. They deserve to burn in hell. Let them perish. The marauders, having hastily converged in the central area of the villas, unwittingly became prime targets for the federal forces. In mere moments, a torrential downpour of gunfire ensued. The bald-headed thug merely smirked at the turn of events before stealthily slipping away. Kill. Leave none alive. A middle-aged man, clad in a suit and bulletproof vest, descended amongst the paratroopers, raising his weapon to unleash a barrage. Kill them all. Spare no one. His rallying cry ignited the soldiers' fervor, while the once arrogant marauders cowered before the disciplined military. Within minutes, the relentless gunfire decimated the assailants, painting a gruesome tableau, while the affluent spectators above shielded their children's eyes. Initially trembling in fear, the wealthy, who had hidden away in their chambers, now clamored at the windows, cheering fervently, some even rushing to their balconies in ecstatic celebration. Below, however, the scene resembled a hellish battleground, starkly contrasting the jubilant scenes above. Amidst the torrential on, flesh and blood danced in the air, while crimson splattered across the scene. Within a mere moment, the entire street had transformed into a morass of blood and corpses. Stop! Bellowed the man in the suit, standing upon the last remaining patch of untainted ground. Clearly, he was the latest mayoral candidate. Ravi, you may rest assured. The rioters have been eradicated by me and my formidable forces, Ravi proclaimed with a smug expression, brandishing his weapon with pride. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of jubilant cheers erupted from either side. As you can see, these rioters are nothing but a pack of inept cowards. They possess no capacity for resistance against the might of my army. Hooray! Ravi! Ravi! A chorus of adulation surged forth, led by a single man, as the crowd expressed their unwavering trust in their mayoral candidate. As long as you choose me, Ravi, I shall ensure the safety of this place henceforth. Listening to Ravi's impassioned declarations, a figure atop a distant skyscraper wore a complex expression. Beneath a black bat mask glimmered a pair of piercing eyes. He was the original Robin, Dick. What a waste of talent. He should be an actor, Dick remarked coolly before unfurling his cape and silently leaping from the building. Chapter 90. The assassin master strikes in Gotham's old city. Within an abandoned factory, a dimly lit room lay shrouded in silence. The windows were tightly sealed, and the floor was strewn with an assortment of rugged steel materials. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the marks of manual manipulation on each steel rod. In the center of the room stood an incongruous array of computers and an enormous screen. At that moment, Bane sat on a sofa within the chamber, his expression rigid as he stared at the screen, utterly motionless. Various medical devices adorned his powerful arms, still bearing the scars from his recent confrontation with Lee. Boss. The dilapidated iron door creaked open, producing a harsh scraping sound. Bane turned his head, silently fixing his gaze upon the subordinate at the threshold. Boss. We've received intel about the docks. What about the docks? As the subordinate hesitated, struggling to articulate a coherent statement, Bane's expression shifted slightly. The dock base has been destroyed. What? The usually composed Bane could no longer remain still. He sprang to his feet, his brow furrowed in agitation. His deep voice resonated like a rumbling torrent, exuding an invisible pressure. Boss, I wouldn't dare deceive you. The trembling subordinate stepped forward, cautiously presenting a disc. Bane's eyes betrayed skepticism as he stared at it, and he stared in disbelief as the surveillance footage played on the large screen. The image revealed a small missile striking the dock, a violent explosion unleashing a plume of smoke that formed a miniature mushroom cloud. Who is he? Bane seethed, his gaze fixated on the figure clad in golden red armor. We haven't identified him yet, but this individual has previously clashed with the Shadow at East Bridge. So, he was the one who thwarted our plans. But what of Ice Pillar and Count Dizziness? It seems like he has been killed. Upon hearing this, Bane's pupils dilated violently, and he fell back abruptly, landing heavily on the sofa. The force of his movement aggravated the wounds on his hands, causing his face to contort in pain. Damn it. Boss, what about the plan? Should we continue? Send the documents to Lars. Let us suspend the plan for now. Understood. Within the room, Bane gasped for breath, veins bulging on his forehead. He remained unaware that the man who had thwarted their plans twice was none other than Lee Duan, the one who had rendered his hands useless that fateful night. Had he known, he would likely have been consumed by rage. In Gotham's fashion district, nightfall approached quietly, and the area, recently engulfed in chaos, returned to tranquility. After Ravi's armed forces withdrew from this affluent area, the malevolent energy that had permeated began to subside. Several armed helicopters, casting faint lights against the night sky, returned to their base in the municipal district, akin to eagles returning to their nest. I thought these thugs were formidable, but it turns out they were so frightened they could hardly find their way. Indeed, is this really the sort of ruffians that even Batman finds troublesome? They seem rather unimpressive to me. Batman, when it truly counts, not even a shadow appears. We might as well call him Mosquito Man, ha ha ha. Quiet. Ravi barked angrily at his chuckling subordinates as he hurriedly descended from the aircraft. It is crucial to understand that persuading Bane to cooperate in this charade came at a great cost. Convincing Bane to willingly send his men to their doom was akin to extracting a tooth from a tiger. It was no simple task. The remuneration alone was astronomical. Not to mention the expenses for military armaments, which had already caused Ravi considerable distress. Beyond mere finances, Ravi had even provided advanced research equipment from the federal government's high-level weapons research department to ensure Bane's cooperation. Even at the risk of being dismissed, Ravi chose to collaborate with Bane, for there were more performances to come. Gaining the complete trust of Gotham's citizens was essential. Today's spectacular performance yielded results precisely as he had anticipated. He had been hailed as a life-saving hero, branded with a mark that signified his unwavering opposition to the thugs. As for the forthcoming elections, it was merely a matter of time before he completely seized control of Gotham. With confidence emanating from him, Ravi commanded his soldiers to regroup and then walked alone towards the municipal office building. The long night unfolded, and the municipal district gradually fell into a profound silence under the shroud of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy figure flitted between the tall buildings, subsequently concealing itself in the night. Keenly observing Ravi's retreating form, since the turmoil in the Diamond District had been quelled, Nightwing had been tailing Ravi, determined to uncover the clandestine collaboration between him and Bane. He concealed himself outside the window of Ravi's office in the municipal building, pressing against the wall, blending seamlessly into the night, his body motionless save for the steady rise and fall of his chest. Ravi sat at his computer, his expression darkening as he gazed at the image displayed on the screen. The dock base has been destroyed? Could it be that the situation has been exposed? He muttered in disbelief, staring at the ruined secret base on the screen. Impossible. How could they have discovered it? Reflecting on past events, he still felt a lingering fear. The master assassin, Lars, had once mentioned a mysterious figure clad in gold and crimson armor. This individual had single-handedly infiltrated the Bane base and had now reappeared to obliterate the secret stronghold at the docks, continuously thwarting their plans. If this person remained unchallenged, he would undoubtedly bring calamity in the future. With your ragtag group, do you truly believe you can contend with him? An aged voice suddenly resonated, causing Ravi to tremble in surprise. Lars. Outside the window, Dick's pupils constricted in shock. How could the master assassin be here? Young man, do not meddle with this individual. From a shadowy corner of the room, a silhouette took form, gradually shaping into a towering figure. Lars. No, master. The dock has indeed been destroyed. What shall we do about our plans? Upon seeing Lars, Ravi could not help but exhibit a sycophantic demeanor, much like a dog before its master. Plans. What plans can we discuss now? First, we must eliminate these troublesome pests. Lars's voice, though aged, carried a commanding, "Yes, of course, but my strength is limited. I must rely on your esteemed assistance, my lord," Ravi replied, his tone submissive. Aware that the Assassin Alliance would undoubtedly lend their support for the greater good, Lars cast a sidelong glance at him before slowly nodding in agreement. Outside, the Nightwing Dick felt a jolt of alarm upon hearing they intended to strike at Duan. He needed to inform Mr. Lee immediately. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept outside, and the rustling of leaves echoed through the air. Seizing the moment, Dick unfurled his black cloak and soared into the night sky. Within the room, Lars's ears perked up, and his eyes narrowed, as if sensing something amiss. Such audacity. After him, he bellowed angrily, and under Ravi's astonished gaze, several dark figures lunged forth, shattering the window as they sped into the night. Chapter 91. Nightwing in the Wind Swoosh. 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 The sharp darts glinted ominously even in the pitch-black night, slicing through the air toward the shadowy figure. Nightwing abruptly turned. Witnessing several fierce attacks resembling a shower of petals aimed at him, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. Aha! He roared, channeling his core strength and, with the aid of the wind, executed a graceful flip in midair to narrowly evade the incoming darts. In the blink of an eye, the ground loomed closer, and Nightwing's gaze shifted to a moving freight truck below. In a flash, he deftly tucked away his fluttering cloak and transformed into a gust of wind, silently landing atop the truck's trailer. Where is he? Pursue. Several assassins, utilizing gliding combat suits, swiftly descended to the ground, exchanging glances before continuing their chase. On the bustling street, dark shadows agilely leaped atop every moving vehicle, rapidly closing in on the freight truck. Thus began a fierce highway pursuit. Nightwing peered anxiously over the edge of the trailer, using the dim streetlights to discern the relentless figures in pursuit. I have been targeted by the Assassin Alliance. I must contact Mr. Lee at once. Upon this realization, Nightwing hastily retrieved his phone. Unexpectedly, the massive truck beneath him made a sharp turn, and the tremendous inertia nearly hurled him from his position. Gasping for breath, he endeavored to calm the turmoil within his heart. In a fleeting moment, before he could send the message he had composed, he sensed a dire situation. Glancing around, he discovered several dark figures had silently emerged atop the trailer, surrounding him completely. It appeared that they were determined to detain him this night. Nightwing rose slowly, adopting a combat stance, his cold gaze sweeping over the four dark-clad assassins. The truck continued its journey, the scenery outside shifting incessantly, the wind howling fiercely. It seemed that his only path to safety lay in neutralizing them. He silently chanted to himself, discreetly extending his right hand beneath the cloak draped over his back. The four assassins exchanged glances, then brandished their weapons, their blades glinting ominously under the intermittent glow of the streetlights. Leave no survivors. In an instant, the assassin positioned behind him struck first, wielding a sharp blade that sliced through the air towards Nightwing's nape. The blade soared menacingly, poised to penetrate his skull. Just as fate seemed to beckon, Nightwing whirled around, producing a razor-sharp dagger that deflected the assassin's katana with a resounding clash. The unexpected counterattack caught the assassin off guard, the immense force causing his wrist to tremble uncontrollably. Seeing Nightwing prepared to fight to the bitter end, the four assassins exchanged knowing glances, their eyes behind dark veils gleaming with a sinister light. In unison, they lunged forward, their speed astonishing as they closed in on their target, their movements uncanny and angles treacherous. Witnessing the assassins converge upon him from all sides, Nightwing steeled his resolve, his muscles tensing. Allow me to witness the prowess of the world's most elite assassins. With that, he leapt into the air, his cloak unfurling like the wings of a majestic eagle, launching a barrage of sharp darts indiscriminately into the surrounding space. The tempestuous onslaught of projectiles forced the assailants momentarily backward, retreating to the confines of the trailer. As the wind howled along the highway, Nightwing soared through the air, resembling a creature of the night. The assassins regrouped, then simultaneously sprang onto the trailer, transforming into four streaks of lightning as they ascended. Their gleaming blades sliced through the air, a formidable assault aimed directly at Nightwing. Fools! You seek your own demise. Nightwing bellowed in fury, Watching the four assassins charge at him once more, his dagger erupting with fierce determination. Clang, clang. As their blades clashed, brilliant sparks ignited in the air. Under the relentless barrage from the four assassins, Nightwing found himself increasingly cornered, the tide of battle turning against him. The assassins, sensing their advantage, pressed their attack with mounting ferocity, their blades growing ever more lethal, their bodies encroaching closer to Nightwing. Still too young, he murmured softly, reflecting on the dire predicament he faced. In a split second, the four assassins realized their miscalculation, but it was far too late. Nightwing executed a swift somersault, soaring high into the sky like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate, narrowly evading the four deadly blades aimed at his face. As the cloak billowed chaotically, a multitude of tiny electric bolts cascaded downwards, striking the four assassins with relentless force. The crackling energy swiftly ensnared them like a spider's web, rendering their limbs numb. With a thud, the elite assassins, who moments ago were fervently pursuing Nightwing, plummeted to the asphalt like four wingless birds. The incessant flow of vehicles on the road descended into chaos as they confronted the sudden appearance of these figures from above. Amidst the tumultuous winds, Nightwing withdrew his cloak and gracefully descended back onto the vehicle. Observing the four assassins scattered by the collision, he remained unfazed. Dick Grayson, who had become Batman's trusted ally in the original Robin, possessed abilities that were far from mere illusions. Moreover, after years of honing his skills in the field, his combat techniques rivaled even those of Bruce himself. The composure and agility he exhibited in the face of these top-tier assassins were enough to instill trepidation in his adversaries. He needed to promptly inform Mr. Lee, young man, do not get too complacent. As one wave subsides, another rises. Nightwing glanced around in bewilderment, attempting to discern the source of the voice. Although the sound was unmistakably near, its origin remained elusive, enveloping him in a suffocating and eerie aura. To have repelled my four subordinates, I must have underestimated you. As an aged voice resonated beside him, Nightwing came to a realization. Lars, if you wish to oppose the Justice League, you must consider the consequences. Consequences? Haha. I have lived for centuries and have yet to encounter someone as young and arrogant as you. As the furious voice echoed, a sense of foreboding washed over Nightwing. In an instant, an icy chill of murderous intent surged around him. Recognizing the peril, Nightwing executed a swift somersault, heedless of the congested traffic below, and leaped down. After rolling on the road, he narrowly evaded several panicked vehicles, and amidst the disarray, he pressed a communication button at his waist. Futile, came the familiar voice again. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot escape my grasp. For the first time, Nightwing trembled with unease, glancing at the guardrail of the overpass, his gaze resolute. Without hesitation, he leapt once more, but this time, the outcome was not as he had anticipated. An aged hand materialized out of thin air, suddenly seizing his ankle from behind, and despite his frantic efforts, he was unable to break free. Chapter 92. Batman and Robin joined forces against the League of Assassins amidst a moonless night and howling winds. The desolate Arkham Asylum was shrouded in falling leaves. Ever since Bane had released the villains from within, a chilling silence pervaded each ward. Within the span of a mere month, what was once a vibrant place filled with laughter and talent had transformed into a decrepit and abandoned locale. Lee, cloaked in black and merging with the shadows, concealed himself atop a gnarled tree, silently observing the entrance of Arkham. What was his purpose in coming to Arkham? His brows furrowed in confusion as he watched a figure approach the entrance with measured steps. The figure was clad in antiquated attire, reminiscent of a magician from a bygone circus, his frivolous steps exuding an air of enigma. This was none other than the Mad Hatter, a subject of relentless pursuit by Lee Duan. From the city center to Arkham, Lee Duan remained vigilant, ensuring not a hint of his presence was detected. His sole aim was to uncover the hideout of Bane and his associates, yet he was taken aback to find the Hatter visiting Arkham alone in the dead of night. Regardless, he resolved to follow and observe. The wind whispered ominously as a shadow descended silently from the trees, only to vanish once more into the darkness. A chilling atmosphere enveloped the asylum, rendering it an unsettling place to be. The Mad Hatter whistled a cheerful tune, his face aglow with a smile as if he had discovered a precious treasure. Truly, after centuries of existence, he possessed a certain cunning. Suddenly, he turned sharply, his eyes wide with alarm. It was merely a black cat, its eye glinting with an eerie light. The sound of its paws on the dry twigs echoed like thunder in the stillness of the courtyard. "Begone, you wretched feline," he cursed, then swiftly resumed his earlier jovial demeanor as he continued toward a building filled with psychiatric wards. Behind him, Lee Duan took a deep breath, relieved to remain undetected. In an instant, a chilling breeze brushed past Lee Duan's ear, accompanied by a soft, strange voice that infiltrated his senses. His body jolted as if struck by electricity, nearly drawing his weapon in defense. Turning around, he discovered it was Catwoman, Selina, clad in her uniform. What are you doing here? She asked, equally surprised. What about tracking Wraith? Shoo. Duan gestured for her to be silent, pointing toward the courtyard where the Mad Hatter had entered, realizing they shared the same objective. Catwoman playfully flashed him a gesture. The two moved with agility, weaving through the shadows, swiftly keeping pace with the Hatter. Ding. Mission notification. Side quest. Defeat the Assassin Master. Reward. Progression of Dark Adversary bar by 5. Goodness, does this system not understand timing? Duan muttered, startled by the sudden notification. Fearing the Hatter might have detected him. The Assassin Master has appeared? Just as confusion clouded his mind, a message from Jarvis buzzed on his phone. What is going on? Catwoman asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Trouble has arisen. Nightwing is in danger. Duan's brow furrowed as he stared intently at the screen. I leave this to you. Remember, do not alert the enemy. With that directive, he stealthily departed, leaving Catwoman bewildered. What on earth? She murmured. Meanwhile, on the north overpass of Gotham City, Nightwing leaped off the edge when the Assassin Master suddenly appeared behind him, seizing him with an iron grip. No amount of struggle proved effective. The assassin's expression was cold as he swung Nightwing through the air, tracing a perfect arc before crashing him down onto the road with tremendous force, creating a massive indentation. Nightwing lay curled up on the ground, clutching his waist in excruciating pain. Despite the protective uniform, he had sustained grievous injuries. You shall perish, a cold age voice emanated from Lars's throat, heralding the imminent end of Nightwing's life. A glistening ancient longsword hovered ominously above him, poised to strike, with his eyes tightly shut. Nightwing resigned himself to the prospect of a noble sacrifice when suddenly, the clash of steel interrupted the grim fate awaiting him. Opening his eyes, he was met with the imposing silhouette of a familiar figure, Bruce, who wielded a claw to deflect the Assassin Master's blade. Bruce. Nightwing's expression shifted to one of complexity, astonished that the first to arrive was none other than his mentor and father figure, Batman. Retreat. Bruce commanded loudly. Then bent his knees and, with a powerful sweep of his arm, sent Lars's sword flying aside. Nightwing struggled to rise, the injuries on his back hindering his movements. However, just as he began to regain his composure to join forces with Batman against the Assassin Master Lars, several unexpected intruders appeared around them. It has been a while. I see you have made no progress at all. Alas, my efforts have been in vain, Lars remarked, eyeing the formidable Batman before him with disdain. Efforts? You returned solely to confront me, did you not? Why go through such elaborate lengths? Confront you? Ha ha ha, Lars's aged throat emitted a torturous, dry laugh. Your vision remains so narrow, though it is to be expected, as you are still that Navi child. Though I know not your reasons for return, I shall ensure you are driven out of Gotham once more. Bruce intoned, his voice low yet resolute. As his words lingered in the air, both men, encircled, erupted into action, determined to eradicate the assassins. The atmosphere was charged with tension, ready to explode. Unfazed, Lars merely wore a contemptuous smirk. You seek your own demise. The clash commenced, sparks flying as figures collided with ferocity, blades flashing in a ruthless dance of combat. Bruce, with his powerful arms, wielded the sharp claws, relentlessly pressing towards Lars's vital points. Although Lars retreated, his longsword expertly parried each of Batman's moves with precision. It seemed he was deliberately holding back, as if testing Bruce's current strength. Nightwing, enduring the searing pain radiating from his back, fought valiantly against 4 black-clad assassins. These adversaries were not like Lars. They showed no mercy, each strike aimed to kill, presenting a dire threat. Before long, Nightwing found himself overwhelmed, wounded multiple times, his body a tapestry of injuries, with crimson blood staining the pavement ominously. Passing vehicles halted at a distance, cautious not to approach, while passengers peered out their windows, bewildered and abuzz with speculation. Late-night dancing? Incredible! What late-night dancing? This is clearly a brawl among thugs. Do not be absurd. They are obviously filming this as street dance. I watch every episode. Alas, cease your assault. Chapter 93, The Assassin Alliance is not so formidable after all. The sharp claws of the Tiger Fist surged forward as Batman unleashed a powerful punch aimed squarely at the face of Master Assassin Lars. Clang. The resonant sound of metal striking echoed across the overpass, where a fierce confrontation was unfolding. Shadows danced across the bridge, the wind howling past as the battle raged on. The elongated, ancient sword effortlessly parried Bruce's relentless attacks, sparking brilliantly with each clash. You've made no progress at all. Perhaps you should find a factory job, Bruce. Lars mocked, a smile filled with wrinkles stretching across his face. With a horizontal slash, the keen edge of his sword forcefully deflected the incoming Tiger Fist, causing Batman to stagger back from the sheer force. If an old man like me can overpower you, it's truly disappointing. As Batman regained his footing, Lars swiftly advanced, raising his longsword for a powerful downward strike. Clang. The latter reacted with remarkable speed, barely managing to block the forceful blow with his forearm. Yet the tremendous strength still sent him kneeling to the ground. You lead your assassins into battle once more, but alas, you have chosen the wrong moment. Oh, is that so? Lars raised his sword again, its blade sharp and menacing, the obscure patterns of black energy resembling ants crawling along the edge. I never intended to kill you, but you are simply too much of a nuisance. His hoarse voice rasped as he swung the sword through the air. Aiming at the figure below, Bruce's gaze sharpened, executing a daring roll to evade the attack. Clang! The blade struck the ground, sending sparks flying and carving a deep trench into the pavement. Seizing the opportunity, Bruce retaliated, leaping into the air, his fierce punch hurtling toward Lars's face. The latter cast a cold glance, twisting his body to nimbly evade the oncoming fist, then retaliated with a vicious kick to Bruce's abdomen. Bang! With a dull thud, Bruce was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground and creating a long furrow. After several exchanges, Lars maintained the upper hand, rendering Batman's every move futile, devoid of any suspense. Are you certain you wish to oppose me? It's not too late to surrender now, Lars muttered, slowly advancing with his long sword towards Bruce. Meanwhile, Nightwing found himself ensnared amidst a throng of assassins, wounded and weary. Blood gushed from his mouth, and beneath his tattered mask, his eyes bore a hint of exhaustion. Bring it on, he shouted defiantly, clutching his bleeding left arm. He resembled a cornered prey, destined for demise in the eyes of the assassins, who perceived him as already dead. Yet, regardless of the dire circumstances, as long as he possessed a flicker of life, he would not yield. Ignoring the numerous cuts adorning his body, he raised his short blade, his gaze fierce and filled with an overwhelming aura of determination. The assassins merely exchanged cold smiles at the sight. They had encountered many who desired to take others down with them in their final moments, and such individuals invariably met a tragic end. They had no intention of granting him a moment's respite. In an instant, several shadowy figures launched a renewed assault. Each assassin wielded a razor-sharp katana, coordinating their efforts to encircle Nightwing in a deadly formation, their blades flashing as they converged upon him. Nightwing, fixated on the relentless onslaught advancing towards him, swiftly brandished his twin short blades, ready to counter the clash of steel resounded as shadows darted around him with blinding speed, their lethal blades slicing through the air, creating a tempest of lethal energy. The unstoppable force of their strikes met Nightwing's blades, igniting a dazzling display of sparks, while the tremendous impact reverberated through his flesh, forcing him to retreat step by step. Nightwing's gaze flickered as he deftly maneuvered his short blades, refusing to relent. Alas, the adversaries had effectively sealed off all avenues of escape, leaving no room for reprieve. In a flash, a cold glimmer severed the cloak draped across his back, the blade piercing his skin and unleashing a cascade of crimson droplets. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes, the vivid red of his blood, illuminated by the streetlights, painted a ghastly tableau upon the pavement. With a resounding thud, Nightwing could no longer withstand the onslaught. His legs buckled beneath him, and despite his valiant effort to resist the dizziness clouding his mind, he succumbed to the ground. The merciless blades showed no mercy. Sensing their prey had fallen, they surged forward with ferocious intent. In that critical moment, as Nightwing lay vulnerable, a shadow flitted like a specter between the assassins. The crisp sound of a blade being drawn echoed, and in a flash of cold light, several of the katana were severed. Withdraw! The chilling voice of the shadow rang out, and in an instant, it lunged towards the retreating assassins with a speed akin to a parasite. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, and the surrounding streetlights flickered and extinguished, plunging the overpass into darkness. Lars, the master assassin approaching Bruce, his expression shifting as he surveyed his surroundings. The unmistakable sound of blades slicing through flesh filled the air, followed by the delayed cries of agony. Bruce rose from the ground, tilting his head to observe the figure dancing amidst the shadows. Duan. As the last scream faded, a deafening crash echoed. Lars's his malevolent eyes glowing with a crimson hue, intricate patterns swirling within his pupils. He discerned the figure cloaked in black, with hands adorned with silver, razor-sharp claws. Oh, so it is you, he mused, realizing the assassin's alliance had been hunting Duan for some time, yet this marked their first encounter with him in the flesh. A keen glance revealed his subordinates had been mercilessly reduced to dismembered remains, leaving only a solitary figure embedded motionless against the overpass railing. It is you. I have sought you for long. I never anticipated you would deliver yourself to me so swiftly, he proclaimed, drawing forth his ancient longsword, advancing slowly yet deliberately. Ha! I have been searching for you as well. I have long heard of the notorious reputation of your assassin alliance. Today, I came to learn from you, only to find you are but a shadow of your legend. Duan turned leisurely, retracting the 6-thou diamond wolf claws back into his arm. He approached Nightwing silently, bending down to whisper a few words into his ear. Nightwing struggled to rise, but his injuries hindered him. Li Duan gently patted him on the back before striding towards the shadowy figure ahead. Unyielding? Young one. Those who once uttered such words now have grass 3 meters high upon their graves. Oh, is that so? I merely believe your ancient bones are due for the earth. Chapter 94. Farewell to shadows. The cold night wind swept through, lifting the assassin master's ancient robe and revealing his withered, aged face. Gazing at Li Duan and Bruce, who flanked him, he exhibited not a hint of fear, even finding amusement in the situation. The longsword in his grasp fell to the ground, its tip piercing the surface and emitting a faint hum. Old man, I never imagined you'd last this long without gaining wisdom. Li Duan was in no rush to engage, for Nightwing lay injured on the ground, and any action could jeopardize him. Then by all means, enlighten me. What is it that I need to understand? Lars, sensing Li Duan's calm demeanor, grew increasingly emboldened. This grand display was merely to draw out Li Duan, whom he believed he could eliminate effortlessly. I know not what the trickster has bargained with you. But one thing is certain. Even if you assist him in achieving his goals, the outcome will not align with your desires. Upon hearing this, Lars's eyelids flickered. This brat possessed more knowledge than anticipated. He could not be left alive. Surely you're aware of the adage. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bough is hidden. The trickster seeks balance. Do you truly believe he will leave you unscathed after removing me? Li Duan emphasized his final words, his expression betraying the message that Lars had been outmaneuvered. Nonsense. After living so long, do I still need a mere child to teach me such lessons? Huh. That is precisely why you've lived so long, yet remained so oblivious. You little brat, my previous intent to eliminate you stemmed from certain dealings. But now my motives have shifted. I simply desire to rid myself of you personally. Lars, incensed by Li Duan's mockery, tightened his grip on the longsword. Li Duan remained unfazed by the sudden surge of murderous intent emanating from Lars. A brief glance behind him revealed that Nightwing had managed to rise and slip away during their exchange, leaving only the three of them in a standoff. Speak. How would you prefer to meet your end at my hands? I shall endeavor to accommodate. Old bones, your bravado is as absurd as your age. When the fight ensues, do not blame me for lacking respect for the elderly. Lars' expression darkened to an extreme, an ancient aura seemingly transcending millennia enveloping him. A heavy murderous intent coalescing beneath his feet. Brat, tonight you shall undoubtedly meet your demise. With a thunderous roar, Lars raised his sword high, and a series of obscure and eerie patterns swiftly enveloped the blade, emanating a dark, viscous energy that sent chills down one's spine. Li Duan glanced up and noticed this detail. It seemed that the master assassin's powers were infused within this sword. The atmosphere became tense as Bruce shook his body, revealing his powerful arms, prepared for battle. Li Duan, however, remained composed, his sharp gaze fixed intently on the sword wielded by the master assassin. Suddenly, Lars took the initiative, swinging his sword towards Li Duan with a single hand, as if striking an invisible beast. In an instant, a formidable black sword aura surged forth, cleaving directly towards Li Duan. Thunder rumbled as dark clouds silently gathered above, shattering the night's hollow solitude with flashes of lightning. The loose black robe crackled with stray bolts of electricity, and beneath the hood, Li Duan's icy visage tilted upwards, his eyes flashing with a commanding brilliance. Li Duan spread his arms wide, and 6 golden claws burst forth, producing a resounding metallic clang. Undeterred by the oncoming blacksword aura, he strode forward, each step ringing with resolute clarity. The sharp claws sliced through the air, fiercely colliding with the descending sword aura, resulting in a thunderous explosion. In an instant, sparks flew, and the thunder scattered like wild torrents. Before the overwhelming onslaught of thunder, the peculiar sword aura proved utterly feeble, ultimately dissipating in the wake of Li Duan. Witnessing his assault being ruthlessly torn apart, Lars's aged eyes widened in alarm, sensing the dire turn of events. Gripping the sword hilt tightly, a multitude of black energy coursed down his body like a torrent of mud, ultimately coalescing upon the elongated blade. Prepare to meet your end, Lars bellowed, his face contorted with fury as he raised the sword high, the dense black energy transforming into countless energy ribbons, all absorbed by the blade. Realizing that Lars was unleashing a formidable attack, behind Lars, Bruce was taken aback by the unfolding spectacle. The heavens were shifting ominously as Lars gathered his strength for a terrifying maneuver. Li Duan and Bruce, in synchrony, understood they must thwart Lars's intentions. Li Duan closed the distance, his 6 claws crackling with thunder as they surged forward like a ferocious beast. Unfazed, Lars stood his ground, watching as Li Duan charged at him, and the sword descended with unstoppable ferocity. The powerful sword aura cascaded down like a waterfall, rendering Li Duan's thunderous assault a mere whisper in comparison. With a resounding crash, the silver electricity collided with the inky sword aura, creating a cataclysmic explosion. It seemed even the moon trembled from the shockwave, scattering the once accumulated clouds. The explosive energy vortex swiftly enveloped the vicinity, causing the entire overpass to collapse with a deafening roar, dust billowing into the air and debris flying in all directions. Bruce was hurled off the bridge by the overwhelming force, instantly engulfed by the dust, his fate unknown. The once tranquil and harmonious night in the municipal district was abruptly shattered by a thunderous explosion. Amidst the debris, a figure suddenly emerged from the rubble, landing gracefully amidst the scattered stones. Have they fled? Li Duan's expression turned complex as he scanned his surroundings, detecting no trace of Lars amidst the ruins. Where's Bruce? The absence of Bruce's presence filled Li Duan with concern. Steel was inexplicably missing, and Batman could not afford to vanish like this again. Just as Li Duan pondered, a sound emanated from the heap of rubble below. Boom. A surge of black energy erupted with a loud crash, sending countless stones flying as a skeletal arm shot forth. Li Duan's demeanor shifted to seriousness, veins bulging as his claws instinctively emerged. This old fellow truly is resilient. He has not perished yet. Kid, I underestimated you. But you must still meet your end. Lars awkwardly crawled from the debris, dust cascading off him. Wait, he is mine. Suddenly, an elderly voice unexpectedly resonated from the surroundings. Both Lars and Li Duan were taken aback, scanning their surroundings in search of the voice's owner. Li Duan's eyes grew increasingly intricate. Could it be that old fellow from the shadows has arrived? Chapter 95. The Trickster's Game. Observing the encroaching waves of darkness, Li Duan's expression stiffened. Ever since he had viewed that surveillance footage, he had suspected that Steel had been taken by the shadows, and now he had to confront this matter directly. Shadows, show yourself. Li Duan turned and bellowed, his black cloak billowing in the wind, exuding an aura of unyielding authority. Kid, your opponent is me. Enraged by Li Duan's disregard, Lars raised his longsword and charged relentlessly toward him. Unexpectedly, without a moment's hesitation, Li Duan brandished the God of Thunder's hammer, pivoting to deliver a powerful strike to the ground. Bang! A tremendous sound reverberated as a circular shockwave emanated from the point of impact. The contained thunderous energy forcefully toppling Lars. Dust swirled, debris danced, and Lars was sent flying like a cannonball, ultimately crashing into a precariously trembling stone pillar before being engulfed by the ruins once more. Although the task at hand was to eliminate the master assassin, Li Duan had more pressing matters to attend to and could only temporarily set aside Lars. His cold gaze swept the vicinity, teeth grinding audibly as an invisible fury radiated from him. Reveal yourself, shadows. I guarantee you will not escape this time. As soon as the words left his lips, the accumulated dark energy around him began to swirl rapidly, soon forming a small vortex above the rubble. Within the vortex, a figure flickered in and out of visibility. With white hair and an aged visage, it was indeed the shadows. Have I provoked you? Why such anger? The shadow's voice, laced with amusement, emerged from the dark whirlpool, inciting Li Duan's ire. Enough with the nonsense. Confess where you have taken Steel. Ah, young one, you wish to pose such enigmatic questions upon our first meeting. Speak quickly. With a flick of his left hand, Li Duan summoned the silver hammer, unleashing numerous tendrils of lightning that coiled like serpents, resonating with a thunderous roar. Ah. Are you truly angered? How about this? Let us engage in a duel, and should you triumph, I shall answer any question you pose. Silence. If you do not reveal the whereabouts of the steel bone today, I assure you, you will retire on the spot. Li Duan bellowed, his voice resonating with authority. With a mere thought, the crimson gold Mark 42 armor enveloped him like dragon scales. Observing Li Duan's fury, the shadow flinched, unleashing a torrent of dark energy with a sweep of his hands. Li Duan crouched momentarily before propelling himself upward with the force of a bowstring, soaring through the air as the flames beneath his feet gradually steadied his ascent. His eyes, sharp and piercing beneath the helmet, gleamed with determination. Jarvis, initiate charging. Certainly, every pore of Li Duan's body opened as the formidable power of Thor surged forth, being absorbed into the armor's energy system. With the energy levels reaching 200, the suit brimmed with power. Upon hearing Jarvis's report, Li Duan surged forward, wielding his thunder hammer, summoning a tempest of lightning that swirled around him. The rolling thunder danced like a dragon in water, encircling him in a protective barrier against the shadow's dark energy. He stealthily removed the armor from his left hand, ready to employ his mischievous abilities to turn the tables. A vast expanse of dark energy coalesced into two enormous hands, dense and peculiar, darker than the night sky above. In an instant, the obsidian hands closed around him before Li Duan could react, enveloping him entirely. What is happening? Li Duan stared in disbelief as the overwhelming dark energy surrounded him, cutting off all light. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he surveyed his surroundings. Jarvis. Activate biological scanning. Understood, sir. The biological scan commenced in haste, but to Li Duan's dismay, the screen displayed no response after the scan concluded. Surrounded by the layers of dark energy, he sensed an eerie calm with no immediate threat, as if ensnared in a cage with no escape. Shadow, what trickery is this? Li Duan shouted, feeling increasingly uneasy. Just as he prepared to swing his thunder hammer in retaliation, the surrounding black energy dissipated into thin air. As the darkness faded, Li Duan realized the surroundings had transformed dramatically. This is bad. I have been deceived. He cursed inwardly, surveying the astonishing scene before him. The boundaries between heaven and earth had vanished, replaced by an endless expanse of chaos and ethereal mist. The dim environment was dotted with distant stars. And though he was mere meters from the celestial vault above, reaching out yielded nothing tangible. What place is this? Shadow, show yourself, Li Duan called out. His thunder hammer crackling ominously, poised for eruption. Calm yourself, young one, and allow me to explain, came the reply. I trust you as far as I can throw you. You wretched old man. Speak quickly. Where have you brought me? Li Duan raised his gaze, observing a figure approaching steadily, appearing as though it strolled effortlessly between heaven and earth, unencumbered by any constraints. This is my dark dimension, now, aside from you and me. There is no one else here. The shadow finally revealed itself, devoid of any energy fluctuations, resembling an ordinary old man with white hair. Li Duan furrowed his brows slightly, his eyes glinting as he contemplated how to escape this place. Do not fret, I am not allied with them. I have no interest in that. I simply wish to know where you have taken the steel bones. Steel bones? I assure you, I did not lay a hand on him. The shadow looked at Li Duan with a perplexed expression, an air of innocence adorning his aged face. What? That day, a force identical to yours from the dark dimension clearly appeared, and you dare to protest? I am truly wronged, young man. Do not forget that aside from me, there is yet another who wields dimensional power. Upon hearing this, Li Duan suddenly comprehended. Could it be the mischief maker? His expression shifted dramatically, his pupils trembling violently. He has constructed a game, in which you are the protagonist. Though he does not confront you directly, he will employ other forces to restrict you, ultimately aiming to defeat you. Perhaps he finds this most amusing. As Li Duan absorbed the shadow's words, turmoil brewed within him. Recalling the fierce declarations he made upon first encountering the mischief maker. So you are one of the powers he has borrowed? No. I am merely passing the time. Although I am a member of the unjust society, I act according to my own whims, and no one can interfere. You need not worry. Chapter 96, right under your nose in the Gotham City Municipal District, at 10 p.m. The colossal collapse of the suburban overpass sent shockwaves throughout the area, shattering the tranquility of the night into chaos. Furthermore, this was merely the beginning. The municipal district was destined for a sleepless and protracted night. Upon the outbreak of the incident, the stationed federal military promptly assembled at the scene, but alas, by the time they arrived, Li Duan, Bruce, and the master assassin, the instigators, had already vanished. As they diligently managed the accident scene, a grand spectacle was brewing in the federal military's arsenal area. Boss, are we really going to blow it up? Indeed. What are you afraid of? The Penguin, clad earnestly in the skull-embellished bulletproof attire of the Holy Island Organization, cast a disdainful glance at his trembling subordinate. Listen up, minions. Since we are here, we must ensure this place is blown to smithereens. Do not falter when it truly matters. The Penguin commanded through the communications device in his ear, addressing the throng of Penguin gang members behind him. Each of them donned the distinctive bulletproof vests of the Holy Island Organization, with many even tattooing Bane's visage on their arms to resemble his followers more closely. Boss, are we really going to fire upon those federal troops? One subordinate inquired with a note of trepidation. Smack. The moment the words left his lips, the Penguin delivered a resounding slap to his face. Silence. With the assistance of Mr. Lee's envoy, what is there to fear? The Penguin cast a disdainful glare at his subordinate, whose face was swollen and bruised, before quickly shifting his gaze to a figure cloaked in a black coat behind him, an alleged aide. The faint glow of the streetlight illuminated the ground, casting a slight beam into the narrow alley where they were concealed, allowing a fleeting glimpse of the aide's visage. To his astonishment, it was none other than Chado, the vengeful demon and former member of the Suicide Squad. Although the Penguin held trust in Li Duan, he hesitated upon seeing Chado, considering the latter's notorious past. Boss, when do we commence? Inquired a subordinate. Whenever you decide, came the eager response. Upon hearing his subordinate's query, the Penguin immediately turned to Chado, who remained silent, his gaze fixed intently across the street. It was 10:30 in the evening, and the wind had begun to subside. Time trickled by, and the Penguin's gang was poised for action, ready to spring into fray at a moment's notice. They held their breath, eyes glued to the opposite side, alert to any movement. Suddenly, the hurried, chaotic sound of footsteps echoed from the street. followed by a group of soldiers in military uniforms casually appearing under the glow of the streetlight. Prepare yourselves. We spring into action the moment the door opens, Chato declared, raising an eyebrow and whispering softly. Truly exhausting, one soldier remarked. Indeed, even the mules of the production team wouldn't dare to act this way. Fortunately, we are the weapons repair unit, or who knows how late we would have been dismissed, another soldier chimed in. They had returned from the suburban overpass, forming this solitary squad for the night's routine weapon checks, the only unit remaining in the city. At that moment, the opportunity to storm the armory had arrived, precisely as Duan had instructed Chato. With a click, the safety door was unlocked by their captain, and the heavy door creaked open, revealing the pitch-black interior of the armory. Suddenly, a rocket propelled with blinding flames shot unexpectedly from the alley across, causing several soldiers to freeze in shock. Get down, came the urgent shout, and in unison, the other soldiers dropped to the ground. The rocket whizzed overhead, crashing directly into the now open armory. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, illuminating every corner of the armory with its fierce light, casting dramatic shadows over the soldiers of the weapons repair unit. It was over. They understood the malevolent intentions of their adversaries. The armory housed weapons of the Federal Army, the culmination of Ravi's labor. If destroyed, the consequences would be dire. However, the Penguin-esque gang paid no heed to their concerns. The grand spectacle was just beginning. Boys, charge! With a fervent leap, the Penguin raised his cane towards the armory. And from their concealment in the alley, hundreds of Penguin henchmen surged forth with a resounding roar, an overwhelming tide. Kill! The air was filled with the sound of dozens of firearms, including several Gatling guns, and even a few fearsome rocket launchers and anti-tank cannons. All fear stems from a lack of firepower. It appears that the Penguin gang is utterly unafraid. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, blinding gunfire filled the previously dark alley like a constellation of stars, as bullets surged towards the military depot with ferocity. Within a mere breath, the resisting squad of the military depot was obliterated, becoming the initial casualties of this tumultuous event. The deafening gunfire seemed poised to upend the entire night. Duan had advised them to make as much commotion as possible during this assault. After all, cloaked in the guise of the Bain Island organization, the public would attribute the blame to the long-identified instigators of unrest. It was crucial for the citizens to realize that Ravi's forces were not as formidable as public opinion suggested. They struggled against the insurgents just as much. This unknown mayoral candidate could not possibly save Gotham. Listen up, everyone. Take whatever you can carry and destroy the rest. Yes. Hundreds of voices rose in fervent unison, their shouts echoing throughout the municipal district. Residents began to take note of this earth-shattering nocturnal raid, astonished to discover that the military base within the municipal building was under attack. Could it be? They dared to assault a location occupied by federal troops? What a spectacle! Strange occurrences happen every year, but this year seems particularly rife with them. If even the municipal district is in turmoil, wherein Gotham is free from insurrection, that Ravi. It seems the insurgents hold the federal troops in utter disdain. Did he not assert that the rioters were nothing but a rabble? How is it that they now dare to confront their stronghold so boldly? It has long been said that the federal troops were ineffective. Look, it has been less than a week since their arrival, and the chaos shows no signs of abating. As the Penguin gang surged into the depot, the lights flickered to life, and upon confronting the neatly arranged, formidable weapons, they nearly salivated with anticipation. In a flurry, they scrambled for the best arms, each vying to secure the finest weapon for themselves. Hurry, hurry, move faster, or they will truly return. Amidst the chaos, a shout from the Penguin leader brought his subordinates back to their senses. In less than an hour, the Penguin gang returned, laden with spoils. They had managed to reduce the stock of weapons within the depot by only 1/5. Retreat. This area is mine. Chato ordered the others to withdraw, then stood before the depot, eyes alight with eagerness. Whoosh! A searing flame erupted from his mouth, forming a massive fire tornado that completely enveloped the military depot before him. Boom, boom, boom. With each resounding explosion, the federal troops' most formidable bastion and Ravi's reputation were utterly annihilated. Chapter 97. You wish to challenge me? At 10:50 p.m., in the ruins of the overpass on the eastern outskirts of the municipal district, the sudden assault by the Penguin gang caught Ravi completely off guard. While he was outside reveling, disaster had struck from above. What? How could this be? Ravi listened in shock to his subordinate's report, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. A pack of imbeciles. Imbeciles. After a few angry outbursts, his expression gradually darkened. Everyone, return at once. If you cannot eradicate these insurgents, you are finished. Yes. At this moment, the Penguin gang was reveling in their triumph as they journeyed home, treating the night as a grand fireworks celebration. 2 large trucks, carrying the victorious members of the gang, leisurely cruised along the highway, with the Penguin Man at the helm, proudly puffing on a cigar, securing a substantial cache of advanced weaponry while avenging their grievances against Bane and his cohorts was nothing short of exhilarating. Boss, this is incredible. How did Brotherly know the armory would be so poorly guarded tonight? One of the gang members exclaimed. This was all part of Brotherly's calculations. How could you simpletons possibly comprehend? The Penguin Man exhaled a plume of smoke, his admiration for Duan reaching new heights. To him, Duan had become not merely the savior of his life, but also a great benefactor of the entire Penguin gang. He silently vowed that when next he encountered Duan, he would offer the allegiance of the gang to him. Suddenly, as the Penguin Man basked in his satisfaction, a thunderous crash emanated from the front truck, akin to colliding with a massive obstruction, followed by an urgent screech of brakes. What is going on? Get out and check. He commanded his subordinates, an incredulous expression crossing his face. Before them lay a colossal, enigmatic object that had come to an abrupt halt. The front of the truck crumpled dramatically against it, while the imposing figure remained utterly unmoved. Inside the cabin, the demon Shadow stared in shock at the massive entity they had struck. No, it was not a mere stone in their path, it was Bane. All their prior ease vanished in an instant. Yeah, with a low, thunderous roar, Bane hoisted the truck's front end as if it were a mere trinket, his granite-like muscles bulging as he pressed down, leaving an enormous imprint. The truck's front was then violently shaken as if it were a toy in his grasp. Get out, Shadow shouted, kicking open the door and leaping from the cab. The truck was flipped over with a resounding crash. Bane raised an eyebrow, casting a disdainful glance at Shadow as he leaped from the vehicle, provocatively shaking off the dust from his shoulders. You've walked into your own trap. This saves me quite a bit of trouble. You all retreat. I will handle him. Shadow bellowed to the Penguin gang members, who were scrambling out of the cab. Bane merely scoffed, and in that moment, a blinding spotlight pierced through the darkness like a sword drawn from its sheath. Shadow and the panicked penguins shielded their eyes against the glaring light, which heralded the arrival of armed vehicles racing towards them with a commanding presence. The Penguin Man's face paled, his hand trembling uncontrollably against his cane. This was it. How could they have arrived? This was the end. Shadow fixed his gaze on the formidable forces of the Holy Island Army, determination igniting within his eyes. For him, having pledged allegiance to Duan, he swore to protect the Penguin Gang's safety with his life. Abandon the vehicles and flee, quickly. Understood, the Penguin Man replied, his voice quivering slightly as he turned to escape, limping away. Now you wish to run? It's too late, Bane coldly remarked, and in an instant, 2 rockets streaked past him, heading straight for the fleeing penguins. Get down, Shadow shouted suddenly, as flames erupted from his chest, forming a fiery wall that intercepted the incoming missiles. Boom. The intense explosions erupted from the firewall, sending powerful shockwaves that shook the ground, engulfing Shadow in flames. Leaving his fate uncertain, the penguins turned back in shock, the grim scene stirring tumultuous waves of dread in their hearts. Fall back. Wait. The penguin leader halted his frantic retreat, turning to stand resolute, his gaze unwavering. Gritting his teeth, anger surged up his cheeks. He could not allow Shadow to bear all the brunt alone. Listen up. It's just a firefight. If we must die, let us not cower any longer. Let us seize the weapons we just acquired and fight back. As the fervor in the penguin leader's voice spread, the fury in the hearts of his comrades was gradually ignited. Across from them, Bane observed the flames before him dissipating, revealing a figure whose clothing was already tattered. A vengeful demon? This man was willing to assist the penguins, and thus, he would join them in their demise. With that, a malevolent aura radiated from Bane's eyes. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of heavily armed men surged forth from behind him, an array of formidable weapons at the ready. On the road flanked by trees, the 2 factions faced off with palpable hostility, as if on the brink of an all-out brawl. Rat-a-tat-tat. A torrential barrage of bullets rained down from behind Bane, targeting the penguins mercilessly. Find cover, the penguin leader shouted again, prompting his men to swiftly take refuge behind 2 trucks. Shadow darted towards the nearby trees, evading the hail of bullets with agility. Seeing the opposition's defiance, Bane's expression darkened. He abruptly turned, snatching a missile crate from the shoulder of a burly man, and strode towards the enemy, clutching it in one hand. Whoosh. As Bane approached the 2 trucks, he continuously pressed the trigger of the launcher. A relentless stream of missiles shot forth, their fiery trails marking precise lines as they bombarded the trucks. Boom. The missiles, with their terrifying power, unleashed a horrific energy, and in an instant, the trucks were obliterated, 2 small mushroom clouds rising into the air. The road before Bane was engulfed in flames, and his subordinates began to howl with excitement. But as the flames began to recede, Bane's expression shifted dramatically. He beheld the inferno transforming into a swirling vortex of energy, which the familiar figure behind it molded into a fiery sphere with his bare hands. Remarkably, the penguins, who should have perished in the explosion, stood alive and intact. Damn it! A surge of wrath flooded Bane's eyes. However, Chato remained oblivious, skillfully manipulating the fireball that absorbed the explosive force, a wicked grin spreading across his face. It's my turn now, isn't it? In an instant, he seized the fireball, bending at the waist to concentrate his strength in his arms, and with a sudden, forceful swing, hurled it towards Bane and his subordinates like a catapult. Chapter 98. The shadows are indeed allies. The powerful blaze reflected in Bane's pupils as the approaching fireball surged forward, carrying a terrifying wave of heat, the acrid scent of burning filling the air. As the fireball drew nearer, Bane let out a low growl, abruptly stamping the ground before leaping into the air. His subordinates behind him were struck dumb, wondering if their leader intended to take the fireball head-on. The retreating members of the Penguin Gang also turned their attention, questioning his sanity. Was this not akin to striking a stone with an egg, or a moth drawn to a flame? In midair, the collision between man and fireball loomed imminent, causing the onlookers below to hold their breath in anticipation. Bane, unfazed, raised his formidable right hand, swinging his fist, about the size of a sandbag, downward with tremendous force. Bang! The massive fireball collided violently with Bane's fist, unleashing a circular shockwave that severed the surrounding trees at their trunks. The sheer power was astounding, capable of reducing an entire building to rubble in an instant. Sparks erupted like a celestial display, engulfing the roadway in flames. Bane's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, performing a roll before stabilizing himself. His subordinates, witnessing the spectacle, gasped in disbelief. The ferocious explosion had been absorbed by Bane head-on, showcasing an extraordinary physical resilience. In truth, this was a testament to his rock-solid uniform, which could withstand an explosion equivalent to 1,000 tons, akin to the force of a small missile. Chase them. Do not let a single one escape, he bellowed, clutching his scorched right hand. The disgrace inflicted by the Penguin Gang was something he would not easily forgive. Yes, his subordinates responded in unison, swiftly arming themselves and mobilizing vehicles to pursue the fleeing members of the Penguin Gang. In the shadowy dimension, Duan felt as if he were suspended in the vastness of space, surrounded by endless stars and an infinite cosmos. No, 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 I am merely passing the time. Although I am a member of the Unjust Association, I act solely according to my whims, and no one can interfere. You need not worry. Why should I trust you? This could very well be a trap set by you and the troublemaker. Young man, do not conflate me with them. I am merely an old man seeking amusement. I have no desire to drive you into a corner. Upon hearing these words from the shadow, Duan felt reassured. The individual before him was not an— Will you assist me? Upon realizing the shadow was not an adversary, Duan's eyes sparkled with hope. If he could enlist the shadow to his side, it would be a tremendous boon. Rest assured, I will not stand idly by while the troublemaker wreaks havoc in Gotham. The forthcoming situation will be unprecedentedly dire. So be prepared. As the shadow spoke, a deepening gloom settled upon his countenance. Upon perceiving the shadow, Duan's expression grew grave, a sense of foreboding welling up within him. Could it be that the Joker has devised some new scheme? After you vanquished the Ice Pillar and the Dazed Baron, he gradually discerned that these minions lacked the capacity to contend with you. Thus, he employed his interdimensional abilities to summon a legion of formidable villains to Gotham. What? Who exactly are these individuals? I cannot say for certain, but do not fret, for they shall soon seek you out. Duan's heart quaked at this revelation. Was Gotham once again to be ensnared in an endless crisis? Superman, when shall you return? The news imparted by the shadow left him astounded, and he increasingly felt overwhelmed. While he was not intimately acquainted with the world's notorious villains, he possessed a modicum of knowledge about them. If the Joker were to ruthlessly pursue total annihilation, there remained several vicious characters yet to make their entrance. Dealing with a master assassin and Lavi had already consumed considerable energy. Should more nefarious villains arrive, he would be at a distinct disadvantage. After all, a single pair of fists cannot withstand the onslaught of many, and Duan was hardly endowed with extraordinary powers. Do not be overly concerned. Should that dire moment arise, you could absorb this, the shadow said, handing Duan a small vial containing the dark essence he bore. I am aware of your ability to assimilate the powers of others. Should it become absolutely necessary, you might harness the capabilities of my dark dimension to confront the Joker. This may very well be the sole method to defeat him directly. Duan took the vial, scrutinizing it closely. The dark energy within bore an uncanny resemblance to that which enveloped the shadow. The viscous dark energy swirled within the vial, writhing in an erratic manner, exuding a sense of mystery and wonder. Thank you. With this vial of energy, when the time comes to confront the Joker, I shall not be entirely helpless, he remarked. Clasping his hands in gratitude to the shadow, though beneath his smile lay an undercurrent of apprehension regarding the impending situation. In Gotham's municipal district, prior to Lavi's forces arriving at the suburban overpass, Bruce Wayne, the Batman, had already discreetly withdrawn. He had not been buried under the debris, thus eluding Lee Duan's detection. Upon emerging from the overpass, Bruce located the gravely injured Nightwing, Dick, and together they supported one another as they departed the scene. After mounting the Batcycle, Bruce transported Dick back to the base in the red light district. Bruce, what has happened to Dick? We encountered the League of Assassins, and Lavi was also involved. Lavi? That fiend is still alive? Quickly, we must get him medical attention. Batman anxiously cradled Nightwing as they made their way to the medical room, with Alfred nervously trailing behind. Could it be that the mission had failed? Alfred regarded Bruce with concern, both aware that Nightwing had followed Lavi tonight to gather evidence of his collusion with Bane. The news of Nightwing being ambushed by the League of Assassins could only imply a failure of the mission. Cough, cough. Just as Alfred fretted over the mission's outcome, Nightwing, lying on the bed, erupted into a violent fit of coughing. Struggling, he fumbled to unfasten his belt, trembling as he attempted to hang. Bruce immediately reached for the belt, and at that moment, the two understood that their mission had been successfully accomplished. Jarvis, locate Master Assassin Lars. Understood, sir. I am retrieving the information for you. Long before Lee Duan engaged with Lars, he had discreetly placed a miniature tracker on him. After all, accepting the system's mission. Eliminating Lars had long been one of Lee Duan's objectives. With the arrow knocked, there was no turning back. However, Lee Duan did not hastily strike. Instead, he waited until the early hours of the following day to proceed according to Jarvis's tracking. Lars, being cunning and seasoned, had developed a measure of wariness after their encounter the previous night. To approach this old adversary again, it was imperative not to raise any alarms. He was acutely aware of the caution exercised by the Assassin Guild. To dismantle them entirely was not something that could be achieved through reckless force. Chapter 99. Bound tight in the outskirts of Gotham, amidst desolate wilderness, dense woods encircled a grand and ancient castle, its spire piercing the canopy, welcoming the first rays of morning light. The assassin, now devoid of the cover of night, would be akin to fish out of water, merely lambs awaiting slaughter. This was a truth Lee Duan understood all too well. Nevertheless, Lars' Assassin Guild was one of the most elite killer organizations globally. To confront a cadre of cold-blooded assassins who danced on the knife's edge for a living, one would require thorough preparation and could not act recklessly. Lee Duan, having shed his iron armor, concealed himself within the boughs of a sprawling tree, momentarily lost in contemplation while observing the task page displayed by the system. Side task, defeat Master Assassin. Reward, progress of Dark Nemesis increases by 5. His gaze shifted to the bottom of the taskbar, where a line of inconspicuous text caught his eye. Rated task, defeat Master Assassin rating, eliminate Master Assassin rating, dismantle the entire Assassin Guild rating, rewards based on task completion. Was this not compelling me to commit a crime? Lee Duan gradually sank into deep thought. The progress of the Dark Nemesis had not budged in quite some time, and he was eagerly anticipating the forthcoming rewards. Regrettably for you, Lars, your Assassin Guild shall be eradicated from Gotham starting today. With his mind now settled, only the chilling aura of impending death remained in his gaze. The cold wind kissed his face, bringing with it a touch of morning's languor. Draped in a black cloak, Lee Duan transformed into an inconspicuous shadow, silently descending from the tree and immediately blending into the dense woods. Fresh from the events of the previous night, while the Assassin Guild was not severely weakened, their vigilance would certainly not be at its peak. The timing was ripe, and it was essential to seize the moment. Since approaching the forest, Lee Duan had employed the multiple microdrones from his Mark 42 suit to conduct a preliminary reconnaissance of the thermal imaging in the area. Although the Guild's guards mostly donned uniforms designed to block infrared detection, on this pleasant morning, a momentary lapse in vigilance could reveal their presence. With the scant information gleaned from Jarvis, Lee Duan deduced that this vast expanse of forest was likely riddled with hidden sentinels. Moreover, there exists an undeniable pattern. For the elite assassins possessing counter-surveillance prowess, the prospect of entirely evading detection while infiltrating their lair is exceedingly bleak. In this regard, Lee Duan harbored no apprehensions. His sole fear resided in Lars's potential escape under the cover of night. Since Jarvis had pinpointed their location via the tracker, there was no chance of slipping away today. With this thought, Lee Duan quickened his pace, moving with the swiftness of a shooting star, making his way towards the castle nestled deep within the forest. As he traversed the terrain, a rising wind accompanied him, an overwhelming aura emanating from his presence. As the scenery around him shifted, he became increasingly aware of the numerous hidden gazes that fixated upon him. Indeed, assassins are creatures of the shadows. He murmured softly, then accelerated once more, drawing ever closer to the castle amidst the trees. Suddenly, a shadow darted like lightning, racing towards the castle at the forest's heart. As it passed, a tempest was stirred, and several dark figures emerged, pursuing with relentless fervor. Have they arrived? Li Duan abruptly raised his head, only to find several lethal ninja shurikens hurtling towards him. Reacting swiftly, he evaded the concentrated assault with agile movements, narrowly avoiding the onslaught, though a shuriken grazed his dark robe. In the next moment, as he tightened his nerves, a resounding explosion reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath him. Li Duan halted, momentarily stunned, as he beheld colossal trees toppling towards him like a cascade of dominoes. With a disdainful snort, he grasped the air, summoning Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, and unleashed a powerful strike imbued with the fury of thunder. Crack! The sound of thunder echoed through the forest as the trees were obliterated, splintering into wood chips that rained down. Simultaneously, several figures, swift as the wind, surrounded him. A dangerous smile crept onto Li Duan's lips as he surveyed his assailants. These assassins bore a marked distinction from those he had encountered the previous night in Gotham. This new cohort wielded not mere blades, but peculiar weapons adorned with enigmatic patterns. How intriguing, he mused softly. In an instant, the assassins converged upon him, the atmosphere thick with an air of lethal intent. Clang! Mjolnir gleamed with a silvery radiance as it clashed violently with the sharp blades, sparks flying in a dazzling display. The figures around Li Duan moved with calculated precision, their relentless onslaught quickly encasing him within a tightening space. The assassin's attacks were ceaseless and interconnected, and despite Li Duan's dexterity, he found himself gradually overwhelmed. Suddenly, two sharp iron hooks pierced through his feet, a surge of force emanating from the ropes tethered to them. Li Duan's brow furrowed in alarm. In the next heartbeat, he was yanked upwards by the iron hooks, his body suspended in midair before being forcefully slammed down towards the ground. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Duan fell to the ground in a most pitiful manner, his face smeared with mud and looking utterly disheveled. Cursing under his breath, he grimaced as he pushed himself up from the earth, gritting his teeth as he forcefully extracted the iron hooks embedded in his thigh. Almost immediately, the wounds began to heal. Observing the hooks stained with his own blood, Li Duan's cold gaze sharpened. What other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Before he could finish his thought, several assassins closed in on him, this time armed with nothing but their bare hands. Taken aback, Li Duan thought, hand-to-hand combat? Do they think so little of me? Just as he began to react, the unarmed assassins unexpectedly unleashed a barrage of sharp needles from their mouths. In an instant, his chest was pierced with needles, and he finally realized he had been outmaneuvered. His rage surged to its peak, and he swung his hammer, preparing to leap into action. However, a thick iron chain, swung by a bell, wrapped around his neck multiple times. Desperately, he extended his claw-like hands in an attempt to sever the chain, but just as he began to exert himself, the familiar iron hooks struck again, piercing both of his forearms and rendering his hands immobile. In mere moments, Li Duan found himself ensnared by the assassins, a puppet on strings, utterly controlled. Furious, Li Duan roared, his eyes reflecting the glint of several glimmering swords that lunged toward his abdomen with lethal intent. Chapter 100. Today, I shall feast upon you, you old tiger. The cries of Li Duan echoed through the forest as the sharp blades sank deep into his abdomen, blood gushing forth and staining the ground in a gruesome display. Gazing at the faceless, cold-blooded assassins before him, his eyes became bloodshot, an intense fury bubbling beneath the surface. With a primal roar, Li Duan summoned all his strength to wrench his hands free from the iron hooks, blood splattering in the process as the hooks snapped apart. Accompanied by a searing pain, he finally liberated his hands, but before he could use his claws to sever the thick chain around his neck, a powerful force yanked him backward. He was propelled through the air, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling backward. At that moment, Li Duan resembled a frenzied beast shackled by chains, powerless against the onslaught of assassins. With a resounding crash, Li Duan's body was violently slammed into the trunk of a towering tree, his flesh embedding into the wood, unable to extricate himself. The relentless clanking of chains echoed as they swiftly coiled around him, binding him tightly with no gaps, leaving only his fierce visage visible through the openings. I cannot believe I am subdued in such a manner, Li Duan lamented, before catching sight of a throng of black-clad assassins swiftly surrounding him, their intentions far from benevolent. If you wish to kill me, then do it swiftly. No sooner had he uttered the words than a slender silver needle pierced through the opening, striking his temple. A narcotic toxin surged into his brain, yet Li Duan merely closed his eyes in acceptance, a confident smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, he felt a heavy sensation in his head, as darkness engulfed his vision, and then he became entirely oblivious to his surroundings. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself within the confines of a castle. Is this truly Lars' lair? What a lack of taste. The iron chains binding Li Duan had been replaced by peculiar ropes, and as he surveyed the castle's interior, he was astonished to discover that its decor was reminiscent of several centuries past, prompting him to express his disdain. Come forth. How could I not personally welcome a distinguished guest? An aged voice resonated from the depths of the castle, followed by a figure emerging slowly from the shadows. What? Is it just you? Where's your troublemaker? Li Duan remarked with a mocking expression upon seeing Lars approach alone. The master assassin Lars stiffened momentarily at the remark, but quickly regained his composure. He was acutely aware of Li Duan's capabilities. If he truly wished to eliminate the guards he had stationed outside, it would be a trivial task. Yet, the outcome was far from that. Humph, young pup, do not think that just because you've staged a little performance here, you can play the role of the cunning predator. The ropes binding you are contract bindings. To free yourself would cost you your very life. Oh, it appears even the leader of the world's foremost assassin organization has moments of trepidation, Li Duan retorted with a devilish smile, laced with sarcasm. I am indeed fearful. How could one not be intimidated by someone capable of vanquishing shadows and annihilating ice pillars? But what does it matter? You have only ensnared yourself. Becoming a mere tortoise in my pot, Lars declared, a boastful grin spreading across his weathered face as he produced an ancient longsword etched with obscure. Li Duan glanced up, a faint smile gracing his lips as a glimmer of cunning danced in his eyes. He understood that Lars' primary source of power resided in that very sword, yet there was something else that piqued Li Duan's interest even more, the fabled spring of life. Said to grant resurrection. Do you comprehend the true might of this sword? An elderly recluse wielding an artifact of antiquity to cultivate his spirit could be seen as understandable, for that sword appeared as if it had been unearthed from a grave. Lars was visibly perturbed by Li Duan's words, his expression darkening with discontent. Even facing death, you persist in your bravado. Very well, since you exhibit such audacity, I shall graciously enlighten you, so you may meet your end with clarity. With a look of pride, Lars raised the ancient sword, scrutinizing it closely, his eyes gleaming with cunning. This sword is not merely for dealing with impudent. Its greatest function is to siphon life force from others, transforming it into the key to my eternal vitality. Oh, such formidable power. It seems this old bone has endured for so long for that very reason. Ha ha ha. Boy, it is too late to discuss such matters now. Since you have dared to invade my castle, you shall pay the price. Lars bellowed ferociously, gripping the sword's hilt tightly. Instantly, countless streams of black energy surged from the runes on the blade, merging seamlessly with his frail form. Li Duan widened his eyes, observing every move of Lars with a sense of revulsion towards the old man. In the next moment, after being immersed in the energy of the long sword, Lars underwent a transformation. His body became adorned with intricate, pitch-black patterns that were utterly chilling. Come now, feel the agony of a plundered soul. He charged at Li Duan, poised to pierce his chest with the sword. In a critical moment, Li Duan broke free from the ropes binding him, a dark flame erupting from his body, searing him as it filled the air with the scent of charred flesh. Fool, surrender. To escape these bonds will cost you your very soul, reduced to ash. It would be kinder to let me end your life swiftly. Before Lars could finish, disbelief flooded his eyes. Li Duan's face contorted in agony as the encircling flames stripped away his flesh, leaving him bloodied and raw. Yet, despite the torment, he managed to free himself from the ropes entirely. This is impossible, he gasped. With a desperate roar, Li Duan finally severed the last of his bindings, and the searing flames gradually subsided. As the fire receded, Lars beheld a mere shadow of Li Duan, his features grotesquely altered, resembling a desiccated corpse. How are you still alive? Ha ha ha. Did you think those flimsy ropes could kill me? I never imagined you would last this long. Still so naive. Li Duan let out a hearty laugh, and in an instant, the flesh on his face regenerated, restoring his resolute visage with remarkable speed. A voice echoed in his mind. Ding. System notification. Congratulations, host, for experiencing another life and death transformation. Wolverine ability increased to 60. With a cunning glance at the stunned master assassin, Li Duan felt a surge of exhilaration. Seeing this, Lars swung his sword in a perfect arc aimed at Li Duan's face. Today, I shall feast on you, tiger. Li Duan retorted confidently, unleashing his rejuvenated limbs as his claws extended fiercely. In that instant, the weather outside the castle shifted dramatically. Chapter 101. The young fear the strong. As Lars swung his sword towards him, Li Duan merely scoffed coldly and revealed his twin claws to meet the attack. Clang! The elongated blade traced a perfect arc before being forcefully deflected by the sharp claws, sending sparks flying in dazzling brilliance. The tremendous force reverberated through Lars's hand, causing his wrist to tremble painfully, shadowing his weary face with a grim expression. In the next moment, Lars resumed his onslaught, muttering obscure incantations. Li Duan, casting a cold glance at Lars's begrudging expression, felt a surge of delight. The old man was indeed wary of the young. Observing Lars's attempt to summon some mysterious technique, Li Duan would not afford him a moment's respite, swiftly advancing with his claws like the wind. Crash! This time, Lars unusually refrained from blocking Li Duan's unstoppable onslaught with the blade of his longsword. Instead, he withdrew an ancient, round shield from beneath him and held it before himself. Li Duan hesitated for a fleeting moment, but then continued his assault with unwavering speed, striking the shield with the ferocity of a tempest. Before the might of the Edelman metal, any defense was as fragile as thin paper. Indeed, within just 2 exchanges, the shield in Lars's grasp was rendered utterly battered by the relentless barrage. With a discerning glance, Lars disdainfully cast aside the shield, his countenance shifting back to a sinister grin. Li Duan raised an eyebrow, sensing the change in Lars's demeanor. What trickery was this old man up to now? He would not falter, summoning the Thunder God's hammer, his entire being resonating with a thunderous energy that sent ripples through the surrounding air. Seeing that Li Duan no longer held back, Lars did not show any sign of fear. If anything, he appeared somewhat indifferent. Suddenly, he raised his longsword. Having completed his incantation, and torrents of dark energy cascaded down from the blade. In the next moment, countless eerie hands formed from the dark energy extended from behind Lars, encircling his body like the tentacles of an octopus. The furious lightning surged forth as Li Duan launched a punch toward Lars, the silver-white bolts colliding violently with the inky black hands. Boom! The two forces erupted within the hall, generating a powerful shockwave that swept outward, toppling several hastily arriving assassins. The crackling electricity was abruptly grasped by Lars's energy hands, which then crushed it as though it were mere straw, leaving Li Duan momentarily awestruck. What was happening? Sensing Li Duan's surprise, Lars seized the opportunity to unleash more tentacles, which unfurled like blooming petals, completely enveloping his opponent. Observing the encroaching tide of black energy, Li Duan remained unperturbed, a cunning glint evident in his eyes. "Come on, this is the moment I've been waiting for," he shouted, leaping forward and plunging into the surrounding darkness. "Bring it on." Upon hearing Li Duan's audacious laughter, Lars felt a surge of foreboding, fear creeping into his expression. He opened his mouth once more, hastily reciting incantations, causing the black tendrils to writhe with newfound vigor. Instantly, several of the dark tendrils morphed into fearsome beasts, viciously lunging at Li Duan, who paid no mind to the torment inflicted by the dark energy on his body. Instead, his right hand shot forth like a sinuous serpent, and with precision, he grasped the hilt of the long sword, much to Lars's horror. Suck! With Li Duan's bellow, his mischievous ability activated instantaneously. The sword's elongated blade came alive with intricate patterns that surged toward Li Duan's arm in unison, as if imbued with life. "Stop! What are you doing?" Lars bellowed with a trembling voice, only to feel, in disbelief, the strength within him being gradually siphoned away by the longsword. He desperately struck at Li Duan's arm. But alas, it was too late. Li Duan had harnessed the power of the sword through the mischievous ability of his own, and with that, Lars, who relied on the blade, found all his capabilities stripped away. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. In a flash, Li Duan's right hand, gripping the hilt, became enshrouded in a myriad of runes, as waves of dark energy coalesced and continuously surged into his being. "The ability you so proudly wield to drain the life force of others is now mine. Embrace your demise," Li Duan taunted. And with a swift pull of his right hand, he yanked the entire sword from Lars's grasp with an effortless ferocity. Deprived of the sword, Lars crumpled like a bird with broken wings, his body collapsing, his complexion paling in an instant, devoid of vitality. Li Duan raised the sword aloft, and in that moment, his wounds healed, a robust aura of life emanating from his formidable frame. He moved his rejuvenated body, acutely aware of the immense energy coursing through him. "You have stolen the lives of so many. Now allow me to avenge them. Let you experience the sensation of life being drawn away, bit by bit." He understood that to utterly vanquish Lars, only his own ancient sword would suffice. With a glint of cold light, sharp and menacing, Li Duan lifted the sword and, under Lars's frantic gaze, plunged it deeply into his gaunt shoulder. Just moments ago, Lars felt assured of victory. But now he lay pinned to the floor like a piece of fish, dark blood mist rising from his body. In an instant, the life force within Lars transformed into slender wisps of azure, absorbed by the sword. With each siphon, his pallor deepened. Li Duan leaned closer to his frail form, surveying the skeletal figure beneath him with a playful glint in his eye. "How does it feel? Quite exhilarating, isn't it?" With evident glee, Li Duan regarded the stricken Lars. twisting the sword cruelly, inflicting a pain that rendered Lars's existence a torment. The esteemed master assassin is rather silent now, isn't he? Lars, engulfed in seething fury at Li Duan's derisive words, found himself a mere lamb awaiting slaughter, utterly incapable of resistance. Look at you, believing you orchestrated everything, only to end up as a pawn for a troublemaker. In the end, he cares not for the fate of the entire assassin alliance. What was the point? With every utterance, Li Duan twisted the sword further, eliciting pained cries from Lars. Alas, the illustrious assassin alliance is about to vanish from Gotham forever, a real tragedy, indeed. Young man, seeing as I am but a dying man, could you spare a sliver of mercy for my subordinates? Lars gasped desperately, his voice barely a whisper. Certainly. However, you must consider my terms carefully. What terms? A knowing smile spread across Li Duan's face. Take me to the fountain of life. Chapter 102. The anti-Hulk armor. So, this is the scheme you've devised. Old man, are you really so intent on hoarding treasures, as if planning to take them to the netherworld? When the time comes, won't it all be in vain? Li Duan paused, his sword twisted in hand, as he observed that Lars was on the brink of death. He certainly did not wish to send him off before he had fully descended into the well of life. What a clever ploy, using empty hands to trap a wolf. You truly are ruthless. Lars let out a long sigh, a faint trace of dried blood lingering at the corner of his mouth. The essence of life lies within that sword you hold. Recite the proper incantation, and it shall lead you forth. What is the incantation? Li Duan was eager. Axiabaxi, what? Are you cursing me? Li Duan was taken aback, a look of confusion crossing his face. This fellow was utterly disrespectful. That is the incantation. Simply recite it as instructed. Lars's voice grew fainter, his pallor increasingly ashen, until it faded along with his life, his weary eyelids finally surrendering to gravity. What kind of incantation is that? Li Duan could only muster a feeble retort. However, as the saying goes, the dying speak truthfully. Lars would not deceive himself regarding the Assassin's Guild's survival. In an instant, Lars's body no longer possessed the vitality for the sword to siphon. He crumpled to the ground like a deflated balloon. Then, before Li Duan's astonished gaze, he slowly transformed into a skeletal remains, eerie and chilling. Withdrawing his sword, Li Duan's gaze wavered between Lars's remains and the blade, reflecting complex emotions. After such a long existence, it was indeed time to rest. With that, he sheathed his sword and turned to leave the ancient castle. The vast castle fell into a profound silence, devoid of life. Outside, the assassins seemed to sense the grim tidings, bowing their heads in solemn tribute. They watched the departure of the cloaked youth, yet none dared to intervene. They understood that Lars had met his end at his hands, but their current strength was insufficient to confront him. From this day forth, the Assassin's Guild would finally vanish from Gotham. The moment Li Duan stepped out of the forest, he recalled a phrase uttered by the Shadow. More ruthless villains? Bring them on. When have I ever feared? When soldiers come, I shall meet them. When water rises, I shall dam it. Having dealt with the master assassin, Li Duan's confidence surged. Although the forthcoming tasks would undoubtedly be more arduous, nothing could deter his relentless advance. Beep. System notification. Host has completed the task of eliminating the master assassin. Task completion status. Dark progress bar increased by 5, now reaching 40. Phase rewards have been dispatched to the backpack. Please check. The system's voice echoed in his mind, and he finally felt a sense of relief. In a rush, he opened the system's backpack, where a shimmering treasure chest instantly captivated his gaze. Open. At his command, the chest floated gracefully to the center, a radiant light streaming forth from the opening gap. Beep. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the iron armor, anti-Hulk armor. Li Duan's eyes widened in astonishment at the reward from the chest. The anti-Hulk armor. He bellowed with fervor, for he was clad in a super armor capable of contending with the Hulk without faltering. This latest iteration of the anti-Hulk suit filled him with immense satisfaction, bolstering his confidence against the grotesque villains he would soon face. In the slums of Gotham, despite the ravaging of Levy's government forces and the near-total destruction of their armory by a devastating fire, the notorious Holy Island organization did not grow more brazen. On the contrary, the past few days had been surprisingly tranquil. However, the calm was deceptive. An unwelcome storm had inevitably descended upon Gotham's most impoverished quarters. In the slum, the streets were littered with a disarray surpassing that of refuse, populated by a multitude of homeless drifters. Each day, they faced starvation, teetering on the brink of death, devoid of any concerns beyond their disdain for the common folk. A chilling gust swept through the streets, carrying with it a nauseating odor, which the surrounding homeless had long since grown accustomed to. At that moment, a red-haired thug, clad in leather and adorned with tattoos, gathered a group of armed vagrants. The leader, his face twisted with malice, seemed eager to overturn everything in sight. He swaggered up to one homeless man, without a word. He hurled an empty beer bottle at him. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the homeless man quivered in fear, only to realize he had sustained no injury. "Are you looking for trouble?" he exclaimed, rising abruptly, while the red-haired thug brandished a baseball bat menacingly. "You filthy rat from the stinking gutter, how dare you challenge me?" He pressed the bat against the disheveled man's chest, a mocking smirk curling his lips. The homeless man seized an empty bottle nearby, preparing for a conflict. As the other vagrants turned their attention to the escalating tension, the atmosphere grew thick with anticipation as both men stood on the brink of violence. At that moment, the red-haired thug's followers closed in, seemingly intent on overwhelming the defiant homeless man. Suddenly, the thug's fierce demeanor softened, and he rested the baseball bat on his shoulder. "Listen up, you worthless lot," he shouted to all the homeless gathered, while his minions spread out before each individual. To their astonishment, they produced loaves of bread and stacks of currency from their pockets. "You have two choices," he declared. "First, join us and become a part of the Joker-esque gang, and you shall never worry about food or money again. Second, remain here in your pitiful existence and face the wrath of my general." He brandished his hefty baseball bat, referring to it as his general. "You have 1 minute to decide." Upon hearing this, his followers brandished their weapons, revealing that what appeared to be an inconspicuous band of thugs were armed to the teeth. The homeless stood bewildered for a moment, exchanging incredulous glances. Before even a minute had passed, individuals began to kneel one after another before the gang, pleading to join their ranks. The vagrant, who had previously displayed bravado and threatened to confront the red-haired thug, quickly succumbed to the shifting tides and knelt as well, muttering incoherently, "Long live the clown gang." Observing that all the homeless had surrendered to him, the red-haired man smugly nodded to his subordinates. Subsequently, the gang, understanding the unspoken command, retrieved an array of firearms from a large black bag and proceeded to distribute them to the astonished vagabonds.